Chapter 1 The Daughter of the Sea. Prologue. Dark fairytale style, no CP plot driven. This narrative unfolds as a full-length fairytale horror story, with each chapter linking to fairytale theme. There are many supporting characters, but no romantic entanglements if I seek romance. Feel free to exit now. Warning: the story begins with their CP but shift to no sea birthed of the third chapter. Thus, the protagonist's first companion Ismail appearing in the third chapter reefs unacceptable pleasantly of ambiguous situations. The Marley companion plays across dress and grow length or skong chapter, with minimal screen time and no reveal. If the season or toilicking, please exit. Some corpters focus heavily on plot, with through lesbian Gui Clyde Fined or Evan absent. The protagonist is not invincible, is not a power fantasy. Fatty soul. The shuma has been exceptionally sweltering, with Thesonate isn't and not or his off breeze at hope found. Ordinary folk would typically have adventuring out at the shore, yet to none-size at the moment, donning along some protective equipment before stepping outside. The coat enveloped entirely, with only his visible, wicker effort for obscurity beyond glasses. Arshetta need her closet the door, she encountered her nearby, Wang Qian, returning from outside. Wang Qian gluncy dathran nodded. Junan returned at the node and quickened her pace, unlit to catch Wang Qian's deliberately who-shed voice. Be careful, some money from the neighbouring district waste day can again today. Herto knew a slow, as a fearful of being overheard, with as light tremor underlying her words. Junan paused, nodded in acknowledgement, and murmured her thanks. Iarargo, the realm of bizarre celestis center to poor earth. Proximity to ease of stranger occurrences greatly increased the likely hood of being cosin fari horror game drawing on in twats clutches. If her Naruto perish within the game, death would also claim them in reality. Only by completing the game could I turn to the real world, but his did no signify anand. One scenes narden the old of horror, one must bar tissy patini gar meverise even days. Offers for seed trying to a game of significant lighten or difficulty, rendering success nearly impossible. In just a year, the global population plummeted by 2 billion. The timing and location of these abductions were unpredictable, however, generally speaking, venturing out at night increased the risk of being taken. Thus, to nan develop the habit of going out at noon. Regardless of the old transformation, life must continue, and must endure. Shuravidati market, hurried lies lecting a fu vegetable sand or pieces of meat, ensuring she would not need to take gain for a week. After paying, she carried her hefty bag of grocery isham just as she stepped out of tea market, the insect news world of cicadas Feliralize Island. The market's entrance, now deserted, was strewn with the pork and leafy green shitcosin visible key and gate an alarming great, ultimately turning into a grotesque loaf putride liquid. Suddenly, Aiden's Foge enveloped tea market, shrouding it entirely, the mist expanded outward, as if claiming territory until it covered an entire block before gradually settling. Is it unavoidable? Dunan gazed at the unmistakable real dimensional space before her, closing here a sandal ting out a signed sigh. Congratulations, you have been selected to enter the world of horror. Here you will enjoy an unparalleled dreamlike journey. Experience game methodized subtilarial with opportunities for close encounters with the supernatural, a wealth of diversards, and a variety of gamer themes waiting for you to explore. A shrill voice accompanied with the sound of confetti erupted her ears, and a block crow materialized before her, its beady eyes fixed intently upon her. The idiot lie game ways rapidina cigaravnir masquerading as a delightful treat while concealing gorild hof malice. This grow have been mentioned in the official guide it served as the initial guide for everyone drawn into the world of horror. In simpletums, it could be regarded as a Norvis NPC. The crow circled above her head twice before finally landing before her. Please select your horror category. A massive lottery box appeared before Tunan, filled with colourful balls of varying hues. Athis burnt, she had no curse. Luck had never favoured Davin consolation prize as she eluded her grasp, leaving her perpetually with Apoliteth and Q for participating. Tunan maintained a stoic expression, silently praying for a simple category. Stretched into the lottery box, feeling around without any discernible difference, unable to distinguish but a chalone. Quickly, drawer. the crow urged, flapping its wings in excitement. Its voice dripped with unmasked malice, as I eagerly anticipating her breakdown. Taking a deep breath, Tunan followed her instincts and grasped her pink bowl before withdrawing her hand. "Hurry, open it," the crow cried, its excitement palpable. Such impatience. Suppressing a scorf, Tunan opened the pink bowl in her hand. A sit burst upon, joyful bell sounds rang out, and countless ribbons and golden glitter rained down from above. Ding dong, congratulations, you have drunk fairy tale category, your luck is truly unparalleled, as the most enchanting and safest for theme in the entire realm. Fairy tale world is undoubtedly an essential choice for your homie and travel. Please remember the absolute rules of the fairy tale world. As a fairy tale character, please should hear it or establish ed personer. This means no okutov character Tunan pondered. Why, a fairy tale theme, the crow's voice brimmed with excitement and malice. You're incredibly fortunate Earth is the most entertaining category in the entire horror realm. The crow's beady eyes fixed in her, eager to witness her expression of joy. Then it would shatter her expectations with glee. These ways its favorite part of guiding newcomers. Yet this time it was met with disappointment. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Crow," Tunan said, shaking the pink bowl before it. "When may I enter the horror captor?" Her expression remained calm, her translucent brown utterly indifferent. Her lack of emotional response often did Mr. Crow, which widened its beady eyes, thought you Tunan, there was little distinction. Thus Mr. Crow grew angrier, flapping its wings and shrieking, "You dare disregard me? Tunan. Isha cast you into the most terrifying chapter, Sawyer may learn the consequences of disrespecting." Mr. Crow chuckled maliciously, on little halt abruptly. "Noting accordance with my rules? Very well, you may be quiet, I understand." Mr. Crow ways of identizing you up disheartened. "This will do." A cheerful tune filled Tunan's mind, and a voice laced with electronic status echoed within. "Welcome at Oath Fairy Tale Themed Horror Experience, loading for you know. Loading complete. The shore theme is their daughter of the sea. A steam mystery shed made of the deep, you're filled with an foral thatless above it youves. On a stormy night, you rescue Prince and become entranced set by a handsome Evisarge, deeply infatuated. For him you willingly strike a bargain with Orich, exchange in our fishtail fort legs, enduring excruciating pain with each step. Yurt ha princess to eat a princess. You are consumed by anguish. The prince is wed in just at 4 of a dashings, and at first a light off dornant 50 you shall dissolvent of firm. The theme of the shore tale is the daughter of the sea. Mission objective surviving till after Gewarding. Chapter 2 The Peculiar Prince. Please remember the following rules. Rule 1 Fairy tale world at night is a muat different. Please refrain from venturing out. If you must, don't worry before final hour arrives. Fairy tale world remains a beautiful place. Rule 2 Remember that your mermaids must replenish their moisture promptly. Rule 3 The princess is beautiful and kind, clad in white, tall, she pierces a delectable little cake. Rule 4 Exercise caution when consuming food within the chapter, even if it smells delightful. Rule 5 Weddings are joyous occasions, and all will celebrate in their own ways in the day of theuding. As the season of Ice chapter, thinner visa protection mode is activated, players need not seek additional rules. Do non quickly note the rules who is sketching a linear of small print below. Current debuff Mr. Crow's curse duration 7 days. Special note Mr. Craditasts Rude Cauldron, thus has placed Dakars Aponia within his jurisdiction. Your luck will always be extraordinarily poor. Eavesdropping will invariably to discovery you will always Beth Firster Bielaminert ding Amos like werewolf, and in similar situations, the bizarre while find it or search to target you. In summary, Mr. Crow wishes you luck. Tunan. A duration of 7 days mensch would be cursed throughout the entire chapter. Fueled of horror was already fraught with peril, and no compounded Bethi's wretched buff. That's by Teffel and malicious little crow. Information transmission for their chapter complete entering no. Wishing you an enjoyable game. Before Tunan cold fully processed this, the space before began to fracture, collapsing suddenly in acre cophonia of disorientation. After a dizzying moment, she opened her eyes. Waves crashed against her shore, the damp, salty breeze enveloping her. Raising her gaze, she beheld a breathtaking expanse of ocean, stretching infinitely before her, the sunset casting a golden heat across the surface. The waves rolled in, soaking her delicate, pale legs. It wasted that she realized she was barefoot. Attempting to rise, she was met with a jeering pain that forced her back down. Furrowing her brow, she began to recall the information the system had transmitted. Clearly, the theme of the short-taily waste Huelg known story of Ariel, the mermaid. For the prince, Ariel triggered her beautiful voice and stunning golden hair fort legs, enduring the gniofish stairpace of war king Onknivs. The Novisa chapter began with her hellish opening called Mr. Crow's words prior to the chapter selection, feeling a header checkamingen. It seemed they had meticulous lyco sena Novisa chapter for her. Tentatively, Tunan pressed her hand against the throat, opening her mouth to emit an liar couple of faint whimpers. Well, starting govers mutined nearly crippled one it came king. Oh, God, how cold to reps a core frae lady here, beautiful miss, do you require assistance? Arich, magnetic voice suddenly sonated behind her. Tunan froze for a moment, turning to find a courtly gentleman had appeared on the NCAP TBH. Happers estervise gisa perfectly sculpted kulden libed escribed as divine. With chiseled features, deep styes, and a rough undeniable nobility, the intercho Fisman was clear. The Prince Womeril fell in love with art first sight. Do none remember that in their daughter of the sea, Errol would be some at chargent lengthy presence of her beloved prince. Unner Bleto speak, shickled and lie gazer path him with her expressive eyes, silent lie indicating her throat and shaking her head gently. Her skin was as Belize milk, who was a stunning bluet that shimmered like a Thusian under their sun, drawing in irresistibly. What a delightful jewel! Young, beautiful, and delicate. Airy cold and thelp but marvel. Use experience seed in her to know how tender shucky and girl's body cold poe gently squeeze word levy crimson marks. They wold gazeeth him in fear, the lovely eyes glistening with tears, wide up and brimming with emotion, unable to contain the sorrow waste the tears streamy down their soft cheeks. What, you cannot speak? Crouched down to meet the gaze, his verses of tinged with the nunas you'll rasp. A beautifully dumut ways at treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. Just imagine, her body trembling in sheer terror, tear staining her cheeks, yet in a blatute-raisingly sound. He felt himself on the verge of fainting from the excitement of images flooding his mind. A strange sensation washed over to Nan. The princess gazed upon Hetway's intense fervent, as if he beheld some fragile treasure, all through highly struggling to contain himself, making his smiles somewhat strained. The prince was not quite a right while Adinger typically did not surfaciant the first day of her horror character to nankered not of her tope callous, especially with Mr. Kruskers still upon her. She nodded, punt head to herself, and roti hernam and thesend. Ariel, open seeing her name, the princess my laden praised, what a beautiful name. I'm Eric, where are a family, how cold thee leave a hurry alone. Tunan shook her head, lowering her gaze at Tuvensidness. Poor girl, Eric seemed to understand, his gaze growing ever more heated. He licked his lips. I'll only Jill would spare immutable. Tunan discreetly frowned. Hatch just third these end of Sir Money swallowing? Then, how about coming home with me? Urs extended his hand toward here with a nair of gallantry. I am the Prince of his kingdom, and in 5 days, a shoal with Princess Grace from Theenburing country. I am sure Grace would not mind daving an extra guest at Ueding. Comparad to Thesuave, handsome and exceedingly gentlemanly Prince from Fairytale, Thysani Befari was visibly peculiar yet she had no voice. The Prince Waisani of the most significant protagonists in their daughter of the sea, and the story evolved around him should to stay by his side. Thus, she slightly tilted heard, hesitating for a moment before she made lie placing her hand in his arm, biting her lip in trepidation. Eric help had her to her feet, and her moment their feet out at the ground, Tunan's expression twisted, a torrent of thoughts flashing through her mind. Thank goodness shoes unably to speak no otherwise, her 40 of fragility were Dave bien shattered immediately. Dam fat crow wonner day, schwould pluck his feather sang bur ways up with team. What's rog? Eric noticed her discomp fortan dasket softly. Tunan regained her composure, quickly pointing toe a bare feet, feigning shynessisher palato eskerla tightly. Chapter 3, Why aren't you eating? Eric suddenly realized his oversight, adopting a look of apology. Please forgive my neglect. If you wouldn't mind, I can carry you. His expression was earnest, resembling that of a gallant gentleman. Tunan's cheeks flushed, and she gently nodded. The prince squatted down before her, and Tunan delicately climbed onto his back, resting her hands upon his shoulders. You are remarkably light, Eric's voice drifted, but fear not, my castle boasts the finest cooks. You shall surely delight in their culinary creations. Tunan felt a twinge of relief at her muteness, as it spared her the trouble of engaging in conversation with the prince. While she listened to Eric's words with casual interest, her mind busily analyzed their current predicament. As a novice quest, the challenge would undoubtedly be manageable, and the risk of demise was minimal. The first and last rules, when considered together, hinted at the unusual nature of the wedding. On the final day of revelry, in what peculiar manner would the strange festivities commemorate the nuptials? She dared not dwell on it. Surely, it would not involve cannon fire amidst joyous laughter to witness the union of a blissful couple. The second rule was easily comprehensible, yet the third left her somewhat perplexed. In the eyes of all, the princess was akin to a delectable little cake. A delectable little cake, in the realm of eerie tales. She had no choice but to interpret this statement literally. We have arrived. Just as her thoughts meandered, the prince spoke up unexpectedly. Tunan snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to behold a resplendent, ornate castle before her. A line of soldiers stood at attention at the entrance, bowing in deference upon seeing the prince. He gently set her down, and as her bare soles met the frigid stone floor, a piercing pain surged through her, prompting Tunan to gasp and instinctively frown. Eric misinterpreted her expression as one of discomfort from the cold ground and promptly instructed a nearby maid to fetch her a pair of comfortable flats. Tunan did not refuse his kind gesture. After donning the shoes, she endured the excruciating pain with each step, following Eric into the castle. This castle mirrored her visions of a fairy tale abode, with every corner exuding an enchanting aura. It just so happens to be dinner time, Eric said cheerfully as he took her hand and led her towards the dining hall. I am certain you will relish tonight's feast. As she trailed behind him, Tunan discreetly mimized the route. Upon entering the dining hall, they found a beautiful young lady in a white gown seated at the table. She possessed a cascade of lovely golden hair, reminiscent of Ariel, though Ariel had long sacrificed hers to the witch beneath the sea. Eric, the young lady, greeted them with a gentle smile, her expression turning slightly astonished upon noticing the stunning Ariel behind him. Who is this? This is Grace, Eric replied, planting a kiss on her cheek before gesturing towards Tunan. Her name is Ariel. She is an orphan I found by the seaside. A look of pity immediately crossed Grace's face, rendering her akin to a divine being graced with compassion. Poor girl, Grace said, moving closer to embrace her. A sweet fragrance enveloped her, reminiscent of strawberry cake. Please feel at ease in the castle, you shall receive the utmost care. Was she the princess referred to in the rules? Tunan instinctively glanced at her. Grace appeared beautiful and warm, like a delightful little cake. Anyone who beheld her would find her utterly charming. She gently returned the embrace. She cannot speak, Eric interjected at the opportune moment. The sympathy in Grace's expression deepened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What a pitiable girl, she murmured, producing a silk handkerchief to dab at her eyes before taking Tunan's hand and leading her to the table. You must be famished. Let us dine first. The castle employs the finest cooks, Eric echoed, seating himself across from them with a smile, reiterating, you will undoubtedly savor the dishes they prepare. Eric's repeated assurances began to unsettle Tunan, prompting her to contemplate how to tactfully decline the meal. Shortly thereafter, maids filed in, arranging the cutlery with precision, followed by a servant who bore a platter exuding a rich, enticing aroma. Even before the lid was lifted, the scent, nearly uncanny in its intensity, filled the dining hall. Tunan felt her mouth watering rapidly, her stomach rumbling audibly, uncontrollably. she grasped the utensils, her gaze fixated on the platter in the servant's hands. The servant placed the dish before them and lifted the lid right before her eyes. In an instant, steam billowed forth, and the rich fragrance washed over her. She scarcely had time to discern the contents before she found herself swallowing involuntarily. She licked her lips, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to dive into the food and devour it all. "This is freshly caught fish from the sea, exquisite in flavor and meltingly tender," Princess Grace kindly explained. "Do have a taste." The servant divided the food into 3 plates, placing them before each of them. Grace and Eric wasted no time in seizing their forks and knives, indulging in the delicacies with remarkable elegance and astonishing speed. A brown sauce smeared across the corner of Eric's mouth, which he eagerly licked away, his eyes narrowing in sheer enjoyment. Tunan lowered her gaze to her plate. She assumed the dish contained fish, cut into chunks and drizzled with a brown sauce, accompanied by a medley of vegetables. It appeared quite ordinary, yet it ignited an insatiable appetite within her. The aroma seemed to beckon her, wafting persistently into her nostrils. She swallowed again. "Ariel, why aren't you eating?" Eric suddenly inquired. Chapter 4, Midnight. At midnight, Tunan paused momentarily. The objects before her were evidently abnormal, not to mention that the regulations clearly stipulated the need for caution when consuming food from replicas. A chill subtly permeated Eric's voice. She timidly raised her head, uttered a couple of hesitant sounds, and waved her hands vigorously. Upon realizing that her intentions were lost on him, she lowered her gaze, exuding an air of despondency. Grace, standing nearby, was remarkably considerate. She instructed a servant to fetch paper and a pen and gently inquired, "Can you write?" Tunan nodded, accepting the paper and pen she offered, and inscribed a sentence, "I am a vegetarian." Eric was momentarily taken aback but, surprisingly, did not express anger. Instead, a peculiar smile graced his lips, as though he found satisfaction in her declaration. "A vegetarian, I must say, that is quite a commendable habit." He appeared genuinely pleased, deftly slicing through the fish on his plate with his knife and fork. He smiled at Tunan and then popped a piece of fish into his mouth. "Fresh fish, truly exquisite," he declared, closing his eyes in rapture. Watching him, Tunan felt an increasing sense of unease. The maid beside her presented a plate filled solely with vegetables, similarly drizzled with a brown sauce. Tunan sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon her and instinctively glanced at the maid. She was a sweet-faced girl, with cascading brown curls adorned by a pearl hairpin. It was she who had brought Tunan her flat shoes earlier. Tunan smiled and nodded in gratitude, but the maid quickly lowered her head, averting her eyes. "Go on, eat, Ariel," Grace urged, "you must be famished." With no grounds to refuse, Tunan picked up her knife and fork, cautiously selecting a piece of potato from the edge of the plate, and after stealing herself, she placed it in her mouth. The moment the potato touched her tongue, a rich aroma enveloped her palate, the texture melting instantaneously, leaving her no time to chew before swallowing. She tightened her grip on the utensils, stifling the impulse to lick the plate clean. Current contamination level 5. Please note, if the contamination level exceeds 60, you will succumb to madness. The sudden chime of the system jolted her senses, momentarily dampening her burgeoning appetite. Just a single potato, tainted with sauce, bore such a high contamination level. She could only imagine the consequences of consuming fish. Tunan seized a nearby cup and downed its contents in one swift motion, relieved that the system did not alert her to an increase in contamination this time. She had not forgotten the second rule of this world: mermaids must regularly replenish their hydration. She requested another cup of water from the maid. "Are you very thirsty?" Grace inquired with concern. "Poor girl, you must be utterly exhausted." Tunan responded with a shy smile. She dared not touch the food on her plate again, instead opting to satiate her thirst to the point of fullness. The enticing aroma wafted around her, and seated at the table, she could distinctly hear the maid beside her swallow. These things were decidedly odd. Furrowing her brow, she began to fret over how she would stave off hunger in the coming days. Surely, she could not go on without sustenance. After dinner, Grace personally arranged for her accommodation, a spacious, well-lit bedroom, with a window facing the sea. "Wishing you a pleasant night," Grace said, gently embracing her before departing the room. As soon as the door clicked shut, Tunan commenced her thorough inspection of the room for any irregularities. She meticulously surveyed the space and found nothing suspicious. It appeared to be merely an ordinary bedroom. Her gaze fell upon the princess bed in the center of the room, its sheer curtains gently billowing in the breeze from the window. Her feet ached to the point of numbness, and the tension that had gripped her since entering this world left her feeling utterly fatigued. The bed radiated an overwhelming allure. Should she simply rest for the night? Tunan hesitated before approaching the window, intending to close it, only to be captivated by the view outside. The night sea was shrouded in mystery, the waves roiling violently, though silent. The grandeur of the ocean was palpable. Having been born inland, she had never beheld the sea before, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Current contamination level 6. The sudden announcement startled her. She had done nothing to warrant an increase in contamination. She recalled the dish from the dinner table. Grace had specifically mentioned it was freshly caught from the deep sea, and now, simply standing at the window gazing at the ocean had elevated the contamination level. Could it be that the contamination was linked to the sea? Without hesitation, Tunan shut the window, uncertain whether this would stave off the pollution, but lacking any other means to protect herself. Her knowledge of this world was scant, and she required further clues. The first rule had warned players of the dangers of night, yet it did not prohibit venturing out after dark. Thus, she surmised that such excursions would likely yield valuable information. She absent-mindedly scratched her slightly itchy thigh. Given that the servants and attendants in the castle had yet to retire for the night, it was not an opportune time for exploration. She resolved to rest for a while before venturing out in the deep of night. To prevent dehydration, Tunan indulged in a leisurely hour-long hot bath and then lay in bed for 3 hours, only finally pushing open the door to her chamber when the world outside was steeped in silence. The castle at night was eerily quiet, the corridors devoid of life. Tunan remembered distinctly that her room was on the 3rd floor, the second room at the top of the stairs. She placed her hand on the wall, feeling her way through the darkness until she reached the stairway. She decided to first check the kitchen. The strange dishes from dinner lingered in her mind, and the kitchen might hold the information she sought. The kitchen was located to the right of the dining room on the ground floor, where she had observed numerous cooks bustling about earlier. As she descended to the 1st floor, moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a silvery frost upon the ground. The surroundings were eerily silent as she navigated her way to the kitchen, relying on her memory. Suddenly, a soft sound caused Tunan to halt abruptly, her heart racing, each beat reverberating through her ears. A faint noise emanated from the direction of the kitchen, resembling a woman's quiet sobs, drifting into her ears like a whisper. The delicate weeping seeped into her very being like raindrops, sending a chill from her feet upward. After a moment of inner turmoil, she resolved to investigate. Cautiously, she approached the kitchen, only to discover that the door had not been fully closed. Instead, it was ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. The eerie cries grew clearer. Wah, wah, the sound resembled a form of mental pollution, burrowing into her mind as she clutched her head and shook it in protest. Wah. Wah. Against her better judgment, Tunan found herself inching closer, pressing her face against the slight opening of the door, striving to discern the scene inside. However, the kitchen was too dark to make out anything. She squinted, and as her eyes gradually acclimated to the gloom, her heart lurched. Tunan's eyes widened, her pupils constricting, her mind momentarily blank. Chapter 5. The eerie maid. Whimper, whimper. She caught sight of a pair of pitch-black eyes fixated on her through the crack of the door, seemingly staring for an eternity, while a continuous, mournful whimper escaped her lips. Current contamination level 20. A violent tremor coursed through her body, rendering her instinctively desperate to flee. Yet her overwhelming fear paralyzed her limbs. Suddenly, the figure behind the door spoke. "It's you." The voice, tinged with a raspy quality that suggested recent tears, unmistakably belonged to a young girl. "Are you hungry, coming to the kitchen at this hour?" Tunan's breath came in heavy gasps, distinctly audible in the dim surroundings. Calm down, she urged herself. The rules were clear. There would be no fatal dangers before the wedding, thus she must be safe. The greatest risk, she surmised, lay in the uncontrolled contamination levels. Venturing out at night posed no immediate threat to her life, but should the contamination exceed a certain threshold, she risked becoming lost within the confines of this world before the final day arrived. "Why are you silent?" The eerie voice deepened. "Do you deem me unworthy of your words?" As her words faded into the air, the temperature around them perceptibly dropped. Tunan bit down hard on her tongue, the pain sharpening her focus. In the final moment before the eerie figure's anger erupted, she raised her hand, gesturing toward her throat, letting out a couple of R sounds. "Oh, I forgot you cannot speak." The strange voice returned to its normal tone, and the temperature began to rise incrementally once more. Tunan's hand, hanging limply at her side, trembled slightly. She clenched her fist tightly, her body drenched in cold sweat, her shirt clinging to her back, chilled. With a creak, the kitchen door swung open from the inside, revealing the true visage of the figure lurking behind it. Tunan cast a swift glance at her before immediately averting her gaze. The maid's form was unnaturally swollen, her entire body exhibiting a disturbing shade of blue-purple, as if she had been steeped in some grotesque concoction. A chunk of flesh had fallen from her left cheek, exposing the ghastly white bone beneath, which glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Most terrifying of all were her enormous, pitch-black pupils, nearly engulfing her entire eyeball, leaving but a sliver of barely visible sclera. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Tunan noticed that the maid had long, curly brown hair adorned with a conspicuous pearl hairpin. Perhaps it was the hairpin's striking nature that triggered a memory in her mind. She recalled where she had seen it before. It belonged to the maid who had stood beside her during dinner. Was it mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Could it be that the so-called fairy tale world of night held a different meaning, one in which these NPCs transformed into something eerie? Yet, judging by her appearance, she had not entirely lost her wits. "What brings you to the kitchen?" the maid inquired. Tunan had no time to ponder further. She reached into her pocket, relieved that she had not yet drawn out her paper and pen. Lowering her head, she quickly scribbled a line. "I haven't eaten much tonight. I am rather hungry." "You indeed consumed very little this evening," the maid replied dully, nodding in acknowledgement. "Come inside with me. It's not convenient right now, but I can find you some simple food." Tunan followed her into the kitchen, where the maid lit a candle, casting a warm glow that illuminated the room. The light also revealed her ghastly visage. Tunan did her utmost to avoid looking at her, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her, drawing her gaze back time and again. The maid handed her a piece of white bread, and Tunan exhaled in relief, tearing off a piece from the untouched side to avoid contact with the places the maid had touched, all the while contemplating the events that had just transpired. She had been drawn in by the sound of weeping. Why was the maid hiding in the kitchen alone, crying in the dead of night? In tales of the macabre, this was decidedly unusual, perhaps an invaluable clue not to be overlooked. After a moment's thought, she set the bread aside and wrote on the paper, "Why are you hiding here alone, weeping?" The maid's dark pupils blinked in surprise, and upon reading the question, she emitted another round of whimpering. The sound was hauntingly plaintive, accentuated by her terrifying countenance, making the dimly lit kitchen all the more chilling. "My sister is missing," the maid said, wiping her eyes, from which an ominous object promptly fell. Oblivious to its significance, she continued, "She has been missing for a week, and no one knows where she has gone." Tunan made a concerted effort to ignore the strange object that had fallen from the maid's eye, lowering her head to write. "Have you informed the prince?" "Of course I did," the maid replied, her voice laced with sorrow, her black pupils reflecting a sense of numbness. "But maids often go missing in the castle, and the prince says they must have angered the sea god, which is why they disappear without a trace." "The sea god?" Tunan instinctively tapped her finger against her notebook. Maids vanishing from the castle, and the prince attributing it to such an absurd reason. There must be some hidden truth behind it all. After a moment's reflection, she wrote, "Do the missing maids share any common traits?" The maid appeared perplexed, taking her time to respond. "They are all very young and beautiful." Tunan furrowed her brow, recalling Eric's strange reaction upon seeing her today, and a vague suspicion began to form. At this juncture, the maid bowed her head once more, sobbing, "My sister and I grew up together, but now she has vanished without reason. How can I face our deceased parents? If only someone could help me find her." Congratulations, player, you have triggered a side quest, The Missing Maid. Maids in the castle often disappear without explanation. Some claim it is due to angering the sea god, while others say they fled from the burdens of their roles. Please investigate the truth behind the maid's disappearance. Quest type, triggered, optional, quest deadline, before the completion of the instance quest reward. The sudden appearance of the quest prompt left Tunan momentarily stunned. A quick glance confirmed it was a triggered quest. Had she chosen not to venture out tonight, she might have missed this opportunity. Though the reward remained uncertain, this quest evidently held ties to the castle's secrets, potentially leading to clues for her escape. She chose to accept it. Tunan wrote, "Perhaps I can assist you. Please tell me more about your sister." The maid looked at her with surprise. "Really, that would be wonderful. My name is Lily, and my sister's name is Emma. We are twins, looking identical." Lily removed the pearl hairpin from her head and handed it to Tunan. "If you find my sister, please give her this hairpin. When she sees it, she will know I am searching for her." Tunan accepted the hairpin and wrote, "Did anything strange happen before she went missing?" Chapter 6, Where have you gone? Lily pondered carefully, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "The day before she disappeared, my sister was very happy. She told me the prince had praised her. The prince treats the maids very kindly, and all of us in the castle adore him." A hint of girlish shyness crept into her voice, which seemed incongruous given her fearsome appearance. "In fact, the prince has praised me too. He said I possess the finest culinary skills and that among all the maids, he cannot do without me, promising to keep me by his side." Tunan's brow furrowed further, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, Lily slapped herself without warning, her voice piercingly sharp as she began to cry. "I am guilty. How could I harbor such thoughts about the prince?" Whimper, whimper. "My sister is still missing, and yet I am thinking of these things." Whimper, her voice, akin to a fine thread piercing Tunan's eardrums, was alarmingly shrill. She was too close, the incessant noise overwhelming her senses, her mind swirling in chaos. Current contamination level 25. This could not continue. Tunan pressed her pen down hard on the paper. "I will strive to help you find your sister." Lily's tears ceased abruptly. "Really?" She tilted her head, her dark eyes boring into Tunan's. "Then I shall await your good news. If you help me find my sister, I will be sure to express my gratitude." Tunan nodded vigorously, fearing that remaining any longer would only lead to further contamination. She tore the note she had just written, concealing it in her sleeve, and bid a hasty farewell to Lily. Tonight's discoveries were already ample. She had no intention of lingering outside any longer. Making her way up the staircase, she reached the third floor, where the surroundings grew increasingly shrouded in darkness. The third floor was a long corridor devoid of windows, with sconces lining either side, unlit. She navigated by feeling along the wall, inching her way inward. Beyond the first door lay her own room. The darkness enveloped her, rendering her vision nearly non-existent, with only the sound of her own breathing echoing in the silence. In the depths of darkness, one's imagination often flourishes, and particularly so in a perilous instance such as this. Tunan held her breath, concentrating, attempting to tread lightly as she stealthily progressed along the wall. Her room was not far from the stairwell, and it wasn't long before she found the doorknob to her chamber. Releasing a breath of relief, just as she was about to open the door, a ghostly voice whispered from behind her, brushing against her ear. "Ariel, where have you been at this late hour?" The breath was chilling and sticky, grazing her earlobe like some gelatinous creature leaving a trail of viscous residue. Goosebumps erupted across Tunan's skin. A hand reached out from behind her, encircling her in an ambiguous embrace, capturing the hand she had placed on the door. In a different context, such an action might have been deemed romantic. Alarm bells rang in Tunan's mind as her thoughts raced. When had Eric arrived? Had he been lurking at her door, watching her fumble in the dark, only to spring forth when she believed herself secure, ready to deliver a fatal blow? The thought sent chills down her spine. Noticing her lack of response, Eric tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her through the door as it swung open. The soft light flooded outwards, and he released her hand. Tunan took a deep breath, feigning a look of panic as she turned to face Eric, her expression nearly freezing upon seeing him. Eric, like Lily, bore an appearance starkly different from the handsome prince she had encountered by day. Now he was grotesquely swollen, his body riddled with pus-filled sores, some oozing a thick, yellowish-white liquid. His eyes, too, were dominated by enormous black pupils, rendering him terrifying to behold. She cast only a fleeting glance, but having already seen Lily, she had prepared herself mentally. Though Eric looked repulsive, her contamination level did not increase. "Tell me, Ariel, where have you been?" Eric's voice was deep and magnetic, captivating regardless of his appearance. Junan timidly glanced at him, pulling out her notebook to write. Sad smiley. I was a bit hungry and went downstairs to find something to eat. Lily can vouch for me. Eric's tone remained unchanged. It's best to stay in your room at night. If you need anything, seek me out. I am just next door. His gaze flicked over the notebook in her hands, and suddenly he reached out to snatch it away from her, flipping through its pages before her eyes. Fortunately, she had already torn out her previous conversation with Lily, leaving only her note about feeling hungry. Junan allowed him to peruse it without protest. Eric found nothing amiss and returned the notebook to her. A grotesque smile stretched across his repugnant face, inadvertently bursting one of the pus-filled sores, splattering yellowish liquid onto a small patch of her cheek. Her smile faltered. Current contamination level 30. Eric squinted, a nauseating grin plastered on his face, his gaze slimily traversing her features. The instinctive reaction of her body stirred an overwhelming wave of nausea, compelling her to raise her hand to wipe away the pus, yet she halted under Eric's watchful scrutiny. Feigning composure, she lowered her head to write. Sad smiley. I apologize, I will be more careful in the future. Only then did Eric smile satisfactorily, nodding as he reached out to caress her cheek, even leaning in to plant a kiss on her side. The proximity made Junan acutely aware of a strange odor emanating from him, a mixture of grease and the unmistakable scent of spoiled fish, provoking her gag reflex. Her stomach churned violently, her throat constricting, yet she forced herself to maintain a smile. Sweet dreams. Perhaps her obedient response pleased Eric, for he finally departed her room. The door closed gently behind him, and the smile Junan had been holding crumbled. Her legs weakened, and she braced herself against the wall, nearly collapsing to the floor. Pain surged through her feet, nearly numbing her senses, yet she pressed on, hastening to the nearby washroom. Without hesitation, she turned on the faucet, rinsing away the sticky residue from her cheek. Time slipped away unnoticed until the warmth began to radiate from her cheek, prompting her to pause and finally look at her reflection in the mirror. At that moment, her pupils constricted sharply, and the steady heartbeat she had finally managed to calm surged once more, boiling within her chest. Current contamination level 40. Chapter 7. The mermaid. The girl in the mirror had long ceased to resemble the sweet and charming visage of daylight. Her once beautiful blue eyes had transformed into a pitch-black void, with the dark pupils nearly consuming half of her eyeballs. Her skin bore an unnatural bluish hue, appearing alarmingly swollen. Although not as severe as Lily and Eric, her appearance was far from that of an ordinary person. At the very moment she locked eyes with her reflection, the darkness in her pupils seemed to expand outward. Startled, her pollution level surged by 10%. Could this so-called pollution level be referring to this? Yet, why did consuming the brown sauce and gazing upon the sea also elevate her pollution level? It seemed that the increase was not confined to a singular course. Daring not to look at her reflection any longer, she dragged her weary form back to her bed, forcing herself to close her eyes in a bid to regain her strength. However, as soon as she shut her eyes, the horrifying visage of her mirror image vividly surfaced in her mind. On just the first night, her pollution level had already reached 40%. What would the following days hold for her? Her legs began to itch, and she involuntarily reached down to scratch. Burdened with unknown fears and worries, Junan scarcely managed to drift into a restless slumber until dawn. Early the next morning, a gentle knock at the door roused her from her fitful sleep. Miss Ariel, are you awake? Princess Grace has asked me to inform you that today she and Prince Eric will be hosting a lively pre-wedding party upon the sea. You simply must attend. Junan opened her eyes, her severe lack of sleep rendering her mind sluggish. She rose and opened the door to let the maid inside. The maid, with great care, prepared the toiletries while speaking in an envious tone. I truly envy you for being able to attend the party. It must be quite the lively affair. Gazing into the mirror, Junan noted that her daytime appearance had returned to its former self, as if the previous night's horrors had merely been a dream. Day and night seemed to exist as two extremes. The daytime fairy tale world was splendid, while the nighttime realm was fraught with peril. She spat out the mouthwash, returned to her bedside, and began to write in her notebook. Why hold a party on the sea? Princess Grace and Prince Eric met by the seaside. They believe it to be a gift from the sea god. Moreover, our nation thrives by the sea and venerates the sea god. Hosting a pre-wedding party upon the water is a matter of great pride. Junan pondered for a moment before continuing to write. does the prince often sail out to sea? Of course, the prince is very fond of the ocean, the maid replied, her face alight with yearning. Who could resist the allure of the sea? Perhaps there would be clues aboard the ship that she sought. Junon smiled and nodded, signaling her readiness. She followed the maid downstairs to the dining hall, where Grace and Eric were having breakfast. Upon seeing her, Grace instantly sprang up to envelop her in a warm embrace. Sweetheart, I hope you had delightful dreams last night. Delightful dreams were far from her experience. Rather, she had been plagued by a succession of nightmares. Junon managed a sweet smile, discreetly glancing at Lily, who appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of distress. The breakfast spread still featured the rich, fragrant brown sauce from the previous night's dinner. With her pollution level precariously high, she was unwilling to take any further risks. Fortunately, there were plenty of other food options on the table. She casually grabbed a piece of white bread, tore off a chunk, and began to chew slowly. Ariel, you must be aware that today we will host a pre-wedding party on the sea, Grace exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. The party will last the entire night. You are bound to enjoy it. Junon paused mid-chew. The entire night. Would she have to spend tonight on the sea? She nodded, smiling to convey her anticipation. Her legs began to itch again, and she couldn't help but scratch her thigh, a fleeting thought crossing her mind, suddenly making her uneasy. Was the frequency of her leg itching unusually high? Under ordinary circumstances, she would not dwell on such trivialities, but in this world of strange tales, overlooking any detail could cost her dearly. When does skin begin to itch? Could it be a skin disease, dehydration? Could it be? She recalled the second rule, remember that you are a mermaid. Mermaids require timely hydration. Yet, from yesterday until now, she had diligently replenished her fluids, even soaking in water for an extended period last night. Yet, her legs continued to itch uncontrollably, indicating she had not adequately hydrated. This meant her current situation was exceedingly perilous. She was a mermaid. A mermaid. Junon paused. Could it be that hydration referred to? Following breakfast, they set off for the seaside, boarding a grand vessel. The ship was remarkably luxurious, boasting 3 levels. The lower deck housed bedrooms, the first floor contained the kitchen and storage rooms, and the second floor featured a spacious hall suitable for gatherings. On the deck, sailors bustled about, skillfully navigating the ship. This was Junon's first experience aboard such a vessel, yet she felt no inclination for amusement, having learned yesterday that her pollution level was linked to the ocean. Remaining here posed a constant risk of elevation. She needed to find a way to mitigate this pollution level urgently. Junon wandered around the ship, discovering that the lower deck was the storage area, with a large lock hanging from the entrance leading below. A cool breeze wafted through the crack of the door as she passed by. She paused, leaning closer to the entrance and cautiously pushing it open a fraction. Inside was cloaked in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Help! A vague feminine voice floated up from below. Suspicion coursed through her veins, and before she could react, a maid appeared from seemingly nowhere and called out to her. Miss Ariel, Princess Grace is looking for you. What are you doing here? Junon turned to face the maid, who inquired with curiosity. Complying, she followed the maid away. It was daytime, and everything appeared to flow like the undercurrents of water. Only when night fell into silence would the whirlpools reveal themselves. They arrived at the grand hall on the first floor, lavishly adorned and filled with sumptuous food and drink. People mingled and danced gracefully in the center. Upon seeing Junon, Grace beamed with excitement, eager to teach her how to dance. Junon politely declined her generous offer. Her feet were hardly capable of dancing. Grace, in high spirits, was not offended, releasing Junon's hand to dance with Eric instead. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on the prince and princess in the hall. Junon, disliking the raucous atmosphere, ascended to the deck for some fresh air. The sun shone brilliantly, casting sparkling reflections upon the sea, while the waves crashed against the ship's hull, creating countless tiny white froths. Furrowing her brow, Junon contemplated how to discreetly procure some seawater. After much deliberation, she surmised that the hydration referred to in the rules might indeed pertain to seawater. After all, she was a deep-sea fish. Deep-sea fish could not survive in freshwater. As Junon gazed out at the ocean, pondering her strategy, she suddenly heard a faint voice. Ariel. Junon frowned. The voice seemed to emanate from the sea. She focused her gaze on the water's surface and soon discerned something unusual. Amidst the rolling waves, several faces bobbed in and out of view. Were it not for her keen observation, a casual glance would have easily overlooked them. Her heart raced, and as she peered closer, the faces emerged from the water, excitedly waving at Tunin as they realized she had finally noticed them. Ariel, the young maidens before her were beautiful and lively, their long, thick hair concealed beneath the surface, resembling dark, blurred shadows, occasionally revealing glimpses of shimmering tails as they flitted above the water. They were mermaids, Ariel's sisters. Sisters, what brings you here? Tunin inscribed this question in her notebook, raising it for them to see. The leading mermaid's eyes glistened with tears, which transformed into shimmering pearls as they fell into the depths of the sea. Ariel, you foolish girl, to sacrifice your voice and become human for the sake of a man. The mermaid's voice was melodious and captivating. Do you truly believe that love can outweigh your long life and freedom? Chapter 8, Eric. Under the moonlight, though she could not compare, she had no choice. Before her, several mermaids gracefully navigated the waves, their golden tresses shimmering with a dazzling brilliance under the sun. In The Little Mermaid, Ariel once had a chance to survive. Her sisters struck a bargain with the witch, bringing her a dagger. If she killed the prince and smeared his blood upon her legs, she could transform back into a mermaid and return to the sea. She wondered if such a notion could hold true in this eerie tale as well. Tunin would not abandon any possibility. She lowered her head and swiftly inscribed in her notebook, "Apologies, dear sisters, I have acted with reckless abandon. I deeply regret my actions. Could you kindly inquire with the witch if there exists a method for me to revert to a mermaid?" The leading mermaid, upon deciphering her words, beamed with excitement. "Ariel, I am delighted to see that you are not beyond salvation. You ought to have realized that love is merely an ephemeral wisp of cloud on the horizon." Another mermaid chimed in, "We shall seek the witch to discover a way for you to return to being a mermaid. But, Ariel, how shall we convey our message to you?" With the daylight bustling with many eyes, Tunin feared being discovered, thus she wrote, "Tonight, at midnight, I shall await your arrival here." The mermaids bid her a reluctant farewell, their splendid tails flashing through the waves, soon vanishing from sight. "Ariel, what are you doing all alone on the deck?" Eric's voice rang from behind her. Tunin paused momentarily, tightening her grip on her notebook before turning around. During the day, Eric appeared dashing and cheerful. "The wind is strong here, take care not to catch a chill." His gaze swept behind her, where the mermaids had long since vanished, leaving only the rolling white waves. "Strange, I could have sworn I saw a fishtail just now." Eric turned back to Tunin. "Ariel, did you see anything remarkable?" Tunin shook her head and wrote, "I saw nothing but the waves." A knowing smile flickered across Eric's face. "Have you ever heard of mermaids?" Tunin's heart raced, though a mask of confusion settled upon her features. "They are the most wondrous creatures of the ocean. I believe no being can surpass their beauty." A fervent gleam shimmered in Eric's eyes, leaving Tunin increasingly alarmed. If in my lifetime I could possess a mermaid, Tunin's heart leaped. His voice abruptly ceased. Tunin wrote, "Mermaids are but creatures of legend." The fervor in Eric's eyes gradually faded. Upon reading her words, he shot her an indignant glance, his expression darkening for a fleeting moment before donning a flawless smile once more. "Of course, I was merely jesting." Yet Tunin remained unconvinced. Eric's demeanor betrayed his intense desire for the mythical beings. How could one with such a peculiar fascination resist the allure of these legendary creatures? "Very well, Ariel, the wind is fierce. Let us retreat to the cabin." Eric elegantly extended his hand toward her. Tunin lowered her gaze, offering a shy smile as she placed her hand within his palm. At the stroke of midnight. The festivities had continued throughout the day, only just dispersing. From daybreak to now, her pollution level had surged by 5%, though the increase was not rapid. A staggering 45% left Tunin in a state of frantic urgency. This was merely the second day. She needed to hasten her search for a means to reduce her pollution, lest she find herself incapable of awakening to the fifth day. The revelers aboard had partied tirelessly, and now, they were undoubtedly exhausted, deep in slumber. This was her opportunity to act. As Tunin stood to leave, an unbearable itch suddenly assaulted her legs, compelling her to scratch vigorously. As the itch subsided, she distinctly felt a warm liquid trickling down her legs. The white fabric of her skirt quickly became tainted with a mixture of yellow and red hues. Her skin resembled a sheet of paper thoroughly soaked, susceptible to tearing at the slightest touch. Yet the itch persisted, emanating from her very bones, urging her to claw at her skin for relief. She was likely in a state of severe dehydration. Throughout the day, Eric had remained by her side, leaving her no chance to evade his gaze and fetch seawater. Gritting her teeth, she endured the pain and stepped outside. This was her final chance. The friction between her legs and the skirt's lining exacerbated her wounds with each step, soon leaving her skirt clinging wetly to her legs. Fortunately, after days of navigating perilous terrain, Junan's tolerance for pain had become extraordinary. She gritted her teeth and exited the cabin. The resting quarters were on the second deck, and outside lay a long corridor flanked by candles for illumination. The hallway was deserted, enveloped in silence. By the time Junan descended to the deck, her body was drenched in cold sweat. The moon above shone brightly, illuminating every detail of the deck, allowing her to immediately sense something amiss. During the day, the deck had been immaculate, yet now, not far from her feet lay a fish, long deceased, its lifeless eyes staring blankly, its scales reflecting a cold silver in the moonlight. Positioned just before her was a massive wooden barrel that shielded her from view, with a lifebuoy and ropes hanging from the ship's wall. Junan took a cautious breath and peered out, her eyes widening at the scene before her. The charming Eric from earlier, she recognized him solely by their matching attire, had transformed entirely. Eric lay sprawled on the deck, breathing heavily, surrounded by heaps of dead fish. He buried his head amongst them, devouring them like a beast. The fish had long since begun to decay, their flesh taking on a texture akin to rubber. As Eric grasped at the fish, his hands sank into their bodies. He relentlessly stuffed his mouth with the dead fish, slimy blood trickling from the corners of his lips, remnants of glistening scales caught between his teeth. He emitted guttural sounds of gluttony, drool splattering onto the deck. The pungent stench of fish mingled with the briny sea breeze assaulted her senses. In an instant, Junan recalled the scent she had detected on Eric the previous night. She clamped her hand over her mouth and nose, nearly retching. She began to resent the moon for its blinding brightness, which illuminated every gruesome detail. With Eric present, how could she ever contact the mermaids? Junan hesitated a moment longer, yet Eric showed no signs of satiation, continuing to gorge himself. Anxiety gnawed at her insides. Her legs could not endure standing for long. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow and could not help but shift her weight. Clang. Who goes there? Chapter 9. The path of survival. Eric, buried amidst a pile of dead fish, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, so dark they were nearly devoid of whites, coldly fixated on her direction. Where did that empty wine bottle come from? Junan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She had been acutely aware of her surroundings moments ago and had not noticed that empty bottle. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. Mr. Crow's curse, how could she have forgotten that she was still afflicted by this wretched debuff? Clenching her teeth, Junan disregarded the fallen wine bottle, a strong intuition gnawing at her that being discovered by Eric in this state would bode ill for her. However, Eric was already on high alert, rising to his full height and advancing toward her with deliberate steps. "Who's there?" Eric called out once more. "Is it, Ariel?" His voice betrayed none of the panic one might expect from being spied upon. Instead, it exuded a calm akin to a cat stalking its prey, deliberately lowered yet unable to mask the malevolence bubbling beneath the surface. "Ariel, is that you?" His tone shifted to one of triumph. Though he had not seen Junan, he seemed unequivocally convinced that the voyeur was indeed her. Eric approached the corner where Junan was concealed with unsettling composure, as if he could already envision the terror-stricken girl trembling in his grasp. Although he could not indulge in his desires just yet, he knew that in a few days, he would be able to relish this delectable treat openly. Before that, he merely needed to confine her, allowing fear to permeate her being and produce the sweetest of fruits. A grin split Eric's face, remnants of fish flesh clinging to his teeth. "Sweetheart, is that you? Don't be afraid." Suddenly, a wine bottle was hurled with force, crashing against the ship's wall with a resounding bang. Eric paused, momentarily stunned by the shattered bottle, before his gaze fell upon the white hem of a dress peeking from the corner, his smile widening even further. The struggling prey, even in its resistance, appeared so endearingly helpless. He could no longer contain himself, hastening his steps toward her, yet when he finally beheld the scene, his smile froze. Where was she? The surroundings were vividly illuminated by the cold white moonlight, revealing a hook embedded in the ground, from which hung a tattered piece of white fabric, nothing more. How could there be no one? Eric cast a suspicious glance around, nostrils flaring as he sought the scent of the voyeur, yet, being aboard a ship, the sea breeze and the pervasive stench of fish had long since dispersed any lingering trace of the intruder. His attention was soon drawn to a massive wooden barrel, large enough to conceal a person. His smile returned. "Sweetheart, are you playing hide and seek with me?" Eric intentionally moved away to search elsewhere, letting his quarry believe she had narrowly escaped, only to plunge back into despair when hope had flickered. How delightful that would be. He strolled leisurely around the deck, eagerly returning to his original position. "Sweetheart, let me take a guess, you must be." His grin morphed into a grotesque snarl, too much excitement distorting his features. With a swift motion, Eric lifted the lid of the barrel. "You're here, aren't you?" His smile once again solidified into a mask of confusion. The barrel was utterly empty, there was no one within. How could this be? After 2 fruitless attempts, Eric's temper inevitably flared. "How could you not be here? Where are you? Where?" He began to scour the deck, yet Toonan seemed to have vanished into thin air. "Not here, nor here. Where could you possibly be?" Reluctantly, he circled the deck again and again, yet his efforts yielded nothing. "Consider yourself fortunate." Eric huffed in frustration, his dark eyes darting about before he broke into a grin once more. So what if she escaped? In a few days, she would still be his to command. Having satisfied his hunger for the night, Eric yawned, fatigue washing over him, and he departed. Meanwhile, Toonan, who had been poised behind the barrel yet had mysteriously vanished, now clutched a rope tightly, the tumultuous sea beneath her roaring as if attempting to engulf her. She had thrown the empty wine bottle not for any other reason but to divert Eric's attention. Just a few seconds would suffice for her to seize the moment when he was distracted, scale the ship's wall, and slide down the rope. It was perilous, but clearly, Eric in his current state was far more dangerous. The waves churned beneath her, splashing her lower half with icy water, while the wound on her leg, still fresh, braced for immense pain. However, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, the sea-water lapping against her felt strangely soothing and comforting. Gradually, the wound on her leg began to heal, and the incessant itch that had plagued her began to subside. If one were to draw a comparison, it was as if the parched and cracked earth had finally received a bountiful rain, rejuvenating the land and restoring its vitality. It appeared that this so-called rehydration indeed required seawater, just as she had surmised. Current pollution level 50. Accompanying this was a pollution warning point. 50 was already an alarmingly hazardous figure. Her legs had returned to their former state, and Eric should have departed by now. She tugged at the rope, preparing to climb back up when suddenly she heard someone calling her name. "Ariel." Toonan looked down to see Ariel's sisters floating on the surface of the sea, gazing up at her with concern. "Are you all right?" one of the mermaids inquired. Toonan nodded, unable to speak, her eyes silently questioning them about the day's events. "We found the sea witch and asked her if there was a way to transform you back into a mermaid." One mermaid swam closer, and only then did Toonan notice that their once luscious long hair was gone. Aside from their hair, their appearances remained unchanged from the day before. Toonan felt puzzled, yet she had no means to inquire further. "We exchanged our hair with her." The mermaid raised a dagger, which glimmered ominously in the moonlight. "With this dagger, slay the prince and smear his blood upon your legs, and they shall transform back into a tail, granting you a long life once more." Chapter 10. A nocturnal expedition to the storage room. A sharp dagger was cradled in a snow-white palm, its chilling gleam revealing its formidable edge. Toonan extended her hand to grasp the dagger, and at the very moment she tightened her grip, the voice of the system resonated in her mind. "Congratulations, player, you have acquired a key plot item. The magical dagger capable of slaying the prince. Note, this item is obtained from the dungeon The Little Mermaid and can only be utilized within this dungeon. It cannot be taken out. As the name suggests, this is indeed a dagger that can kill the prince. If you intend to use it for slicing apples, I can only caution you to be wary of injury." It appeared that this approach was indeed correct. "My dear sister, I trust you shall no longer be blinded by the folly of so-called love, and disappoint us once more," inquired one of the mermaids, her voice ethereal and melodious, with beautiful eyes fixed intently upon her. Toonan found herself speechless, merely shaking her head vigorously, her gaze resolute, surrounding her, several mermaids began to sing the mermaid song, their melodies filled with sorrow, as pearly tears cascaded from the corners of their eyes. According to legend, mermaids' tears transform into pearls, imbued with magical powers. Observing this fantastical scene, Tunan felt a stirring within her. She gripped the rope tightly and began to descend along the ship's wall, until her lower half was fully submerged in the water. The mermaid swam forward to embrace her, and seizing the opportunity, Tunan grasped the pearls formed from their tears, which still radiated a hint of warmth. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded once more. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Mermaid's Tears. Note, this item is acquired from the dungeon The Little Mermaid. The tears contain the mermaid's sincere emotions. Consuming them can reduce pollution levels and serve as beautiful adornments. Tunan paused momentarily, sensing that the small pearls in her hand felt almost feverish. It was no wonder that the mermaids' appearances remained unchanged in the night. Their tears evidently possessed the ability to mitigate pollution levels. One by one, the mermaids kissed her cheeks, bestowing their blessings upon her, wishing for her swift success in slaying the prince and returning to the embrace of the sea. Tunan tucked the pearls into her sleeve, grasped the rope, and climbed aboard the grand ship, leaping inside, her feet landing on the ground, causing her to wince in pain despite her typically impassive demeanor. The night sea appeared even more expansive, the dark waters churning before her, as the mermaids, reluctant to part, waved their farewells. She opened her palm, the pearls glistening under the moonlight, and swallowed one, instantly receiving a notification from the system indicating a decrease in pollution levels. Each pearl reduced pollution by 10 points, and once it reached 10%, no further changes would occur. She carefully stowed the remaining pearls away. The danger of pollution had, for the moment, been averted. It was time to investigate the storage room on the first deck. Tunan surmised that there would undoubtedly be clues she sought within. During the day, she had noted a massive lock on the door leading to the lower level, which still remained. Fortunately, she was well prepared. She placed the candle she had just retrieved from the wall on the ground, took out the pearl hairpin that Lily had given her, and deftly inserted its pointed end into the keyhole. To her astonishment, the lock yielded to her efforts. Having lost her parents at a young age, Tunan was raised by her grandparents in the countryside, where she had been a wild child, reveling in carefree escapades. Her skill in lockpicking was a pastime learned from a locksmith during her childhood, and she never anticipated it would prove useful here. Carefully, she removed the lock and set it gently aside, lifting the candle to illuminate the dark abyss below, releasing a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Standing at the threshold of the storage room, she could feel the chill seeping from within. With candle in hand, she cautiously descended the staircase. How cold it was, this was her immediate impression. The deeper she ventured, the more pronounced the cold became. After a moment, she finally felt solid ground beneath her feet. Raising her candle to illuminate the room, she was nearly rendered motionless by the sight before her. This was no mere storage room, it was a slaughterhouse. In the center stood a massive table, stained with blood, littered with unidentified chunks of flesh. The corners of the room were piled high with blocks of ice, exuding a frigid aura, and the floor was slick with a mixture of melted ice and blood, transforming into pools of filthy sludge. Dried meats of unknown origin hung from the walls, releasing an unsettling oily scent. The very thought that the food they had consumed today might have been derived from these remnants made Tunan's stomach churn. Fortunately, she had refrained from consuming any meat for safety's sake. Pinching her nose, she raised her candle and began to search the surroundings. As she passed a colossal stone tank, she suddenly heard a faint rustling at the entrance of the storage room. The sound was now at the door, there was no escaping now. Tunan's instincts reacted faster than her mind, and without hesitation, she extinguished her candle, lifted the tank's lid, and crawled inside, sealing it shut behind her. No sooner had she entered than regret washed over her. Crouching down, she distinctly felt something soft against her. In the darkness, she could see nothing, but her ears grew increasingly attuned. There was an exceedingly faint sound of breathing behind her. A cool breeze brushed past her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. As Tunan's hair stood on end, she turned her head rigidly, though she could see nothing. Yet she was acutely aware that there was another person within this tank. Words failed her, and the other remained silent as well, both enveloped in darkness, listening intently to the sounds emanating from outside. A rough voice broke the silence first. "Why is the lock open, Zach? Did you forget to secure the door? Rubbish, do you think I'm you? Retorted the man named Zack, spitting in disdain. It must have been those people who didn't pay attention while taking the goods. Just wait until tomorrow, I'll teach them a lesson. Enough, keep your voice down, don't wake anyone up. Another man grunted, there can be no mistakes before the wedding, hurry and move these goods inside. These are all top quality items personally selected by the prince for the wedding. What is there to fear? They're probably sleeping soundly right now. Though Zack spoke with bravado, he began to move as well. Tunan furrowed her brow, attentively listening to the voices outside while remaining cautious of the mysterious person beside her. Since she had entered the tank, the individual had not uttered a word or taken any action, their breathing barely perceptible, almost devoid of life. She could only observe the unfolding events. The two men outside had fallen silent, likely occupied with moving the goods. Tunan heard the sound of heavy objects being dragged across the ground. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside the tank, startling her. Instinctively, she held her breath, pressing her ear against the tank's wall, straining to catch the sounds outside. Chapter 11, A Moment of Terror. Do not fumble around, Zack hissed. Why is this person utterly silent? Could it be that they are dead? Another man expressed his suspicions. Weren't they making noise all day? Suddenly, clear footsteps resounded outside, halting before the stone vat. Tunan's heart raced, her grip tightening around the dagger in her hand. If the lid were to be lifted, she would be utterly exposed within the vat, and she must first seize the opportunity to eliminate one of them. You've gagged her and bound her hands and feet. How could she possibly struggle? Zack remarked impatiently, dawn is approaching, we must leave, hurry up. Tunan abruptly realized that their person they spoke of likely referred to the individual behind her. No wonder she had remained completely still and silent. It turned out her mouth was gagged and her limbs were bound, but why would they restrain someone in such a manner? All right, the man acquiesced, the cargo is ready, let us depart. The footsteps outside gradually receded. Before Tunan could exhale in relief, she suddenly understood that once the individuals outside departed, they would undoubtedly lock the exit, leaving her trapped here to perish. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Remain calm, she forced herself to compose her thoughts in the darkness, her mind racing as she assessed her predicament. Suddenly, she felt movement from the person behind her. Whether this individual was foe or friend remained uncertain, but Tunan had been attentive to their movements since her arrival. Her gaze hardened, and she pressed the dagger against the figure in the darkness. If they were wise, they would refrain from causing her trouble. The person behind her paused, emitting a low, muffled sound from their throat, as if attempting to speak. Tunan hesitated, unable to discern their intentions. If they had wished to betray her, they could have done so while the other two were present, yet they did not, instead waiting until they had departed to make a sound. Perhaps they had something to say. She reached out with her other hand, feeling around until she located the cloth that had been stuffed in her mouth and removed it. By the grace of Poseidon, the person inhaled deeply, their voice weak. Who are you? I thought you were also brought here against your will. Tunan sensed that this individual might unravel many of her uncertainties, yet she found herself unable to respond, bound by her own silence. The woman beside her, undeterred by her quietness, continued speaking. You have a dagger, quickly, help me cut the ropes binding my hands and feet. As Tunan hesitated, she suddenly heard a commotion from outside. I still feel uneasy. I'll go check on that woman in the vat. If she is dead, the prince will surely rage. Zack's impatience was palpable. Just go quickly and return, I will wait here. The woman beside Tunan tensed. It's over. If he sees you, he will certainly bind you as well. In such critical moments, one must not act rashly. Tunan gripped her dagger tightly, listening to the approaching heavy footsteps, and deftly felt for the ropes binding the woman beside her, swiftly severing them. What good does it do to free me now? The woman whispered in frustration. Soon we will be bound again. Cold sweat erupted from Tunan's palms, her chest heaving with fear. She wiped her sweaty hands and tightened her grip on the dagger. A faint light seeped through the lid's crevice, and the heavy footsteps halted outside the vat where they hid. Tunan held her breath, her grip on the dagger unyielding. She had but one chance. The woman beside her seemed to fathom her intent, curling up motionlessly, even stifling her breath. At last, the lid of the vat was pried open from the outside. Toonan squinted, finally discerning the identity of the intruder. He held a candle, the dim yellow light illuminating his face, which bore a scraggly beard and a scar across his right cheek, an unmistakable mark of a nefarious character. Like a serpent lurking in the shadows, Toonan made a swift decision. Before the man could react, she sprang up, brandishing the dagger and plunging it directly into his throat. To her astonishment, it was far easier than anticipated. The dagger sliced through as effortlessly as if cutting through tofu. Blood spurted from his throat, splattering Toonan's face and body. The man's eyes widened in shock, as if he wished to utter something, but only a gurgling sound escaped his throat, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He uttered no cry, and the candle he held clattered to the ground, its flame flickering yet remaining alight. His eyes, unblinking, fixated on her, and his towering form toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. For the first time, Toonan confronted such a scene. Her complexion drained of colour, her stomach churned violently, nearly overwhelming her with nausea, yet she quickly recalibrated her emotions. After all, this was not reality. The man before her was, in essence, merely a collection of data. This dagger proved more invaluable than she had imagined. Drawing several deep breaths, she shook her hands and turned to regard the woman who had remained with her since the beginning. With her long, brown curls, Toonan's eyes widened in astonishment. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily. "You truly killed him." The woman's face radiated relief, her lips trembling. "Does this mean I can escape?" What was that sound? Zach's voice suddenly echoed from nearby. "Jack, what in the world are you up to?" It seemed the ordeal was far from over. Toonan quickly regained her composure. The man's accomplices would soon descend, and upon discovering Jack's corpse, they would realize there were others present. She swiftly leaped from the vat, her gaze scanning the dim storage room for the optimal hiding spot. The woman in the vat appeared stunned, remaining frozen in place. In this life or death moment, Toonan had no time to spare on others. Urgency pulsed within her as she discerned the sound of heavy breathing approaching. Without hesitation, she concealed herself in a blind spot behind the staircase. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by Zach's booming voice. "If I discover you are toying with me, you know the consequence." At last, Zach descended the staircase. He appeared even larger than Jack, his broad shoulders resembling a wall. Standing beside him, Toonan would barely reach his chest. "Who is it? Who killed you?" Zach's gaze fell upon Jack's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a gaping wound in his throat gushing blood. The floor was awash with crimson. Enraged, Zach's eyes darted around the storage room in a frantic search for the assailant, but he found no one. He quickly pieced together the situation, spinning around only to be met by a glinting dagger. Toonan, dagger raised high, aimed to thrust it into Zach's body, but his reflexes were too swift. The blade merely grazed his hand as he seized her throat with one hand. Chapter 12, A Night of Turmoil. "Did you kill Jack?" Zach asked incredulously. "How did you get in here?" Toonan's face flushed crimson, and the dagger in her hand clattered to the ground, where it was disdainfully kicked away by Zach. The air in her chest grew increasingly sparse as she clutched Zach's hand tightly, attempting to pry it loose, but his grip was as unyielding as iron, and she found herself utterly unable to budge it. Her consciousness began to fade. Was she truly to perish here? Yet the rules clearly stated that before the arrival of the final day, the fairy tale world must remain enchanting. Wait. A flicker of clarity pierced through Toonan's muddled mind as she gazed into Zach's twisted, furious visage, and a question arose within her. Why had he not changed? Not just him. Jack, that woman moments ago, Ariel's sisters. Their appearances had remained unchanged throughout the night. She had initially believed that mermaids did not transform because their tears reduced the pollution level, but it seemed that was not the case. Not everyone was subject to this corruption. Were the rules merely confined to those who would transform at night? Toonan's eyes became bloodshot from asphyxiation, her face shrouded in a faint pallor of death. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Zach's grip suddenly loosened. She collapsed to the ground, disbelief widening her eyes, only to find his previously contorted expression frozen, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. That mountainous form before her gradually toppled, maintaining its expression even in death, utterly oblivious to the reason for his demise. Leaning against the wall, Toonan clutched her neck with one hand, wiping away the physiological tears from the corner of her eye. Through her blurred vision, she beheld the figure standing behind Zach after his fall. The mysterious woman, clutching the dagger that Zack had kicked away, gazed upon the scene in sheer terror. Blood droplets continued to trickle from the dagger, and as the woman blinked, she released the weapon and crouched down, cradling her head. "Oh, what have I done?" she trembled, repeatedly murmuring prayers, beseeching the sea god for forgiveness. With great effort, Tunan rose, leaning against the wall, and approached the woman. Squatting beside her, she picked up the dagger and gently patted the woman's shoulder. The woman shuddered violently, lifting her head to gaze at Tunan with bewilderment. Tunan, blooded but resolute, dipped her finger into the pooled blood on the ground and wrote on a relatively clean patch, "The sea god will forgive you. You merely killed a wicked man in self-defense." The woman's pale visage regained a hint of color as she read Tunan's words, and she spoke, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Tunan continued to write, sad smiley, "My name is Ariel. I am investigating the mystery of the missing castle maids." She confidently penned, "You are Emmer, correct?" Tears streamed down Emmer's face as she confirmed, "It is I." "What of the other maids?" Emma covered her face, sobbing, "They are all dead." Her body trembled with fear. The prince is a complete pervert. He actually killed them all. I witnessed him murder a maid who worked alongside me, and then," she doubled over, retching. As Emmer's words hung in the air, Tunan heard the system's voice resound. "In the castle, young and beautiful maids mysteriously vanish at intervals. Prince Eric claims their disappearances are due to angering the sea god, but is that truly the case? The surviving maid, Emmer, has finally unraveled the truth. The seemingly refined prince is, in fact, a blatant pervert, and those youthful maidens have fallen prey to his grasp. Congratulations, player, for uncovering the mystery of the missing maids. You have received a side quest reward. A magical seasoning. Description: this is a bottle of magical seasoning. Just a sprinkle in any dish will render it irresistible, though there may be a slight side effect of numbing the body." All had been illuminated. Why had the prince regarded her with such a gaze upon their first meeting, and why had he smiled with satisfaction upon learning she was a vegetarian? This so-called storeroom was his lair, a place where he indulged his twisted whims. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Beside her, Emmer was still heaving, her stomach empty and unable to expel anything. It took a while before she painfully straightened, her eyes bloodshot, as she looked at Tunan and asked, "I have never seen you in the castle. Are you a new maid?" Tunan shook her head. "To be precise, I am the prey he has chosen." Sympathy flickered across Emmer's face. Tunan had many questions at this moment, but it was evidently not a suitable place for conversation, so she swiftly wrote, "We should leave here quickly." Emmer, having been knocked unconscious and brought here, was unaware of her surroundings and could only follow Tunan. The storeroom had just received a shipment, and it was unlikely anyone would return soon. Tunan glanced around carelessly. There were heaps of dead fish, carelessly discarded in bags and piled in a corner. Together, the two women struggled to drag the two deceased bodies to a corner, covering them with whatever they could find. The dim light made it difficult to spot them unless one looked closely. Fortuitously, the storeroom was quite cold, making it unlikely for the bodies to decompose quickly, granting them some time. The pair ascended the stairs, reaching the entrance, where Tunan securely locked the door before bringing Emmer back to her room. "What do we do now?" Emmer asked nervously as soon as they entered the room. Tunan pointed to the bathroom, indicating she should wash up first. "And you?" Tunan managed a rare smile, albeit bitter. Both were covered in blood, having traversed from the basement to the second floor, leaving behind a trail of evidence. She needed to clean herself up thoroughly. Tunan changed into a fresh outfit and took a damp towel out with her. She meticulously wiped away the blood they had inadvertently left behind before dragging her weary body back to the bedroom. Outside, the first light of dawn filtered through the clouds, and she finally relaxed, only to realize her entire body ached excruciatingly, as if a massive truck had run over her repeatedly. She forced herself to clean off the blood that coated her body, utterly drained of energy, and collapsed onto the bed. Emmer had already fallen asleep by the time Tunan returned, and she could no longer hold on. Her eyes closed, and she succumbed to slumber, uncertain of how long she had slept. Tunan found her eyelids heavy and impossible to open, vaguely hearing someone calling her name. Miss Ariel, it is time to rise and have breakfast." The third day had begun. Chapter 13. The enraged Eric Junin struggled to open her eyes, finding that everything around her seemed to spin. Outside, the maid grew increasingly anxious at her lack of response, knocking louder on the door. "Miss Ariel, can you hear me?" Taking a deep breath, Junin realized that if she continued like this, she would succumb to sleep deprivation before the copy could claim her life. She propped herself up on the bed and glanced at Emma, who was already awake, her face a mask of terror. Junin gestured towards the washroom, indicating that she should hide. Seizing the opportunity while Emma concealed herself, Junin rose to open the door. "Miss Ariel, you have finally opened the door," the maid smiled. "The prince and princess are waiting for you." Junin forced a shy smile and wrote in her notebook. "I apologize for oversleeping. Please inform the prince and princess that I shall join them after I freshen up." The maid departed, closing the door behind her. Junin returned to the room, where Emma emerged from the washroom, worry etched across her face. "What shall we do now? They will eventually discover the truth, and we won't survive that." They were to disembark today, and since the storeroom's contents were prepared for the wedding, the discovery of the two corpses would likely happen sooner than she anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, Junin decided it might be time to inform Lily that she had found Emma. Perhaps she could offer assistance. She retrieved the hairpin Lily had given her, holding it tightly in her palm. At breakfast, Grace informed Junin that they were to disembark that evening to prepare for their return to the palace. With the wedding approaching, everything needed to be meticulously organized. Eric elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth, casting a cryptic glance at Junin. "The wedding is fast approaching. I am sure Ariel is eagerly anticipating it." Junin felt a profound disgust for this perverse individual but was compelled to force a smile and nod in agreement. Eric's smile deepened, and in a good-humored tone, he remarked, "Lily's culinary skills remain exceptional. I cannot bear to be apart from her for even a day." Grace, standing nearby, covered her mouth in laughter. "You say that so often, it makes me quite upset." "My apologies, darling. You know my heart belongs solely to you," Eric replied, pulling Grace's hand to kiss it. "You too appreciate Lily's talents, do you not?" "Indeed," Grace said, turning to Junin with genuine regret. "Ariel, it is truly a pity you cannot partake." Junin sipped her red tea, offering a non-committal smile. After breakfast, she made her way to the kitchen to find Lily. "I have found your sister." She pulled Lily into a secluded corner and wrote directly to the point. Lily's expression momentarily blanked, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at the words in Junin's notebook. "You found her?" Junin nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Lily's face broke into an excited smile, revealing a row of perfect teeth. "Where did you find her? Where is she now? Tell me quickly, I wish to see her at once." Junin's expression turned sorrowful, her brow furrowing in distress. "What is it?" Lily asked anxiously. "What has happened? You must help us." At dinner, Junin's bowl contained only potatoes and vegetables, and she was intently focused on slicing the potatoes when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. A group of people was bustling about, seemingly searching for something. "What is happening?" Grace inquired, somewhat bewildered. "It's nothing, I simply misplaced an item, and they are assisting me in locating it." The prince gracefully conveyed a piece of fish from his fork to his mouth, brown juices staining the corner of his lips, which he licked away with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing in pleasure. "Lily, your skills are improving remarkably." Standing nearby, Lily wore a look of astonished delight, bowing her head respectfully. "It is my honor to serve the prince." "What have you lost? Is it something valuable?" Grace asked, her brow furrowing. "Not particularly valuable," Eric replied, casting a subtle glance at Junin. "It seems a little mouse has somehow found its way onto the ship, gnawing through the storeroom supplies and liberating my meticulously selected food, which is quite bothersome." "A mouse?" Grace grimaced in distaste. "I loathe mice." Junin paused in her slicing, realizing that Eric had likely already discovered the two corpses in the storeroom. Faster than she had anticipated, she feigned calmness and took a bite of potato. Suddenly, a man burst in, jogging over to whisper something in Eric's ear. Eric listened impassively, then waved the man away. A relaxed smile emerged on his lips as he leaned down to place a kiss on Grace's cheek. "My dear, I have found the delicacies I prepared for the wedding." He turned to Tunan, speaking slowly. "Ariel, do be mindful. We shall be disembarking shortly. It would be unfortunate to overlook something." Tunan's face paled. Eric's smile widened, and he lifted a cup of red tea to his lips. However, his expression abruptly shifted, turning icy and furious. He hurled the cup against the wall with force, shattering it into pieces, the scalding tea splattering across the floor. Tunan gasped. It was the first time she had witnessed Eric in such a rage. By day, he always maintained the demeanor of a prince, exuding grace. "Who brewed this tea?" Eric fumed. "Was it intended to scald me?" Grace, unperturbed, offered Tunan an apologetic smile, gently patting Eric's back in a soothing manner. "Eric, there is no need to be so angry." Lily, standing nearby, appeared frightened, hardly daring to breathe. The dining hall fell into a deathly silence. After a while, Eric's heaving chest gradually calmed, but his anger still simmered as he stood to leave the dining room. "I apologize, he is not usually like this," Grace sighed, looking at Tunan with resignation. Tunan watched Eric's retreating figure, deep in thought. It was just a cup of tea. Why is the prince so enraged? She could not help but write down her question. Eric usually has a good temper, but when it comes to matters concerning food, he loses control, Grace explained. He has exceptionally high standards for what he consumes. If he finds something unsatisfactory, he becomes furious. This is also why he holds such admiration for Lily, as her dishes suit his palate perfectly. So that was it. Tunan smiled faintly, rising to assist Lily in cleaning up the shattered teacup. Lily looked up and offered her a grateful smile. Chapter 14, Kill the Prince. When Tunan returned to her room after dinner, Emma had long since departed. Scattered across the floor were disordered footprints, and the door bore evidence of having been forcefully opened. Lily followed closely behind her, entering the room and observing the chaos within, unable to suppress her frown as she anxiously inquired, "What shall we do now?" Tunan's expression remained composed. "The wedding is the day after tomorrow. You will undoubtedly be quite occupied these next 2 days. Do not let them perceive any suspicion." Lily nodded in agreement. Of course. By the time they returned to the castle, evening had descended. Tunan, utterly fatigued, yearned for a restful night, for this would likely be her final opportunity to find solace within the confines of this narrative. On the morning of the 4th day, adhering to her customary routine, Tunan proceeded to the dining hall after completing her morning ablutions. Grace appeared to be in high spirits, her voice barely containing her excitement. Tomorrow marks their wedding. It will surely be a lively affair. From their interactions over the past few days, Grace seemed to be a mere ordinary individual within this story. Eric, too, appeared exhilarated, his gaze upon Tunan brimming with unmasked desire. As he deftly sliced his food with knife and fork, he fixated on her intently. Tunan appeared oblivious to his gaze, focusing intently on her meal. She had resolved that she would take the prince's life with that very dagger tonight. "Ariel, would you do me the honor of being my bridesmaid?" Grace suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Tunan momentarily faltered, offering an embarrassed smile as she wrote, "That may not be appropriate. I am but an orphan." "There is nothing inappropriate about it. With me by your side, no one would dare to utter a word," Grace insisted, leaving no room for refusal. "I have countless beautiful bridesmaid dresses. After breakfast, you must try one on. They are crafted by the finest tailors, and I am certain you will adore them." Having concluded her monologue, she turned to Eric. "What do you think, Eric?" Eric set down his cutlery, wiping his mouth with a smile. "If it pleases you, then let it be so." They offered Tunan no opportunity to decline, and she found herself unable to refuse. Consequently, after breakfast, Tunan was led by Grace to the fitting room to try on the bridesmaid gown. As Grace had promised, each of these dresses was exquisitely made, crafted by the most skilled artisans. Grace presented her with a white lace gown, eagerly urging her to try it on. With no choice but to acquiesce, Tunan donned the dress. To her surprise, it fit her form perfectly, accentuating her graceful silhouette. The gown's train, possibly by design, featured a mermaid cut, swaying elegantly with each step. Aside from its slight hindrance to mobility, it possessed nearly no flaws. Upon exiting the fitting room, Grace gasped in delight. rushing forward to embrace her. "Oh my, Ariel, this dress seems tailor-made for you. Promise me you will wear it as my bridesmaid, will you?" However, Tunan felt uneasy as she tugged at the hem of the gown. It was far too restrictive for her liking. "What is it? Do you not fancy the dress?" Grace released her, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She intended to eliminate Eric that very night. Without the groom, the wedding could not possibly proceed. Tunan smiled and shook her head, deciding against wasting time on trivial matters. "I adore it," she wrote. "I shall wear it as your bridesmaid, witnessing your most beautiful moment." "That is splendid." Grace embraced her once more, her tone filled with anticipation. "This will undoubtedly be the most unforgettable day of my life." At the stroke of midnight, Tunan pushed open the door to her room. She had meticulously prepared for the events of the day. In the afternoon, she had visited the seaside, immersing herself in the ocean's embrace. While the pollution levels had risen slightly, she was fortunate to possess a few remaining pearls. Having consumed them all, her current pollution level rested at 20%, a relatively safe figure. Eric's nighttime prowess would increase significantly, so to ensure her ability to slay him herself, she had instructed Lily to add a sleeping potion to the prince's dinner. At this very moment, Eric should be deep in slumber. According to the rules, Eric was forbidden from harming her until the wedding commenced. This was her prime opportunity, one she could not afford to squander. Tunan approached the threshold of Eric's chamber, inserting her dagger into the crevice of the door and effortlessly pushing it open. The wooden door emitted a faint creak, its sound amplified in the tranquil night. Tunan paused, confirming the stillness within the room before softly stepping inside. Eric's quarters were significantly more spacious than her own, and the moonlight shone brightly this night, illuminating the room with its cool silver glow. Eric had failed to close the window properly, allowing the chill breeze to billow the sheer curtains, casting fleeting shadows upon the floor. Tunan held her breath, cautiously advancing to the edge of the grand bed, utilizing the moonlight to assess the figure resting there. Perhaps describing him as a monster would be more fitting. Eric appeared utterly tainted, his skin taking on an eerie pallor beneath the moon's glow, his face marred by numerous festering sores, some even housing writhing maggots. Tunan's stomach churned. Despite her mental preparation, the sight was enough to unsettle her profoundly. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her dagger, its blade glinting in the moonlight, catching the edge of Eric's eye as he lay in slumber. The prince's eyelids fluttered, signaling the onset of awakening. Countless novels and television dramas had taught Tunan that hesitation at such a moment would spell her demise. With a steely gaze, she pulled back the covers and, without a moment's pause, plunged the sharp blade toward Eric's heart. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, it was suddenly grasped by a hand. Tunan's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the awakened Eric, his horrifying visage twisted into a grotesque smile, one hand gripping the dagger tightly, the point of contact emitting a hissing sound akin to sizzling. The dagger, indeed, posed a deadly threat to him. With no time to be astonished, Tunan pressed down forcefully on the hilt. Eric's expression of amusement began to falter, replaced by anguished howls. Smoke erupted from his palm as he could no longer maintain his grip, and he began to scream, cradling his injured hand. The dagger, now unimpeded, drove itself into his chest due to inertia. "You dare?" Eric's eyes widened, his gaze infested with squirming maggots. Fearing he might survive, Tunan twisted the dagger within his chest. A grating sound echoed as Eric, akin to a deflated balloon, emitted a hoarse, vengeful roar that reverberated like a curse in her ears. "Do you think this will kill me?" His eyes widened, and he even managed a laugh. "You will never leave this place alive." Chapter 15, Wedding Day. Eric's breath weakened gradually. Tunan drew forth the dagger, and a torrent of blood gushed from the gaping wound in the prince's chest. The mermaid stated that she needed to smear the prince's blood upon her legs in order to transform back into her mermaid form. With a stern countenance, Tunan brought forth the glass vial she had prepared earlier and pressed it against Eric's chest wound. Collecting half a vial of his blood, she secured the gathered blood, unable to resist casting one last glance at Eric, who lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, black pupils filling his eye sockets, and suppressing her discomfort, she pulled the nearby blanket over his head, shrouding that eerie visage, before hastily exiting Eric's chamber and returning to her own quarters. Tunan washed her face, cleansing the traces of blood from her skin. Her hands braced against the washstand as doubts began to swirl within her mind. Was Eric truly dead? Was everything unfolding too easily? Although it all aligned with her plan, she could not quell her anxiety, as the prince's final words echoed incessantly in her thoughts. Having dispatched the prince with her own hand, she merely had to await the dawn. Without a groom, the wedding could not proceed. Everything would unfold as she envisioned. Tunin took a deep breath and retrieved the blood she had collected, intending to scrutinize it further. The moment she beheld the contents of the vial, her pupils dilated in shock, and the vial slipped from her grasp, shattering against the wall. With a resounding crack of glass, the contents scattered across the floor. What she had thought to be blood was, in fact, a writhing mass of maggots. Freed from their glass prison, the maggots began to spread across the floor and walls. As Tunin gazed at the squirming creatures, her unease intensified. Clutching the dagger, she returned to Eric's chamber. The room remained unchanged since her departure, devoid of any sign of disturbance. As Eric's lifeless body lay upon the bed, Tunin lifted the blanket once more and was confronted with that grotesque face. Was it her imagination, or did Eric's smile appear to have widened? Yet the prince was undeniably, irrefutably dead. No breath, no heartbeat. She covered his face again, retreated to her room, and lay down on her bed, closing her eyes. She needed to remain calm. By morning, all would be revealed. Tunin had anticipated a sleepless night, yet surprisingly, she fell into slumber, even dreaming. In her dream, she departed the narrative, returning to reality, finally able to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Nan, wake up. Grandmother, let me sleep a little longer, Tunin mumbled, utterly fatigued. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through her. Her grandmother had long since passed away. She was dreaming. Tunin opened her eyes. Miss Ariel, you are awake. A sweet voice chimed in her ear, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. A maid stood beside her, cradling a white lace gown, her face adorned with an exaggerated smile that revealed a set of neat teeth. Today is the wedding day. The ceremony is to be held by the sea, and the prince and princess are awaiting you. The maid presented her with the bridesmaid's dress. Please change and accompany me downstairs. Tunin paused, lifting her gaze to the maid. The maid's smile appeared somewhat strained. Eric was still alive. She felt no surprise. It would indeed be strange if the prince had perished so easily. Yet, despite having pierced his heart with that dagger, why did he continue to live? Tunin donned the gown and followed the maid to the seaside venue, which had been adorned for the occasion, overflowing with white flowers. Ariel, I am so delighted to see you. Grace exclaimed, rushing over to grasp her hand. That dress looks stunning on you. Tunin looked at Grace, who wore an elaborate blue wedding gown adorned with a crown studded with jewels, dazzling in its brilliance. However, an odd feeling welled within her. Why was Grace's wedding dress blue? As if sensing her confusion, Grace smiled and explained, Eric's kingdom is coastal and venerates the sea god, with blue as its all weddings here feature blue attire for both bride and groom. Before she could ponder further, the musicians began to play, and a basket filled with petals was thrust into her hands, propelling her to follow Grace. The guests on either side wore smiles, chanting words of blessing. At the end of the aisle stood Eric, who had died at her hands the night before, wearing a strange smile as he fixed his unblinking gaze upon her. No, she abruptly halted. What is it, Ariel? Grace queried, glancing back at her with a look of concern. The guests turned in unison to regard her. Tunin observed Grace's seemingly innocent expression and surveyed the surrounding guests, finally grasping the truth. The rules dictated that a princess, beautiful and kind, donned in white, was perceived by all as a delectable delicacy. When she had first encountered Grace, she had been clad in white, leading her to assume that the princess referred to in the rules was Grace herself. However, now it was she who wore the white gown, and Ariel was the mermaid princess. Thus, the princess mentioned in the rules was, in fact, herself. In this wedding, all eyes were fixated upon her, gluttonous and covetous. In their eyes, she was indeed a delectable morsel. Ariel, what is wrong? Grace continued to smile, though her expression now bore an unsettling quality. The guests had risen at some point, all turning toward her in unison, exclaiming, the wedding has begun. The ceremony commenced, and they intended to celebrate this union in their own fashion. A crucial aspect of any wedding was the ceremonial cutting of the meticulously crafted cake to share among all. Ariel, I told you. Eric approached, his handsome visage gradually contorting. You cannot escape. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt a sense of familiarity. His face twisted into a maniacal grin. It wasn't until that day on the ship that I finally recalled. On the day of my shipwreck, you were the one who saved me. He threw back his head and laughed, appearing utterly deranged. There truly exists a mermaid in this world. The sea god has gifted me a mermaid. You shall be my most exquisite prey. The surrounding guests advanced toward her like programmed automatons, drawn closer by Eric's words. Eric savored the sight of the young woman's complexion paling, his delight growing. What does knowing my secret change? You cannot save anyone, nor alter the outcome. He expected her to be aghast, to weep in despair, yet the woman before him did not react as he had anticipated. Instead, she smiled in a manner that was utterly unlike her usual self. Chapter 16, The Chaotic Wedding. What are you laughing at? Eric couldn't help but inquire. She laughed at Eric, truly perceiving her as a naive and delicate girl. Could it be that Tunin was utterly oblivious to all of this? Time rewinds to the third day. On the morning of the third day, Tunin retrieved the hairpin that Lily had given her, intending to present it to Emma, but paused at the moment of extending the pin. In that fleeting instant, perhaps her intuition saved her. She involuntarily recalled the first night she met Lily, the words Lily had spoken through her tears. Everything felt amiss. The sister had vanished, yet the prince dismissively claimed it was due to her angering the sea god. Any rational individual would have harbored grievances towards the prince, yet Lily's words were laced with evident infatuation for him. Was this the reaction one would expect from a sister whose sibling had gone missing? Tunin tightened her grip on the hairpin, the dull pain only sharpening her thoughts. She withdrew the hairpin and took up paper and pen, inscribing a question she had long overlooked. Emma, could you tell me how you were captured by the prince? Emma, upon discerning her query, froze momentarily, deep-seated resentment flickering in her eyes, her expression nearly contorted. This is all thanks to my dear sister. Lily, she ground out, each word punctuated with barely contained fury. Tunin hesitated, sketching a question mark. Thus, Emma began to recount a tale that starkly contrasted with her own understanding. She had entered the castle alongside Lily. Initially, Lily had no fondness for cooking, while it was Emma's passion. However, everything shifted after Lily laid eyes on the prince. She claimed he was the most handsome and graceful man she had ever seen, and upon learning of his penchant for gourmet food, Lily implored Emma to teach her culinary skills. In a fortuitous turn, she finally captured the prince's favor. The prince had no other hobbies, his heart solely captivated by exquisite cuisine, and so he treated Lily with considerable indulgence, even remarking more than once that life would be utterly dull without her. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was acutely aware. Lily began to fear that one day the prince would taste Emma's cooking and realize that her skills were not unparalleled. Her apprehension grew, and Emma, cherishing her sister, vowed not to prepare any more dishes for the prince. Yet, one person's greed is never satiated. Despite being twins, the individuals who understood and loved each other most in the world, Lily chose the prince over Emma. She thought, if her sister did not exist, she would no longer have to fear. The prince would remain forever enamored with the dishes she created. Thus, Lily struck her sister into unconsciousness, fully aware of the prince's peculiar preferences, willingly crafting delicacies for him, even offering up her own sister. Emma's voice quivered with rage as she recounted this, nearly grinding her molars to dust. I want her to realize how foolish her choice was, she spat venomously. From the look on her face, Tunin understood that if she were to produce that hairpin, Emma would undoubtedly begin to doubt her connection with Lily, losing her trust and withholding further revelations. Consequently, she would lose an invaluable ally and gain a hidden adversary. This was Lily's scheme. With the princess's exalted status and the prince's protection, even if Lily harbored jealousy, she could not harm the princess directly. Thus, she turned her sights on Tunin, the girl who had suddenly appeared beside the prince. Why should she, upon her arrival, be treated with such intimacy by him? Lily's tears that night were perhaps merely a tactic to ensnare her, enticing her to willingly step into the trap she had meticulously laid. The trap had been set from the very beginning. Tunin pondered briefly before writing. Sad smiley. I have a plan that can extricate you from danger and allow you to exact revenge. What is it? Emma's eye sparkled with interest. You are twins. I shall lure her here, and you can take the opportunity to strike her unconscious and swap garments. From that moment forth, you will be Lily, while she will be the missing Emma. Emma stared blankly at Tunin. Just as Tunin thought she still held some semblance of sisterly affection, Emma suddenly smiled, her eyes devoid of warmth, her voice as frigid as ice. Let us proceed with this plan. They will soon discover my absence, we must act swiftly. Thus, following breakfast, Tunin sought out Lily, deceiving her into believing she had located Emma, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. This way, Lily would not suspect whether Tunin had uncovered the truth. To verify whether her sister had indeed escaped, Lily followed Tunin back to the room, the wooden door slammed shut behind them, a dull thud resonating within, followed by the sound of something heavy collapsing. Moments later, the door swung open from within, revealing Emma, or rather, Lily, who adjusted her dishevelled hair and smiled at Tunin, saying, I shall prepare lunch now. Tunin slightly tilted her head, glancing at the state of the room. Emma lay on the floor, her lips stained with a startling crimson. My poor sister, their methods are truly cruel. They have even severed her tongue, Lily remarked, concealing a blooded cloth bag behind her. I must prepare a dish for the prince, I hope he will enjoy this dessert. Meanwhile, the prince remained under the illusion that Tunin produced her paper and pen, scribbling sad smiley, Your Highness, have you not detected a particularly enticing aroma? What was the point of futile struggles at this juncture? Eric intended to mock her, yet his nostrils suddenly flared uncontrollably as an intoxicating scent wafted toward him, eliciting a rapid secretion of saliva. What is that smell? He couldn't help but inquire, closing his eyes to inhale deeply, utterly entranced. Eric was an unabashed foodie, this was beyond dispute. Lily approached, pushing a large pot of meat stew, exchanging a knowing glance with Tunin, both sharing a conspiratorial smile. That magical seasoning had finally found its purpose. Every guest at the wedding drooled uncontrollably, rushing to the pot, heedless of the scalding stew, hands clasped, eagerly ladling the contents into their mouths. Eric displayed a moment's hesitation, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the savoury broth, joining the fray. Their true natures were laid bare at that moment, the swollen bodies tore through their elegant garb, blood and pus splattering everywhere, the noxious stench mingling with the rich aroma of the stew, prompting Tunin to feel utterly nauseated. The pot of stew quickly neared its end, revealing the grotesque figures within, who began to claw and bite at one another, vying for a share of the remaining broth. Among them, Eric was the most ferocious. He effortlessly ripped apart a creature that dared to obstruct his path, its remains cascading into the pot, while the others wisely retreated, licking the residual meat essence from their palms. Eric leaned over the pot, blowing on the scalding stew before slurping it down, a mixture of satisfaction and pain etched across his face. Tunin furrowed her brow slightly. Chapter 17, The Illustrated Fairy Tales. The true power of the magical spice reveals itself. Those who have tasted the broth find themselves paralyzed, unable to move. As the broth in the pot dwindles, Eric's belly swells, and he collapses, rendered immobile upon the ground. A fleeting look of panic crosses his face, only to vanish without a trace. His expression swiftly transforms back to one of arrogant triumph. I do not know how you accomplished this, but once the effects wear off, you will still meet your demise. Tunin shook his head and approached Eric, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. Would it not be simpler to eliminate you before that? The prince paused, as if amused, and burst into laughter. Eliminate me? Have you not already tried? Eric's eyes brimmed with unwarranted confidence. You cannot kill me, even if you were to dismember me into countless pieces, I would still resurrect. As long as I live, the wedding Emma stepped forward, wielding her cooking knife, and began to strike Eric repeatedly, yet, no matter how many blows she dealt or how deep the wounds were, they healed almost instantaneously. He closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the spectacle, merely waiting for the paralysis to subside. Tunin drew forth a dagger and suddenly chuckled softly. When the mermaid had bestowed this dagger upon her, she had merely instructed her to slay the prince and apply his blood to her legs, thereby allowing her to transform back into a mermaid and escape this wedding, finding refuge in the sea. The system's description of the dagger confirmed it could indeed kill the prince, yet, why did he not perish when she plunged the dagger into his heart? Only one explanation came to mind: his heart was not the critical point of vulnerability. Where, then, lay his true weakness? Tunin crouched, gripping the dagger, and with her free hand, she seized Eric's chin. The previously self-assured Eric, now wide-eyed in sudden panic, exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" It is well known that the prince is a connoisseur, possessing an unwavering obsession for exquisite cuisine. What, then, is paramount for a gourmet? Undoubtedly, it is his tongue. By day, the prince exudes charm, yet he erupts in fury when a servant presents him with a scalding cup of tea. Junon found this perplexing. Such a minor incident should not provoke such ire. Grace explained that he harbored exceedingly high standards for what he consumed, indeed, but the crux of the matter was that the scalding tea would burn his tongue, inflicting him with pain. To validate her hypothesis, Junon had Emma prepare a pot of boiling broth. As the monsters flocked to the pot's edge, none paid heed to the searing temperature. While the scorching broth might be unbearable for an ordinary person, it posed no threat to the supernatural beings. Only Eric, he surprisingly restrained his instincts, attempting to cool the broth, though his efforts bore little fruit, the heat still causing him distress. It was his tongue that constituted his fatal flaw. Junon, always one for bold hypotheses and careful verification, recognized it was time to substantiate her theory. She pried open Eric's mouth, and under his terrified gaze, she lifted the dagger and, without hesitation, struck down. Eric emitted a scream of excruciating agony. Covering his mouth, he found himself rendered mute, unable to articulate, only able to emit mournful cries from his throat. The effects of the magical spice finally waned, and the other immobilized monsters, freed from Eric's oppression, approached her with malevolent intent, their faces contorted in rage. They reached out, each intent on tearing her apart. As they drew near, the system began to blare warnings. Current pollution level, 29. 36. 48. Warning, warning, pollution levels are rising rapidly. Junon stifled her nausea and smeared the blood that flowed from him onto her legs. Current pollution level. 55. Warning, should pollution exceed 60, you will descend into madness. Her legs grew hot, the flesh beneath her skin seeming to writhe as if it were under some sinister control, yearning to draw closer. The sea was nearby, and before her legs fully converged, Junon gritted her teeth, enduring immense pain, and sprinted toward the ocean. Once she leapt into the sea, these monsters would. 59. With a resounding splash, Junon dove into the water just as the monsters were about to pounce upon her. Her once slender legs felt remarkably light and liberated in the ocean. She lifted them slightly, revealing a magnificent fishtail that stirred a wave, its golden fins shimmering in the sunlight. On the shore, the monsters, having lost their target, turned their attention to the writhing prince, surrounding him in a frenzied swarm. Congratulations, player, on completing the task and surviving the wedding. Exiting the instance. Exit successful. After a dizzying whirl, Junon found herself back in the dimensional space she had initially entered. You actually returned alive. Mr. Crow glared at her with evident displeasure, his beady eyes rolling about. What a pity. Junon forced a smile, all thanks to your assistance. Mr. Crow raised his head and huffed, since you have returned alive, I shall overlook your rudeness. Do not forget the importance of etiquette when you encounter me again. Is it not the custom of your Hoer people? The heart of the killing crow stirred restlessly. May I inquire, Mr. Crow, if I might claim my reward? Junon continued her facade of cheerfulness. Players who successfully navigate the beginner's instance have the opportunity to draw a talent skill, the potency of which is intrinsically linked to their success in subsequent challenges. Mr. Crow conjured a huge spinning wheel. Junon felt a rare spark of anticipation. Should she draw a powerful offensive skill, it would greatly enhance her chances of survival in future instances. She placed a hand on the wheel and forcefully swiped downward, setting it into a rapid spin, her gaze fixated as the pointer gradually approached a segment. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Illustrated Fairy Tales bound item, the most detestable, strike-through, beloved illustrated fairy tale, grandly presented. As a universally adored illustrated fairy tale, it possesses a fondness for gossip and a shamelessly delightful demeanor. The illustrated fairy tale craves the personal belongings of fairy tale characters and will regurgitate skill cards relevant to the player's desires. There exists a chance to produce useless cards. Note, the illustrated fairy tale requires time to digest consumed items. It cannot swallow again until digestion is complete. A thick tome materialized from thin air, landing in Tunan's embrace. She had yet to recover from the absurdity of the item's description when the illustrated fairy tales began to writhe in her arms. I am hungry, it exclaimed, flipping open its pages, revealing a gaping maw adorned with sharp teeth, saliva dripping onto her chest and emanating a foul stench. Chapter 18, The Gaming Communication Forum, It is hungry. Mr. Crow chuckled with malicious intent, a friendly reminder to the players, if you fail to feed it in time, it might just devour its master. Mr. Crow let out a raucous laugh that abruptly ceased when he beheld Tunan extracting an object from her possession. Will this suffice? Tunan tossed their prince's tongue into the gaping, foul maw of their fairy tale compendium. Why on earth did you bring someone else's tongue with you? Mr. Crow's bulging green eyes widened in disbelief. Upon reflection, it did seem rather perverse. Tunan felt a twinge of concern. Their fairy tale compendium had a penchant for consuming the personal belongings of fairy tale characters, and that tongue, could it be deep? It turned out that their fairy tale compendium relished the offering, smacking its lips and savoring the taste, its putrid saliva flying about, culminating in a contented belch. A series of gut-wrenching retching sounds ensued as their fairy tale compendium opened its mouth wide and expelled a skill card onto the ground. Yes, it regurgitated a skill card, accompanied by a viscous, odorous slime. Tunan fell silent. Mr. Crow flapped his wings mid-air, cackling derisively. Stinky thing, stinky thing. Their fairy tale compendium, having just expelled its contents, floated in mid-air, opened its wide mouth, and bit down on Mr. Crow's wing. Filthy creature, get away. Mr. Crow shrieked in a high-pitched wail, flapping his wings in a frenzy, yet he was no match for their fairy tale compendium, which had bitten off half of his wing's feathers, leaving it stark and bare, yet somehow still managing to hover in the air. 2 black feathers wobbled and fell, landing precisely atop the mess their fairy tale compendium had just expelled, but that was not the end. Their fairy tale compendium humanely spat out the remaining feathers from its mouth with a pronounced puh, displaying a thoroughly disdainful demeanor. Witnessing the spectacle, Tunan thought, it seemed she had suddenly developed a fondness for this book. She crouched down, pinching the skill card that lay amidst the saliva with the tips of her fingers. Food connoisseur's tongue. As a connoisseur, the prince possesses a tongue capable of discerning culinary delights. Using this skill card grants the ability to appreciate fine cuisine. Note, one-time use item. Once more, Tunan fell silent, compelled to retract her previous thoughts. She could scarcely conceive of a more trivial skill. What use was the ability to appreciate fine cuisine? Having satisfied its hunger, their fairy tale compendium closed its mouth and the pages, drifting into a deep slumber. With a sense of resignation, Tunan cradled it in her arms. Mr. Crow, furious, was beside himself. He had always cherished his glossy, black feathers, yet now half of his wing had been forcibly plucked. How could he endure such humiliation? Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. The next game time is in 7 days, he declared darkly. I wish you an early demise in your next game. Thank you, Tunan nodded, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Your well-wishing is bound to be in vain. With a heavy huff, Mr. Crow flapped away, vanishing from her sight. In the next moment, the surroundings began to warp, prompting Tunan to instinctively close her eyes. After a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, she felt the warmth of sunlight upon her skin once more. Though there was sunlight in the instance of the dungeon, it always felt distorted. The rays that touched her now bore no semblance of genuine warmth. She opened her eyes, finding herself back at the entrance of the market where she had first entered the dungeon. A sweltering summer breeze swept through, and as she surveyed her surroundings, everything appeared as though it were merely a dream. However, their fairy tale compendium nestled against her chest served as a stark reminder that all of it was indeed real. She had been drawn into this deadly game. Tunan lowered her gaze and walked directly home. After the completion of a dungeon, players are granted a 7-day respite. During this period, players are free to act as they wish. However, once the 7 days have elapsed, regardless of their location, they will be pulled back into the game. Before her entry into the dungeon, Tunan was a struggling mystery novelist, leading a simple, unremarkable life devoid of close friends or particular hobbies. The dungeon seemed to have cast a stone into the placid waters of her existence, stirring only the faintest ripples, yet Junan alone understood that beneath this veneer of tranquility lurked the potential for an explosive undercurrent. Following the conclusion of the first dungeon, an app named Earth Communication Forum unexpectedly appeared on her phone. The app's icon was pitch black, exuding an ominous aura. Curiosity piqued, she tapped into the app, only to be greeted by a registration page. Following the prompts, she registered an account, hesitating momentarily as she glanced at the slumbering fairy tale compendium beside her, before expressionlessly typing her username, the salivating fairy tale book. Congratulations, player registration successful. Welcome to Earth Communication Forum, where you can obtain first-hand dungeon information, share gaming insights, trade items. In short, for any issues or concerns, please reach out to our online customer service. The app had a distinctly amateurish feel, resembling a grand forum for game players, and in a sense, it was. Upon entering the app, players must first select their dungeon category, and the page contained a multitude of categories spanning several pages. After much scrolling, she finally located the fairy tale section. Upon entering the category, she was greeted by players' discussion threads. A cursory glance revealed a predominance of posts regarding item trades, requests for assistance, and team formations. Within the app, only dungeons that players had personally experienced displayed relevant information. Having only cleared one dungeon, The Little Mermaid, she could access information solely pertaining to that point. One particular post caught her attention. Has anyone discovered this hidden solution in The Little Mermaid? Junan found herself intrigued, unable to resist clicking on it. The post was authored by a player named I Am a Super Lucky Star. As the title suggests, The Little Mermaid is universally acknowledged as the most perplexing novice dungeon, an absolute torment for players both mentally and physically. The number of newcomers who can successfully navigate this dungeon is minuscule, with nearly every one of them later becoming notable figures within the dungeon community. Of course, I am not bragging. My ability to clear this dungeon can merely be attributed to sheer luck. Chapter 19, Cinderella. She was quite curious, could there be alternative solutions to this instance? The original poster replied beneath their main post, most players are actually unaware of the logic behind the pollution values in this instance. Some prominent players have previously discussed this. The most widely accepted explanation is that all those who become polluted have, to some extent, betrayed the sea, as suggested by the esteemed player known as Sleep Early. I shall not delve further into this. I encourage everyone to seek out Sleep Early's posts for more insights. Now, I wish to share my extraordinary experience in this instance. Upon entering, the opening narrative should be familiar to all. On the first night, due to the clear warning of danger, I was utterly terrified and dared not venture outside. I could only sit on my bed, praying fervently, and then something miraculous occurred. As players assumed the identity of a daughter of the sea god heard my prayers, appearing before me and asking if I wished to return to the ocean and become a mermaid once more. In a daze, I agreed, and soon found myself transformed into a mermaid, spending 5 days underwater capturing sea turtles. After 5 days, I inexplicably completed the instance. Junan felt a bit shaken. What were her sleepless nights compared to this? It was evident that others were equally speechless, as evidenced by the series of, in the comments. The original poster was ecstatic. Wow, this post has attracted many esteemed players. One of them, who went by the name Sleep Early Tonight, commented, I've inquired with customer service, and this situation is indeed possible, but it all depends on the NPC's mood at the time. It's one possible solution, but I advise those with average luck not to attempt it. It's best to stick to the conventional methods to pass. The original poster, upon reading this response, became so elated that they forgot themselves. This post has actually drawn out the esteemed Sleep Early. You are my idol. For the first time, Junan experienced the sensation of good fortune smiling upon her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions, ultimately crystallizing into 3 words, what the hell? She sighed, feeling inexplicably weary. 7 days later. Welcome back to Fairy Tale Horror Stories. Your current tale is Cinderella. A familiar sense of dizziness enveloped her. Please receive the information for this instance. Cinderella's mother has passed away, and her father has married a new wife, who has brought with her 2 sisters. They despise the kind and honest Cinderella, often abusing her in their father's absence, the king has decreed a ball, inviting all eligible maidens to attend, from which the prince shall choose his new bride. Cinderella and her 2 sisters will attend this ball. Instance type, faction instance. There are 3 factions in this instance: cats, mice, and neutral. The cats and mice are opposing factions. Your faction is cats. Your character is Layla. Task requirement: capture the mouse hidden in the shadows to exit the instance. Please note, you have only one opportunity to identify the mouse. Failure will result in immediate death. If the mouse player exits the instance, the task will fail. Please remember the following rules. Rule 1. All eligible maidens must attend the prince's ball punctually, which runs from 7 p.m. to midnight. Rule 2. Attendance at the ball requires wearing a beautiful gown. The above are partial rules for this instance. Remaining rules can be acquired within the instance. Good luck. Compared to the first novice instance, this one was evidently of a higher difficulty and complexity. The rules were not all presented at once but needed to be discovered by the players themselves. Toonan quickly noted the rules, recognizing them as critical for her survival in the instance. The task at hand was intriguingly layered. The cats and mice were clearly opposing factions, and since her objective was to find the mouse to exit, it was likely that the mouse's task involved concealing their identity or completing other tasks before being discovered by the cats. She needed to locate the mouse swiftly. As for the neutral faction, it presumably had its own independent tasks, serving as a swing faction that could choose which side to support. Toonan pressed the confirmation button. Instance information transmission complete. Entering the instance now. Enjoy your game. Layla, come downstairs for dinner. Toonan opened her eyes to find herself beneath a pink canopy. She sat up in bed, the sounds from outside continuing. Good daughter, did you hear me? I heard you, mother. I will be down shortly, Toonan replied. She quickly familiarized herself with her surroundings, eventually discovering new rules hidden beneath her pillow. Good daughter rule guide. Rule 1. Mother loves you dearly. You may be willful in her presence. Rule 2. Father detests dirty things. Please maintain cleanliness before him. Rule 3. Father abhors noise. When he is home, please remain silent. Rule 4. As a good daughter, you should retire promptly to avoid being discovered by father for staying up late. Rule 5. As a dutiful daughter, you should maintain harmonious relations with your sisters. Do not quarrel in front of father. Rule 6. If you unwittingly anger father, you may seek help from mother, though it may not always be effective. Toonan noted the rules, crumpling the paper and discarding it in the wastebasket before stepping outside her room. Though this house could not compare to the opulence of the previous instance's castle, it was evident that the owner was quite wealthy. Her room was on the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door, she coincidentally bumped into another door opening beside hers, revealing a girl with long red hair. Cautiously, Toonan remained silent. The girl stretched and glanced at her, muttering, "Damn, why are we eating so early today? I haven't even woken up yet." She appeared to be one of Cinderella's other stepsisters. Toonan echoed her sentiments, and the two descended the stairs together. The dining room was located in the central hall on the 1st floor, visible upon descending. A somewhat older noblewoman sat at the table, gently fanning herself with a mother-of-pearl fan. Her striking beauty was marred by the sharp, narrow shape of her eyes, which conveyed a hint of cruelty. She must be Cinderella's stepmother. Layla, Bella, come have breakfast, the stepmother commanded, her piercing gaze fixed on them, leaving no room for refusal. Why did you wake me up so early today? Bella rolled her eyes dramatically, complaining, I had a nightmare last night and hardly slept at all. As she spoke, a girl in a drab grey dress entered from the kitchen, carrying a plate of bread. Good morning, sisters, Cinderella said, placing the plate on the table before standing aside, lowering her head in a timid greeting. Seeing that loathsome face first thing in the morning, Bella rolled her eyes again, dragging out a chair at the table with an ear-piercing screech. Toonan approached the table, mimicking Bella's actions as she pulled out a chair. Cinderella, you should join us for breakfast, the stepmother said, lowering her fan and addressing Cinderella, you have worked hard lately. I refuse to eat at the same table as her. Bella shrieked. Toonan frowned, sensing that Bella was likely not a player. Someone unfamiliar with the instance would not act so brazenly, yet, it was also possible this was a ruse. "Sister, why are you so quiet?" Bella suddenly directed her attention toward her. "Do you actually want to have breakfast with Cinderella?" Chapter 20. The irritable Father Tunin felt a jolt. Given the role she was playing, she was indeed not supposed to be so quiet. Cinderella's stepsister was foolish and malicious. With a raised brow and a hand striking the table, she immediately immersed herself in the act, declaring, "I refuse to dine with Cinderella. She is filthy and ugly, and sharing a meal with her will only tarnish my beauty." Cinderella's slender fingers clutched her tattered, grey dress tightly, her head lowered in embarrassment. "Silence," the stepmother commanded forcefully, striking the table again. "Your father is returning home tonight, so behave yourselves." At her words, Bella fell silent. Tunin observed her expression, which had evidently turned anxious, even tinged with fear. It seemed their father was far from amiable. In the first scenario, the rules had clearly stated that harm could not come to anyone until the final day, serving as a safeguard for novices. However, this scenario lacked such a provision. Considering the rules, their father was undoubtedly a perilous NPC. Cinderella took a seat opposite Tunin, her movements cautious, pulling out the chair without a sound. The atmosphere during dinner was stifling, the air thick with tension. Following the breakfast, Tunin returned to her room, intending to search for any overlooked rules. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at her door. Tunin frowned as she opened the door, revealing Bella's disgruntled expression. "What is it?" Tunin inquired. "Father is coming back." Bella, disregarding Tunin's intention to keep her out, barged in. "Why doesn't he just die outside? It's so bothersome." Tunin could not predict what Bella might say next and remained silent. "Why are you not speaking?" Bella looked at her in confusion. "Aren't you always the one who despises father?" "I'm merely contemplating how to handle him." According to the rules, their father had many taboos and was likely a troublesome individual. Sure enough, Bella grimaced in distaste. "If it weren't for the gifts he brings every time he returns, and the fact that we rely on him to support the family, I would truly wish to poison him." "Indeed," Tunin replied perfunctorily, "one day, I shall stab him. Fortunately, he will only stay for a few days." Bella's expression relaxed momentarily before darkening again. "But having to share a table with Cinderella every day is truly revolting." Tunin watched the spectacle of her mood swing, akin to a masterful display of hues. To be fair, she had just glanced at herself in the mirror. Cinderella's stepsisters, Bella, was as plump as a winter melon, while she herself was as slender as a stick insect. When seated at the same table, it was hard to discern who appeared more repulsive. One could only wonder why their stepmother, so strikingly beautiful, had daughters who bore no resemblance to her. Tunin found a reason to send Bella away and thoroughly searched her room once more, ensuring no rules had been overlooked. Feeling somewhat fatigued from her search, she opened the window for some fresh air. From her vantage point, she could see Cinderella in the backyard, where she was feeding small birds, scattering handfuls of corn kernels to attract them. Instinctively, Tunin scrutinized her. Perhaps her gaze was too direct, for Cinderella paused her actions and turned to look at her. Upon recognizing Tunin, Cinderella beamed a radiant smile. As the protagonist, her beauty was undeniable, even clad in a drab, grey dress. Her charm was hard to conceal. Tunin momentarily froze at her smile, quickly regaining her composure. She huffed disdainfully, mimicking Bella's eye roll, and, ignoring Cinderella's reaction, slammed the window shut. As the sun began to set and dusk fell, the sound of horses whinnied outside, followed by a robust male voice that resonated clearly within the room. "Sirenite, I have returned." Sirenite, the mother of Layla and Bella. Tunin's heart tightened. Father was home. Sirenite rose from her seat to greet him. Tunin followed closely behind as the family gathered at the door to welcome their father. He was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, and his presence loomed at the entrance like a formidable mountain. He embraced Sirenite first, then Cinderella, and finally came to Tunin and Bella. In his eyes, Cinderella held a higher status than Tunin and Bella. "Welcome home, my dear," Sirenite said, kissing his cheek. "Dinner is ready." Their father had brought gifts for everyone. Bella eagerly tore open hers, revealing a beautiful evening gown. Upon seeing this, Junon opened her own gift, a dazzling gemstone necklace that sparkled under the light. For Cinderella, he had brought a mere branch. "Thank you, father," Cinderella said, delicately accepting the gift, planting a kiss on his cheek. "This is exactly what I wanted." She spoke with her head bowed, appearing quite bashful. The family took their seats at the dining table. Junon, mindful of the rules, dared not pull her chair out carelessly this time, being exceedingly cautious to make no noise. Even Bella seemed to have toned down, quietly taking her place beside her. "Darling, do share with us your experiences from the journey," Serenity smiled, pouring a glass of wine for their father. He took the wineglass, tipped it back in one gulp, and let out a satisfied sigh before slamming the glass onto the table. "There was an abundance, Serenity." His voice buzzed in Junon's ears. The father, who detested noise, was himself a source of it. "Today, while riding past the market, I heard discussions about the king and queen hosting a ball to select a bride for the prince." Bella's eyes lit up suddenly. "Is that true, father? When is it?" Her voice inevitably rose slightly. Instantly, their father's demeanor shifted. A dark cloud enveloped him as he fixed a fierce glare upon Bella. Realizing the gravity of her transgression, Bella's face drained of color, her head bowed, and her body began to tremble. The previously subdued atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Although Bella's voice had been slightly louder, it was far from noise. The father's judgment on noise was evidently stringent. "Bella, how many times have I told you that a girl must uphold her decorum?" His eyes glinted red. "When you speak out so loudly, what will others think of me? They will surely mock me for not knowing how to raise my daughters." With that, he slammed his hand heavily on the table, the force causing the dishes to rattle. Bella trembled even more, her words stammering, "I'm sorry, father. I understand my mistake." Chapter 21, 2 slaps. In an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop, Serenity finally spoke. "It is rare for our family to share a meal together. Why must we quarrel with the children?" She refilled the empty wine glass, soothing her father. "Since Bella has acknowledged her mistake, there is no need to maintain that stern demeanor." Hearing her mother's words, Bella regained a semblance of courage, briefly glanced at her father, and then lowered her head, murmuring, "Yes, father, I understand my wrongs." Another silence ensued. "Very well, I shall overlook this incident this time, but mistakes must be met with consequences," the father grunted heavily. "Otherwise, how will one learn?" Bella seemed to exhale in relief, and with great awareness, she stood and approached her father. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed sharply. The father swung his arm, delivering a forceful blow to Bella. The strength of the strike nearly sent her flying. She stumbled backward, only coming to a halt upon colliding with the wall behind her. Junon shuddered, goosebumps prickling her skin. Unable to restrain herself, she raised her gaze to observe the reactions of those at the dining table. Cinderella kept her head bowed, obscuring her expression, while Serenity looked upon the struck Bella with evident sympathy. Nothing seemed amiss. "Enough, Bella, come, let us eat," the father's voice rumbled. "Remember this lesson, do not repeat it." "Yes, father," Bella replied, covering her face as she returned to sit beside Junon, speaking in a dazed manner. Junon turned to glance at her. Bella's cheek was swollen, her lip stained with blood, her already chubby face appeared even more comical, yet she could not muster a smile. Who could tell whether she might inadvertently tread upon one of her father's fragile nerves? The father took a sip of the wine beside him, smacked his lips, and resumed the conversation he had previously interrupted. "The palace's announcement has been posted. Tomorrow night there will be a ball, inviting all eligible young ladies of the city." He squinted at his 3 daughters seated at the table. "All 3 of you may attend." Bella appeared to want to voice her thoughts but, mindful of her earlier reprimand, opened her mouth yet refrained from speaking. Instead, it was Cinderella, still keeping her head down, who spoke up, "But father, attending the ball requires a gown, and I do not possess one suitable for such an occasion." Earlier that afternoon, Serenity had given her a new dress. Though simple and not particularly expensive, it was a far cry from the dirty, tattered garments Cinderella had worn that morning. "What is there to fret about?" the father replied dismissively. "Have your mother procure you a new gown?" Serenity nodded with a smile. Junan noted Bella emit a disgruntled hum beside her. Cinderella seemed poised to protest further, but the father yawned and rose to head towards his bedroom. "I shall take a nap, do not disturb me." "All right, daughters, finish your dinner and retire early. Tomorrow, I shall take you to buy new dresses," Serenity whispered. "As for you, Cinderella," she furrowed her brow, a malicious stepmother-esque grin creeping onto her face, "I trust that, being as occupied as you are, you have little interest in the ball, yes?" "No, mother," Cinderella quietly countered, "I wish to attend the ball." Serenity's smile chilled, and she picked up the fan from the table, waving it languidly while her sharp eyes swept over Cinderella. "Very well," she sighed, "who am I to deny the wishes of a kind-hearted person?" Before Cinderella could rejoice, Serenity added, "However, our household finances are quite strained at present, so the gown for the ball is something you must arrange for yourself." She paused, then added, "My dear daughter, you wouldn't trouble your father over such trivial matters, would you? He works so hard, it would be unfair for him to worry about this too." Cinderella slightly lowered her gaze. "Yes, mother, I understand." Bella let out a derisive laugh. Who, after all, was the true mouse in this scenario? Junan feigned concentration on cutting her steak, silently contemplating as it stood. Bella seemed unlikely to be the player, yet she had yet to discern anything peculiar about the others in the family. Perhaps the mouse had not yet emerged. Further observation was necessary. After dinner, Junan retreated to her room. The sound of her father's snoring was thunderous. Even with the door closed, it was unmistakably clear. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, so she decided to rise and open the window. The moon in this fairy-tale realm always appeared full and bright, casting a luminous glow over Cinderella's courtyard. Cinderella sat in the yard, sewing a gown by the moonlight, surrounded by a flurry of chirping birds hopping about on the ground. As if sensing Junan's gaze, she lifted her head, squinting slightly toward her. Junan did not shy away from meeting her eyes, crossing her arms as she watched. Cinderella seemed to feel the discomfort of being observed, hastily concealing the dress behind her. Junan closed the window but deliberately left a small gap. She observed attentively for quite some time, and around midnight, Cinderella finally ceased her work. Stretching as she stood, she surveyed the gown in her hands with satisfaction before retreating indoors. Junan remained by the window for 2 hours, unable to discern any significant insight. She yawned and prepared for rest. The shadows cast by her previous experiences loomed large, impressing upon her the importance of sleep. Her father's snoring continued to resonate, a symphony of sound with a clear rhythm and natural reverb. Junan did not sleep well, lingering at the threshold between consciousness and oblivion, until the morning light seeped through the window, casting warmth upon her eyelids. She briefly wrestled with her drowsiness before opening her eyes. The sound of her father's snoring had ceased, indicating he was likely awake. Uncertain whether sleeping in would provoke her father's ire, she hastily dressed, washed up, and descended the stairs. Indeed, upon reaching the ground floor, she found her father seated in the hall, and Cinderella was sitting upright beside him. Immediately rising to greet Junan as she descended, the father appreciated harmony among his daughters. Junan nodded in acknowledgement as well. Her father displayed an approving smile, nodding in satisfaction. Bella, however, was not so fortunate upon her arrival. For reasons unknown, Serenity had not roused them that morning, and Bella had a penchant for lingering in bed, causing her to come down later than the others. In her haste, her hair was still somewhat dishevelled. The father's expression darkened, and he extended his hand, delivering a slap to her face. The mark from the previous night had not yet faded, and now she bore a new one, her cheeks swollen like dumplings, appearing both pitiable and laughable. "Which daughter of mine rises so late?" the father thundered. "If you continue this way, you shall bring shame upon me when you marry." Chapter 22. Cinderella's evening gown. Junan felt a pang of sympathy for Bella. After being slapped, Bella covered her face, too afraid to speak, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, Serenity emerged from nowhere, her face darkening with fury upon witnessing her daughter Estes. How is she to attend the ball tonight? The father shrugged, as if just remembering, and smacked his forehead in annoyance. "I forgot." He glanced at Bella again, adding dismissively, "But the prince would hardly take notice of her. I think it's better to let Layla and Cinderella go instead, they stand a chance." Bella, overhearing this, became frantic, yet she remembered to keep her voice low as she pleaded, "No, I want to go. Please, father, allow me." The father's expression darkened. "This is your second mistake." Junin keenly noted the phrase second mistake. Did angering their father a certain number of times incur some punishment? "Let us eat first," Serenity said gently, stroking Bella's swollen cheek. "Your father is just joking," he snorted in reply. After breakfast, Serenity took Junin and Bella to purchase an evening gown, but news of the prince's ball had spread throughout the city, and all the gowns in the stores had already been sold out, with the earliest restock not expected until tomorrow. Bella had the gown her father had brought home, so she was indifferent, yet Junin could not afford to be so. Although she had no interest in the prince, the rules were clear. One must wear a beautiful gown to attend the ball, and she had none. Securing a lovely evening gown before the ball became Junin's urgent priority. In the carriage on the way home, Serenity comforted her, saying it was all right not to have a gown. If worse came to worst, she could attend the ball tomorrow instead, but attending the ball was a must. Junin glanced at Bella, whose swollen face silently mocked her. She was holding a grudge against Junin for not waking her this morning. Junin had contemplated borrowing Bella's gown, but quickly dismissed the thought. Bella was too heavy, the gown would not fit her well, and even if they found a tailor, there was little time to alter it. Then she remembered the gown Cinderella had sewn last night. Cinderella, having been forced by Serenity to perform various household chores for years, was slender and of comparable height to her. Her gown would be the best option. She cast a glance at Serenity beside her, determined to exploit the rules to her advantage. Her mother adored her. She could be willful, even if it meant taking it by force. She would acquire a gown to attend the ball. Once resolved, Junin discreetly pinched her thigh hard and began to wail. "I must attend the ball. What if the prince favors someone else?" She squeezed out a couple of tears. "If I can't go today, I shall die." Serenity sighed, "But all the gowns in the city are sold out." Wiping her tears, she added, "I saw Cinderella has a beautiful gown last night." The implication was clear. Serenity understood immediately. She affectionately stroked Junin's head, saying, "Then why are you still crying? Cinderella is so kind, she would surely lend you her gown." She emphasized the word lend. At this, Junin's tears turned to smiles as she gently shook Serenity's hand. "Thank you, mother." Upon returning home, Serenity called for Cinderella. "Is there something you need, mother?" Cinderella's enchanting outer eye sparkled like spring water, captivating all who gazed upon her. Unfortunately, the three individuals before her had hearts of stone. "Do you have an evening gown?" Serenity asked directly. Cinderella paused, instinctively glancing at Junin. Upon meeting her gaze, Junin felt a rare twinge of guilt, but to maintain her facade, she lifted her chin defiantly and glared at Cinderella. "That gown was left to me by my mother," Cinderella said in a hushed tone. "All the evening gowns in the city are sold out, and Layla has none." "You must give her yours," Serenity smiled while taking Cinderella's hand, morally coercing her. "Without this gown, Layla cannot attend the ball, and she would suffer to the point of despair." Cinderella's face betrayed her inner turmoil as she struggled to respond. "But surely you do not wish to deny her?" Bella scoffed. "Look at yourself in the mirror. In your filthy state, you are unworthy of attending the ball." Cinderella appeared struck by her words, her body trembling slightly, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "Bella," Serenity's voice carried an authoritative tone, "how can you speak to your sister like that? Have you forgotten what your father said? Sisters must coexist peacefully and support one another." Turning to Cinderella, her voice softened, yet her words were ruthless. "So you will willingly lend your gown to make your sister happy, won't you?" Cinderella hung her head, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. "I am willing to lend my gown to my sister," she spoke slowly, her voice barely audible, her head bowed. "That is my good daughter," Serenity praised, patting her hand. "Quickly, go fetch the gown." "Yes," Cinderella replied, finally lifting her head. As she turned, she inadvertently cast a glance at Junin, her eyes flickering with barely concealed anger. Junin perceptively noted her gaze and frowned slightly. Was she a player, however? If she were to feel anger over someone taking her mother's gown, that would be understandable. Cinderella soon returned, cradling a beautiful white evening gown. Junan immediately took the gown from her, having been unable to see it clearly from afar last night. Upon closer inspection today, she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite beauty. "Sister, please remember to return it to me," Cinderella implored. "After all, it was left to me by my mother." Junan feigned impatience and rolled her eyes dismissively. Her goal had been achieved, and Serenity no longer pretended to be a caring mother. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, lazily saying, "Hurry and try it on. If it doesn't fit, there's still time to find a tailor to alter it." "As for you, Cinderella," Serenity said, glancing at the dejected Cinderella, her lips curling into a malicious smile, "since you cannot attend the ball, you can help me with some tasks." Chapter 23. The court ball. She ventured into the kitchen and retrieved a bowl of beans, a medley of variously sized black and yellow beans, still tainted with considerable amounts of soil. "Please separate all the yellow and black beans here. I shall require them tomorrow." Cinderella gazed at the enormous bowl, realizing that if she were to rely solely on herself, it would take several hours to sort through all these beans effectively. "What troubles you, Cinderella?" Serenity inquired deliberately. "Are you going to refuse your mother's request?" "No, mother." Cinderella accepted the beans, lowering her eyelashes. "I shall strive to complete the task." As Junan and Bella prepared to depart for the palace, Cinderella remained occupied with sorting the beans. Her hands inevitably became smeared with dirt, rendering them unsightly. "Truly a Cinderella." Bella mocked. "Do hurry along, my dears." Serenity urged them towards the door. "My beautiful daughters, the prince shall surely be enchanted by your presence." Junan settled into the carriage, feeling a sense of trepidation about the impending ball, while Bella sat opposite her, indulging in fanciful dreams of being a princess. "If the prince were to invite me to dance, how should I respond to appear graceful?" Bella mused aloud. "Dear sister, it is merely a dance." Junan replied absent-mindedly, gazing out the window. The sun's last rays gradually faded as the night began to envelop the world. Nighttime, in the realm of strange tales, was often fraught with peril. Junan furrowed her brow slightly. "What do you know?" Bella suddenly inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. "Sister, you wouldn't be vying for the prince's affection, would you?" What would she want with that? The admiration of a man was the least significant of pursuits, especially when one considered that the prince might not even be a man, but rather something sinister. In a place where one could lose their life at any moment. Her sole desire was to survive. Junan scoffed internally but, maintaining her facade, replied with a faint smile, "Dear sister, it is my right." Bella huffed disdainfully, "Then let us see how this unfolds." The carriage continued on its way until it finally came to a halt. The driver's voice rang out from outside, "Ladies, we have arrived at the palace." Junan was the first to lift the carriage curtain and step down. They now stood at the grand entrance of the palace, surrounded by an overwhelming number of carriages, with a sea of young ladies in evening gowns all about. Almost every young woman from the city had gathered here. In such a heavily guarded place as the palace, one would presume there would be numerous rules to adhere to. However, with so many people around, where could she possibly find them? "Please, ladies, follow me." A court attendant approached, guiding them into the palace. An idea struck Junan, and she swiftly removed a jeweled ring from her finger, discreetly slipping it into the attendant's hand while whispering, "It is my first visit to the palace, and I fear I may inadvertently offend the prince or the king and queen." The attendant swiftly cast a glance at the ring, revealing a satisfied smile before producing a note from their pocket and handing it to her. Junan hurriedly accepted it, expressing her gratitude before unfolding the note to read it hastily. Palace Regulations. Rule 1. When encountering the king, queen, and prince, one must bow. Rule 2: one must respond to the questions posed by the king, queen, and prince. Rule 3. Without permission, loud noises, running, and other actions that may cause disturbance are strictly prohibited. Rule 4. During the ball, if the prince invites you to dance, you have no right to refuse. Rule 5. If the lights suddenly go out during the ball, do not panic. If you are alone, crouch down and cover your head, and do not rise until the lights are restored. If you are dancing with a partner, ensure that your partner has not been replaced once the lights return. Rule 6. If your partner has been replaced, do not let it be known, and do not provoke them. Find an excuse to leave as soon as the lights are on. Rule 7. Please exit the palace before midnight. Rule 8. If you cannot leave in time, do not wander about. Immediately find the nearest room, enter, and quickly crouch in the northeast corner until the next bell tolls before leaving the palace. Junan read the regulations carefully several times, ensuring she committed them to memory before crumpling the note and tucking it tightly into her sleeve, intending to dispose of it later. How much longer must we walk? Bella exclaimed, her frustration evident as she lifted her gown. They traversed a winding path through the underbrush, and soon faint sounds of music and dance began to reach their ears. Junan looked up to behold a magnificent castle emerging before her. The towers pierced the darkness, almost merging with the night itself. We have arrived. The court attendant turned with a smile, having bid farewell to the attendant courteously. Junan turned to enter the castle. Bella, unable to contain her excitement, dashed inside, her gown trailing behind her. Junan was not as hasty. Instead, she observed her surroundings with keen attention. She noted that upon seeing Bella rush into the castle, the two guards at the entrance immediately turned their gaze, their expressions chillingly cold as they fixated on Bella's retreating figure, as if they were regarding a spectre. She dared not be careless, cautiously lifting the weighty hem of her gown as she ascended the steps into the castle. Inside, there were at least 100 young women, adorned in a variety of elegant dresses, clustered in groups. The time had not yet come for the prince, the king, or the queen to make their appearance. Junan glanced at the clock mounted on the wall in the center of the hall. It was half an hour until 7. When she and Bella had departed, Cinderella was still sorting beans, but she had no doubt that Cinderella would make it to the ball. After all, Cinderella was the true protagonist of this tale. As the clock approached 7, the prince finally made his entrance. The moment he appeared, he captivated the attention of all present. To be fair, in this narrative, the prince was indeed quite striking. Good evening, beautiful ladies. The prince stood at the top of the staircase, exuding charm. Please do not be overly anxious. Consider this merely a typical ball and enjoy yourselves. The ball will last until midnight. Feel free to revel in this delightful evening. The prince gestured, and upon his signal, the guards prepared to close the grand doors. The imposing castle doors required the strength of 2 grown men to push shut, and as Junan watched the doors gradually close, the gap between them diminished. Wait, a feminine voice suddenly called from outside. The guards halted their actions, and seizing the opportunity, a slender figure slipped through the narrowing gap. She wore a dazzling blue gown, the hem cascading like vibrant petals, glowing under the light like a goddess of the moon. My goodness, who is that young lady? Why have I never seen her before? Is she a princess from some distant land? Chapter 24. An unexpected incident at the ball. As Junan listened to the whispers swirling around her, Bella beside her stomped her foot, her face contorted with jealousy. Beautiful lady, the prince seemed entranced, descending the staircase and approaching the young maiden directly. May I have the honor of asking you for a dance? Of course. Cinderella's cheeks flushed with shyness as she smiled and extended her hand to him. The musicians began to play. The prince and Cinderella twirled gracefully on the dance floor, while other maidens looked on enviously, yet were powerless to intervene. Only Junan remained alert, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Who is that woman who appeared so suddenly? Bella clutched her handkerchief, casting a resentful glare at Cinderella, completely unaware that the girl she had always looked down upon was, in fact, the so-called Cinderella. Junan, meanwhile, gazed at the assorted delicacies laid out on either side of the grand hall, her head lowered in contemplation. Sister, you surely aren't hungry at a time like this? Bella remarked derisively, glancing at her. Junan dipped her left index finger into the cream atop a piece of cake, her expression unchanged. I am indeed a bit hungry, would you care for a piece? Bella rolled her eyes and ignored her. Layla and Bella's father was a minor noble, long stripped of power, yet even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and he still retained some semblance of dignity. No matter how fond the prince was of Cinderella, he could not dance exclusively with her. Though the ball was ostensibly a selection for the prince's bride, it equally required attention to social etiquette. As the music came to a close, the prince reluctantly released Cinderella and approached Layla and Bella. He hesitated before them, momentarily taken aback by Bella's swollen cheeks, before turning to Toonan. "Beautiful girl, may I invite you for a dance?" The prince extended his hand toward her, displaying remarkable courtesy. Toonan could hardly refuse. She reached out her right hand and gently placed it in his. Toonan was unfamiliar with the courtly dances, but given her persona as an uneducated, foolish, and malicious woman, she felt justified in stepping on the prince's toe several times throughout their dance. The prince's handsome features momentarily twisted in discomfort. "You are the daughter of the Lester family. I am yet to learn your name." The prince, with remarkable patience, engaged her in conversation despite the discomfort caused by her missteps. "My name is Layla." Toonan opted for caution, knowing that verbosity breeds mistakes. "A lovely name," the prince replied with a smile. Toonan lowered her gaze, feigning shyness as she smiled back. The two continued to dance in silence, the music gradually approaching its conclusion. Just when Toonan thought no further mishaps would occur, the chandelier above the hall suddenly plummeted without warning. Beneath the chandelier stood numerous individuals, oblivious to the impending disaster. Before they could react, the enormous fixture struck them, silencing their screams before they could escape. The hall was plunged into darkness. Our terrified shrieks echoed throughout the space. The prince's hand remained on Toonan's waist, loosening for a moment before tightening again. He pulled her into his embrace, his voice taking on a note of seriousness. "Do not be afraid. I am here, and nothing will happen." If Toonan were merely an ordinary girl, she might have found herself falling for the prince at that moment. His broad chest seemed a bastion of safety, yet Toonan could not shake the chill that coursed through her, sending shivers down her spine. He knew what kind of entity now held her. In the darkness, the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, imbued with an ominous aura. "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic," the prince's voice rang out in the shadows. "Stay quiet and in place. The guards will handle everything immediately." Toonan, adhering strictly to the rules, dared not raise her voice or move about, remaining stiffly ensnared in the prince's hold. Soon, the guards arrived with candles, illuminating the hall once more. It was then that Toonan managed to free herself from the prince's embrace, only to gaze back at him with narrowed eyes. When the prince had invited her to dance, she had surreptitiously dabbed some cream on his side, but now, his waist was entirely clean, devoid of any trace. The crystal chandelier had claimed the life of a common girl, her body nearly impaled by the sharp crystals, her pale face adorned with large, lifeless eyes that reflected the agony of her last moments. A pool of blood spread beneath her. "Poor girl," Toonan heard their prince murmur, his throat constricting as he ordered the guards to remove her body. The guards swiftly complied, taking both the chandelier and the corpse away. As the crystal adornments detached from the girl's body, they glistened a vivid red, as if saturated with her blood. The bloodstains on the floor were quickly erased, leaving nothing but the faint metallic scent hanging in the air, as if nothing had transpired at all. Layla, their prince, finally turned to her, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "You weren't frightened, were you?" Toonan's complexion paled, her body trembling as she stammered, "Oh my, I was terrified, Your Highness. I think I need to rest for a moment. Please forgive me for my absence." "I am deeply regretful that such an event occurred." Their prince took her hand, planting an icy kiss on the back of it. A shiver coursed through her. His temperature was frightfully low, far from what one would expect of a normal person. Fortunately, he seemed to harbor little interest in her, soon releasing her from his grasp. Toonan, fearing a change of heart, made a quick curtsy and hurriedly departed. She soon found Bella in a corner, still shaken. "Oh God, did you see that?" Bella's face was ashen. "How could such a thing happen?" "I was terrified." Layla stood beside Bella, scanning the vicinity but failing to spot Cinderella. Her attention had been entirely consumed by the prince, leaving her oblivious to when Cinderella had disappeared. Where had Cinderella gone? Had she fled in fright, or was there another reason? "Sister, I am speaking to you," Bella huffed in annoyance. "Did you scream just now?" Toonan inquired, her concern solely for this matter. "Of course, I was terrified," Bella patted her chest. "Thank goodness it was only a commoner who died. What if it had been me?" Tunan frowned. This was the second time Bella had violated the rules, yet she faced no repercussions. Tunan was certain that these regulations applied to everyone, not just her. Perhaps it simply had not reached the required frequency. What on earth are you thinking? Bella, exasperated by Tunan's silence, exclaimed. I shall inform father, you clearly do not care about me. Chapter 25. Their father cherished the harmonious coexistence of his daughters. Should Bella truly report to him, she would inevitably face consequences. Thus, Tunan had no choice but to temporarily abandon her quest to locate Cinderella and turned her attention to comforting Bella. The castle was vast, and if Cinderella genuinely wished to evade her, finding her would be impossible. However, before long, Cinderella reappeared at the ball. The prince, who was utterly smitten with her, immediately invited her to dance upon seeing her. The prince's intentions were uncertain, but whether he would cause harm before midnight remained unknown. Even if he were to do so, one could not refuse an invitation from a prince. Cinderella, with her skirts in hand, smiled and gracefully re-entered the dance floor with the prince, while others around them twirled and danced, as if the deceased maiden had never existed. The atmosphere remained vibrant with music and laughter, yet an eerie strangeness lingered. Time flew swiftly. The clock in the hall was soon to strike 12. Cinderella's gown would revert to its original form at midnight, and she hastily bid farewell to the prince, disregarding his protests as she exited the ball. Bella, having received no invitation from the prince throughout the evening, was despondent and filled with resentment, and when Tunan pulled her away, she was most reluctant. Were it not for her fear of her father's wrath should she fail to return Bella home, she would have gladly left her there. Tunan bore with it, finally managing to usher her into the carriage, rushing back home before the stroke of midnight. Though she was uncertain of her father's definition of staying up late, it was evident that being awake past midnight certainly qualified. As the carriage halted at their doorstep, the lights in the house still burned bright. Tunan hurried inside and spotted Cinderella gathering beans. At that very moment, she had just placed the final bean into the bowl. The sound of their father's thunderous snoring echoed clearly. Sister, you have returned, Cinderella greeted her warmly. Tunan cast a disdainful glance her way, her expression reeking of contempt, and ignored her as she ascended the stairs. The night in this household was fraught with danger. Every additional second spent outside increased the risk. Upon reaching her room, she quickly washed up. Habitually, just before sleep, she approached the window to see what Cinderella was doing. Under the moonlight, Cinderella's garden was laid bare, and Tunan furrowed her brow, soon discovering something amiss. A tree had inexplicably appeared in the yard, and numerous birds perched upon its branches, chirping merrily. In fairy tales, Cinderella had planted a branch her father brought home, which grew into a magnificent tree. She wept beneath it, attracting the attention of her fairy godmother, who bestowed upon her beautiful gowns and glass slippers. Yet, in this peculiar world, was the fairy godmother truly what she seemed? Tunan returned to her bed, resolved to investigate the tree come morning. Day 3. The sunlight streamed through the windows punctually, and Tunan opened her eyes, swiftly preparing herself before heading downstairs. Everything appeared unchanged from the previous morning. Serenity sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Tunan's descent, she placed the book aside and rose to embrace her. Good morning, my sweet, she kissed Tunan on both cheeks. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Tunan instinctively glanced at the book on the table. Bella was unusually early, having risen without delay, which pleased their father, who praised her at the breakfast table. My dear daughters, how was the ball last night? Their father's voice boomed. I indulged in some wine and fell asleep early, so I could not await your return. It was splendid, Tunan replied thoughtfully. The prince invited me to dance. The prince did not dance with me at all, Bella lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. He danced with a girl who appeared from nowhere. Tunan fixed her gaze upon Cinderella, who, remarkably composed, took a sip of her warm milk without a hint of concern. Why do you not reflect upon your own shortcomings? Their father asked gruffly. Why did the prince invite Layla and not you? Bella hung her head, remaining silent for the duration of breakfast. Afterward, Tunan seized an opportunity to visit Cinderella's garden. Only Cinderella resided there, and the yard was impeccably maintained, adorned with beautiful flowers, while the newly appeared tree stood prominently in the center. She approached and paused beneath the tree, unable to discern anything particularly special about it, save for the increased number of birds. "Layla, what brings you here?" a sweet voice suddenly called from behind. Junon turned to find Cinderella standing nervously before her. She scoffed, arrogantly casting a sidelong glance. "This is my home, I shall be wherever I please." Cinderella lowered her gaze. "I was merely concerned that I might soil your dress." Junon, intent on probing further, maliciously declared, "Since when did this tree appear? Who permitted you to plant it? It obstructs the sunlight from my window. I intend to have it chopped down." This was entirely unreasonable. The tree did not obstruct her window at all. Cinderella's eyes widened in alarm as she raised her head, her eyes glistening red. "Please do not do that. This tree is of utmost importance to me. I believe you are doing this on purpose, you vile woman." Junon caught sight of a sword in the corner and immediately moved to retrieve it. "What a cunning thief!" Crying out against robbery, Cinderella, in a frenzy, witnessed Junon grasping the sword, and she began to sob. "Layla, if you insist on proceeding, I shall have to seek farther for a resolution." Junon's hand paused momentarily. Though her words seemed innocuous, they struck at her core. If their father discovered discord between the sisters, it would certainly violate the rules. Her suspicions regarding Cinderella intensified. Having achieved her aim, Junon cast the sword aside and continued with malice, "The prince fell in love with me at first sight last night. I am soon to become his fiancée. Whether this tree remains or not, your ambitions are destined to fail." With that parting remark, she salvaged some dignity and hastily exited Cinderella's garden. Upon returning to the hall, she found Serenity watering a potted plant, which contained a small green sapling, the type of which was indiscernible. "Mother, what are you doing?" she inquired. Serenity turned to face her, placing the watering can down with an air of authority and casting a disapproving glance. "Did you visit Cinderella's garden?" "Indeed," Junon nodded, maintaining her composure. "The tree in her garden blocks sunlight from my room. I intended to have it cut down." Serenity shook her head, wielding her fan with indolent grace. "Your father is at home now. Some matters do not require immediate action. If you provoke him, even I cannot save you." "I understand," Junon replied dutifully. "I shall return to my room to prepare for tonight's ball." Serenity nodded in acknowledgement. As Junon ascended the staircase, she glanced back to see Serenity moving the potted plant indoors. Chapter 26, Cinderella's Crystal Slipper. The ball tonight remained as lively as ever. Everything was unchanged from the previous evening, with the prince dancing the first waltz with the tardy Cinderella. Bella stood off to the side, her envious gaze nearly materializing into a palpable force capable of piercing Cinderella through. Meanwhile, Junon seized the opportunity while all eyes were fixated on the prince and Cinderella to survey the layout of the hall. Apart from the grand entrance, the first floor had no other exits, and every window was securely fastened. She attempted to pry them open, only to discover they were nailed shut. Should the main door be firmly closed, escape would be utterly impossible, yet there was a staircase leading to the second floor. It likely housed the sitting room and study, though Junon could not be certain. The prince seemed resolute in his choice of Cinderella as his future bride, dancing exclusively with her throughout the night, showing no intention of inviting others. As the ball reached its midpoint, the whole chaos ensued, and with no partner beside her, Junon instinctively crouched down and shielded her head, adhering strictly to the rule that one must not rise until the lights returned, regardless of what transpired or what was heard. A sharp scream pierced the air, and in the darkness, a cold, bony hand suddenly grasped her arm, sending a shiver down her spine. Junon gritted her teeth, remaining perfectly still. "Help me, sister," was that Bella's voice. Junon hesitated, momentarily taken aback. The voice was filled with desperation and seemed to linger close, as if the speaker were whispering directly into her ear. "Help me, sister, don't you wish to know who the mouse is? If you save me, I can tell you who the mouse truly is really. Tunin appeared to waver, the voice grew fervent. Of course, I know who the mouse is. Just save me, and I will tell you how can I save you. Just stand up and come to me, Bella urged, her voice tinged with panic. I am pinned down and cannot move. I can hardly breathe, but I don't know where you are, Tunin replied hesitantly. Just rise, I am to your left. Bella's urgency escalated. To my left, Tunin smirked in the darkness, but I can't tell my left from my right, dear sister. Perhaps you could hold on a little longer. The entity sensed Tunin was toying with it, and its tone shifted to a menacing growl, the icy hand now tracing her neck, laced with a threat. I will choke you to death, then go ahead and do it. Regardless of the circumstances, she vowed not to rise until the surroundings brightened, even if her legs went numb from crouching. The darkness felt eerie. How tedious. I shall depart. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life. Tunin leaned against the wall, gradually standing up, and rubbed her numbed legs. As she anticipated, another life. A young woman in a resplendent gown lay lifeless in the center of the hall, her complexion as pale as parchment, mirroring the fate of the deceased commoner from the previous day. The body was swiftly removed, and the surrounding bloodstains were expeditiously cleared away. The ball soon resumed its earlier merriment, like the night before. As midnight approached, Cinderella hurriedly sought to leave. The prince chased after her, and Tunin seized the moment to follow, witnessing the prince forlornly pick up a glass slipper belonging to Cinderella. The following day, the prince decreed that any maiden who could fit into the glass slipper would become his bride. Soldiers traversed the land, presenting the delicate slipper to every young woman, yet it proved too small for any to wear. Eventually, the soldiers arrived at Cinderella's home. The door was knocked upon, and Serenity opened it. 2 soldiers stood outside, each holding the exquisite glass slipper. The prince commands that whoever can wear this slipper shall become his bride, the soldiers stated expressionlessly. Serenity concealed her amusement behind a fan and summoned her daughters. Layla, Bella, come quickly and try on this shoe. This scenario felt all too familiar. The soldiers handed the glass slipper to Bella, who waited outside. Bella's excitement nearly overwhelmed her, as she embraced the slipper, a flush of exhilaration coloring her cheeks. Oh my, is this real? If I wear this shoe, I can become the prince's bride. Indeed, my dear, Serenity smiled, only Tunin remained pallid, on the verge of fainting. The moment she laid eyes on the glass slipper, an insistent task materialized in her. Please proceed to reenact the original story by inserting your foot into the glass slipper to be taken away by the soldiers, ensuring the plot progresses smoothly. This is a mandatory task and cannot be cancelled. Failure to complete the task will result in the random loss of one body part as punishment. A torrent of curses filled her mind. Now, the question arose, did she dare gamble on the term random? In the tale of Cinderella, to fit their feet into the glass slipper, the stepsisters resorted to severing their own toes and heels, only to be exposed as utter fools. Bella was fervently attempting to cram her toes into the slipper, her face reddening with effort, yet the toes remained obstinately outside. The issue was now starkly clear. Was it preferable to lose a random body part, or to sacrifice her heel? Which option bore greater nobility, she could not ascertain. All she knew was that both choices would be painful. Serenity had already fetched a knife from the kitchen and presented it to Bella, her seemingly gentle smile now akin to that of a viper. My dear, sometimes one must make sacrifices to achieve what they desire. Whether you succeed depends on your resolve. Bella took the knife, gazing at her robust toe, hesitating for just a second. The blade fell, she let out a piercing scream, her face draining of color, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. 2 toes lay severed on the ground. Tunin could not help but shudder, envisioning her own heel being forcibly removed. She needed to devise a solution immediately. Bella, pale and trembling, extended her foot into the glass slipper. This time, it fit perfectly. Layla, what are you dawdling for? Clean up the mess on the floor, Serenity urged. Tunin snapped back to reality, hastily procuring a cloth to wipe away the bloodstains and retrieving Bella's severed toes from the ground. Serenity steadied the quaking Bella, opened the door, and displayed Bella's foot adorned with the glass slipper to the soldiers. She is the prince's bride, they proclaimed loudly, escorting Bella to the carriage, which then departed towards the palace. Mother, I wish to return to my room to rest, Tunin suddenly addressed Serenity. The latter, wearing a satisfied smile, nodded in acquiescence. Tunin rushed back to her room, closed the door, and pressed her back against it, retrieving the cloth she had hidden in her pocket. She unfolded it in her palm, revealing 2 severed toes, belonging to Bella. Chapter 27. A glimmer of hope. Tuan took a deep breath and summoned the fairy tale compendium. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable book, yet upon opening its pages, one could truly appreciate its profound mysteries. The grotesque, foul-mouthed Moor gaped wide, seemingly begging for sustenance, when she initially drew forth this fairy tale compendium. Its skill description indicated that it could produce skill cards tailored to the player's immediate needs. Now, she was left to gamble on a desperate remedy. Tuan tossed Bella's 2 severed toes into the cavernous mouth. Their fairy tale compendium promptly snapped shut, beginning to chew with a disconcerting lack of grace. As it munched, repulsive, viscous saliva splattered from its maw. After a patient wait, Tuan observed a sudden pause in its gnawing, and the book violently expelled its contents onto the ground. A noxious mixture spewed forth, nearly overwhelming Tuan, yet the coveted item card remained elusive. "Where's the card?" Tuan could not help but inquire. Their fairy tale compendium abruptly ascended into the air before crashing down towards her. Momentarily stunned, she instinctively dodged, unperturbed by its missed strike. The compendium pursued her, and the two engaged in a chaotic game of cat and mouse within the confines of the modest bedroom. She fled, it chased, and her escape felt futile. Realizing there was no way to evade, Tuan leaned against the wall, raising her hand in a gesture of truce. "You may strike me, but first, kindly expel the skill card." In response, their fairy tale compendium retched audibly and spat a skill card onto the floor, only to then deliver a hefty blow to Tuan with its body. Fortunately, it exhibited enough restraint to merely cause her some discomfort. Tuan, winded from the impact, had no retort. After all, she had initiated this peculiar exchange by feeding it toes. A bit of irritation was only to be expected. As long as it produced the card, she could endure. Retrieving their fairy tale compendium, she picked up the skill card from the ground. "Congratulations, player, you have acquired the item card, Foot Massage once." Description: using this item card, the player can enjoy a foot massage for a duration of 30 minutes. Tuan hesitated, bewildered by the absurdity of this skill. Before she could contemplate alternative solutions, commotion erupted from downstairs. The soldiers had returned with Bella. "Layla," Serenity called from below, "come quickly and try on the crystal shoe." With no other choice, she reluctantly opened her door and descended the stairs. Bella had been brought back, her feet swathed in thick bandages, weeping in Serenity's embrace. The dazzling crystal shoe lay on the coffee table, awaiting her trial. "Dear daughter, do come and try it on," Serenity urged. Tuan approached in silence, placing her hopes upon this seemingly nonsensical skill card. With a mental nudge, she opted to use the skill card, reaching for the crystal shoe on the table, attempting to fit it onto her foot under Serenity's eager gaze. She easily slid her toes inside, but when it came to her heel, it was indeed rather snug. Tuan instinctively pinched the excess flesh around her heel, astonished to find that it yielded to her touch, her feet now resembling pliable, soft clay, easily molded to her will. So this was the essence of a foot massage. After removing the surplus flesh from her heel, she effortlessly donned the crystal shoe. "How can this be?" Bella shrieked in disbelief, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I refuse to accept this. I simply refuse." Serenity appeared somewhat taken aback but quickly regained her composure, her smile returning. "My dear daughter, it seems you are indeed the destined bride for the prince. Go now, return with them to the palace." Tuan approached the door and displayed the crystal shoe to the soldiers. They promptly escorted her to the carriage, heading towards the royal palace. As Tuan sat in the carriage, half an hour later, the skill card finally expired, and the crystal shoe was forcibly ejected from her foot. Suddenly, she heard the melodious chirping of birds outside the carriage. "You've been deceived by her. She is not the true owner of the crystal shoe." The soldiers halted the carriage, lifting the curtain to reveal the shoe rolling to the side. Thus, Tuan was sent back. "She is not the true owner of the crystal shoe," one soldier stated matter-of-factly. "Do you have any other daughters?" Serenity hesitated, her eyes darting, and replied, "I only have these 2 daughters." At that moment, the father returned from his outing. "What has transpired?" he growled, his voice rough and gruff. The soldiers explained the situation. Why not let Cinderella try it on, the father suggested, calling for Cinderella loudly. Cinderella, clad in a drab gown, appeared from the backyard, receiving the crystal shoe amidst Bella's envious glare, effortlessly slipping it onto her foot. Bella's eyes burned with jealousy, yet with her father present, she could not express her ire, merely glaring daggers at Cinderella, wishing she could annihilate her with her gaze. Please accompany us back to the palace. You shall become the prince's bride, the soldiers proclaimed in unison. Cinderella glanced at her father, uncertainty etched across her face. Go, Cinderella, her father boomed with laughter, I shall have a daughter destined to be a princess. Cinderella followed the soldiers, leaving. Reward, ability to understand the language of animals, limited to the Cinderella side quest. Tuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this unexpected boon. Cinderella's backyard was home to many birds, and she had indeed heard their calls while in the carriage. Surely, this was no coincidence. She ventured alone into Cinderella's backyard. In the center, a tree was filled with chirping birds, engaged in animated conversation. What is this wicked woman doing here? She must be jealous that Cinderella is to become a princess. She likely comes here to vent her frustrations. This vile woman dares to dream of being a princess. I shall not allow her to succeed. She can never become a princess. The prince's bride is destined to be Cinderella, one bird remarked. Once crowned, she shall no longer be bullied. But it seems Cinderella does not fancy the prince, nor does she wish to be his bride. That is only because Cinderella does not yet comprehend how exceptional the prince truly is. Cinderella does not wish to become the prince's bride. Tuan was taken aback. Cinderella had endured relentless torment in this household. Becoming a princess was her best chance at escape, not to mention the prince's striking handsomeness and noble status. No maiden in the kingdom would refuse such an offer. Unless she were not Cinderella at all, but rather a player. Layla, her father's voice suddenly echoed from afar, booming in a fit of rage. Why is your room so filthy? Chapter 28. She has violated the rules. Oh no, she had barely managed to tidy up her room. The rules explicitly mandated maintaining cleanliness in front of her father, and she had transgressed. A wave of dread coursed through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily as her father's furious voice resounded once more. Where are you? Tunan promptly exited the backyard and dashed to her room's entrance. Despite having closed her room door when she descended the stairs, it now stood wide open, with her father standing at the threshold, a visage brimming with wrath. Selunite and Bella stood nearby, with Selunite's expression devoid of emotion, while Bella wore a look of gleeful malice. It was Bella's doing, she realized instantly. Bella had deliberately opened her room door, ensuring her father witnessed the scene. What is the meaning of this? Her father bellowed, pointing at the clutter in the room that their fairy tale compendium had spewed forth. As a girl, how can you be so careless about cleanliness? She gasped, her breath quickening as beads of sweat broke out across her skin, her mind racing for a solution. Her father's eyes glowed crimson, his chest heaving violently, his demeanor transforming into something increasingly sinister. The ordeal had lingered for several days. His punishment would undoubtedly be more severe than a mere slap on the first day. Why are you silent? He inquired darkly, advancing towards her, his towering figure imposing like a mountain. You have disappointed me greatly. I must punish you. What to do? She glanced at Selunite and suddenly spoke. Mother, didn't you inform father? Selunite momentarily displayed a look of confusion, tilting her head. What should I have told him? I am unwell, Tunan replied, tears welling in her eyes. I have contracted a severe cold, to the extent that I cannot control myself, vomiting whatever I eat. She could only hope her mother would assist her now. Her father halted, scrutinizing her with skepticism. I intended to clean everything up. She covered her face, but the soldiers arrived unexpectedly, forcing me to try on the crystal shoes first, and I couldn't manage to tidy up the mess. Is that so, Selunite? Her father asked, casting a doubtful gaze at Selunite. A peculiar smile flickered across Selunity's face as she languidly replied, "How could I possibly know?" Her voice trailed off, and her smile vanished. Tunan retrieved a green leaf from her pocket, inhaling its scent innocently as she remarked, "Mother, how could you not know? Or did you give me this leaf, telling me it would suppress my nausea?" Selunity's expression momentarily blanked, her face contorting strangely as her tone shifted to something quite odd. "Oh. I suppose that is true. Layla is indeed ill, and quite severely." She fixed her gaze on Tunan, speaking forcefully. Tunan smiled with satisfaction, the redness in her father's eyes gradually faded, his faith in Selunity's words unwavering. "Very well, if that is the case, then it is indeed understandable," he grumbled, "but even in sickness, one must maintain order. You are to clean your room immediately." "Yes, father," Tunan obediently replied. Her father departed with heavy footsteps. "Mother, you are biased," Bella said, trembling with rage as she limped back to her room, cautious not to slam the door too hard as their father had not yet left. She gently closed the door. "Thank you, mother, for speaking up for me," Tunan said with a beaming smile. Selunity finally shed the facade of the doting mother she had maintained over the past few days, staring intently at Tunan with a look of astonishment as she inquired, "When did you realize I was a player?" "I merely had suspicions," Tunan shrugged, without any certainty. Selunity huffed, "Where did I slip up?" "The book you were reading." Tunan entered her room, gesturing for Selunity to follow. "What about that book?" Selunity asked, perplexed as she stepped inside. "Selunity, you who are unaccustomed to manual labor, how could you be reading a book on cultivation?" Tunan seized a broom and began to clear the filth from the floor. "Am I not allowed to grow flowers to cultivate my character?" Selunity retorted angrily. "I grew up in the countryside. I recognize the plant you cultivated is not a flower but an edible vegetable," Tunan stated expressionlessly. "Gardening, is that your skill?" With the peculiar skill of their fairy tale compendium at play, she found no skill surprising. Selunity appeared disheartened. "Are you of neutral alignment?" Tunan asked. Selunity paused, a playful smile reappearing on her face. "By asking that, you must be either a cat or a mouse, correct? It seems you truly are neutral." Selunity forced a smile. "Are you a cat or a mouse?" Tunan ceased her cleaning. "What do you think?" Selunity snorted derisively. "Regardless, I assisted you. What have you done with the things I grew?" Since they were not enemies in the instance, there was no need to create another adversary. Tunan did not conceal the truth. "I hid them in Cinderella's garden." Selunity departed. Tunan meticulously cleaned her room from top to bottom and took a refreshing bath, finally collapsing onto her bed, sighing contentedly. If she was not mistaken, Selunity was of neutral alignment, with her own tasks that did not. As for Cinderella, she was very likely their mouse. However, she had only one opportunity to identify the mouse. If she made a mistake, it could cost her life. Caution was paramount. It seemed necessary to find Cinderella and devise a means to confirm her suspicions. Yet, now that Cinderella had entered the palace, meeting her would not be so simple. What Tunan did not anticipate was that this dilemma would soon be resolved. During dinner, a soldier from the palace arrived bearing a message. To celebrate the impending wedding of the prince, the king and queen would host a masquerade ball at the palace tomorrow evening. Naturally, as Cinderella's family, they were invited. Bella, infuriated, could hardly eat, her face contorted with jealousy. "Layla, since you are ill, it would be best for you to stay home," her father suddenly declared. "With your sickness, should you behave inappropriately, it would bring me disgrace." Tunan suddenly realized the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. "But I feel much better," she attempted to argue. "I believe by tomorrow evening, I should be fine." "Did you not claim to be gravely ill?" Her father slammed down his utensils. "Are you deceiving me?" Chapter 29. Infiltrating the ball. Layla is a good child who would never deceive anyone, Serenity interjected. "If you say otherwise, it would surely sadden her." With a playful smile, she glanced at Tunan and winked. Their father, oblivious to the exchange, stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth, chewing heartily as he remarked, "Layla wouldn't he care at all." He then flashed a sinister grin at Tunan. "My dear daughter, you wouldn't he hold this against me, would you?" Tunan nodded. A daughter can hardly blame her father. yet I still yearn to attend the masquerade ball enough. Layla, their father interrupted with annoyance, I have made up my mind. You will stay home tomorrow night, no exceptions. After dinner, their father retired to his chambers while Tunin remained behind to assist Serenity in clearing the table. This task would typically fall to Cinderella, but with her absence, it was left to them. You did this on purpose, Tunin said softly as she stacked the plates, addressing Serenity. You could have easily informed him that I am perfectly fine. What benefit would that bring me? Serenity replied, wiping the water spots from a dish, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. I merely spoke the truth. I hope you are not disheartened, my obedient daughter. Tunin furrowed her brow. What is your objective? Perhaps we could collaborate. Serenity's smile faded as she shrugged, clearly unwilling to divulge her mission. The first lesson I learned in the realm is that one must never trust others. Having multiple allies is far better than having multiple enemies, Tunin said calmly. Very well, Serenity mused, if you can manage to attend the ball on your own tomorrow night, I may consider a partnership. As for now, she placed the plate back down, I believe I shall retire. This upcoming ball had only invited select nobles and prominent figures of the kingdom, unlike the previous occasion where anyone of suitable age was welcomed. Their father had outright forbidden her attendance, and with Serenity unwilling to assist and no invitation in hand, Tunin found it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. She needed to devise a plan to infiltrate the ball. Leaning against the window, Tunin ruminated in silence. The palace's invitations were unique and tailored to each individual's status. Forging one was utterly out of the question. A cool night breeze carried snippets of conversations easily overlooked during the day to her ears. Tunin paused, instinctively glancing outside. Cinderella's garden, neglected for the past few days, had become overgrown with weeds, while birds perched on branches, chirping animatedly about the day's events under the cover of night. Poor Arya, her mother is gravely ill, yet she still has to work at the palace. Who could blame her? The ball is tomorrow, and they lack sufficient hands. When I returned just now, I saw her crying by the riverbank. Such a pitiful girl. These few words were enough for Tunin to piece together the situation. The palace had prohibited the maids from taking leave to facilitate the ball, leaving maid Arya in a quandary due to her mother's illness. With a gentle tap of her fingers on the table, Tunin soon concocted an idea. A few minutes later, she donned a simple outfit and stealthily slipped out the door. Their father, having consumed a fair amount of wine that evening, was now snoring loudly, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. She needed to find Arya, as mentioned by the birds, to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. Following the information gleaned from the birds, Tunin inquired with several passers-by and swiftly made her way to the lakeside. As night descended, the lake mirrored the moonlight, with its shimmering surface glistening like jewels. Unsure whether Arya was still there, Tunin decided to take her chances by the water's edge. Fortunately, her luck held. She soon heard faint sobs in the distance. Steeling herself, she hurried towards the sound, discovering a modestly dressed girl with brown hair, her head buried in her arms as she wept. I apologize for intruding. Have you encountered a troubling situation? Arya looked up in confusion, her swollen eyes betraying her prolonged tears, the delicate skin around her eyes stinging slightly. Blinking to clear her vision, she finally focused on Tunin, who appeared to be an unassuming girl clad in a simple white dress, slender with high cheekbones, yet her gaze was unexpectedly gentle. Are you speaking to me? She asked, pointing to herself in disbelief. Indeed, Tunin replied with a smile, striving to present herself as harmless. You are the only one here in tears. I am so sorry. Arya's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Did I disturb you? Not at all. Tunin shook her head. However, it is quite late. Why are you not at home but here weeping alone? At this, Arya's tears began to flow anew. She thought she had nearly exhausted her supply of tears, yet they continued to fall. My mother is gravely ill, yet I must still go to the palace for work tomorrow, she choked out. Why not hire someone to care for your mother? Tunin inquired. I have no money. Arya's tears cascaded more fiercely at this admission. Poor girl, Tunin said, crouching before her and gently dabbing at the tears on her cheeks with a handkerchief. What if I were to assist you with your duties tomorrow? You could remain at home to care for your mother. Arya paused, clearly taken aback by this suggestion. For a moment, she felt a flicker of hope, but hesitation soon crept in. But what if someone discovers it isn't he tomorrow the masquerade ball? Junan winked. I've heard everyone must wear a mask. You would notice that the person behind the mask is not you. While that is true, Arya still appeared apprehensive. But could you truly bear to leave your mother alone at home without care? Junan lowered her gaze. In truth, I must confess, I have fallen for the prince at first sight, yet he is to marry another. My heart is heavy. I long to see him once more before his wedding, even if only to witness his happiness from afar. That would suffice for me. Is that so? Arya felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Being a kind-hearted girl, she could not bear to see another suffer for love. After much deliberation, she finally agreed to Junan's proposal. Do not worry, I shall be discreet and ensure it does not cause you any trouble, Junan assured her. Grateful, Arya nodded and then seemed to recall something, cautioning, my tasks are not particularly difficult, but the palace is not an ordinary place. The maids must adhere to many rules, please remember this. Chapter 30. At the ball. Upon returning home, Junan found her father still slumbering peacefully. As expected, she ascended the stairs with utmost care, entered her room, and sat down at her writing desk to unfold the note containing the rules given to her by Aruya. Rules for maids. Rule 1. Maids must arrive 1 hour in advance. Rule 2. Maids must never contradict guests and must strive to meet their requests as much as possible. Rule 3. Maids must complete their assigned tasks for the day before they may leave. Rule 4. In the event of a disruptive guest, maids are obliged to soothe the guest's emotions and politely escort them out of the ball. Rule 5. The commands of the king, queen, and prince take precedence over all else. She meticulously noted all the rules and then destroyed the paper. On the night of the ball, Cyrenite, Bella, and her father departed early. Junan accompanied them to the doorstep. Layla, you stay home and rest well, she obediently replied. Her father, driving the carriage, flicked the reins, and they set off smoothly down the road. As she watched the carriage gradually disappear around the corner, Junan hurriedly returned to her room to don the maid's attire lent to her by Aruya, took a mask she had casually purchased from the roadside, and made her way to the back entrance. There a carriage awaited her. Having detoured to the carriage house the previous night, she had rented this carriage and arranged for the driver to wait for her at this hour. Junan climbed into the carriage and placed the mask over her face. The driver, a taciturn middle-aged man, spoke little and drove the carriage swiftly towards the palace. Unlike the invited guests, maids had a separate entrance. After disembarking, Junan instructed the driver to return at midnight to collect her and then produced the maid's token given to her by Aruya, allowing her to enter the palace with ease. Aruya was merely an ordinary maid, engaged in laborious tasks, primarily serving guests in the foyer by offering tea, delivering drinks promptly, and replenishing pastries. The palace maids bore a resemblance to modern workers. They first checked in with the supervisor before receiving their assignments. Tonight's ball is of utmost importance, there must be no mistakes. The supervisor gathered all the maids for an important address. Should I discover anyone slacking off, I shall expel her from the palace. Junan blended in with the other maids, chanting the mindless slogans along with them. The supervisor spoke for a full half-hour before finally dismissing them. As it turned out, the advance hour was merely to facilitate her lecture. She was assigned to the foyer, with the primary task of holding a tray and serving drinks to the guests. The ball commenced swiftly. A beam of light suddenly illuminated the dim hall, striking the staircase on the second floor. At that moment, no one paid her any mind. Junan nestled in a corner, leaning against the wall, contentedly taking a break. The spotlight revealed a man and a woman, both adorned with exquisite masks and dressed in lavish attire, descending the stairs slowly. If she was not mistaken, it must be Cinderella and the prince. The prince took Cinderella's hand and gracefully entered the dance floor, the music flowing through the hall as they performed the opening dance before the gaze of all attendees. Cinderella appeared as a true princess, every inch of her radiating elegance, with no trace left of their Cinderella persona. Junan spotted Bella amidst the crowd. Despite the mask, Bella's figure was unmistakably recognizable. Was the person beside her Cyrenite? She furrowed her brow, wondering where her father had gone. Bring me a drink, a voice beside her. The familiar sound struck Junan like thunder, sending chills down her spine. She realized she now knew where her father was. Did you not hear me? Her father spoke with discontent. I want a drink. Junan hurriedly offered him a drink from her tray, lowering her voice as she said, Honored guest, please enjoy. Her father downed the drink in one gulp, his gaze landing on her, a hint of familiarity in his eyes. You, Tunan instinctively tensed. My dear, how is it that you are here? Cyrenaide's voice chimed in just in time. We must dance. Don't you tell me you've forgotten the steps. Of course not, Cyrenaide. Her father's attention shifted away from her as he placed the empty glass on the tray. What a nostalgic feeling. I recall my dance steps had charmed many young ladies. Tunan subtly raised her head to glance at Cyrenaide, who cast her a fleeting look. Though both wore masks, Tunan was certain Cyrenaide recognized her. She exhaled softly, imperceptibly nodding in acknowledgement. Her father and Cyrenaide then departed. The prince and Cinderella's dance concluded, with Cinderella now leaning against a corner of the hall, surrounded by a gaggle of sycophantic noble women, tightly encircling her. Tunan needed to devise a way to spend a moment alone with Cinderella. Just as she intended to slip away, she was abruptly called out again. Yes, you mix me a Bloody Mary, commanded a man donning a vampire mask. Tunan paused momentarily, instinctively wanting to refuse, but she stifled the words on the tip of her tongue. Asa maid, she had an obligation to fulfill the guest's requests. Apologies, honored guest, Tunan replied, bowing her head. I do not know how to mix a Bloody Mary, but may I fetch someone who can for you? The vampire mask emitted a cold scoff. I want you to make it. If you cannot even mix a simple Bloody Mary, then, the air around her chilled abruptly as a draught swept past her neck, as if someone were blowing a gentle breeze against her skin. Why are you silent? The vampire mask chuckled ominously, revealing sharp fangs beneath. Tunan caught a glimpse of those menacing teeth through the mask. Can't mix one? Oh, well, that's fine. I just need a glass of a Bloody Mary, is it? Very well, I shall prepare it for you right away, Tunan replied hastily. The vampire mask paused, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Are you certain you wish to do this? If you mix it incorrectly, you shall face my wrath. Absolutely, Tunan affirmed with a smile and a nod. Please, give me a moment. The Bloody Mary, known for its resemblance to blood, is primarily composed of tomato juice. Though Tunan had no knowledge of mixing drinks, she surmised that the vampire mask's desired Bloody Mary was more than a mere cocktail. While the supervisor's lecture had been tiresome, Tunan had paid close attention, determined not to miss any potential rule. The supervisor had emphasized the importance of understanding the true needs of the guests. What you must do is speculate, guess, understand the inner world of the guests. That is what a competent maid should do. What could the vampire mask's request signify? Using Bloody Mary as a euphemism, it likely pointed to the need for fresh blood. Tunan made her way to the kitchen, where numerous chickens had been slaughtered that day. She recalled that the blood had been collected in a large vat. She quickly located the chicken blood, filling a glass to the brim, then garnishing it with a slice of lemon for decoration before delivering it to the vampire mask. The vampire mask took the glass, inhaling its aroma with a peculiar expression. Oh, I did not expect a maid from the palace to possess such cleverness. It is my honor to satisfy your expectations. The slogans from the supervisor's speech resurfaced in her mind. Hiding her expression behind the mask, her voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Wishing you a splendid evening. Here's a little tip for you. The vampire mask tossed something her way. Chapter 31, The Death of Cinderella. A string of bracelets was tossed into her embrace, surprisingly yielding an unexpected treasure. Tunan picked up the bracelet, uncertain of its material, yet it bore a quality akin to jade, with beads shaped in the form of skulls, translucent and smooth, exuding a lustrous sheen. She raised her gaze, intending to express her gratitude, but the vampire mask had vanished without a trace. Tunan adorned her wrist with the bracelet, resolving to find another opportunity to thank the mysterious guest. The atmosphere of the ball reached a crescendo, with men and women dancing passionately in the ballroom. Tunan navigated through the crowd, leveraging her identity to seek an opportune moment. Cinderella's current status ensured that she was always surrounded by admirers. Once more, the prince and Cinderella entered the dance floor. She held a tray, observing them while contemplating how she might engage Cinderella in solitary conversation. Should she reveal her identity? If Cinderella were to expose her, it would spell danger. It would be wiser to devise a way to lure Cinderella away. Wait, what was Bella doing? Tunin furrowed her brow as she watched Bella struggle through the throng towards the prince and Cinderella, her movements frantic, drawing disapproving glances from those around her. What was her intention? Tunin focused on her. Bella was clad in an ostentatious gown, with voluminous sleeves that could easily conceal her hands. Suddenly, she caught a glint of something sharp at Bella's side. Surely, she wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt to assassinate Cinderella in such a public setting, yet it was painfully obvious that she was that foolish. The bustling crowd served as the perfect cover for Bella, and aside from Tunin, who was vigilantly observing her, the revelers were oblivious to Bella's peculiar behavior. Their Cinderella, whom Bella had always looked down upon, had transformed into a figure of envy and respect, a title that the spoiled Bella could hardly endure. Consumed by jealousy and malice, she was oblivious to the horrifying consequences of her actions. Cinderella, you die. Bella's voice erupted in a furious shout as she raised her hand towards Cinderella. The surrounding crowd instinctively turned to her. This was bad. Tunin made a swift decision to push through the crowd towards Bella. She was losing her mind. It was her duty to swiftly intervene and halt Bella's reckless behavior. However, in the next instant, the hall was plunged into an unexpected darkness. Mid-stride, Tunin instinctively crouched and shielded her head. The cacophony of screams, curses, cries, and roars melded into a chaotic symphony that echoed in her ears. Amidst the turmoil, she thought she heard the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. A faint metallic scent wafted through the air. Tunin's mind raced with confusion. In this impenetrable darkness, countless thoughts swirled within her. What had transpired? Had someone been injured? Why did darkness always descend upon the balls, inevitably heralding tragedy? Who would fall victim this time? Before long, the lights flickered back to life, casting a soft glow throughout the hall. Tunin rubbed her numb legs and glanced at the clock. 2 hours remained until midnight. She slowly rose to her feet. Oh God, what is happening? The panicked cries reverberated throughout the hall. What had occurred? Tunin endeavored to calm the agitated crowd while pushing her way to the center. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Cinderella lay peacefully on the ground, a faint smile gracing her lips, appearing as if she were merely asleep, if one overlooked the dagger embedded in her chest. Her chest was stained crimson, the blade lodged deeply within her torso, her breathing stilled. No, the prince knelt beside Cinderella, his mournful voice echoing through the hall. Cinderella, who has done this to you? Cinderella was dead. Tunin swiftly scanned the surroundings. The crowd had formed a tight circle around Cinderella and the prince, leaving a 3-meter diameter of empty space. Their faces were etched with panic and terror. Tunin quickly spotted Bella hiding amid the crowd, her expression one of utter disbelief as she gazed at Cinderella's lifeless form. A headache began to throb at her temples. How could Cinderella be dead, especially at such a critical moment? Was it mere coincidence? More importantly, how had she met her end? Where have the maids gone? The supervisor parted the crowd, his hawkish gaze sweeping over the assembly until it landed on Tunin. He pointed at her, commanding, "Come here and assist." Tunin hurried forward. As a prospective princess, Cinderella's corpse warranted a different treatment than those from the previous balls, where the bodies had been unceremoniously removed by soldiers, their fates unknown. Although the prince had known Cinderella for but a short time, their bond was profound, and he appeared stricken with grief, utterly devastated. He ordered for a stretcher to be brought forth to carry Cinderella's body, instructing it to be taken to a designated chamber. Following the supervisor's guidance, Tunin wove through the crowd and entered a darkened room. To her surprise, she discovered such a chamber existed on the first floor, concealed behind a hidden door, remarkably discreet. The supervisor pressed a stone on the wall, and with the sound of turning gears, a secret door revealed itself. The room was unlit, shrouded in darkness, lacking windows, and exuded a chilling atmosphere. "Place the stretcher inside," the supervisor commanded coldly from the doorway. "You may leave afterward, but ensure to clean up the front hall before you head home." She and another maid lowered the stretcher, and the others hastily turned to exit. Tunin hesitated, unable to resist the urge to glimpse Cinderella's body once more, yet the darkness enveloped the room, the sole source of illumination emanating from the supervisor's candelabrum at the door, casting light upon only a small area. "What are you waiting for?" the supervisor queried ominously. Chapter 32, Midnight Terror. She dared not linger any longer and swiftly vacated the room. As she traversed a short distance, she noticed the supervisor once again pressing a particular brick along the wall, causing a hidden door to materialize before her. The wall was seamless, devoid of any trace. She turned away and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the foyer, she found that the crowd had largely dispersed. A glance at the time revealed that there was still some time before midnight. The maids were unable to leave until their tasks were completed, so she had no choice but to begin sweeping the hall. As she worked, she replayed the day's bizarre events in her mind. Initially, she had suspected Cinderella might be their mouse, yet before she could probe further, Cinderella had met a mysterious demise. Everything had unfolded in darkness, leaving her utterly perplexed. Could the culprit be Bella? She furrowed her brow, doubting Bella's capability, especially as Bella appeared quite flustered once the lights were illuminated. However, she could not dismiss the possibility that it was merely an act. To identify their mouse, she needed to do so while it existed within the narrative. Once the mouse exited the story, her task would inevitably fail. Thus, either Cinderella was not their mouse, or she had not truly perished. After considerable effort, she had finally tidied the hole, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard a series of resonant, distant chimes echoing from afar. Dong, dong, it was the palace clock signaling midnight. Tunan's heart raced, and instinctively, she glanced at the clock in the hall. There was clearly still an hour until midnight. How could this be? With no time to ponder, she recalled the rules. She must find the nearest room and crouch in the northeast corner. The only room that came to mind was the one that had recently housed Cinderella's corpse. There was no time for hesitation. Tunan sprinted towards that room without a second thought. The clock had already chimed twice. She needed to reach that room before the final chime sounded. Fortunately, her previous location was not far, and she quickly arrived at the wall. The clock chimed 3 more times. In these moments of heightened tension, her mind grew increasingly lucid, and she recalled the area the supervisor had touched, tapping at it with her hand. Dong, dong, the bricks emitted a dull thud until one particular brick, upon being struck, produced a distinct sound. Her eyes brightened as she forcefully pushed that brick. With the familiar sound of gears turning, the hidden door reappeared before her. The clock had struck 11 times. There was no time for indecision. Tunan slipped into the room, relying on her reasonably good sense of direction to find the northeast corner and crouch down. Just as she settled into position, the 12th chime of midnight resonated. This final chime was particularly weighty, its echoes lingering momentarily before fading away. Since the earlier events, Tunan had been in a state of heightened alertness, and only now did her heart, which had felt as though it might leap from her chest, gradually begin to calm. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow and could not suppress a sigh of relief. The palace's midnight bell served to hasten the departure of lingering guests. In 15 minutes, there would be another chime, and failure to leave would result in the closure of the exit. She needed to remain in this room until the next chime and then swiftly reach the exit within 10 minutes to escape the palace. The castle's exit was not far, and if she ran swiftly, she could make it in time. However, the rules forbade running within the castle. She had already run once to reach this spot, emboldened by the fact that Bella had previously violated the rules without facing punishment. Given that Bella had transgressed at least twice without consequence, it was highly probable that the rule was counted, allowing for a couple of infractions before punishment ensued. Thus, she was still safe. Tunan exhaled in relief, yet, as she relaxed, previously overlooked details became increasingly apparent. For instance, the room's unnaturally low temperature, and was Cinderella's corpse still in this room? The thought of potentially sharing a space with a corpse made the air feel even colder. Nevertheless, she could not move, only crouch in the corner. In darkness, one's auditory and sensory perceptions sharpen, and Tunan closed her eyes, unsure if it was merely her imagination, but she thought she heard faint rustling sounds. Their noises were peculiar, not continuous, but intermittent, akin to someone slowly dragging their feet across the ground, punctuated by lengthy pauses. Tunan startled at her own description. The rustling grew closer, so near, it felt as though it were right behind her. All the blood in her body seemed to freeze. The previously still room felt as if a gentle breeze had suddenly materialized, brushing against her neck. The rustling, which had been so close, abruptly ceased. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted to her nostrils. Something was behind her. She clenched her eyes shut, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu washing over her. as if an eye had sprouted from the back of her head, fixating intently on that entity. She could almost envision how it stared at her, silent, as it breathed softly against her neck again and again. It was waiting for what, perhaps for her to involuntarily turn around, or for the perfect moment to pounce, devouring her whole. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. If something truly lurked behind her, then hiding here would surely spell her doom. A sudden, intense impulse surged within her, prompting her to bolt from the room without a second thought. As long as she could escape this room, she reasoned, if she ran fast enough, whatever pursued her would not catch up. Tunan tightly shut her eyes, her breathing echoing loudly in the dimness. Unconsciously, she stood up, preparing to turn and exit the room when a sudden sharp pain shot through her wrist. This pain jolted her back to reality. She opened her eyes in terror, realizing she had turned around without awareness, nearly leaving the corner. With a lingering sense of dread, Tunan glanced down. The bracelet on her wrist emitted a faint glow, having just reminded her and brought her back to her senses. Without that bracelet, she feared her fate might have been grim. In this narrative, losing one's reason to fear was the gravest folly. Perhaps she had lingered too long in this story. The strangeness had insidiously invaded her being, and it was only at this moment that she sensed the danger. Although sounds and breaths had been mere figments of her imagination, the more she envisioned them, the more vivid they became, until she might have been frightened to death by her own thoughts. Clutching the bracelet, which still bore a trace of warmth, Tunan resumed her crouch in the corner. This time, she emptied her mind, waiting until she heard the clock chime once more. Now Tunan opened her eyes and, without hesitation, turned to flee, only to suddenly kick something with her foot. Chapter 33. Escape from the palace. She inadvertently kicked something hard, causing her toes to throb painfully. Her complexion paled as realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. It was likely the corpse of Cinderella, which she had seemingly positioned in this spot during her earlier movements. The area she had kicked was solid, possibly a bone. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to ponder, and thus cautiously sidestepped the body before continuing her escape. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, everything appearing blurred. She relied solely on her hazy recollections and sense of direction to run towards the exit. Upon reaching the foyer, the environment finally clarified. In moments of extreme anxiety, the body often reacts much more swiftly than usual. The passage from the foyer to the palace exit was not short, typically requiring about 15 minutes of normal walking, yet she had managed to reach the exit in merely 5. Once she finally escaped the palace, Tunan exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. The last time she had run so fast was likely during her physical examination for the high school entrance exam. Her body was not particularly robust, and such high-intensity running invoked a metallic taste in her throat. After resting against the wall for a full 5 minutes, she gingerly moved forward on her weary legs, trembling with exhaustion. Fortunately, the coachman had not departed, waiting for her not far from the exit. With great effort, Tunan climbed onto the carriage, hearing the coachman grumble about needing extra payment. She shut her eyes, her blood pulsing through her veins gradually calming. "Fine, I will add more," she replied. The coachman finally fell silent, cracking the whip with a sharp crack, and the carriage jolted into motion. The jolting of the carriage soon lulled her into slumber. Arrived. It was unclear how much time had passed when the coachman's voice roused her from her dreams. To her surprise, she had indeed fallen asleep. Tunan opened her eyes, her head pounding. She lifted the curtain and handed the prepared coins to the coachman before entering her home through the back door. The moonlight was bright, and the trees outside swayed in the wind, casting writhing shadows upon the ground. She paused, sensing something amiss. Her father's snoring was absent. She had long grown accustomed to drifting off to sleep accompanied by his rhythmic snores, and the sudden silence felt strange. Was her father not yet asleep? The room was eerily quiet, with only vague outlines of furniture discernible. Tunan tread lightly, silently approaching the staircase, poised to ascend. When the dim surroundings abruptly brightened, she froze, instinctively turning around. Her father sat on the sofa directly opposite the staircase, perfectly ensconced in shadow, which was why she had failed to notice him earlier. His complexion was ghastly, bloodshot eyes glaring, and he held a white candle, the flickering flame accentuating the ominous pallor of his face. "Layla, where have you been?" His voice erupted like thunder, his nostrils flared, eyes ablaze with rage. "How dare you sneak out behind my back?" He stood, advancing towards her step by step, his footfalls heavy, as if dark clouds were descending upon her. How dare you commit such shameless acts?" her father roared, his voice frenzied, repetitively echoing his threats. "I shall punish you, you shall be punished, bad children must face consequences." He raised his hand high, the sheer force of it whistling through the air as it approached her. Tunan's eyes widened. If that slap landed on her face, it would surely leave her disfigured. In a split second, she summoned their fairy tale compendium. Having consumed Bella's toes, the compendium had been digesting the meal, and today it was finally ready. She had contemplated the compendium's other capabilities. When the system had introduced it, it had specifically noted, the most loathsome in the entire fairy tale realm. The compendium could devour the belongings and even the flesh of fairy tale characters, indicating it possessed a certain restraining power over them. This marked her second transgression before her father. Given Bella's precedent, his punishment would likely be physical, but not fatal. Grasping the book tightly, she swiftly flipped through its pages, closed her eyes, and raised it before her, directly facing her father's descending hand. The grotesque Moor opened wide, sharp rows of teeth still stained with remnants of undigested flesh, seemingly drawn to the scent of delicacies, drool dripping from its gaping mouth. Tunan kept her eyes shut, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Time seemed to stand still, and silence enveloped her. When she finally opened her eyes, she was astonished to see her father, contorted in rage, staring at their fairy tale compendium, his hand halted mere inches from its gaping maw, completely motionless. Indeed, it was effective. Tunan raised an eyebrow, tentatively pushing the compendium forward. Her father's expression twisted in reluctant defiance, retracting his hand. A creature that feared the strong and bullied the weak. "Father, will you not punish me?" Tunan inquired with a smile. His grotesque visage twitched, a flicker of malevolence shining in his eyes. He felt his authority within the household challenged, unwilling to let her off so easily, yet the presence of that gaping maw. That thing could easily bite off his hand. Her father's mouth twitched stiffly, forcing a ghastly smile. "Layla, your father has always cherished you dearly. How could I bear to punish you?" He suppressed his fury. "It is quite late. Good children should not stay up late. Off to bed you go." Tunan eyed him warily, gradually retracting their fairy tale compendium. Unsure how many more days she would have to remain in this household, she did not wish to confront her father just yet. The compendium still held sway over him, but she might not be so fortunate in the future. "Then I shall return to my room to rest." "Father, do ensure you retire early as well," Tunan said with a sweet smile, ignoring her father's ghastly demeanor, and ascended the stairs. Her father's gaze fixated on her retreating figure, malice seeping from his eyes. It mattered not that he could not act now. As long as she broke the rules once more, he could justifiably devour her. This individual was more detestable than any before. He licked his lips, determined to savor her thoroughly. Tunan sensed the searing gaze upon her back. Her father's hostility was unmistakable. The situation had grown rather precarious. She sighed. Originally, she had intended to ascertain whether Cinderella was indeed a mouse, yet she had not the opportunity to utter a single word to her before the strange death occurred. Was Cinderella's demise a mere coincidence or an inevitable fate? As Tunan approached her room, she suddenly halted, glancing sideways. The door to Bella's room was ajar, and Bella was peeking through the crack, her eyes fixed intently upon her. Chapter 34, Enshrouded in Mist. "Bella," she inquired, her brow furrowed, "why haven't you retired for the night yet?" "Cinderella is dead, sister," Bella replied languidly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "With such a profound sisterly bond, how could I possibly find rest?" "Are you not afraid of father discovering this?" Tunan asked coldly. "Didn't you get caught sneaking off to the ball?" Bella's tone was light and airy, yet here you are, unscathed. How utterly unfair. "Don't you think?" she paused, then continued, "I am the one being punished." Tunan, lacking the patience for her frivolity, pushed open the door intending to enter, hesitated, and then turned back to query, "Bella, with Cinderella's demise, who do you believe is responsible?" "What do you think, sister?" Bella countered with a question of her own. "I witnessed you brandishing a dagger as you approached her," Tunan pressed, her tone accusatory. Bella's eyes widened in panic, her hand flying to her mouth as she gazed at her sister in terror. Junyin frowned. Bella, observing her sister's grim expression, suddenly erupted into laughter. Sister, you can't possibly think I killed Cinderella, can you? Though I certainly wished for her demise, I lack the capability. Her voice was teasing, laced with provocation. Besides, do you have any evidence? Junyin stared at her for a moment before striding into the room. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following morning, Junyin awoke, her eyes heavy with dark circles. After last night, it was evident that no one in the household had truly enjoyed a restful slumber. She splashed cold water on her face, the icy sensation banishing her drowsiness. As she exited her room, she collided with Bella, who was emerging from her own. Good morning, sister, Bella greeted, waving cheerfully, surprisingly vibrant, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. It appears you rested well, Junyin remarked, her face impassive. The two descended the staircase side by side. Breakfast was already laid out, and their father sat at the table alongside Serenity, awaiting their arrival. Junyin took her seat, and Bella quietly settled beside her. Last night, a shocking and sorrowful event transpired, their father began, his gaze first darting toward Junyin with a piercing glare, which she met with a saccharine smile. He paused briefly before continuing, I trust everyone is aware that Cinderella has passed away. At this revelation, the other three instinctively bowed their heads, feigning tears. Their father, observing their display, nodded in satisfaction. Cinderella was a beloved member of our family. Now that she is tragically gone, we must mourn her loss. Junyin kept her head lowered, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Where was his paternal affection when Cinderella suffered? What purpose did his words serve now that she was dead? They observed a moment of silence for Cinderella before commencing their breakfast. Once the meal concluded, their father departed as per his usual routine. Serenity, with a blank expression, began to clear the table when she suddenly lamented, since Cinderella's departure, I have no one to assist me. My dear daughter, can you bear to let your mother toil alone? Her tone was overtly theatrical. Junyin stepped forward to help with the dishes. Serenity smiled at her. Now that's what a dutiful daughter does. By the way, she furrowed her brow, clearly irritated. Ever since Cinderella left, those birds in her garden have been incessantly chirping, driving one to distraction. Mother, shall I chase them away? Bella volunteered eagerly. What good would that do? They are merely birds, and if they fly away, they will return. Serenity handed Bella the leftover bread from breakfast. Perhaps they are hungry, go feed them this. They had best cease their noise, or I shall show them a thing or two. Bella took the plate and departed. Did you kill Cinderella? Once Bella was gone, Serenity's languid expression vanished, replaced with a serious demeanor as she turned to Junyin. It was not me, Junyin replied succinctly. What benefit would it serve me to kill her? Serenity appeared taken aback, murmuring to herself, that shouldn't be. Why do you say that? Junyin pressed immediately. If it wasn't you, then it's most likely she succumbed to the rules, yet I was present at the ball last night, and Cinderella seemed not to have violated any. Serenity pondered aloud, though perhaps she transgressed her own rules. What do you mean? Are you a newcomer? Serenity regarded her with suspicion. In this scenario, the rules for players may vary according to their identity. We are unaware of her specific rules. If she violated them and perished, we would have no way of knowing. Of course, this possibility assumes she is a player. She remained oblivious to Junyin's true identity or the nature of her mission, unaware that if the mouse was no longer within the scenario, the cat's task would automatically fail. Mother, what are you discussing with sister? Bella's voice suddenly chimed from behind them. Serenity's expression transformed rapidly, her demeanor shifting seamlessly before she turned. In the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the title of Best Actress. Junyin found herself amusedly contemplating the irony of the situation. Are those birds still chirping? Serenity asked casually. They were likely too hungry. I fed them bread, and they ceased their noise. Bella placed the empty plate on the table. I am going upstairs now, Mother. Serenity smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, nodding in acknowledgement. Bella appeared unaccustomed to this gesture, instinctively tilting her head away to evade Serenity's hand. Serenity's hand hung awkwardly in the air. Am I not too old for such childish affection? Bella pouted, playfully chastising Serenity. No matter your age, you will always be my daughter, Serenity insisted, firmly patting her head. Bella huffed in displeasure and dashed upstairs. Junyin observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. What troubles you? Serenity queried, following Junyin's gaze with curiosity. how did you and Bella return after the ball last night? Julian inquired. We returned by carriage, of course, Serenity replied nonchalantly. Was there any difference in Bella before and after she left? Serenity attempted to recollect yesterday's events. Shaking her head, she appeared quite frightened upon her return, huddled in a corner with her head bowed, completely motionless. However, I must say, in such circumstances, I too would hesitate to act. She furrowed her brow slightly. Are you suspecting that Bella harmed Cinderella? Julian lowered her gaze, feeling her thoughts entangled in confusion, unable to unravel them. She seemed to vaguely grasp something, yet a thick fog obscured her understanding, leaving her in a state of perpetual turmoil. Bella's toes had been certified by the Fairy Tale Codex, confirming she could not possibly be a player, yet her actions appeared so suspicious, rendering her intentions inscrutable. I do not know, Julian murmured softly. I merely sense that Bella seems far more complex than she appears. You must hasten your pace, Serenity warned. We have lingered in this scenario for several days now. The longer we remain, the greater the risk of assimilation. Chapter 35. The hysterical father indeed. The birds in the backyard had ceased their chirping. As Junang pushed open the window, the afternoon sunlight streamed in, transforming into a myriad of twinkling fragments as it filtered through the leaves. She found the stillness somewhat peculiar, yet could not pinpoint what felt amiss. After all, birds are not human. Do they truly comprehend when to sing and when to remain silent? Yet, at this moment, there were matters far more vexing than the absence of their song. Her father's standards for infractions had escalated. As Junang descended the stairs for dinner, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Serenity sat quietly at the table, discreetly casting her a glance. Their father turned to look at her as well, revealing a disconcerting smile. Layla, my dear child, come and eat. His gaze was fervent to the point of being unsettling. Junang glanced at Serenity, who raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Hesitating, Junang chose not to speak and quietly took her seat at the dining table. Bella soon joined them. What a good child, why so silent? Their father's eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Junang gently set down her knife and fork without a sound, pointed to her throat. She excelled at playing the mute. What ails you? Their father inquired, his voice laced with menace. It must be something that has afflicted her throat, Serenity whispered, lowering her head to wipe away tears. My poor child, what does God intend for this family? Their father maintained a grim silence, turning his gaze towards Bella. Bella, why do you not speak either? Bella mimicked Junang's silence in a similar manner. Frustrated that neither of them had fallen for his ruse, their father angrily seized his knife and fork, forcefully slicing into the steak on his plate. The medium-rare meat revealed a vibrant red when cut, and as he bit into it, crimson juices flowed forth, staining his lips a bloody hue. Shall I need to find a doctor for you? He asked neurotically, scraping the plate with his utensils, producing a disconcerting crunch sound. I toil endlessly to provide for you, yet how do you repay me? His voice grew increasingly furious, bits of chewed meat mingling with saliva spewing forth. You hold me in utter disdain. How outrageous, how intolerable, he bellowed, his hysteria becoming frightfully palpable. Ungrateful children, should you marry in the future, you will surely bring me disgrace. The other three at the table remained silent, watching him. Sometimes, even the bizarre cannot withstand emotional coldness. Their father's expression darkened further, bloodshot veins becoming starkly visible in his eyes. I shall, his teeth ground together with a menacing grind, as if someone within were attempting to saw through something. My dear, why such anger? Serenity suddenly interjected, the children's ailments are merely temporary. I believe they shall recover by tomorrow. Is that so? Their father's glacial gaze swept over them. Indeed. Serenity naturally passed him the steak that had been sullied with saliva, saying with concern, you work so hard. You ought to eat a bit more. The redness in their father's eyes gradually began to fade. I hope you recover swiftly, he murmured. Cinderella has passed. If you fall ill too, it would grieve your father immensely. Junang could only smile. It seemed her father could hardly contain himself. Following a silent and excruciating dinner, they arrived at a familiar juncture. Their father retreated to his room to rest, and the familiar sound of snoring soon filled the air, signaling a temporary reprieve from alarm. What on earth is happening? Junang whispered to Serenity. I told you, Serenity replied in a hushed tone, the longer we remain in this scenario, the more perilous it becomes. The standards for noise have been heightened. Heightened? Chunang frowned. Are you saying that making any sound now counts as noise? Serenity shrugged. That depends on your father's mood. Then why can you speak? Chunang inquired, puzzled. Well, I am his beloved wife, Serenity replied with a smile. I have mentioned before that each individual has different rules. Chunang remained non-committal, picking up the remaining bread on the table to feed the birds in the backyard. As she stepped into the courtyard, a multitude of birds perched upon the tree turned their beady eyes towards her in unison. Why is she here again? Seeing her makes me want to scold her. Chunang. Am I truly that bothersome? Why have those birds begun to chirp again? Serenity had approached her without her notice, furrowing her brow in inquiry. They're too noisy, let's drive them away. Strangely, the birds immediately fell silent. Chunang crumbled the bread into pieces to feed them. I'm so hungry, one bird could not help but exclaim. I refuse to eat anything that this malicious woman offers. Can she truly be so kind? Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Quite right, understanding all too well, Chunang silently withdrew her hand, surveying her surroundings. She noted that since Cinderella's departure, the place had been neglected, yet surprisingly, it was not in disarray. Aside from a few fallen leaves, there was no other litter. Chunang turned and returned to her room. The next day, her father's meticulous plans were once again thwarted. Early in the morning, the palace sent a messenger to convey that today was the day of Cinderella's burial, and as Cinderella's family, they were expected to attend. Reluctantly, their father had to temporarily spare them. A heavy and sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the palace. Everyone wore faces of grief, a pall of despair hanging in the air. Having visited this scenario numerous times, it was Chunang's first encounter with the king and queen. After the family performed their rites, the queen, with reddened eyes, assisted Serenity, saying, Madam, such a tragedy is truly sorrowful, please accept my condolences. Serenity wept to the point of nearly fainting, collapsing beside the coffin, wailing, My dear daughter, you were so young. Chunang was profoundly impressed by her acting skills. One by one, they offered flowers, and Cinderella lay quietly in her coffin, maintaining the appearance she had in death, as if merely asleep. As Chunang placed the flowers beside her and, unnoticed by others, discreetly pinched her arm, she felt a curious sensation. It did not resemble that of a corpse, but rather calmly withdrawing her hand, she maintained a facade of sorrow as she left the side of the coffin with reddened eyes. Once the proceedings concluded, they exited the chamber where the body was stored. Cinderella's remains were to be interred after nightfall. Everyone appeared deeply mournful, at least, they seemed to be. Though Cinderella has departed, you remain friends of the royal family. The queen addressed Serenity warmly. You are always welcome to visit the palace. Their father and Serenity appeared apprehensive. She and Bella walked side by side at the back. Chunang lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, stealing glances at Bella from the corner of her eye. Bella walked forward expressionless when suddenly, she stumbled over a stone by the roadside and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chapter 36, Departure from the Instance. Oh my goodness, what has transpired? The queen was startled by the sudden noise. Chunang immediately crouched down to assist Bella, her voice heavy with sorrow as she remarked, Sister Bella must be overwhelmed with grief, leading her to a state of disorientation. What a pitiable child, the queen sighed, choosing not to pursue Bella's indiscretion. Yet, their father, standing ahead, cast a menacing glare in their direction. Though currently restrained by the palace's regulations, it was evident that once they returned home, he would unleash his fury. She had lingered in the instance far too long. His patience was wearing thin. Bella, her body rigid, numbly expressed her gratitude. Chunang, supporting her arm, seized the moment to give her a discreet pinch. As she had anticipated, the sensation was identical to that of the corpse. She observed the few individuals engrossed in conversation ahead and resolutely turned to stride towards the chamber where Cinderella's body had been stored. Chunang dared not run, but fortunately, they had not ventured far and soon found themselves back in that room. The door, which she had seen closed, now stood ajar. Approaching the entrance, she indeed spotted Bella leaning against the coffin, bent over, seemingly engaged in some task. Sister, what are you doing? Tunan inquired unexpectedly. Bella's body momentarily paused before she straightened up and turned to face her, displaying no surprise, but rather a slow smile as she replied, Sister, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, how could I witness this scene? Tunan advanced step by step. Should I address you as Bella or Cinderella? Bella's smile remained unchanged. I do not comprehend what you are saying. At such a juncture, is there still a need for pretense? She regarded the person before her with cold eyes. The deceased has always been Bella, has she not? Bella did not deny it, slightly tilting her head. How did you discern that? On the day Cinderella met her demise, I felt something was amiss. Initially, I had no suspicion of you, believing she had merely violated the rules herself. However, your behavior has been exceedingly peculiar. The real Bella could never act as you do. Bella, no, Cinderella sighed, speaking with resignation. Even if I don a different guise, I must strive to maintain my persona as much as possible. Indeed, Tunan observed her keenly. The genuine Bella would never willingly propose to feed the birds. She would rather wish for their demise, as she harbors a profound hatred for Cinderella. Is that all it takes for you to conclude I am Cinderella? Cinderella inquired with curiosity. Tunan shook her head. I owe a debt of gratitude to those birds. Cinderella appeared somewhat puzzled. They did not refuse your offerings, and after you fed them, they ceased their chirping entirely. Is that not worthy of suspicion? Thus, I deliberately attempted to feed them as well, only to be met with their complete aversion, whilst you, who share the same distaste for Cinderella, managed to command their obedience. Cinderella clapped her hands, smiling. What an impressive deduction. How did you accomplish this? Tunan could not help but ask. The corpse inside the coffin, and the Bella outside, merely puppets. Cinderella replied nonchalantly. Everyone within the instance possesses some degree of cunning, do they not? So, you are the mouse, correct? Tunan fixed her gaze on her, demanding an answer. Bingo. Cinderella did not deny it, instead openly confirming. Congratulations on your correct guess. But I have no prize to offer you. Seeing her so unperturbed, Tunan felt a flicker of hesitation. You must be quite curious why I fear you not at all, correct? Cinderella smiled. Tunan watched her warily. My task has long been completed, Cinderella stated with a relaxed demeanor. The reason I have yet to depart is that I wish to take something with me. What is it? Cinderella turned, retrieving an item from within the coffin. Cinderella's glass slipper. The night I switched bodies, time was far too pressing for me to procure this. I had to find another opportunity to return to the palace. Thankfully, you arrived in time, otherwise, I would have had to leave the instance. Tunan regarded her with increasing bewilderment. Why did it seem as if Cinderella had no fear of being captured by her at all? Cinderella appeared to read her thoughts. We are of the same kind, never adversaries. The true opposition lies within this game, however. The rules dictate that I cannot voluntarily reveal my identity, thus I can only hint at it. She smiled. Fortunately, you are rather astute. Tunan was taken aback by her words, momentarily rendered speechless. Are you not going to capture me soon? Cinderella reminded her. I am about to leave the instance. As her words fell, Cinderella's form gradually began to fade before Tunan's eyes. Startled, Tunan realized that once Cinderella vanished, she would be forever trapped within the instance. In the final moment before Cinderella's disappearance, she grasped her hand and declared loudly, I have caught the mouse. You have only one chance. Do you confirm? Confirm. Congratulations, you have successfully captured the mouse. Do you wish to exit the instance? Yes. Congratulations on your successful departure from the instance, Cinderella. We look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. She was not looking forward to it at all. Tunan closed her eyes, and in the next instant, she found herself in the familiar dimensional space. This was the juncture between reality and the instance world, serving as a temporary refuge. This time, Mr. Crow did not appear. It seemed he was not present for every instance. She chose to return to reality, and her familiar room materialized before her, finally giving her a sense of having left the instance. Utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed, closing her eyes. The continuous tension over the past several days quickly lulled her into sleep, and when she awoke again, the outside world was cloaked in darkness. With a growling stomach, Tunan rose from her bed, prepared herself a bowl of instant noodles, and settled on the sofa with one hand holding the bowl and the other scrolling through her phone. As she lifted a forkful of noodles to blow on them, she clicked into the forum and refreshed the page. The noodles cooled as Tunan focused on her phone interface, just as she was about to take a bite, when she suddenly halted her motion. She had spotted a post. Players who have recently cleared the Cinderella instance, please enter. For reasons unknown, a strong intuition compelled her to click inside. Dear sister, if you see this post, please contact me immediately. Posted by Sleep Early Tonight, Chapter 37, Team Invitation. The post was made a few hours ago. Tunan calculated that it coincided with the moment she had just exited the dungeon. Unless something unexpected occurred, the author of the post must be Cinderella. However, as she scrutinized the poster's ID, it seemed oddly familiar. In just a few hours, this thread had already garnered over 100 replies. Swaying Sunflower, capture the Great One and get some rest. Tyrannosaurus Warrior. I must still be dreaming. How could I see the Great One recruiting? Love me again in the dungeon. Why isn't he at me being recruited? What should I plan today? Are you two really leaving me all alone? Sweet spring water from the countryside. The user above seems to be from the same dungeon. User has been deregistered. Am I the only one who noticed, dear sister? Black sesame dumplings. I'm dying of laughter. You have your day today. Har 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 har. Must sleep early today. Replies to black sesame dumplings. Must sleep early today. Replies to what should I plan today? Laughing smiley. Tunan swiftly scrolled through all the comments and finally recalled where she had seen that ID before. After clearing the first dungeon, The Little Mermaid, she had come across a post detailing the experiences of a lucky player, which featured that ID. It seemed this ID had a decent reputation in the forum. But what could their purpose be in seeking her out? She pondered for a moment before exiting the thread and searching for Must Sleep Early Today in the forum. There were numerous posts, mostly consisting of their shared experiences and players expressing gratitude. They didn't seem to be a bad person. Tunan recalled what Cinderella had said to her just before the dungeon ended. Players should not be adversaries. She clicked on the profile of Must Sleep Early Today and sent a private message. Salivating fairy tale book. Did you call for me? There was no immediate reply, and Tunan dismissed it. After all, several hours had passed, and no one would be glued to their phone for that long. She set her phone down and began to eat the instant noodles that had cooled beside her. After finishing her meal and disposing of the trash, she took a shower. When she emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair and picked up her phone again, she finally received a reply from Must Sleep Early Today. Must sleep early today. Are you Layla? The message had been sent 2 minutes earlier. Tunan put down the towel and responded. Salivating fairy tale book, it's me. This time, the reply came swiftly. Must sleep early today. How did Cinderella die? Tunan raised an eyebrow. Salivating fairy tale book, wasn't he at Bella who died? Must sleep early today, I believe you. Salivating fairy tale book. Do you need something from me? Must sleep early today. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous, but I would like to ask if you are interested in teaming up for the next dungeon. Tunan was taken aback. Teaming up, she had seen requests for teams on the forum but had never considered joining forces with others. As she contemplated this, a new message arrived. Must sleep early today, I'll send you the dungeon. You can think it over. This dungeon differs from faction dungeons and requires player cooperation. Tunan opened the information sent to her. Dungeon name, the princess, and the dungeon details. The manor owner's daughter, Lilith, suffers from a leg ailment. To care for her, the owner has generously hired you to come to her estate. Only those who excel will win her favor. It seemed to bear little connection to her recollection of the princess and the but the information. Why invite me? You seem quite renowned. Finding teammates shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Must sleep early today. You are astute, calm, and most importantly, kind-hearted. It was the first time someone had praised her in such a manner. Yet, Tunan remained perplexed. Salivating fairy tale book, how did you deduce my kindness? Must sleep early today, I owe you an apology. the day after Beller's death, I secretly followed you when you went to retrieve Arayer's clothing. Although she was merely an NPC in the dungeon, you generously gave her a substantial amount of silver coins and even helped her mother find a doctor. Therefore, I am certain that you are not a bad person. On the contrary, your heart is quite tender. Tunin sad smiley salivating fairy tale book. I don't believe you lack other potential teammates. Must sleep early today. That is true, however, he and I have completed too many dungeons, which increases the difficulty. You needn't worry, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Now she understood. He sought a reliable teammate who had not yet cleared too many dungeons. Tunin smiled slightly. She wasn't a philanthropist, although must sleep early today seemed trustworthy. She too had to bear the risks. Salivating fairy tale book, what's in it for me? Must sleep early today. What do you desire? Salivating fairy tale book, the crystal shoes you obtained from your last dungeon. After all, it was Cinderella's crystal shoes. Feeding them to their fairy tale compendium should yield a useful skill card. The reply was prompt. Must sleep early today, deal. Must sleep early today is offering you an item. Do you accept? A trade box appeared on her phone screen. This app actually had such a feature. She clicked accept. 2 items manifested on the table before her. She recognized Cinderella's crystal shoes well, while the other appeared to be a card. Tunin picked up the card and discovered it was a team card. Must sleep early today. Fill in my ID on the team card. We will automatically team up for the next dungeon. If you have any questions in the coming days, feel free to reach out to me. Tunin replied with an OK. She set down the card and picked up the crystal shoes. Delicate and exquisite, they sparkled under the light. Holding this pair of crystal shoes that few women could resist, Tunin unhesitatingly summoned the fairy tale compendium and tossed the shoes into its gaping maw. The translucent, hard crystal was crushed with a few bites. Crisp sounds echoed. Moments later, their fairy tale compendium spit out a skill card. Cinderella's crystal shoes. When Cinderella fled the ball, she accidentally left behind her crystal shoe. The prince picked it up and ultimately found Cinderella, creating a legendary tale. Using this skill card will summon a crystal shoe. The one who retrieves it will be guided to the user. Given this description, if used properly, it could yield impressive results. The fact that Must Sleep Early today had readily given her the crystal shoes indicated that such items were not scarce for them. She felt curious about what made the dungeon the princess and the pea so special. Tunin looked down and wrote Must Sleep Early today on the team card. 7 days within the dungeon felt exceedingly torturous, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Tunin once again entered the dungeon, but this time, her solitary dimension of space was joined by another presence. She hesitated, gazing at the person before her, and cautiously inquired, You must sleep early today. Chapter 38. The manner of mists. She had mentally prepared herself to encounter a young girl, but was unexpectedly greeted by a visage that belonged to a man. Why would Cinderella be male? Greetings. Fujishing extended his hand towards her. I am your teammate for this instance, Fujishing. Tunin regarded his outstretched hand, her curiosity piqued. Isn't Cinderella supposed to be a woman? Fujishing maintained a calm demeanor. Such occurrences are not uncommon in instances. If a suitable candidate is unavailable, the character one plays may differ in gender from the original. This was colloquially known as cross-dressing. In truth, Tunin had hoped her companion would be female, as it would facilitate their journey through the instance. However, she did not voice this sentiment and instead extended her hand with composure. Hello, I am Tunin. Tunin. Fujishing nodded thoughtfully. The one who bears the azure sky without succumbing to fate, and thus we have you, Tunin. A splendid name, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tunin was somewhat taken aback that he was aware of the origin of her name. In return, she acknowledged him with a nod. Fujishing, your name is equally commendable. A faint smile graced Fujishing's lips. There will be ample opportunities for pleasantries. Shall we proceed into the instance? Tunin nodded, her thoughts aligning with his. The two reached an agreeable consensus. Loading instance for you. This instance is titled, The Princess and the Pea. You have received an invitation from the manor's mistress to her estate, competing for the chance to become a companion to her frail daughter, Lilith. Afflicted with a disability since childhood, Lilith is cherished by her mother, who swears to find her the finest playmate, offering a princely reward. Your love for wealth compels you to seize this opportunity, prompting you to arrive at the manor with your companion. Yet, it seems there is more lurking behind this invitation. Instance task: uncover the secrets behind the manor. Character role in this instance: reader, please remember the following rule. There will supersedes all other rules. Who is they? This time, there is but this singular rule. It is not difficult to remember, and Tunan pressed the confirmation key. Instance information transmission complete, preparing to enter the instance. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. She opened her eyes. In a jolting carriage, beside her sat a man with golden hair and a prominent nose, his eyes deep and contemplative. Their gazes met, and Tunan whispered, "Did you rest well?" The man nodded. Fairy tale book. The code was correct. My current identity is that of an... He lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, revealing an expanse of profound darkness, shrouded in thick fog. The rhythmical clattering of the horses echoed as they ventured towards an unknown destination. We must be en route to the manor, he intoned gravely. We must remain vigilant. Tunan nodded, her expression turning serious. Upon entering the instance, an unshakable weight settled upon her. Fujishing regarded her thoughtfully. Perhaps you should rest your eyes for a moment. In an instance, one should seize every opportunity to rest, for one can never predict when the next respite will occur. They both closed their eyes and fell silent. Time passed, and the jolting finally ceased, the voice of the coachman cutting through the stillness. We have arrived. The remainder of the journey must be traversed on foot. Tunan opened her eyes and lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside. They appeared to be at the entrance of the manor. The night was thick with shadows, and she faintly detected a delicate floral scent. Let us proceed, Fujishing urged. The two disembarked from the carriage. The coachman swiftly drove away into the enveloping black mist, disappearing from sight. Clearly, this instance had ensnared them within the confines of the manor. Upon alighting, Tunan noticed 5 individuals standing not far away, 3 men and 2 women. 1 man and 1 woman stood together, while the other 2 men accompanied a single woman, forming 2 distinct groups. The 5 turned their wary gazes upon the newcomers. They are likely players, Fujishing whispered to her. This was Tunan's first encounter with such a number of players within an instance. The grand gates of the manor stood resolutely closed, and after what seemed an eternity, one of the men in the trio began to exhibit signs of impatience. What is taking so long? Why has no one come to greet us? Patience, the woman beside him replied coldly. The players have yet to arrive. There are already 7 of us. Could there possibly be more players? It was common knowledge that a greater number of players often indicated a higher degree of difficulty within the instance. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, another carriage finally approached through the fog, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the stillness. When the carriage halted, an approximately 18 or 19-year-old girl leaped down. All eyes instinctively turned towards her. Unfazed, the girl stretched and yawned dramatically, addressing the coachman with a teasing remark. Good sir, your driving skills leave much to be desired. I've been jostled about so much that I feel as if my bones might come undone. If it were anyone else, they would have certainly filed a complaint. In this instance, they were met with such an eccentric character. The crowd exchanged glances. Even Tunan couldn't help but steal another look at the young lady. Was she not afraid of inciting the ire of the strange coachman? The driver's pallid complexion and the dark circles under his eyes suggested he was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing her words, the coachman slowly raised his head to regard her. An involuntary chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. I apologize for the inconvenience, the coachman spoke slowly, his voice strained and unsettling. The road is treacherous. You utter the most courteous words with the most chilling countenance and tone. No matter, the girl waved her hand dismissively, displaying remarkable magnanimity. I'm simply understanding and gentle-hearted. The girl then approached them with lively enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. Wow, there are so many of you. The crowd collectively pondered, was she a player or merely an NPC? This question lingered in many minds. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, the heavy iron gates that had remained shut finally creaked open. A tall man clad in a black tailcoat emerged from the manor, his demeanor solemn and grave, imbued with an air of lifelessness. "Good evening, everyone. I am the steward of the manor. You may call me George. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The mistress has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please follow me." His voice was hoarse, and he bore an oil lamp that flickered ominously in the dim light, akin to a spectre whispering in one's ear, sending shivers down their spines. The group exchanged glances, wordlessly following George into the manor. Once inside, they discovered that the estate sprawled endlessly, with a labyrinthine network of paths. They had no choice but to closely tail George, lest they lose their way. George led them into an expansive maze of greenery. Toonan attempted to minimize the route, but the encroaching darkness and the multitude of forks in the path quickly dissuaded her from this endeavor. The surrounding foliage, lightly resplendent by day, towered nearly 2 meters high, creating a narrow path that only allowed 2 individuals to walk side by side, with no sight of anything beyond the towering greenery. The atmosphere turned eerie in the night. Occasionally, a chill breeze would sweep through, causing the more timid among them to shudder involuntarily. The last arrival, the peculiar girl, looked around with unabashed curiosity, leaning in to inquire of George, "Why does this place resemble a maze? Aren't you afraid someone might get lost?" George glanced back at her. "This area is designed to thwart intruders. All who enter or exit the manor must traverse this path. Without a guide, those who covet the manor's treasures will become ensnared within, perishing from hunger." Or he trailed off abruptly, a smile creeping upon his face, a smile that was unsettling in the flickering light of the lamp, revealing deep creases etched into his visage. The unfinished statement left much to the imagination, and many began to glance about, their minds racing with dread-filled speculations. They continued to follow George for approximately 15 minutes before he finally came to a halt. Before them loomed an exceedingly grand structure, its walls adorned with a profusion of climbing ivy, nearly engulfing the entire edifice without leaving a single gap. "We have arrived," George intoned softly. Chapter 39, A Princess. A procession of individuals entered the mansion in an orderly fashion. From the outside, one could not discern the stark contrast that awaited within. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a scene that was a far cry from the foreboding atmosphere outside. The interior was ablaze with candlelight, adorned in opulent Baroque decor that dazzled the senses. To the left at the entrance lay the grand hall, where the lady of the house sat gracefully upon a sofa, cradling a steaming cup of tea that exuded warmth. Her movements were imbued with an elegance that radiated an extraordinary nobility. "Madam, everyone has arrived," George announced as he approached, bowing his head in deference. Upon hearing his words, the lady set down her cup, her gaze lazily sweeping over the assembled guests. She rose slowly and approached them, enveloped in a rich floral fragrance that was almost overwhelming, reminiscent of the scent encountered outside the estate, yet even more pronounced. "Welcome to my estate," she declared. Clad in an intricately designed and lavishly ornate Lolita dress, her makeup was bold and exaggerated, with foundation applied so thickly that it appeared almost unnatural. As she spoke, flakes of powder could be seen cascading down her face, and her exaggerated fan-like eyelashes fluttered like tiny handheld fans. "I trust you are all aware that I have invited you here for the sake of my ailing daughter. She is too frail to venture outside and finds herself rather lonely within the confines of the estate. I hope to provide her with a companion." Her discerning gaze scanned each of them. "You have all been meticulously selected, and I have no doubt you will meet my expectations. Only the most exceptional individuals are worthy of my daughter," she continued. "Indeed, madam, it is with that very sentiment that we have come here, and we are confident we shall not disappoint you," replied Fujishing, placing a hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. The lady glanced at him, a note of approval in her voice. "You are quite polite. I have an affinity for courteous individuals." She shifted her tone, however. "In this estate, mere politeness is far from sufficient." The room fell silent, the guests awaiting her further remarks. "You have all travelled a great distance. George, please escort them to dine," she instructed the butler. "As the day wanes and you have endured a lengthy carriage ride, I Follow me, for a sumptuous feast has been prepared for your enjoyment. George stepped forward and led them to the dining hall. At the centre of the room stood a long table capable of accommodating all present, laden with an array of delectable dishes that emitted an irresistible aroma. The lady took her seat at the head of the table. And no one moved. At such a moment, none wished to be the first to break the silence. Even the previously exuberant young woman remained subdued, refraining from uttering a single word once inside the mansion. None among them were fools. Please, take your seats in the order of your arrival, George instructed. Only then did the guests begin to sit down in the order they had entered. Junan noticed a folded note beneath her plate and discreetly extracted it. Dining regulations. Rule 1. Breakfast is served from 6 to 8 in the morning, lunch from 11 to 1 in the afternoon. Dinner from 5 to 7 in the evening. Please refrain from lingering in the dining area outside these hours. Rule 2. Wasting food is shameful. Rule 3. When the host is present, whispering and loud conversations are prohibited. Rule 4. The food prepared by the estate's chef is guaranteed to be safe for consumption. She subtly passed the note to Fujishing. The others at the table noticed her gesture, their faces reflecting concern. Without the rules in place, none dared to act recklessly. Fortunately, Fujishing read the note and relayed the regulations to the others. His expression remained impassive as he handed the note, not shifting in his seat, and the others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, kept silent, patiently awaiting the next person to finish reading the rules. All players in this scenario shared the same objective. There was no need for competition. Mutual assistance among players was the key to survival. The act of parsing the note was not particularly discreet, yet the regulations merely prohibited whispering, not the parsing of notes. The lady, seated in her rightful place, smiled and said, "Shall we commence the meal?" Still, no one moved. Rule 4 stated that the chef's food was assuredly safe for consumption. Yet, what if the dishes before them were not crafted by the estate's chef? No one dared take that risk. These dishes are truly aromatic, Junan praised. The chef of the estate is undeniably talented. The others glanced at her with gratitude. The lady cast a sidelong glance at Junan, a smirk playing on her lips as she languidly replied, "Indeed, the chef's skills are commendable, but not all the food here is his creation. He has recently fallen ill and lacks the strength to prepare everything himself. Others have assisted him under his guidance. However, I trust the flavors will not disappoint, and I encourage you to guess which dishes are his and which are the work of others. Who among them possessed the audacity to risk their life by sampling the food?" "George," the lady called for the butler, "please summon the chef to witness how our guests assess his culinary talents." The faces of the guests turned ashen. The scenarios rarely presented challenges so early on, yet this particular scenario was evidently of a far greater magnitude than those before. The chef soon arrived in the dining hall. He was a middle-aged man, his complexion slightly pale, yet unable to conceal the air of arrogance that surrounded him. Such a person was likely exceedingly confident in his abilities. To offend this chef would likely lead to dire consequences in the days to come. Tampering with the food was the simplest of offenses. "Madam, is there an issue with the dinner?" The chef inquired softly. "There is no issue, all these dishes appear quite delectable," the lady replied with a leisurely tone. "Simon, as you can see, we have a considerable number of guests at the estate. I wish for you to hear their feedback. Should there be any suggestions, you might consider improvements." Simon raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the guests, and with a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Do all sorts of people believe they are qualified to critique my skills?" The lady concealed a smile behind her feather fan. Her eyes, a rare shade of grey, turned cold as they fell upon him. Her gaze shifted to Junan, who had spoken earlier. "This young Miss Leiter is a princess of the kingdom. Surely she possesses the discernment to appreciate the finesse of your craft." Junan was taken aback. She had no knowledge of her royal status. The initial information had merely referred to her as an orphan. It seemed that Leiter had resorted to deception to gain entry to the estate, a bold ruse indeed. Is that so? Simon directed his gaze toward Junan. "A princess certainly has the right to assess my skills, but," his voice dripped with skepticism, "are you truly a princess?" Chapter 40, Creamy Mushroom Soup. All eyes turned towards Junan, and it seemed that Fujishing was about to speak, but Junan subtly shook his head. Given that the players had entered the manor to compete for the role of the companion to the manor owner's daughter, it was evident that a deceiver had no right to claim such a position. Of course I am, Junan replied, a sorrowful expression gracing her features. However, my homeland has been besieged, and I was left with no choice but to come to the manor. We are truly saddened by this, the lady remarked with an impassive demeanor. The dish before you is one that I have prepared, Simon said, fixing his gaze upon her. Pray, tell me, what shortcomings do you find in this creamy mushroom soup? The group collectively glanced at the creamy mushroom soup, their faces lighting up with delight. Each person had a bowl of the soup before them, and since it had been personally endorsed by Simon, they felt no need to risk sampling any other dishes. Junan, possessing no particular insight nor desire for gourmet food, nevertheless, she produced the skill card obtained upon completing her first quest, Gourmet's Palate. As a connoisseur, the prince possesses a tongue capable of discerning the finest delicacies. This skill card, once deemed of little use, now proved invaluable. In full view of the onlookers, she gracefully took a sip of the creamy mushroom soup from her bowl. The rich aroma of cream flooded her palate, and for the first time, Junan felt her tongue was remarkably sensitive, as if it could perceive each ingredient's essence dancing upon her taste buds, the unique fragrance of mushrooms, the sweet creaminess, and a hint of black pepper. After tasting, she set down her spoon. How is it, Miss Reader, does this dish suit your palate? Simon's sharp gaze fixed intently on her, having dined numerous times with Grace during her first quest. Junan recalled Grace's dining habits and gently dabbed the corners of her mouth before smiling and saying, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This creamy mushroom soup features fresh ingredients and delightful flavors, with a rich creaminess. Simon scoffed with a disdainful smirk, is that all? One minor flaw, however, Junan began leisurely, although the method of preparation is not particularly difficult, it demands great skill in controlling the heat. It seems that when you sort out the flour, you may have slightly exceeded the optimal time, although the butter and light cream mask this flavor, I could still detect a faint burnt taste. Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. The lady raised an eyebrow and leaned down to taste a spoonful. I seem to have not detected any burnt flavor. Simon trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes as he hastened to Junan's side, grasping her hand, startling her momentarily. Yet, his demeanor showed no intention of harm. Today, when I was sorting the flour, I sneezed due to my still recovering health, delaying the time to turn off their heat by a few seconds. You could discern even those mere seconds, he exclaimed, unable to conceal his enthusiasm. You must be a true princess, only a genuine princess could possess such an exquisite palate. Junan offered an awkward yet polite smile. If Eric were present, he surely would have found a kindred spirit in Simon. The lady gazed at them with a smile, her eyes briefly flickering with satisfaction. The lady's satisfaction with you is 10 out of 100, still a long way to go. Junan cast a surprised glance at the lady. Miss Reader, having such an esteemed gourmet as you taste my culinary creations is a lifelong dream of mine, Simon declared, gesturing towards the array of dishes he had prepared. Please, do try some of my other offerings. The others hastily noted the dishes he indicated. The lady cleared her throat lightly. All right, Simon, do not disturb the guests while they dine. Simon paused, bowed to the lady, and took his leave. I apologize for delaying everyone's meal. Please, enjoy your food, the lady said with a smile. Junan momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Fujishing beside her. The dining hall had a set dining period, and should they linger beyond it, who could predict what might unfold? Fujishing discreetly pulled out a pocket watch, likely one of his tools, and flashed her a gesture indicating 10. It could not be 10 o'clock. They must have only 10 minutes remaining. Junan nodded, hastily yet elegantly consuming the safe food before her. The skill card was still active, and for the first time, she found food to be extraordinarily delightful. Each dish was mouth-watering, leaving a lingering aroma on her lips, to the point that when she finally set down her knife and fork, she felt a sense of unfulfilled desire. I have finished, Junan said, placing her utensils down and nodding towards the lady. Please allow me to take my leave. Of course, the lady replied with a beaming smile, it is not too late yet. You may explore the mansion, but, after midnight, do not linger outside. Junan smiled her thanks and rose to leave the dining hall, settling on a sofa in the lobby to await the others. Following her, the rest also set down their utensils and departed, and 5 minutes later, everyone had finally gathered. Ladies and gentlemen, this quest requires our collaboration, Fu Zhixing began. I believe we should introduce ourselves. He was the first to present his identity. I am Raphael, a teacher. Chunan followed suit. I am Rita. As you can see, I am a princess. She had no intention of revealing her true identity. Since the lady had disclosed her false identity, why not utilize it directly? The remaining individuals revealed their name. Among the trio, 2 men introduced themselves as Bob and Alan, while the woman was named Jean. The pair appeared to be a couple, although their actions were not overly intimate. Their glances and unconscious movements clearly indicated a close relationship. The man spoke up. I am Jack, and she is Rose. The last arriving girl chuckled at this. You jump, I jump. These names were so famously intertwined that it was hard not to recall that iconic scene. Rose smiled shyly in response. I'm Jenny, the girl declared, her laughter subsiding as she spoke seriously. I am an artist. As everyone exchanged their identities, it was no surprise that each facade held a respectable status in contemporary society. The manor owner had indeed put considerable thought into finding a companion for his daughter. Everyone's task is the same, Fu Zhixing stated with a steady voice. I hope we can assist each other throughout the quest, and if any clues arise, we may share them. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Within a quest, even if their objectives were aligned, it was challenging to trust others without reservation. I concur. Jenny boldly raised her hand. This quest is not without its challenges. If we do not unite in our efforts, many lives will surely be lost. The others displayed expressions of hesitation at her words. Fu Zhixing promptly disclosed his forum ID. I am be sure to sleep early tonight. Chapter 41, a reunion with an old friend tonight. I must retire early. The username, tonight, I must retire early, is widely recognized within the forum. Among those who frequent the forum, it is rare to find anyone who has not perused their strategies and experience posts, which has consequently fostered a high level of trust among players towards this username. Are you truly tonight? I must retire early. Jack exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. If that's the case, I place my faith in you. Bob cast a skeptical glance at Fu Zhixing. If you are indeed the esteemed retire early expert, we would certainly be willing to cooperate. But what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? I believe it is time for you to cease your inquiries, Jenny interjected nonchalantly, crossing her legs. What benefit would there be for them to deceive you? This is a cooperative dungeon, not a competitive one. If someone is willing to guide you through, wouldn't you be grateful? Bob, taken aback by the rebuttal from a young girl, displayed a hint of anger and was about to respond when a girl named Jean intervened. We have no objections, Jean asserted, clearly taking the lead among the trio. As soon as she spoke, Bob fell silent. I do not insist that you all cooperate, Fu Zhixing remarked calmly, but at the very least, do not obstruct others. Should I discover any such antics, his gaze turned icy, I will personally eliminate any unpredictable elements within this dungeon. Jean remained unfazed, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. I have never turned against my teammates. Everyone, the night has grown late. George approached silently from behind, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The lady has asked me to escort you to your quarters. The group exchanged glances and rose to their feet. The guest rooms are on the left side of the 3rd floor, George stated as he led the way. Feel free to allocate the rooms as you wish. With an abundance of rooms on the 3rd floor, even if everyone chose to have their own, there would still be ample space. Jack and Ruth naturally opted to share a room, while Jean took one for herself. Bob and Alan shared a room, leaving Fu Zhixing, Tunan, and the overly vivacious girl. Jenny glanced between Fu Zhixing and Tunan before bluntly asking, are you two a couple? Not at all, both replied in unison. Then I shall room with this young lady, Jenny declared, stepping forward to take Tunan's arm, her large, expressive eyes blinking innocently as she looked at Fu Zhixing. You are the expert. You surely wouldn't mind sharing a room, would you? Fu Zhixing cast a glance at Tunan. Judging by Jenny's previous actions, she seemed to harbor no ill intentions, and in fact, appeared to be advocating for them. After a moment's contemplation, Tunan nodded slightly. she had no strong preferences regarding her roommate, thus, the arrangements were settled. I must remind you all, after midnight, regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not venture outside, George advised with a smile. Why is that? Jenny feigned curiosity, inquiring, what if we need to go out? This is merely my counsel. The decision to leave is entirely yours, George replied, his expression unwavering and voice hoarse. Should anything occur, the manor bears no responsibility. Jenny shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The group dispersed into their respective rooms, with Fujishing's room situated adjacent to two Nan's. The accommodations provided by the manor were spacious and lavishly decorated, featuring a grand bed at its center. A massive mural adorned the wall above the headboard, depicting a young girl cradling an adorable kitten. Nan furrowed her brow, as the kitten's eyes were rendered with striking realism, showcasing the rare trait of heterochromia, which seemed to gaze directly at her, instilling a sense of being observed. This girl, Jenny mused as she approached, deep in thought. Is she perhaps the young daughter of the manor's owner? Perhaps we shall discover the truth tomorrow, Nan replied, surveying the room before walking to the window. She drew back the heavy curtains, only to be startled. Before they had even entered the mansion, she had noted the dense growth of ivy climbing the walls, but now, upon opening the curtains, she realized the ivy had completely enveloped the window, rendering it airtight. Well, it seems we are being treated as if we are trapped in a jar, Jenny remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Nan, not particularly adept at socializing, remained silent. Jenny, undeterred, produced a potted plant from seemingly nowhere and placed it on the table, then leisurely poured water from a kettle. Nan gazed at the potted plant, a sense of deja vu washing over her. In the previous dungeon, Serenity had also watered a similar plant, leading her to speculate that it might be the other's skill. But could it be mere coincidence? She hesitated before tentatively asking, Serenity. Jenny paused her actions, squinting at her, the two locked eyes for a moment before Jenny spoke, uncertainty lacing her voice, Layla. It truly was a remarkable coincidence. Jenny hesitated, surprise flickering across her face, but then anger flared in her eyes. What an unfortunate turn of events, why did you and Bella suddenly vanish? Tasks completed naturally lead to departure from the dungeon, Nan explained. What transpired afterward? What else could transpire? Jenny replied irritably. The moment my father noticed you both were missing, he went mad upon returning home, and I nearly met the same fate. My apologies, Nan said, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was beyond my control. Jenny shot her a sidelong glance, huffing softly. Well, it's not entirely your fault. Who could have predicted that you both would disappear simultaneously? So, is planting truly your skill? Nan inquired, observing Jenny's watering technique with curiosity. What I cultivate is not ordinary vegetation, Jenny replied, lifting her chin slightly. Are you familiar with Plants vs. Zombies? Nan glanced at the potted plant, nodding in silence. I can grow extraordinary plants, Jenny declared proudly. I intend to cultivate a pea shooter in this dungeon, perfectly aligning with its theme. Nan found, when I traverse a dungeon alone, I typically avoid selecting plants that require extended cultivation. Nan pondered this. We will be sharing a bed, you do not mind, do you? Jenny set the potted plant aside, glancing at the large bed in the center of the room, her brow slightly furrowing. It's just, this painting is rather unsettling. Their every action was laid bare beneath that mural. Let us cover it, Nan suggested, retrieving a blanket to obscure the painting. Though uncertain of its effectiveness, it offered her a measure of psychological comfort. With no better alternatives, they had to settle for this temporary solution. Let us wash up and retire early, Jenny glanced at her watch. I fear the night may not pass as easily as we hope. Nan remained non-committal, proceeding to the washroom for a quick freshening up. However, upon twisting the faucet, she was startled to see a milky liquid flow forth. Instinctively, she took a step back, colliding with a wooden shelf behind her. What is happening? Jenny called out from the other side of the washroom door, her voice laced with concern. Nan blinked, and to her surprise, the liquid from the faucet transformed back into clear water. Keeping a composed demeanor, she grabbed a towel nearby, dipping it under the faucet and subsequently lifting the damp towel to her eyes. The smell and colour appeared entirely normal. Jenny continued to inquire about the situation, her voice tinged with tension. Observing the flowing clear water, Tunan temporarily set aside her doubts. After completing her simple ablutions, she recounted the earlier incident to Jenny, advising her to remain vigilant. Chapter 42, The Midnight Knock. Tap. Tap. Tunan was roused from her slumber by the sound of dripping water, the origin of which remained a mystery. She opened her eyes to a pitch-black room, where not even a hand could be seen before her face. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the drops was particularly pronounced. Tap. Tap, one after another, echoing as though directly beside her ear. She stirred slightly, only to have her hand suddenly seized by someone. It was Jenny's voice, whispering close to her ear, "Sure, there's something outside." With her eyes wide open, Tunan gazed into the encompassing darkness, holding her breath and straining to listen to the sounds beyond. The dripping had grown louder, accompanied by a dragging noise across the floor, a faint rustling. She traced letters in Jenny's palm with her fingertip. "What is it?" Jenny replied in kind, drawing in her palm. "Uncertain, let us observe." Her palm was clammy with sweat, warm to the touch. They waited in silence, yet the outside sounds had ceased. In unison, they rose and lit a candle by the window. The flickering flame cast a dim light over a small area, and Tunan scanned her surroundings, noticing that the blanket they had hung on the painting before sleeping had fallen. The cat depicted in the artwork was staring directly at them. Bang, bang, bang. The door was suddenly pounded upon. Tunan and Jenny exchanged a glance, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Neither made a sound. "Leader, open the door." It was the voice of Fujishing. "Hurry, I have something to tell you." In such a moment, no one would be foolish enough to open the door. "Open up quickly." Fujishing's voice turned desperate, laced with terror. "It's coming. It's right behind me, it's coming." A piercing scream erupted from outside, followed by a bone-chilling sound of gnashing teeth, the cries for help growing more intermittent. After a heavy thud against the door, his voice vanished entirely. "This thing can mimic human voices." Jenny's tone was grave. She glanced at Tunan, then moved toward the door. Tunan watched in horror, her eyes fixed on her. Jenny pressed her ear against the door, and in the next moment, a sinister voice whispered in her ear, "I know, you're behind there." Jenny's eyes widened, her breath quickening. "Why won't you open the door? Save me immediately." Something scraped forcefully across the wooden door, emitting a chilling creak. Jenny felt a rush of coldness at her feet. Looking down, she saw crimson blood seeping through the crack, gradually staining her shoe's tip. Her expression twisted, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Her nails dug deeply into her palm as she fought to suppress the scream that threatened to erupt. Jenny hurried back into the room, snatching the blanket from her bed and vigorously wiping the blood from her stained toes. "That thing is not simple." She took a moment to compose herself before speaking slowly. "It cannot enter this room. It can only lure us out." "The inability to enter may just be temporary," Tunan remarked gravely, glancing at the door. "Let us hope no one opens it tonight." "They are not fools, do not worry," Jenny reassured her, checking the time. "There are still a few hours until dawn. We shall take turns resting, lest we miss breakfast." Tunan nodded in agreement. At that moment, a series of knocks of varying lengths echoed from the wall behind the bed. It was Fujishing's room adjacent to theirs. Jenny frowned, but Tunan began to tap rhythmically on the wall with her knuckles. "Morse code?" she inquired curiously. "You know how to do that?" "Before entering this scenario, I was an obscure mystery writer and had once taken an interest in Morse code for a time," Tunan explained. "What did he say?" "He warned us not to open the door under any circumstances." Perhaps sensing that they would not be deceived, the outside world grew eerily quiet for the rest of the night. Tunan lay in bed, her mind restless, and after an indeterminate time, her consciousness began to blur, sleeping uneasily until Jenny roused her. "Wake up, it's time to head downstairs." Tunan opened her eyes, her head buzzing, and saw Jenny's face looming large before her. "Did you have a nightmare?" Jenny asserted. Indeed, Junon had dreamt of those things bursting in and tearing her apart upon her bed. However, there was no need to voice such a dream. The window, shrouded by ivy, kept the room dim, yet Jenny possessed a reliable wristwatch unaffected by the scenario, ensuring the accuracy of time. Junon resolved to acquire one for herself as well. Lacking an accurate sense of time in this scenario could prove fatal. They tidied themselves slightly and stepped out, one after the other. The corridor was immaculate and bright, betraying no signs of the previous night, as if all had been but a figment of imagination. However, Junon closed the door, her gaze lingering on the blood-stained handprint that had not existed the night before, a frown creasing her brow. "Good morning." Fujishing emerged from the adjacent room, greeting the two. He appeared relatively composed, though the skin beneath his eyes bore a faint bluish hue. The three of them descended the stairs together and arrived at the dining room. Jack and Ruth had beaten them there, along with Jean, who had spent the night alone in her room. The other two men had yet to appear. Upon seeing Junon and the others, a flicker of concern crossed Jean's face. "There's still an hour until breakfast ends, no need to fret," Ruth kindly reassured her. They took their seats, the table already laden with a sumptuous array of breakfast options, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. Determining what was edible soon became a dilemma. Junon rubbed her temples in mild frustration. "Miss Leader, allow me to prepare a special dish just for you. Only such delicacies are worthy of your stature." Suddenly, Simon's towering figure appeared at the entrance of the dining room, carrying an enormous tray, which he placed before her under the gaze of all present. Junon looked at him in surprise. "For me?" "Of course," Simon replied with earnestness. "No one has ever been so astute as to pinpoint my shortcomings. Ordinary fare would only ruin your discerning palate. From now on, I shall prepare a meal exclusively for you at every meal." The others cast envious glances, their admiration palpable. Despite the dangers of the previous night, such a reward was undoubtedly worthwhile. She had garnered the chef's favor, ensuring that she would no longer have to worry about her meals. "Thank you very much," she rose gracefully to bow. "It is my honor." As Simon unveiled the tray, a rich aroma wafted forth, causing those present to instinctively swallow. "Simon, you're biased," a youthful voice suddenly piped up. "You've never made such a meal for me." Junon blinked in surprise, turning her gaze toward the entrance of the dining room. Chapter 43, The Death of Bob. George pushed a wheelchair upon which sat a fair-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Her porcelain skin and large, bright eyes rendered her exceedingly charming. In her lap rested a languid white cat, who, with an air of superiority, casually licked its paws. She was the very image of the girl and cat depicted in the room's mural. Jenny exchanged a glance with Junon. "My dear Princess Lilith, it grieves me deeply to hear you say such things," Simon said as he approached Lilith, bending down to lift her into the air and twirling her about. "Who else in this entire estate would secretly prepare toffee for you?" Lilith let out a melodious laugh, appearing merely to be a lively and adorable girl of 7 or 8, intelligent and full of cheer. "This must be the lady's little daughter?" Jenny inquired. Simon gently placed Lilith back in her wheelchair, and she curiously blinked at them. "Are you the companions my mother has found for me?" "Indeed, Miss Lilith," George replied, bowing his head. "The lady will select one among them to be your playmate." Lilith seemed unfazed by this news, her thoughts solely occupied with Simon's homemade toffee, insisting she wanted to eat it. "You mustn't have sweets this early in the morning," Simon said, yet he still handed her a piece of candy. "Mother won't find out," Lilith said with a beaming smile. They conversed at length in the dining room, yet Bob and Alan remained upstairs, yet to make their appearance. Junon divided the breakfast Simon had prepared into portions for others. After eating, they unanimously decided to ascend the stairs for a look. "I heard some noise from inside and someone responded, but I assumed they were still getting ready, so I came down first. But who could have known they would not come down at all?" At this point, the remaining few were acutely aware that the fates of Bob and Alan were likely grim. The corridor on the 3rd floor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Bob and Alan's rooms were at the end of the hallway, and Jen hastened forward, raising her hand to knock on the door. Yet, the moment her hand touched it, the door silently creaked open a fraction. A sense of unease washed over her, and for a moment, she hesitated to push the door further. The others quickly approached, and Chunang caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. She glanced at Fuji and pointed toward the door. On it, like in her own room, was a bloody handprint. From yesterday, Chunang had sensed that Chen was a decisive person. She hesitated only briefly before a glint of determination flickered in her eyes, and she forcefully pushed the door open. The room was illuminated by candlelight, revealing its contents in stark clarity. Ruth gasped, her eyes widening in terror, instinctively letting out a cry before immediately realizing her reaction was inappropriate. She turned and buried her head into Jack's embrace. Jen clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as tears welled in her eyes. Just last night, Bob and Alan had been full of life, and now they lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. I shall kill them. Jen hissed through clenched teeth. Let us first investigate. Perhaps there is still hope, Fuji said gravely. His expression was grim. Anyone would be disheartened to lose two teammates so early in the game. The blood beneath the two had already darkened to a deep red, and the room was dim due to the tightly shut windows, causing the air to grow increasingly stale. The moment they stepped inside, the stench of blood intensified, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly uncomfortable. Due to her profession, Chunang had a strong tolerance for gruesome sights. However, as she entered the room and beheld the scene on the floor, she could not suppress a wave of nausea. Bob lay on his back, the blood beneath him having congealed into dark red clots, suggesting he had been dead for some time. His expression was one of sheer horror, his eyes wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. The most chilling sight was the gaping wound in his chest, a horrific gash, as if it had been violently torn apart, leaving his torso hollow. Fuji crouched down to examine the marks on Bob's body, his face grave. His heart has been removed. Jen's eyes widened in fury, her voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Who could have done this? Jenny sighed beside Chunang, while Ruth remained nestled in Jack's arms, trembling with fear. For them, death had become a common occurrence. It seems Alan is still alive, Fuji suddenly remarked. Alan is still alive. Jen's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true? Fuji placed his hand on Alan's neck, listening intently before nodding. He still has a pulse. We must leave this place immediately, Chunang said, glancing at the floor nearly soaked in blood. It is far too unsafe here. Jack and Fuji together lifted Alan's lifeless body and carried him to the adjacent room belonging to Chen. Fuji pulled back his upper clothing, revealing a horrifying wound on his chest. The flesh was torn and pale from excessive blood loss, a sign that he was barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Chen produced a healing item. Fuji looked at her with surprise. Healing items were invaluable in this context, yet their efficacy was undeniable. Alan soon opened his eyes. Help me, no, please don't kill me. He flailed his arms in a panic, dread etched on his face. Alan, you are safe now. Chen rushed. There is no danger here. Alan's unfocused gaze gradually sharpened as he recognized the figure before him, and he began to calm down. Mr. Allen, please enlighten us on what transpired here, Fuji inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. You are being rather unsympathetic, Chen retorted, turning to glare at him. Alan has just escaped peril. His mental state is quite fragile. Calm down, Chunang interjected, placing herself between them. No one wishes for such events to occur, but they have, and we seek only to comprehend the full scope of the situation. Must he not be allowed to rest for a moment? Chen insisted, refusing to yield. This is a game, Chunang replied coolly. Until we escape, who can truly rest? But Chen wanted to argue further. Enough, Alan said, grasping her hand. It's all right, Chen. Their questions are natural. He turned to Fuji. What do you wish to know? Fuji's voice was icy, almost devoid of humanity. I wish to know why Bob, who shared a room with you, is dead, while you remain alive. Chapter 44. He is lying. What do you mean by that? Chin exclaimed, her anger palpable. Calm down, Fujishin replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Alan's face. I am merely expressing my reasonable doubts. Alan clenched his right hand into a fist, pressing it against his lips as he coughed lightly. His complexion was ashen, and his voice was weak. It's all right, I understand. At times like this, one can never be too cautious. He sought to reassure Jean as he recounted his experience from the previous night. Last night, due to George's parting words, Bob and I agreed to take turns keeping watch. I took the first half of the night, while he took the latter. During my shift, everything was tranquil, nothing occurred. However, I was so fatigued from the tension that, as soon as my time was up, I woke him and collapsed into a deep sleep. And then I slept soundly. In my dreams, I vaguely heard the sound of dripping water, yet I was utterly exhausted, and I thought to myself that if something really were amiss, Bob would surely wake me. So, I let myself drift back into slumber. His voice was heavy with sorrow, and regret etched across his face. If only I had not allowed myself to succumb to sleep, but had forced myself to awaken, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. It is not your fault, Jean murmured softly. You slept until dawn? Junan inquired. No. Afterward, I was roused by a frantic knocking at the door. I knew I could no longer remain asleep, but at that critical moment, I found myself paralyzed. Luz gasped in horror. What you refer to as being paralyzed is likely a normal physiological response, rather than an actual haunting, is it not? Fujishing asked, looking directly into his eyes. Indeed, Alan lamented, covering his face in anguish. I desperately tried to open my eyes, but I could not. In that half-awake state, I sensed that Bob had seemingly opened the door. I was filled with dread and terror, summoning all my strength to open my eyes, only to find Bob standing in the doorway. At this juncture, Alan began to breathe heavily. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Jean asked, her concern evident. I am fine. Alan exhaled forcefully, continuing, at that moment, his hand was already grasping the doorknob. I shouted his name loudly, urging him not to open the door, but it was as if he were under some spell, completely oblivious to my voice. I had no choice but to leap from my bed in an attempt to stop him, but it was too late, Fujishing interjected softly. Yes. Alan's spirit seemed to shatter, and he wept. He opened the door, and then, a hand reached in from outside, piercing through his chest in an instant, and then it brutally extracted his heart. As he recalled that horrifying scene, Alan trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him. He could not even cry out before he lost his breath. Then, the entity turned its gaze upon me. How did you manage to escape? Jenny asked, voicing the question that weighed on everyone else's mind. It moved with astonishing speed. I barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, it was before me, extending its hand as if to replicate its gruesome act upon me. Its hand had already penetrated my clothing. I felt death was so near, but at that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door, and Jean's voice came through. The entity before me hesitated for a moment. Seizing that opportunity, I attempted to cry out, but it struck me unconscious. The events that followed, you all know. I do not understand why it chose to spare me. Once Alan finished speaking, he appeared utterly exhausted. Tunan and Fujishing exchanged a glance. Then we shall not disturb your rest further. Fujishing nodded and exited the room. Tunan followed him downstairs, and they paused in a secluded area of the hall. You must be cautious of him. He is lying, they both stated in unison. Fujishing looked at Tunan in surprise, curiosity piqued. Why do you say that? He claims that the entity killed him the moment Bob opened the door, yet Bob's body lies in the room, not at the threshold. Is it possible that the entity, after committing such a heinous act, would also have the leisure to reposition the corpse? Tunan furrowed her brow. From the bloodstains in the room, it is evident that Bob had been dead for quite some time. The blood was nearly dried. However, if we consider the timeline as Alan described it, from the moment Jean knocked on their door to when we ascended the stairs and discovered the body, that span of time is far too short for the blood to have reached such a state. Thus, he must be lying, she concluded firmly. Fujishing's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, therefore, his words cannot be trusted in the slightest. However, without Jean's healing tools, he would not survive for long. This matter hung in the air like a cloud of uncertainty. That is precisely what troubles me, Fujishing murmured. What could be his motive for lying? How did Bob truly meet his demise, Alan? is he still the Alan we once knew? Upon uttering these words, both fell into silence. Merely the second day, and the situation had grown so convoluted. If he has indeed been replaced, then Jean is in grave danger. Tunan recalled that Jean had remained in the room as they departed. At present, everything remains speculation. We are utterly in the dark regarding the truth. Perhaps the reality is truly as he stated, that anything could transpire within this scenario, Fujishin contemplated. Nonetheless, it remains imperative that we caution Jean not to grow too close to this Alan. Tunan nodded. After a moment's silence, she suddenly recalled something and inquired. Did you encounter anything unusual last night? The memory of the milky liquid flowing from the faucet lingered in her mind. Tunan could hardly believe she had hallucinated to such an extent. What do you mean? Fujishin asked. I saw a milky liquid flowing from the faucet yesterday, Tunan replied, her brow furrowed. But when I blinked, the water returned to normal, and nothing dangerous occurred afterward. Fujishin shook his head. I did not encounter such a phenomenon, but I sensed light streaming in from outside the window. Upon approaching the window, I discovered it was covered in ivy. Where could that light have come from? His tone grew grave. I have an unsettling feeling that everything within this manor is peculiar. Overall, it appears fine, yet the minutiae evoke a sense of dissonance. As it stands, there seems to be no immediate danger. Sir, madams, so you are here. A low, gravelly voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Tunan turned to see George standing there, having appeared unnoticed. Is there something you need? She asked. I hope you have not forgotten the purpose of your visit to the manor. George's ominous gaze settled upon them. Last night was too late. Miss Lilith has already retired, however. Today, I believe you ought to fulfill your obligations. May I inquire where the others have gone? Mr. George, Fujishin's voice was cold. One of our companions met a tragic end in their room last night. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation regarding this matter? A flicker of darkness passed through George's eyes. An explanation? I do not comprehend your meaning. Why has such a horrifying death occurred within the manor? I am deeply concerned for our safety. George's hawk-like eyes bore into him, and Fujishin met his gaze defiantly. I have warned you all before, do not open the door at night. George said with irritation. We are equally troubled by what has transpired. Where is the body? I must send someone to deal with it. Deal with it? How do you intend to do that? Chapter 45, Feeding their pets. George summoned two individuals upstairs and, before the assembled crowd, had Bob's lifeless body removed. As for its destination, none could ascertain, and George adamantly forbade any inquiries. Despite her resistance, Jean was left with no choice but to endure the situation for the time being. Half an hour later, they reconvened in the grand hall. It is with great regret that I acknowledge the occurrence of such an event, George stated impassively, but what has transpired cannot be altered. Where have you taken Bob's body? Jean demanded, suppressing her fury. To the place it rightly belongs, George replied, casting a sidelong glance at her, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You. Jean attempted to retort, but was restrained by Jenny behind her. Calm yourself, Jenny urged. I believe none of you have forgotten the purpose of your visit, George continued, unfazed by Jean's fierce gaze, speaking languidly. You were chosen as Miss Lilith's companions, and now is your time to shine. And how are we to shine? Fujishin interjected. George regarded him with satisfaction. The estate houses a few small pets. Your task now is to feed them. We aspire to be companions to Miss Lilith, not mere caretakers of the estate, Jenny replied with a cheerful demeanor. Might I inquire how feeding pets relates to companionship? George shot her a cold look. You lack the standing to question. If you wish for an opportunity, you shall comply with my instructions. And what if we refuse? Jack whispered. Tunan glanced at him, puzzled, as he wondered where Ruth had gone, given their usual inseparability. George flashed a toothy grin at Jack. Then I shall have no choice but to escort you from the estate. Outside, a thick fog enveloped the grounds. Without the carriage and driver that had brought them, they would surely become lost. Then might I ask Mr. George to enlighten us on what we should be cautious of while feeding. Tunin inquired calmly. George regarded her coldly, pulling a sheet of rules from his pocket. Pet feeding regulations. Rule 1. Pets are defined as creatures that move on 4 limbs. Rule 2. Pets may be disguised. Please discern carefully. Rule 3. When a sheep bleats, vacate the area promptly. Rule 4. Pets will perish from starvation if not fed. Ensure they consume the food before departing. Rule 5. Ensure all pets have been fed. Rule 6. Pets only consume specially formulated feed. Do not offer any other food. Had she not inquired, perhaps George would not have bestowed these regulations upon her. Tunin perused the rules, committing them to memory before passing the sheet along to the others. George then directed them to the area where the pets were kept. Upon entering the estate, the darkness had obscured Tunin's notice of the multitude of roses flourishing throughout the grounds. The vibrant blooms nearly carpeted the estate, saturating the air with a rich fragrance akin to that of the lady herself. As they traversed halfway, Ruth hurriedly caught up to them, breathless. "I apologize, I had to use the restroom," she said apologetically to the maid. The maid escorted them to the pet enclosure, a vast expanse of enclosed grassland surrounded by a fence towering over 2 men, obscuring the view within. Roses entwined even the fence. This grassy area lay at the estate's periphery, and as Tunin stood on level ground gazing into the distance, a thick fog loomed beyond, shrouding everything in mystery. As she examined a corner, she noticed the roses there grew in a most peculiar manner. It was difficult to articulate this peculiarity. The roses appeared to her as a blur, as if clarity eluded her grasp, yet the roses at the estate's center did not evoke such a strange sensation. Fujishing was correct, the estate appeared generally unremarkable, yet intricate details invoked a sense of dissonance. "Why are there roses blooming everywhere?" Tunin feigned curiosity as she inquired of the maid. "Because the lady adores roses." Outsiders referred to her as the Rose Lady. The maid indicated towards the entrance of the enclosure. "You may enter from here." Fujishing scrutinized the entrance. "Is it not secured? What if the pets escape?" "They are quite well behaved and do not stray," the maid replied with an impassive demeanor. "I have matters to attend to. Simply return the way you came after feeding them." Once the maid departed, Ruth surveyed the surroundings before whispering to them. "I saw them move the body to the basement of the mansion." "How could you see that?" Jenny asked, intrigued. "Wouldn't they obstruct your view?" "That is my ability," Ruth said, biting her lip in embarrassment. "It was agreed that we would share any clues." "I didn't realize you were so capable," Jenny remarked, observing her shyness as she pinched Ruth's cheek. "I have a newfound respect for you." Ruth's face flushed deeper. "Thank you for sharing that information," Fujishing said, looking at her. "Could you tell me where the basement entrance is?" Ruth nodded, "Behind a mural next to the fireplace." "I saw them remove the mural and open a hidden door. I also overheard them say they would move the body to where it belongs tonight." Tunin paused, instinctively recalling the large mural in the bedroom. She wondered if there was something concealed behind it as well. "That is invaluable information, thank you," Fujishing acknowledged with a nod. "You're welcome, I'm glad to help. If we can solve the estate's mysteries, we may leave sooner," Ruth said earnestly. "Let us first attend to the pets," Jenny suggested, gesturing towards the entrance. "We remain unaware of the circumstances within and whether any surprises await us." The group finally stepped into the fenced area for the pets. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Tunin's pupils dilated slightly. Even the typically vivacious Jenny was momentarily rendered speechless. How many are there? How are we to feed them?" Jack asked incredulously. Inside lay an expanse of grassland that seemed endless, teeming with hundreds of animals of various breeds, frolicking freely, their cacophonous cries overwhelming. Tunin quickly noted the presence of cats, dogs, sheep, rabbits, chickens, and more. "The feed is over there," Ruth pointed to a corner where the feed was stored. The feed was housed in a massive stone trough, with containers for dispensing it nearby. As they approached, they finally discerned the contents of the trough. The feed resembled cat food, uniform in size, and upon closer inspection, emitted a distinctly unpleasant odor. "What is this?" Jenny exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste. Let us each take a portion for now. Fujishing maintained an impassive expression, seemingly undeterred by the scent, as he filled a container with feed. Seeing him take the initiative, the others followed suit, yet with so many animals present, how were they to discern which were their pets? They exchanged glances, perplexed. Why not just feed them all? Jack suggested, eyeing the feed in his hands, resolutely. Chapter 46, Wellington Steak. No, Tunin retorted without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Jack, taken aback by her unwavering defiance, felt a twinge of irritation and indignation. The rules do not explicitly prohibit this. If this approach were feasible, why would the rules necessitate distinguishing between pets? Tunin's brow furrowed. Moreover, there are hundreds of animals here. Do you truly believe there is sufficient feed for each one? Jack glanced at the remaining feed in the stone trough, momentarily at a loss for words. Liter is absolutely right, Fujishing affirmed. Furthermore, the rules stipulate that we must vacate the area when the sheep bleat. We cannot predict when they will do so, and remaining here for an extended period increases the danger. We must feed all the pets as swiftly as possible. As the boss, your word is law, Jack muttered under his breath, feeling humiliated before his girlfriend. Ruth shot him a reproachful glance, then turned apologetically to Fujishing. I'm sorry, he didn't mean it that way. Not a problem, Fujishing was unfazed by Jack's sarcasm. What we need to focus on is how to differentiate between ordinary animals and pets. The rules define a pet as an animal that is four-legged on the ground, so we can eliminate a portion of them. Jenny casually grabbed a chicken to demonstrate to the group. This chicken is clearly not a pet. The chicken flapped its wings vigorously in her grasp, emitting a shrill cry. Jenny held the chicken with remarkable steadiness, playfully tugging at its wings. Quite lively, isn't it? The others, the rules state that pets can be disguised. Tunin observed the distressed chicken. How do we discern whether they are indeed disguised? Rather than that, Jenny released the chicken, which immediately took flight, fluttering away. I am more curious if a rabbit counts as four-legged on the ground. The definition of being four-legged is indeed perplexing. Cats, dogs, and rabbits can all lift their front limbs. Does that still qualify as being four-legged? It seems that among all the animals here, only the sheep are entirely four-legged on the ground, Tunin mused, her brow slightly furrowed as she glanced at Fujishing. What do you think? It appears we have overlooked the definition of pets, Fujishing pondered for a moment. Domesticated animals can at most be classified as livestock. How could they be considered pets? That does seem quite reasonable, Jenny admitted, momentarily bewildered. So what should we do? We ought to consult someone for clarification, Tunin smiled softly. Perhaps it was likely due to her having bested him earlier, and he was somewhat miffed. Finally, Jean, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Since you have a plan, give it a try. She had been so quiet that one might nearly forget her presence. Since leaving the bedroom, Jean had been unusually reserved, appearing burdened with thoughts. Tunin turned to Fujishing. I shall return shortly. Fujishing nodded. We will stay here and see if we can uncover any clues. Tunin departed the pasture, retracing the route the maid had taken to lead them back to the mansion. She intended to seek out Simon for some answers. From the outset of their encounter, Simon had expressed a fondness for her, and judging by his conversation with Lilith this morning, he seemed to have a good rapport with her. Perhaps he possessed some insights. Tunin located a maid within the castle and inquired about Simon's whereabouts. Mr. Simon. The maid contemplated for a moment. He might be in the kitchen, he always enjoys experimenting with new dishes there. What a dedicated individual he is. Tunin asked for directions to the kitchen and hastened there with all due speed. Indeed, Simon was present, standing at the cooking station, absorbed in thought over a piece of steak. Simon, Tunin approached him, I have a question for you. Simon snapped back to reality, looking at her with mild surprise. Miss Liter, shouldn't you be feeding the pets right now? Yes, Tunin nodded. That is precisely why I am here. I have some queries regarding pets, and I wonder if you could enlighten me. Well, Simon smiled with a hint of intrigue. I do possess some knowledge on the subject, but why should I assist you? His lack of outright refusal suggested there might be room for negotiation. What can I do to assist you? Junin inquired straightforwardly. Simon's smile deepened. It was merely a small matter, and I would be delighted to help Miss Leiter. However, this morning, you distributed the breakfast I prepared for you without my consent, which has deeply wounded my heart. Junin. She endeavored to maintain her smile. I apologize, I merely wished for more people to savor such delectable fare. Simon remained non-committal and shrugged. Actually, it is quite simple for you to secure my assistance. Please, do elaborate. As you can see, I have hit a culinary impasse. I am uncertain how to create innovative dishes. I have been pondering this for an entire month. Simon sighed. For someone who is so passionate about cooking, this was undoubtedly a torment. Since Miss Leiter is a princess, you must have encountered myriad cuisines. Could you perhaps share with me a novel method for preparing this cut of meat? Junin paused for a moment. How fortuitous, she indeed knew a recipe for steak. Perhaps, are you familiar with Wellington steak? She tentatively inquired. A look of confusion crossed Simon's face. Wellington, what sort of preparation is that? It sounds like a person's name. Gotcha. Junin rolled up her sleeves. Would you kindly assist me in gathering bacon, ham, mushrooms, and puff pastry? This was the only Western dish she was adept at preparing. One of her characters was a chef whose signature dish was precisely this Wellington steak. To better understand the character, she had even studied the recipe. While she could not claim to be an expert, for a princess, being overly skilled in cooking might come across as disingenuous. The scenario lacked an oven, but Junin discovered an alternative in a roasting pit. She followed the steps from memory, and by the time she placed the finished product into the roasting pit, an hour had already passed. She wondered how Fu Jixing was faring. Junin felt a pang of impatience. Uncertain of the timing required for the roasting pit, she ultimately entrusted the final step to Simon. One could only commend Simon for his expertise. When the Wellington steak emerged, it was aromatic and golden, with a perfectly crisp exterior. Upon slicing the steak, the interior was equally splendid in hue. Given the limited conditions here, she was quite satisfied with the outcome. Do give it a try, Junin gestured invitingly. Chapter 47, The Weeping Lamb. Simon cast her a skeptical glance, slicing off a small piece of steak and bringing it to his lips with his fork. His eyes widened in astonishment as he chewed the steak in disbelief, then closed his eyes to savor the flavors. How is it? Junin inquired nervously, uncertain if Simon would appreciate the dish. It's nothing short of miraculous. Simon opened his eyes, gazing at the steak as if he had discovered treasure. You have once again astonished me. The creator of this dish must be a genius. Steak and mushroom sauce. How had I never thought of such a pairing? His eyes glinted with fervor as he regarded the meal before him. Then, Mr. Simon, might you offer a response to my question? Junin finally exhaled in relief. Time had elapsed significantly, and she felt a tinge of impatience. Of course, Simon's gaze remained glued to the steak, entirely disregarding her presence. What would you like to know? I wish to understand what precisely constitutes a pet. She regarded Simon earnestly. At last, he looked her way, a faint smile gracing his lips. What do you think? She furrowed her brow. I am inquiring of you. Miss Leiter, would you consider those creatures you have never touched to be pets? Simon retorted dismissively. I can assure you that within this estate, only the cat in Miss Lilith's arms qualifies as a pet. Oh, he paused suddenly, speaking with significance. I almost forgot, Miss Lilith is kind-hearted, those sheep also count as her pets. Simon's words were laden with implication, and Junin yearned to inquire further but was met with a clear dismissal. Miss Leiter, in light of this delightful dish, I have already shared quite enough. Very well. Junin was not one to be greedy. Securing such information in exchange for a single dish felt ample reward. I appreciate your generous elucidation. You are the most intriguing guest I have encountered. Simon suddenly turned to her, smiling warmly. I must admit, I truly like you. Then, might I request you to reveal which dish you prepare for our meals each day? Junin ventured tentatively. Simon shrugged, withholding a direct answer. I believe you shall discover that today. Junin paused, thanked him, and exited the kitchen. She had tarried too long and was uncertain how things were faring with Fu Jixing. She hurried to the pasture where the animals were confined, astonished to find that it had undergone a remarkable transformation since her departure. Each species was neatly segregated, and she marveled at how they had managed to keep the animals calm and orderly within the designated area. You're back. Jenny glanced at her, tossing the last chicken into the coop, breathless from exertion. You returned just in time. We have just finished sorting all the animals. Junin felt a pang of guilt. I have been as swift as possible. Who knows if she did it on purpose? Jack muttered under his breath. What nonsense are you spouting? Ruth queried, perplexed. Jack, why are you speaking so strangely today? Aren't we all striving to complete our tasks promptly? What did I say? Jack retorted, flustered. It's true, she was gone for so long and returned only when we were all busy. Who knows if it was intentional? Jean, exasperated, clicked her tongue. Is that enough? You haven't contributed much effort yourself. You. Let us all refrain from further comments, Fu Jixing interjected coldly, his rarely seen aloof demeanor, combined with Jack's trepidation regarding his status, prompted Jack to silence his complaints. Fu Jixing turned to Junin. Did you glean anything of significance? Junin wiped the perspiration from her forehead and nodded. I inquired with Simon. He informed me that only the sheep and the cat in Miss Lilith's possession are deemed pets. Fu Jixing appeared contemplative. Is that credible? Jean raised an eyebrow. He has no reason to deceive me. Junin reflected. Simon is a complex yet straightforward individual. He is solely interested in culinary arts, and I exchanged a dish for this information. Fu Jixing nodded. That aligns with my suspicions. I find it highly credible. Why? Ruth could not help but whisper. If we are mistaken, with so many of us, Junin understood her implication. Though George had not explicitly stated the repercussions of misidentifying a pet, it was evident that consequences awaited them. I secretly tested the animals earlier. Their reactions to the feed were all quite mundane, except for the sheep, which displayed evident agitation upon seeing it. Some were eager to eat, while others exhibited clear aversion to the feed. Fu Jixing spoke solemnly. It is evident that the sheep must have consumed this feed before. Let us feed them and see what transpires, Jean said, her face set in determination as she entered the sheep pen with the feed. What is the worst that could happen? In this cursed place, I've long since had my fill of life. Fu Jixing sighed. Jenny relaxed her shoulders, speaking boldly. Let us hurry and feed them. If those sheep suddenly bleat, we might not be able to feed them at all. The sheep pen housed dozens of sheep. They divided their tasks, marking each sheep that had received food to ensure none were overlooked. Some sheep, as Fu Jixing had predicted, rushed forward eagerly, desperate for sustenance, while others, particularly the smaller lambs, resisted vehemently, refusing to eat the feed. What a peculiar situation. Jenny chased after the sheep that had yet to eat, panting heavily. They are so incredibly fast. Junin observed two young lambs circling Jean, seemingly drawn to her. Yet, whenever Jean attempted to feed them, the lambs darted away swiftly. Eventually, it fell to Fu Jixing to capture the sheep, prying open their mouths and attempting to deliver the feed. Just as Jean was about to offer the feed to a young lamb, she suddenly noticed two tears streaming from its large, dark eyes, those ebony orbs fixed intently upon her, and within them, she discerned profound sorrow. It was as though she were gazing not at a sheep, but at a human. A tremor of disbelief coursed through her as she beheld the tears, inexplicably overcome with emotion, her hand freezing mid-motion. Junin, witnessing the scene, was equally shaken. Are they crying? Chapter 48. The oncoming fog. I cannot do it. Jean cast aside the feed in her hands, turning away as her voice trembled. I simply cannot. Fu Jixing released the sheep, which scurried into a corner, shivering in fear. This sheep, he furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. What is amiss? Jack exclaimed impatiently. they haven't even eaten yet. Do you all wish to perish? Quickly, bring them here to feed. Why are you in such a hurry? Jenny shot him a glare. These sheep are clearly different from the others. Shouldn't we exercise some caution? Before Jack could retort, the sheep that had consumed the feed suddenly began to bleat. The sound, initially charming, resonated in their ears like the wails of vengeful spirits. Run! Fujishin shouted immediately. Without warning, a dense fog began to envelop their surroundings, gradually encroaching inward. The group wasted no time, fleeing at once. The fog was sinister. Any creature that came into contact with it emitted agonizing cries. They dared not linger, sprinting through the door, relieved that the mist showed no signs of spreading beyond the confines of the fence. Well, this is just splendid, Jack exclaimed, glaring at the fog-enshrouded fence. We could have fed them earlier, but now we can't even if we want to. I have been tolerating you for far too long. Sheen stepped forward and seized his collar. Shut your mouth. Jack's face reddened as he struggled desperately, but he, a mere man, could not break free from Sheen's grip. Enough of this, we're all teammates here. Let us communicate civilly. Ruth anxiously approached, trying to rescue Jack. At a time like this, you still have the energy for infighting. Jenny scoffed at the foss before her. It seems you all are eager to meet your demise. When the time comes, don't drag me down with you. Let us all keep our voices down, Tunan said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. We should return to the mansion and deliberate further. Seeing Ruth's concern for Jack, Jean finally released him with a huff, pushing him hard enough that he stumbled and fell to the ground. What deliberation? Even if those sheep are problematic, he fumed, Lilith's cat has yet to be fed, and now it's surrounded by thick fog. Where shall we procure feed? I brought a little with me. Tunan raised the feed in his hand. Can we cease this bickering now? Fortunately, you are so thoughtful, Jean replied wearily. Let us make haste. The very sight of this fellow makes me want to strike him. Jack could only seethe in silence. Ruth let out a sorrowful sigh. They returned to the mansion, just in time for lunch. After a morning of toil, everyone felt famished, yet they still refrained from indulging heartily. I cannot endure such days any longer, Jenny declared, draining her cup. My greatest aversion is dietary restrictions in these scenarios. Tunan glanced at the dishes on the table, and upon spotting one, she suddenly smiled. She finally grasped the meaning behind Simon's earlier words. Let us have this dish. She pointed to the Wellington steak. I can assure you, this dish was certainly prepared by Simon. Is this the dish you taught him? Fujishin immediately understood. Indeed, Tunan nodded. Without hesitation, Fujishin cut a piece of steak and began to eat. His manner was refined, yet the speed at which he consumed the food betrayed his long-standing hunger. Although Tunan had apportioned some food to them during breakfast, it was merely a drop in the bucket given their substantial exertion, leaving them quite ravenous. Noticing that Fujishin had swallowed without any ill effects, the others followed suit, cutting into the steak and devouring it eagerly. It seems you all have completed your task. A raspy voice interrupted their culinary enjoyment. George wheeled Lilith into the dining room, where she cradled a white Persian cat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you feed my pets? She asked cheerfully. They've been hungry for quite some time. We're still one short. Tunan wiped her mouth and rose to face Lilith, squatting before her. Lilith gazed at her with wide, curious eyes, as if wondering what she would do next. Tunan opened her hand, revealing a few grains of feed she had brought along. The Persian cat, upon seeing the feed in her palm, mewed gently and approached to lick it clean. I completely forgot that I hadn't fed Little White yet. Lilith lifted the cat joyfully, kissing it. Little White, did you enjoy your meal? Meow. Lilith erupted into a fit of giggles. Tunan, emboldened, gently stroked the cat's head. Such a delightful cat, she praised. Lilith's affection for you has increased to 5. Thank you, Lilith said earnestly. People of the past always forgot to feed Little White. We have completed our task, Tunan stated, looking at George. However, Uncle George, Lilith held Little White up for him to see. Look how happy Little White is. George paused, the wrinkles on his face seeming to soften somewhat. Yes, Miss Lilith, it does appear quite content. Thank you all, Lilith said. Little White hasn't been this happy in ages. Since the young lady is satisfied, I shall consider your task complete. George's countenance shifted to one of forced cheerfulness as he addressed them. As a reward, you may enjoy some freedom this afternoon. Freedom? Tunan raised an eyebrow. This presented a splendid opportunity to explore the mansion. Uncle Simon has prepared new dishes. Lilith's eyes lit up as she spotted the Wellington steak on the table. I wish to try it. George glanced at the dishes, frowning slightly. That dish is too rich, Miss Lilith. Have you forgotten the doctor's orders? You must adhere to your dietary restrictions. Lilith's expression visibly fell. Can't I just have one bite? The doctor is coming for a follow-up tomorrow, George replied sternly. Before then, you must strictly follow the medical advice. Very well, Lilith said, utterly dejected. I'll just refrain from eating. Is a doctor coming to the mansion? Fu Jixing seized upon George's words, casually inquiring. Indeed, George shot him a sidelong glance. A doctor visits Miss Lilith for a follow-up every month. After this, he divulged no further information. Tunan returned to her seat, bowing her head as she pretended to cut the steak, but her mind was racing with thoughts. Lilith was merely physically disabled and unable to walk. The mansion was sufficiently designed for wheelchair access, and the facilities appeared to be quite dated, suggesting that her disability was not a recent development. If it were merely a disability, would such stringent dietary restrictions truly be necessary? Chapter 49. After lunch, Tunan and Jenny returned to their room together. The information provided by Ruth that morning had proven quite useful, yet it also raised their suspicions. Since there was a hidden chamber behind the mural on the first floor, it was possible that their room harbored a similar secret. Tunan inquired with the others, and it turned out that each of their rooms contained such a mural. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Jenny glanced at Tunan, assessing the weight of the mural. Of course, I believe it is best if we both tackle this together. The little white mural appeared remarkably lifelike, the exquisite mandarin duck's eyes so vividly painted that they evoked the unsettling sensation of being truly observed. Let us do it together, Tunan succinctly stated. In case anything unexpected occurs, we can assist one another. Jenny had no objections. The two climbed onto the bed, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously reached out to remove the mural. This proved to be more arduous than Tunan had anticipated. The painting was rather large and somewhat unwieldy for them, and it seemed to have undergone some form of reinforcement, with its corners firmly nailed to the wall. After struggling for quite some time, they were unable to detach it from its mounting. How peculiar! Jenny wiped the sweat from her brow. Generally, such paintings shouldn't be affixed to the wall like this. Perhaps they fear it might fall and injure someone. After all, it was right above their heads. Yet, the more likely reason was to conceal the secrets lurking behind it. The two lower corners are manageable, but we can't reach the upper ones, Jenny mused, propping her chin on her hand and blinking. Why don't we call Raphael for assistance? Today, they were determined to uncover the truth behind the mural. None of them could rest easy in this room until they did. Tunan jumped off the bed, preparing to find Fu Jixing next door, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. At such a moment, it was unusual for anyone to come calling. Tunan and Jenny exchanged surprised glances before she approached the door and whispered, "Who is it, Miss Reater?" "It's me," came George's deep voice from outside. Tunan opened the door. "Mr. George, is there something you need?" she asked with a smile. "Due to my oversight, I neglected to remind you last night that all furnishings in the bedroom should remain undisturbed. The lady detests those who damage her furniture. Should you disregard this, she may choose to expel you," he cautioned. Just as they had begun to contemplate the mural, George had come to advise them against altering the furniture. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate warning? Tunan suppressed her doubts, nodded, and smiled. "Of course, we are people of standing. How could we engage in such behavior? Thank you for your reminder." George smiled back, though his grin held a shadowy undertone. "Thank you for your cooperation." He swiftly departed, turning to knock on the next door. Tunan closed the door and turned to Jenny, shrugging. "We can't move it now. Covering it up only draws more attention." Jenny jumped off the bed. "Are they so fearful of us discovering the secret behind the mural? I'm more curious as to why they arrived so quickly." Tunan frowned, casting another glance at the mural, a growing sense of being watched enveloping her. "Do you feel as if we are being observed?" she whispered, stepping closer to Jenny. "That's rather commonplace." Jenny observed, glancing at the mural. Since we can't move it, let us just cover it up. The two found a blanket and draped it over the mural. The afternoon was designated for leisure activities, except for the still weak Alan. The remaining individuals paired off, eager to seize the opportunity to explore the estate thoroughly. According to George, aside from the fourth floor where the lady and Lilith rested, they were free to roam the manor at will. Of course, a friendly reminder, it's best to steer clear of the outer maze, George had cautioned. If you get lost there, I cannot guarantee I will be able to find you. The maze was extensive and served as the main thoroughfare in and out of the estate. Without a guide familiar with the paths, venturing in blindly would likely result in disorientation. This estate was rife with enigmas, and the peculiar maze was no exception, yet no one intended to delve into it at present. Familiarizing themselves with the mansion and its surroundings was of greater importance. Earlier that morning, Junan had noticed that the estate was adorned with many roses. These roses bloomed vibrantly, their blossoms exuding a rich fragrance, their red hue somewhat enchanting. She and Fujishing meandered through the estate, which was encircled by a circular hedge maze, effectively trapping them within. At the center of the estate stood the mansion, consisting of 4 floors. The first floor housed the hall, kitchen, and dining area. The second floor was designated for the servants' quarters, the third floor accommodated the players, and the fourth floor was reserved for the mansion's owner, Lilith, and the lady's sleeping quarters. They located the mural that Ruth had mentioned earlier that morning. The figure depicted was still Lilith, smiling as she cradled a small white creature, her gaze fixed upon them with apparent warmth. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. Ruth mentioned they would be moving the body at night. Fujishing lowered his voice intentionally, speaking in hushed tones for their ears alone. We may need to return here after dark. Junan cast a fleeting glance at the mural, lowering her own voice. This place isn't particularly safe at night. Let us leave this area for now. In this castle, murals of Lilith adorned every wall. At first glance, the painted girl appeared charming, but after prolonged observation, an involuntary shiver crept down one's spine. Upon exiting the mansion, they finally discovered a quiet corner. I suspect that those paintings are their eyes, Fujishing remarked, his brow furrowed. Everywhere in this mansion, there are murals, including in our room. Our every move is being monitored. Right now, the most crucial task is to avoid these eyes. Junan pondered, her head bowed in thought. Have you forgotten about the puppet I used in the last chapter? Fujishing smiled slightly. After dinner, we can find an opportunity to have the puppet return to our room in our stead. The puppet can execute simple commands, as long as nothing goes awry. It shouldn't be detected. We must return to our room before midnight, he added. After midnight, strange occurrences will beckon at the door, tempting players to open it. The bedroom is our safe haven during the night's chapter. Lingering outside too long could lead to peril. The two reached a mutual understanding and returned to the mansion. By the time they arrived back, it was approaching dinner time, and Alan, who had spent the entire day resting in the bedroom, finally emerged into the dining area. Thank you for your hard work today, he said, his expression apologetic. Tomorrow, I shall join you all in completing the task. Such circumstances are to be expected, Fujishing replied coolly. Regaining your strength is of utmost importance. The duo of Chin and Jenny, who had been active in the afternoon, also entered the dining room. Upon seeing Alan, Chin displayed a complex expression. Junan noticed her demeanor and regarded Alan thoughtfully. It appeared that Chin, too, had sensed something amiss with him. Chapter 50. The eerie lamb. It remains uncertain what his true intentions are. Perhaps an opportunity to converse with Chin will arise. After dinner, Fujishing seized a moment to discreetly substitute 2 meticulously crafted wooden puppets for himself and his companion, ensuring no one noticed their absence. Although it was not his first encounter with such puppets, upon seeing one that mirrored his likeness, Junan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. At that moment, Jenny was engaged in conversation with her puppet when she suddenly paused, her expression shifting to one of peculiar discomfort, only to quickly revert to her usual demeanor. Jenny had noticed, compared to a living person, the puppet's every movement exuded a mechanical stiffness, easily detectable by an observant eye. Fortunately, apart from Jenny, it seemed no one else was inclined to engage her in conversation. The sensation was quite nuanced. If only I could have a substitute like this during work, she lamented involuntarily. Such a low-grade model is incapable of performing intricate tasks, Fu Zhixing retorted bluntly. The two found amusement in their plight, exchanging a few light-hearted jests before returning to earnest discourse. In the distance, several individuals had already risen, seemingly preparing to retire to their quarters. Tu Nan suddenly recalled Qin's peculiar expression during dinner and leaned closer to Fu Zhixing, whispering, "I noticed Qin's odd demeanor upon seeing Alan. It appears she has sensed something amiss. Those who have survived thus far are hardly fools, it's merely a matter of discerning her thoughts," Fu Zhixing replied without surprise. The hour was neither too early nor too late. The servants would not dare to move Bob's remains until all had succumbed to slumber, necessitating their concealment. Within the manor, the numerous murals offered no refuge, they could only seek shelter outdoors, waiting until the candlelight extinguished before stealthily returning. Tu Nan couldn't help but recall the two weeping lambs from that morning, their haunting image lingering in her mind. An entire afternoon had passed, perhaps the deadly mist had dissipated. "I have an idea," she suggested, glancing at Fu Zhixing. "I wish to revisit the sheep pen from this morning." Fu Zhixing smirked slightly. "I was just thinking the same." The roses in the estate appeared even more enchanting beneath the moonlight, the elusive fragrance of their blossoms wafting through the air. Upon reaching the pasture, they indeed found the dense fog had vanished. Tu Nan exchanged a cautious glance with Fu Zhixing as they approached the entrance, scanning the surroundings to ensure they were alone before slipping inside. An overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses. These animals were raised outdoors, and under the bright moonlight, the scene within the enclosure was rendered painfully clear. The remnants of their evening meals churned within Tu Nan's stomach, causing her to turn away, grimacing. Even Fu Zhixing wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed deeply. The once lively creatures they had observed earlier now lay sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their bodies rigid, their mouths and nostrils stained with blood, suggesting they had been deceased for quite some time. As Tu Nan stepped closer to examine the scene, her expression darkened further. It was peculiar. Why did some carcasses appear freshly slain while others seemed to have been dead for ages? The bodies piled up far exceeded the number they had witnessed during the day. The only living beings present were the seemingly harmless sheep, yet, under the moonlight, their docility had vanished. The flock lowered their heads, feasting ravenously upon the remains of the fallen animals. Blood stained their once white wool, creating an unsettling tableau. These sheep, typically herbivorous, were clearly no ordinary creatures. Suddenly, Fu Zhixing nudged Tu Nan with his elbow, discreetly pointing towards a corner. Following his gaze, Tu Nan spotted two smaller lambs, their dark eyes glimmering with yearning as they observed the feeding sheep. "Do you not feel that those two lambs exhibit an unsettling degree of anthropomorphism?" Tu Nan instinctively inquired. It was as if they were not mere sheep, but rather individuals trapped within the confines of their ovine forms. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, tightening her throat. "Let's approach them," Fu Zhixing whispered, lowering his voice. "Move cautiously. We must not disturb those engaged in their meal." Tu Nan nodded, and together they advanced towards the corner, keeping a watchful eye on the flock. The two lambs noticed their approach, their dark pupils fixating on them, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. One of the lambs, previously lying down, could not contain itself and took a few steps towards them. Instantly, they halted, their instincts alert. Perhaps realizing it had startled them, the lamb settled back down as if to reassure them. Suppressing her growing unease, Tu Nan resolved to investigate further. The two lambs and the two humans locked eyes beneath the moonlight, the lamb's gaze filled with longing, while the human's eyes reflected caution, a truly bizarre tableau. As they neared, coming within 3 paces, they halted, hesitant to advance any further. One of the lambs, noticing their stillness, began scratching the ground with its front hoof, displaying a sense of urgency. It appeared to harbor no intentions of harm. Fu Zhixing regarded it, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed to be, is it attempting to write with its hoof? Tu Nan murmured, a chill running down her spine. This realization sent a wave of cold sweat over them both. The lamb, encouraged by their reaction, intensified its efforts, scratching fervently at the earth. Tu Nan strained to decipher the message it was attempting to convey. "I am Bob. I am Bob." Tu Nan's eyes widened in shock. She gazed at the lamb before her, her heart racing. Then the other is Alan. The lamb nodded vigorously. The strangeness of this scene far exceeded her imagination, leaving both of them momentarily speechless. Fear crept gradually from their feet to envelop their entire beings. Suddenly, one of the feeding sheep raised its head and turned to face them. Bob's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he glanced at the flock. Toonan turned to find herself staring into a pair of eerie red eyes. It was then that she realized, under the cover of night, the sheep's eyes glowed crimson. Those round, glistening orbs radiated an unsettling, blood-red light, the bloodstains around their mouths elevating the horror of the scene to its zenith. The sheep fixated on them, unblinking. Toonan felt every hair on her body stand on end. In an instant, the previously grazing flock began to lift their heads one by one. Those blood-red eyes remained fixed upon them, revealing an insatiable thirst for blood. Chapter 51, Second Night, Fujishing. Toonan's voice was hoarse. "I think we should run quickly, run." Fujishing replied without hesitation, turning to flee. The wind whistled past their ears as the flock, upon seeing their retreat, immediately began to gallop after them, emitting eerie howls as they pursued. Toonan felt she had never run so swiftly, yet she still could not outpace the four-legged sheep. Fujishing was far faster than her. She could almost sense the heavy panting of the sheep behind her. "Be careful." Fujishing, having reached the door first, turned back with a cold look in her eyes and waved something into the air. A chill breeze swept past her ear, and though she dared not glance back, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the sheep pausing momentarily. Biting her lip, she summoned all her strength to reach the door. With a resounding bang, the wooden gate was shut, the door was not locked, and she worried whether the flock might pursue them, but fortunately, they seemed to have no such intention. She leaned against the fence, the metallic tang of blood rising in her throat from running so fast. "What on earth is wrong with those sheep?" she asked, still trembling with fear. How could Bob and Alan have turned into sheep? It was utterly bizarre. "I'm afraid it has something to do with the thing that knocks on the door every night," Fujishing said, her face pale as she glanced at the moonlight. "It's almost time. We should return to the mansion." Toonan nodded, suppressing her rising panic, and the two of them made their way back to the mansion in silence. The image of the lamb writing its name on the ground lingered in her mind. If Bob and Alan had truly transformed into lambs, then what was the entity residing within Alan's body, and why had it sought to extract Bob's heart? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the unusual sight ahead until Fujishing abruptly pulled her back, jolting her to awareness. "Sure." Fujishing placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. They concealed themselves in the shadows beneath a rose trellis, where two men were seen carrying a stretcher towards the direction they had just come from. It appeared they had inadvertently encountered the mansion's servants dealing with a corpse. "How unfortunate." "It's our turn to handle this again," one of the men grumbled. "Last time, that woman was so small and light, this man is much heavier, making it a hassle to manage." "Keep it down," the other man cautioned. "If George, look at Simon, he's so charming. Less talk, more work." The two men continued forward, silently and swiftly hauling the body. Toonan and Fujishing exchanged glances and stealthily followed behind. Before long, to their astonishment, they found themselves back at the sheep pen, the very place they had initially arrived at. It seemed that many matters within this mansion were intricately linked to the flock of sheep. Upon entering the sheep pen, Toonan and Fujishing crept forward quietly. Fujishing produced a small doll from her pocket, no larger than a palm, and set it on the ground. To their amazement, the doll began to move, mimicking Fujishing's every gesture, a miniature replica of her. Toonan watched in astonishment as the tiny figure walked through the gap of the door that had been pushed ajar. "He can let us hear what they are saying," Fujishing whispered, explaining. She retrieved a pair of headphones and handed one to Toonan. "How considerate." Toonan accepted the headset and placed it on her ear, the sounds within becoming clear as they reached her. "What is wrong with these sheep? Why do they seem so agitated?" "Don't mind them, let us focus on resolving this matter. We must finish before midnight." The sound of heavy dragging followed, and suddenly there was a loud thud, reminiscent of a hard object striking stone. Toonan recalled that the only place in the sheep pen with stones was the enormous trough. Earlier that morning, while feeding, she had noticed 2 stone rods beside the trough, though at the time, she did not comprehend their purpose. Now a vague understanding began to dawn upon her. The audio quickly transformed into a rhythmic thumping, a series of heavy strikes against flesh. Smack, smack, smack. An inappropriate image flashed in her mind of a video she had once seen about crafting beef balls, laboriously pounded by hand. "This is for watering the flowers," one voice remarked. "Let us toss these bones to the sheep." Why are they moving again? Those foolish creatures must be unable to resist the sight of food. Junan could no longer bear to listen. She removed the headphones, her face ashen, waves of nausea roiling in her stomach. Fujishing's expression was hardly any better. If merely hearing such sounds was so revolting, what would it be like to witness it firsthand? The tiny figure staggered out from within, and Fujishing gathered it into her arms, removing the headphones. "It's almost time. We should return." Their night excursion had yielded significant information. They hurried back to the mansion before the two servants emerged. The mansion was shrouded in darkness as they cautiously ascended to the third floor. It was not yet midnight. Jenny had left the door unlocked. In the darkness, Junan bid Fujishing farewell and entered her room. Only a single candle flickered in the dim light, casting shadows as she concealed herself in the blind spot of a mural, exchanging knowing glances with Jenny, who had already noticed her presence. Jenny nodded. Only then did Junan step forward. The blanket over the mural had been removed, and the doll crafted by Fujishing lay motionless on the bed, appearing as if in a deep slumber. "What is the situation?" Junan inquired. "When I returned to my room, the blanket on the mural had fallen again." The doll seemed dazed. They must have suspected something, as George came to knock shortly after. "What did he suspect?" Junan asked nervously. Jenny shook her head. "I told him you were bathing and didn't he let him in, then I covered the mural again. They likely have sensed something amiss." Junan frowned. "But they haven't exposed it. Since the rules do not prohibit it, even if they suspect, they are powerless to act." Noticing Junan's pale visage, Jenny asked in a hushed tone, "What did you discover?" After a moment's hesitation, Junan recounted the night's revelations. "This is what happened. Bob and Alan have likely transformed into two lambs." The enormity of this revelation left Jenny momentarily speechless, utterly revolted. "Then what exactly did we feed them this morning?" Chapter 52, The Family Doctor. Based on my conjecture, Junan's face was solemn. "It appears to be a concoction of flesh and hay." Jenny fell silent. "By the way," Junan suddenly inquired, "have you noticed anything unusual in this manor?" "You noticed it too." Jenny responded swiftly, "I was just about to tell you. I find this place exceedingly strange. Often, things appear perfectly normal, and then, in the blink of an eye, they seem to warp before my eyes. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appears as if nothing has transpired." Her tone grew grave. "I have asked a few others, and it seems this phenomenon has occurred to varying degrees among them. Odd occurrences within the replica are not uncommon, yet strangely, these anomalies do not seem to pose any danger to us." Junan fell into contemplation. The fact that so many had noticed the oddities indicated that the peculiar events of these past days were not merely her imagination. However, she couldn't fathom the reason behind it. "Since it currently poses no threat to us, it might be best not to dwell on it too much." Jenny sighed. "Perhaps it is merely a riddle set by the replica to confound us, lacking any real significance." "Perhaps," Junan mused, unable to arrive at a conclusion, yet sensing the complexity of the situation. With no clues to pursue, she decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the table, where she suddenly noticed that the potted plant Jenny had placed there seemed to have grown considerably. "Is your pea shooter about to mature?" she inquired. Jenny glanced at the plant and nodded. "It should be ready by tomorrow. With it, we at least possess some means of self-defense." Junan lowered her head in thought. Their fairy tale compendium had thus far provided her with minimal assistance. Their conditions for generating skill cards were overly stringent. Within the replica, where would she find so many personal items belonging to fairy tale characters to feed it? Though Fuji had not disclosed his abilities to her, his seemingly endless array of skill items indicated a formidable capacity for self-preservation. As for her, she lacked even a single skill to safeguard herself. In a critical moment, she wondered if tossing their fairy tale compendium out to consume the anomalies would prove effective. "It's midnight," Jenny suddenly announced. Her heart leapt, time seemed to slow, each tick of the second hand stretching agonizingly. After what felt like an eternity, she finally heard a commotion outside. The sound was reminiscent of the first night, the scraping of footsteps drawing closer. Knock, knock, knock. Something was rapping at the door. Knock, knock, knock. As long as they did not open the door, it would be futile for whatever was outside to knock all night long. Junan covered her ears, attempting to block out the incessant noise, but to no avail. The knocking resonated in her mind, directly affecting her thoughts, leaving her unable to escape its grasp. Knock, knock, knock. A wave of irritable frustration surged from her chest. Knock, knock, knock. How annoying, she found herself unable to contain her vexation, blurting out. Mid-sentence, she abruptly jolted awake. What was happening? She was not typically one to lose her composure so easily, yet, every time the knocking echoed, it felt as though a fine veil of agitation. Junan, alarmed, quickly grasped her. "Jenny, snap out of it," she urged. Knock, knock, knock. Even she felt a simmering frustration coalesce in her chest, a fierce desire to fling open the door and lash out at whatever was outside. "What is going on?" Jenny regained clarity in Junan's embrace, a chill sweeping over her. "I felt an overwhelming surge of anger just now, wanting to go out and give those things a beating." "It's their scheme," Junan managed to articulate, struggling against the undeniable irritation coursing through her. "We must keep each other in check, and not let them lure us." No sooner had she spoken than an uncontrollable urge compelled her to stride toward the door. "You need to focus," Jenny echoed her earlier behavior, wrapping her arms around Junan, but Junan's strength was too great. Jenny had no choice but to elbow her sharply. Junan jolted back to reality, the spot where she had been elbowed warming slightly. Knock, knock, knock. It returned. Jenny's gaze momentarily glazed over. Junan followed suit. Soon, Jenny regained her composure. The two exchanged glances, ready to rouse each other from any hint of distraction with pain. "This won't do," Junan said, regaining her calm. "We can't spend the entire night just keeping an eye on one another." "Then what should we do?" Just as they pondered their strategy, the entity outside seemed to realize their tactic was ineffective and shifted its approach. "Leader, we just met," it spoke in Fuji's voice. "I have a new discovery. Open the door quickly." It sounded convincingly genuine. "Did we not agree that we must not open the door until dawn?" Junan boldly replied. There was a brief silence outside before the voice grew fervent. "I have urgent news. This discovery is crucial and must be conveyed to you immediately." "Then you can speak from outside," Jenny interjected. "I'm afraid others might overhear." "I am not afraid." The entity outside finally recognized that they were toying with it. A sinister chuckle escaped its lips. "Do you truly believe that keeping the door shut will serve you?" Its voice was particularly hoarse and eerie in the dark of night. "I will soon break down the door and devour your hearts." Again, with the hearts. Junan furrowed her brow. What significance did hearts hold for them? "Why the heart? Is there no interest in other parts?" she inquired. "What about hands and feet?" The outside remained ominously silent for a prolonged moment before it began to chuckle darkly. "Are you frightened? Are you not like the sheep in the pen?" Junan quipped, relentless in her taunting. Just as it was about to respond, the annoying voice within the room erupted once more. "Why aren't you laughing anymore? Mind your own business." It had never faced such humiliation before, casting a furious glance at the door, yet it knew the occupants within would absolutely not open it tonight. With heavy footsteps, it moved onto the next door. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed outside. The noise seemed to diminish as it distanced itself. "Have they left?" Jenny leaned against the door, straining to listen. "No," Junan shook her head, her expression grave. "They have gone to find the next person." Their neighbor was Fuji, and with his experience, it would not be so easy for him to fall prey. With Bob's prior misfortune as a cautionary tale, tonight's occupants might be more vigilant. A sleepless night ensued. It was not until dawn approached that the sounds outside finally ceased entirely. The heavy footsteps gradually faded, and both Jenny and Tunin let out a sigh of relief. They had hardly slept, remaining alert to the commotion outside, and it seemed no one had dared to open the door. Seizing the moment, they took the opportunity to catch up on sleep. However, it was not long before they were reluctantly roused from their slumber once again. Tunin, accustomed to the routine, draped the blanket that had fallen from the bed back over the mural before rising to wash up. The faucet once more dispensed a milky white liquid. Tunin blinked, and it returned to its original state. She had grown accustomed to such peculiar occurrences that sporadically emerged in this replica, which thus far posed no danger. After completing her morning routine, Tunin descended the stairs alongside Jenny. The first light of dawn illuminated the exterior point one by one. The others descended from upstairs, each bearing a pallid countenance. Except for Alan. He appeared utterly unfazed by the fatigue of a sleepless night, his complexion rosy and brimming with vitality. Jean, on the other hand, looked particularly haggard. Having slept alone, her challenges were far greater. As they entered the dining room, they were taken aback to find a woman dressed in a white suit already seated at the table. She exuded an air of sharp competence, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, as she partook of her breakfast. "Who are you?" Ruth asked, astonished. "Greetings." The woman looked up, adjusting her glasses with a cool demeanor. "I am Miss Lilith's family doctor. You may call me Tang Yuan." Chapter 53, The Princess and the P. Tang Yuan. That name does not seem to resonate with the character from the story. "Dr. Tang, it is a pleasure to meet you." A delicate fragrance of roses wafted through the air from behind them. A lady, elegantly adorned, glided in with grace, making her way directly to Tang Yuan, extending her hand for a gentle shake. "This place is rather remote." The coachman took a wrong turn, causing a day's delay. "I sincerely apologize." Tang Yuan responded with genuine regret. "How is Miss Lilith?" "As you know, she remains the same as ever," the lady sighed. "You have had quite the journey. Let us first enjoy breakfast." Everyone took their seats. "The hospital has been exceedingly busy lately." "I truly appreciate your efforts in making this trip," the lady remarked politely to Tang Yuan. "Please make yourself comfortable here in the manor for the next few days." "I fear I do not have the luxury of time," Tang Yuan sighed, a hint of distress in her voice. "I have been overwhelmingly busy, having taken on numerous new patients. The hospital is in dire need of personnel." The others feigned engrossment in their meals, yet their ears were perked up, listening intently. "Your director is quite remiss, with so few medical staff. Why not?" She paused momentarily, caught off guard by the abrupt question. Why would the lady inquire about her so suddenly? If it were genuine concern, with so many present, why single her out? She couldn't help but ponder. Each narrative is intricately woven with fairy tales, and the identity of a princess in The Princess and the Pea holds particular significance. There could be unforeseen pitfalls awaiting her. "I cannot say it has been particularly restful," she finally responded, her eyes flickering. "I am rather particular about my sleeping arrangements. I have not slept well these past 2 nights. The lady's fondness for you, 30, she holds you in mild regard." Though she was struggling with her sleep, why would the lady's fondness for her increase? "A maid just informed me that while preparing your bedding, she discovered a pea," the lady said, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Pray tell, why would there be a pea in your room?" Last night, Jenny had placed her potted plant on the bedside table, and upon waking this morning, they found the crops within had matured. Jenny, brimming with excitement, had kissed the potted plant several times, and the pea may have fallen onto their bed at that moment. "That was entirely my oversight," Jenny interjected. "I brought a pot of peas with me and accidentally dropped one on the bed." Junang hesitated before quipping, "No wonder I had such a restless night. I kept feeling something poking me, and upon rising, I found myself bruised all over. It must have been that pea." A glimmer of insight flashed in the lady's eyes as she smiled. Only a princess would possess such delicate skin. "It seems you are indeed a true princess. The lady's current fondness for you, 50, she holds you in high regard." As expected, her fondness had indeed risen, though Chunang remained perplexed as to why. Tang Yuan listened with keen interest to their exchange. Upon hearing the lady's remark, she cast a light glance at Chunang and knowingly stated, "It appears I must extend my congratulations to you, for only a princess is worthy to be Lilith's companion." "That will ultimately depend on whether Lilith takes a liking to her," the lady replied with a playful smile. "All of you were brought here by me. Each one has a chance. Perhaps Tang Yuan knows something more." Chunang cast a glance at Tang Yuan, silently resolving to find an opportunity for a private conversation with her. After breakfast, George arrived to assign tasks. This morning, the doctor will be conducting a follow-up examination for Miss Lilith. As for everyone else, please attend to the pets as you did yesterday morning. In the afternoon, we will need you all to accompany Miss Lilith in her play. Once again, they were to tend to their pets. Chunang paused, glancing at Alan. The latter appeared unfazed, betraying no signs of distress. After a moment's contemplation, she approached Qin, who seemed momentarily disoriented before finally acknowledging her presence. "Are you all right?" Chunang inquired softly. Qin shook her head, her complexion pale and her voice hoarse. "Do you need something from me?" "There is something I believe you ought to know," Chunang said, her gaze steady yet hesitant. She could see that Bob and Alan were of great significance to Qin. Revealing what had transpired the previous night could deal a heavy blow to her, yet she felt Qin had the right to know the truth. "What is it?" Qin asked, her demeanor weary. "It concerns Bob and Alan," Chunang replied, discreetly glancing at Alan while lowering her voice. Qin regarded her with a hint of surprise. "If you intend to tell me that this Alan is an impostor, I suspect I may already be aware of that," she retorted coldly. "No," Chunang countered, shaking her head. "I know where the real Bob and Alan are." Qin's body stiffened, disbelief flooding her expression as her voice trembled with excitement. "You mean they still—" "Calm down," Chunang interrupted. "I think we should discuss this in a different location." That was them. Qin's expression froze, and after a long pause, she finally looked at her in disbelief. How did you find this out?" Chunang recounted the events of the previous night succinctly. Qin stood in stunned silence, covering her face with her hands as her shoulders trembled gently. "It is all my fault. I knew their capabilities were insufficient, yet I foolishly brought them along. What do you plan to do about the impostor?" Chunang inquired, her heart heavy as she observed Qin's demeanor, but she felt compelled to ask. Qin's trembling shoulders stilled as she lowered her hands from her face, her eyes slightly reddened, yet a chilling expression of resolve filled her gaze. "I must uncover what it truly is. I will kill it to avenge them." She paused momentarily. "Since it has the power to turn humans into sheep, perhaps it also knows how to reverse the process." The flames of vengeance flickered in Qin's eyes, as if she had become lost in her own world. Chunang studied her expression, a frown knitting her brow. In this narrative, emotional impulses are to be avoided. One must not abandon reason. Yet, given Qin's demeanor, it was clear that if there existed a means to rescue Alan and Bob, she would stop at nothing. Doubt began to creep into Chunang's mind. Was revealing this information to Qin the right course of action? Chapter 54, The Dispute. What transpired? On the way to the sheep pen, Fujixing noticed her preoccupied demeanor and could not help but inquire, "What did you converse about with Qin just now?" Chunang cast him a sidelong glance and briefly recounted the dialogue she had just shared with Qin. "You did not witness her expression," Chunang said with concern. "I have an unsettling feeling that she may take some action. Do not fret excessively." Fujixing reassured her, "In the realm of the instance, if one struggles to safeguard others, one must at least ensure one's own safety." Chunang nodded in acknowledgement. A new batch of animals had been introduced to the sheep pen, vibrant and full of life. The carcasses that had littered the ground the previous night had vanished without a trace, yet a lingering scent of blood still hung in the air, mingling grotesquely with the pervasive fragrance of roses within the castle, evoking a sense of nausea. Qin too discerned two lambs among the flock that appeared out of place. The meaning behind their gazes had eluded her yesterday, yet now sorrow welled up within her. She took a deep breath, fearing that her unease might be detected, and hastily turned her head away. "What is it? Are you unwell?" Ellen feigned concern upon seeing her countenance. Qin concealed the hatred in her eyes, forcing a smile. no, I merely find the atmosphere here somewhat strange, it is a bit nauseating. Ellen inhaled deeply, his brow relaxing as he smiled. Is that so? I find it quite refreshing. Let us proceed with our tasks as we did yesterday, collaborating to complete our objectives swiftly, Fujixing announced. The group moved in unison, displaying a remarkable harmony. Yesterday, they had thoroughly emptied the feed troughs, yet today they were filled to the brim with fodder, emanating an eerie, fishy odor. Tunan recalled the unsettling noises she had heard the previous night, and a wave of nausea surged within her. They quickly fed the other sheep, leaving only 2 lambs remaining. Jean stood protectively before them, resolutely refusing to allow Jack to feed them. Did we not leave them and fed yesterday? Jean glared at Jack. Nothing came of it. Did you not hear George say that was because Lilith was pleased with our feeding of the little white one? Today, we may not be so fortunate. Jack retorted defiantly. In a place like this, I cannot afford even the slightest chance of error. We must swiftly feed them before the flock begins to bleat. They do not wish to eat. Jean stood her ground. The 2 lambs huddled behind her. What do you care if they want to eat or not? Jack regarded her in confusion, suddenly squinting his eyes and suspiciously positing, do you know something? Or have you already been assimilated by the instance? What nonsense are you spouting? Jean glared at him with fury, her voice laced with danger. If you dare speak out of turn again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Seems I have struck a nerve. Jack felt he had grasped the truth. You spent the night alone. We are all aware that the strange knocking last night was disorienting, making it difficult for one to remain alert. In truth, you have already been assimilated by the bazaar, feigning ignorance while blending in with us, waiting to ensnare us all. Tunan observed Ellen with a composed demeanor. He wore a smile, seemingly entertained by Jack and Jean's dispute. As if sensing her gaze, Ellen cast a glance in her direction. Tunan promptly averted her eyes the moment he looked her way. Ellen narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly shifting to one of anger as he positioned himself between Jean and Jack, admonishing Jack sternly, what nonsense are you spewing? I will not permit you to malign Jean in such a manner. Jean looked at him in surprise. Who does not know that you and she are in cahoots? Of course you would defend her. Jack's doubtful gaze flitted between the two, and he came to a realization. You two were both in separate rooms last night. Surely you have both become part of the bazaar by now. I shall kill you. Jean could no longer contain herself. She inexplicably produced a dagger from somewhere and lunged at Jack. Jack's expression shifted, but having survived thus far within the instance, he possessed some skills of his own. He promptly summoned a protective shield around himself. As Jean lunged, her dagger did not make contact with the shield but was instead repelled. With a clang, her arm was jolted, yet she stubbornly maintained her composure, revealing no sign of distress. Cease your bickering. The situation remains unclear, and internal strife among allies is hardly acceptable. Tunan stepped between them. We ought to consider how to exit the instance instead. Upon hearing this, Jean scoffed, retracting her dagger. Jack, seeing this, finally lowered his shield as well. Have you forgotten who our true enemy is? Jenny could no longer contain her frustration. It is only the 3rd day, and you are already at odds with each other. At this rate, we shall be annihilated without the bazaar even needing to intervene. I can overlook his behavior. Jean scoffed, but today, no one shall feed these 2 lambs. Unreasonable. Jack glared at her, turning to Fujixing. You arbitrate this. Is her conduct not peculiar? Tunan and Fujixing understood the underlying circumstances, while the others remained oblivious. Tunan cast a conflicted glance at them and decided it was best to disclose the matter. Actually, she began to speak. Silence. Jean's gaze turned sharp. I know what you intend to say, but I shall not allow you to disclose this matter. Should this information be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite panic among everyone. That alone would suffice, but the fear that someone might suggest the slaughter of these 2 lambs was even more troubling. The notion that individuals had transformed into sheep, who would believe that these 2 still retained their identities within the sheep's body. It was likely a ruse orchestrated by the bazaar. This was also the reason Tunan and Fujixing had refrained from informing everyone of the matter at the earliest opportunity. What do you mean? Jack's gaze darted between them. Are you concealing something from us? Weren't we all in agreement to share any news? Now you are keeping things from us? Jack was furious, seizing Ruth's hand. Let us depart, this group is utterly untrustworthy. Toonan attempted to persuade him, but Jack remained obstinate, refusing to heed a word. Jean coldly observed the retreating figures of the two, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 55, The Transaction with Tang Yuan. Upon returning to the mansion, George was just escorting Tang Yuan down the stairs. His demeanor was one of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his usual attitude. Miss Lilith's condition is quite stable, Tang Yuan remarked with a smile. I believe she will recover soon. I sincerely hope so, George responded, the creases on his face appearing somewhat relaxed. The lady has truly expended a great deal of effort on Miss Lilith's health. Please take a moment to rest in the hall, lunch will be ready shortly. Tang Yuan nodded and seated herself on the sofa in the hall. Toonan exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Jixing and approached Tang Yuan. Hello, Miss Tang, she greeted. Tang Yuan lifted her eyelids to glance at her but offered no reply. I am feeling somewhat unwell, might I trouble you to take a look? Toonan inquired politely as she settled beside her. My consultation fees are rather steep, Tang Yuan replied languidly, and having just attended to Miss Lilith, I am quite fatigued and disinclined to move. I wonder what ailment afflicts Miss Lilith. Toonan feigned distress. As you know, we are to accompany her for games this afternoon, and I fear that should I inadvertently offend her, it would spell disaster for me. Tang Yuan regarded her with a semblance of amusement. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Toonan's smile faltered. Tang Yuan was decidedly unyielding. Of course not, she replied. How could you think such a thing? I am merely concerned about inadvertently upsetting Miss Lilith. That is of no— Tang Yuan was clearly not an NPC, the mere mention of a progress indicated she was also a player, yet, why had she entered the instance a day after it commenced? Do not misunderstand, I am not a participant in this instance, Tang Yuan seemed to read her thoughts. I am merely here on an errand. An errand? Toonan asked, perplexed. What does that entail? Tang Yuan frowned slightly, evidently uninterested in providing extensive explanation. In any case, while I would love to assist you, the rules do not permit it, unless you bring something in exchange. What would that be? Tang Yuan turned to her with a smile. I have a patient who is an ardent admirer of Lady Rose. He was admitted to our hospital by her own hand and now cries day and night, disturbing our peace. And he has declared that his lifelong wish is to always be enveloped by her scent. If you can procure her perfume for me, I shall disclose to you the nature of Miss Lilith's ailment. Lady Rose's perfume, such an item would undoubtedly be kept in her private quarters. To obtain this perfume would necessitate a clandestine visit to her room. I shall be departing the estate tomorrow morning, which means your time is quite limited. Tang Yuan took a sip of the red tea on the table. As a friendly reminder, the lady will remain in her room throughout the evening. If you intend to act, this afternoon until dusk is your solitary opportunity. I understand, thank you, Toonan replied as she rose to leave. Fu Jixing had been observing them from a distance and approached only once Toonan had stepped away from Tang Yuan. How did it go? He inquired in a hushed tone. She said that to learn of Miss Lilith's affliction, we must exchange it for Lady Rose's perfume. Lady Rose's perfume, Fu Jixing frowned. Does that not require a visit to her quarters? Indeed, and she departs tomorrow, so we must retrieve it today, Toonan pondered. While we accompany Miss Lilith for games this afternoon, she should be present, but how do we extricate ourselves to visit Lady Rose's room? I shall go, Fu Jixing declared firmly. I have a puppet that can impersonate me. I will enter Lady Rose's room. But your puppet, Toonan expressed her concern. Isn't it too easy to see through? When the time comes, I will feign illness, allowing the puppet to remain nearby. You must do your utmost to cover for me, I will return promptly. Toonan nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. Hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Once you acquire the perfume, if it is convenient, could you also see if Lady Rose has any other private belongings? I would appreciate it if you could bring one back for me. Fu Jixing looked perplexed. Private belongings. It's part of my skill, Tunan replied, striving for calmness. I possess a book that delights in such items. No matter where it was, this was quite the revelation. Nevertheless, Fu Jixing, well versed in the eccentricities of skills, merely nodded. I understand. At lunchtime, Lilith appeared in the dining room. She appeared to be in good spirits, cradling a Persian cat named Xiaobai. Tunan, recalling their task, made a point to feed Xiaobai some kibble. Lilith's affection for you, 20. Tunan was taken aback and glanced at Lilith. Thank you, Lilith replied, a polite child, gently stroking Xiaobai's head in gratitude. It is my duty, Tunan responded softly. Those two little lambs have not eaten today, have they? Lilith suddenly inquired. All eyes in the dining room turned towards them, and Jack clenched his hands nervously, fearing Lilith would hold them accountable. Yes, Tunan carefully phrased her response, they may not be hungry yet. If they were, they would have eaten. Compassion flickered in Lilith's beautiful eyes, her expression earnest. But if they do not eat, they will eventually starve, will they not? Jean's heart raced with anxiety. Should Lilith insist on feeding the lambs, they would be unable to refuse. It is all your fault. Jack suddenly stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Jean. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have already fed the lambs. Silence. George interjected sharply, who permitted you to raise your voice before Miss Lilith? Jack's face paled. In his moment of panic, he had forgotten the dining room's rules. Someone, take him away. George commanded coldly. Two burly servants entered, advancing towards Jack to escort him out. Lucy's eyes reddened with urgency, yet she dared not intervene. Lilith tilted her head, calmly observing the scene. Tunan looked at her and suddenly said, regarding your earlier question, I have a different perspective. Oh. Lilith paused, instinctively looking towards her. What perspective? If my answer pleases you, Tunan hesitated, summoning her courage to continue, would you consider sparing Jack? Chapter 56. The angry Lilith, but he made a mistake, Lilith lamented. Those who were must be punished, that is what my mother taught me. Indeed, Tunan replied softly, yet I believe he merely forgot this rule in a moment of distraction. His transgression does not warrant death. Perhaps we could impose a minor punishment, such as forbidding him from having lunch. Ruth cast a grateful glance at Tunan. Lilith pondered for a moment and then declared, very well, if your reasoning satisfies me, I shall restrict him from both lunch and dinner. She erupted into a tinkling laughter. However, if your explanation fails to please me, you shall share in his punishment. Upon hearing this, Fu Jixing shot her a glance. Tunan's heart sank. She had not anticipated Lilith would utter such words. In truth, she did not care much for Jack's life or death. Her statement was merely a means to validate her own speculation. Yet, with the arrow already narked, there was no choice but to release it. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, to go without food will indeed lead a sheep to starvation. However, Miss Lilith, do you believe it is better to perish by one's own volition or to survive by the will of others? Lilith's eyes widened in shock, her breathing quickening. Who permitted you to speak such nonsense before Miss Lilith? George suddenly fumed. Take her away. The two men who had been holding Jack released him and advanced towards Tunan, seizing her. She could not fathom why George reacted with such fury to her words. His reaction seemed rather excessive. The servants bound her hands tightly and began to drag her away. Wait, Fu Jixing interjected coldly, she has committed no offense. Why must she be taken? George's face flushed red with rage. Speak another word, and you shall join her in hell. Tunan was already being pulled to the door. Stop, Lilith suddenly whispered. The footsteps of the servants halted. Miss, George urged anxiously, you cannot show mercy to someone so silver-tongued. She must surely be a demon. Bring her before me, Lilith commanded, raising her head, her complexion pale yet resolute. She was the true mistress of the manor, and the servants dared not defy her, bringing Tunan back. Having traversed near the gates of death, Tunan's heart raced, her face ashen. What you said earlier is quite intriguing. Continue, Lilith encouraged softly. Miss? George interjected, growing increasingly agitated. "Everything that transpires in this dining hall today must remain a secret," Lilith declared, her demeanor shifting from that of an innocent child to one of formidable authority. Her gaze swept across the gathered individuals before settling once more on Chunin. "Proceed." Tang Yuan, seated in a corner, wore a knowing smile. Chunin, though apprehensive, felt compelled to speak. "Miss Lilith is a kind-hearted girl. You show great compassion towards animals, fearing they may starve, yet, sometimes, what you offer may not be what they wish for." The silence in the dining room was palpable. Lilith blinked in confusion. "But I do it for their own good. Without me, they would all starve," she mused aloud. "Am I mistaken?" George shot Chunin a fierce glare, lowering his voice. "Miss Lilith, you are certainly not at fault. The error lies with this audacious woman." Lilith remained silent. In her silence, no one in the room dared to speak. Absently, she stroked the head of Xiaobai, who seemed a bit weary. With a meow, the cat leapt from Lilith's arms and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lilith seemed to awaken from a dream. "Quick, catch Xiaobai," she urged anxiously. However, the cat's movements were too swift for the humans to match, and within moments, Xiaobai had disappeared. Lilith was frantic, but due to her legs, she was unable to chase after it herself. "You all hurry and bring Xiaobai back," she implored. The servants in the dining hall sprang into action, rushing out to retrieve Xiaobai. George remained rooted to the spot, casting Chunin a dark, brooding glance, as if wishing to rend her limb from limb. "You speak with reason," Lilith finally said, her voice tinged with disappointment. "According to our previous agreement, this man shall not die." Ruth wept tears of joy. The relief of survival caused Jack to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Chin frowned at him. "But my Xiaobai has run away," Lilith stated, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, her voice cold. "You all must take responsibility for this. If my Xiaobai is not returned, I shall kill you all," she declared in fury. George offered a sardonic smile, leaning down to gently comfort Lilith as he ushered her from the dining hall. Once Lilith had distanced herself, Jack propped himself against the wall and pointed an accusatory finger at Chunin. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Lilith's cat wouldn't have run away." Such heartlessness was too much for even Ruth to bear. "Jack, how can you say that? Miss Reader just saved you." Alan chuckled. "I suppose Miss Reader must be regretting that decision now." Chunin shot Jack a frosty glance. Jack, filled with indignation, retorted, "So what? I never asked her to save me." It was not her nature to be angered by such an unworthy individual, so Chunin returned to the table and began to cut into a piece of steak. "You seem remarkably composed," Tang Yuan observed, a smile adorning her face, her tone laced with admiration. "Even at this juncture, you still have the appetite to eat." "Whatever the matter, one must first satisfy their hunger," Chunin replied, glancing at her. "Are you not worried?" "I have already stated, I am not a player in this scenario. Her punishment cannot extend to me." Tang Yuan leisurely sipped her soup. "Given that you pique my interest, if you are alive come morning, I may offer you a position at our hospital." Chunin stared at her in astonishment. Before she could inquire about the usefulness of the offer, Tang Yuan gracefully stood, blowing a kiss to the assembly before turning to depart. "What a peculiar woman," Chunin mused inwardly. "What did she say to you?" Fu Jixing inquired as he took a seat beside her. Chunin tore off a piece of bread, dipped it in the gravy, and took a bite. "She said if I survive until tomorrow morning, she would give me a position at the hospital," she replied, swallowing the mouthful before speaking softly. Fu Jixing displayed a rare look of surprise. "Did she truly say that?" Noticing his unusual expression, Chunin speculated that he might know more than he let on and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what that entails?" Chapter 57. Return to the owner. Fu Jixing nodded and, lowering his voice, remarked, "With this offer, you will have the opportunity to secure a formal position in the world of strange tales. Players with official titles often find themselves at an advantage, as certain peculiarities may treat you with a modicum of courtesy due to your status. In essence, should you truly attain this position, your chances of survival in the realm of strange tales will significantly increase. That being said, I must secure this offer," Chunan murmured to herself. "What are your plans?" Jenny inquired as she approached after finishing her meal. I presume the game time this afternoon will be cancelled. She spoke the truth. Shortly thereafter, a visibly perturbed George entered, announcing that the task originally meant to accompany Lilith in the game had been transformed into a mission to retrieve Xiaobai. I regret to inform you all, George said through clenched teeth, Miss Lilith's cat has just dashed into the maze. I believe you would prefer not to know what lurks within that maze at night. I wish you luck in locating the feline before evening falls. And if we find it, how do we get out? Tunan asked, furrowing her brow. That is your concern. George's icy gaze settled on her. Miss Reader, I have some good news to share. What is it? The lady has graciously permitted you to refrain from entering the maze, so please remain quietly in your room this afternoon and do not venture out. On what grounds? Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is utterly unfair. Silence, George's voice hissed like a serpent's breath. You lack the standing to voice objections. He turned away, suddenly chuckling as he addressed Tunan, Miss Reader, I trust you will find this arrangement most satisfactory. Tunan regarded his smile, perceiving only boundless malice within it. George was maliciously sowing discord among them, attempting to instigate doubt and even ostracism against her from her companions, while Jenny and Fujixing were not so easily deceived. Jack was a different matter entirely. As soon as George departed, he immediately confronted Tunan, his face a mask of anger, demanding, What did you do? Why are you exempt? I have no idea, Tunan replied coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. It must be you who struck a deal with them, extricating yourself while condemning us to peril. Jack's emotion spiraled out of control. If it weren't for me, you would have perished just now. Tunan, usually patient, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation towards him. You claim I've made a pact with them. If you continue to spew such nonsense before me, I shall have them drag you out and have you executed. A flicker of panic crossed Jack's face. Dealing with such a person indeed required a different approach. Why waste breath on him? Jenny interjected, stepping forward. Let us leave the dining hall. Time is of the essence. The trio exited together. Why would you take the risk to save such a person? Jenny exclaimed in frustration as they made their way outside. He is nothing but a fool. I did not aim to save him. I merely sought to confirm something, Fujixing replied, glancing at her. Do you recall the rules at the start of this scenario? Tunan asked. Jenny pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Tars will supersedes all. Are you suggesting that the tar in this rule refers to Lilith? Fujixing asked. Indeed, Tunan nodded. When we returned after feeding the sheep yesterday, George's tone implied that things did not go as planned, yet a single word from Lilith compelled him to alter his course of action immediately. Jenny's expression turned contemplative. It does seem that way. Thus, today I intentionally tested the waters, Tunan stated, her tone calm. Knowing Jack had indeed breached the rules, I inquired if Lilith would spare him. And it turns out, Lilith truly did let him off, Fujixing continued, his brow furrowed in thought. Initially, I suspected that tar might refer to the lady, but it now appears that the central figure in this scenario is Lilith. To unravel the secrets of the manor, we must focus our efforts on her. Jenny displayed a pained expression. This is not my forte. I am far more concerned about how to handle that maze. Since you both intend to enter the maze, it stands to reason that I shouldn't remain here alone, Tunan mused, her headache intensifying. Why would the lady insist I stay in the manor? Could it be that you possess something unique? Jenny speculated. My uniqueness, she pondered, lowering her gaze. What could it be? She had a vague feeling that this might be a pivotal detail. If you cannot think of it, then do not dwell on it, Fujixing said sternly. There is a more pressing task at hand for you. You mean? Tunan suddenly comprehended. Fujixing nodded. What are you two talking about? Jenny's gaze flitted between them, exasperated. Can we not play charades? Tunan glanced up at the staircase and smiled slightly. Well, I shall wait until your return to share that with you. Fujixing was headed for the maze, leaving no time to visit the ladies' quarters, yet she was meant to traverse the manor herself. Perhaps it was destined that she needed to make that journey. The time is nearly upon us, a maid approached them. Butler George has instructed me to remind you that it is time to depart. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Then we shall take our leave, Fu Jixing said, looking at Tu Nan. After a moment's hesitation, she added, exercise caution above all, even if you cannot find the object, do not push yourself, your life is paramount. Tu Nan nodded but suddenly seemed to recall something, halting the two departing figures. Wait a moment. She surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before producing a card from seemingly nowhere. What is this? Jenny inquired with curiosity. A flash of white light illuminated Tu Nan's hand, revealing a crystal shoe. She extended the shoe to Fu Jixing, proclaiming, return to the owner. Isn't this the glass slipper from the last scenario featuring Cinderella? Jenny glanced between them. I've been meaning to ask, did you two strike a deal behind my back? Tu Nan shrugged. Even if we did, it has now been returned. With this glass slipper in your possession, no matter where you are, you will be able to follow the guidance to find me, thus avoiding the risk of becoming lost in the maze. Fu Jixing was not one to dilly-dally. He accepted the crystal shoe and simply said, thank you. You're just giving him such a valuable item. Jenny crossed her arms, unimpressed. He has plenty of items already, do not feel obliged to him. Of course not, Tu Nan replied, raising her hands in a gesture of openness as she looked at Fu Jixing. The ladies' quarters must be locked. I require an item that can unlock her room. Furthermore, this arrangement is merely an exchange. Once we are outside, you will owe me another item. Chapter 58, The Ladies' Chamber. The lady accompanied Lilith as they departed, leaving the fourth floor deserted. Tu Nan stealthily ascended to the fourth floor. There were only 2 bedrooms on this floor, and it was quite easy to distinguish the ladies' chamber from Lilith's. A captivating fragrance of roses lingered at the entrance of one of the rooms, unmistakably indicating it was the ladies' domain. She produced the master key that Fu Jixing had given her before his departure and inserted it into the lock, granting her access to the room. Inside, the chamber was engulfed in darkness, with all the curtains drawn tightly shut, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. She could not even ascertain the location of any candles. With no choice left, Tu Nan retrieved a candle from a nearby candlestick in the corridor outside. Finally armed with the flickering light, she could begin to discern the room's contents. The decor of this room was astonishingly sparse for someone of the lady's stature. Bordering on the unrefined. In one corner stood a writing desk, cluttered with an array of books and newspapers, accompanied only by a bed and a few stools, with scarce other furnishings. The bed was meticulously arranged, devoid of any creases. With time pressing upon her, she had no opportunity to scrutinize the details. She placed the candle upon a table and immediately commenced her search for the items she sought. The scent of roses was overwhelming in the ladies' chamber, almost inducing a sense of dizziness. Such personal items might be found by the bedside, yet a thorough examination revealed nothing there. Frowning in frustration, she approached the bed and cautiously searched once more, but still found nothing. As Tu Nan lifted her gaze, she suddenly noticed a grand mural hanging above the head of the bed. If this mural was intended for surveillance, one could only wonder why the lady would choose to display such an artwork within her own chamber. Furrowing her brow, she moved to the writing desk in an attempt to uncover something of use. The books lay haphazardly strewn across the surface. She picked one up at random, its pages slightly curled, suggesting it was frequently perused by the owner. Upon glancing at the title, she inferred that it appeared to be a tome concerning diseases. Perhaps within its pages lay the answers she sought. She opened the book and skimmed through a few chapters, only to find her frown deepening. This was not a medical treatise at all. Rather, it was a detailed discourse on witchcraft. The text elaborated that to cure human ailments, one must utilize a healthy body. For instance, should an individual suffer from heart disease, they could employ the heart of another as a remedy, administering a potion infused with the healthy heart to the patient, thereby restoring their own heart's vitality. Naturally, the heart suitable for such use could only be that of a donor, whose birth date precisely matched that of the patient, ensuring their restorative effect. The timing of the potion's administration was equally crucial. It must be taken at midnight on the night of the full moon to maximize its efficacy. Such notions were utterly absurd. What unsettled Tu Nan was the fact that numerous pages were marked with annotations and bore distinct wear at the edges, indicating that the owner had often referred to them, to the point that the edges were tinged with yellow. She set the book down and began to examine several newspapers lying on the desk. Some of these papers were quite old, fragile and worn, while others appeared to be in relatively good condition. January 20, 1981, a remarkably wealthy and beautiful lady arrived in Rose Town, acquiring a vast expanse of land outside the town to construct a manor. Once completed, the townsfolk dubbed it Rose Manor and referred to the affluent lady as Lady Rose. She brought several servants and her charming daughter with her, and posted a notice in the town seeking help for her estate. February 22, 1989, Rose Manor suffered an unexplained fire, resulting in the demise of several individuals within the blaze. Strangely, the remains of Lady Rose's young daughter were not found among the ashes. October 8, 1992, 3 years after the fire, Rose Manor unexpectedly welcomed a new owner, who was notably hospitable, inviting many to visit. However, those who entered the manor never emerged again. Relatives of the missing sought answers at the estate, only to discover that a dense fog enveloped the manor's perimeter, obscuring all paths of entry, and thus, Rose Manor was lost to the outside world. Perhaps it still exists, yet rumours abound in Rose Town, with some claiming to have glimpsed the spirits of their deceased loved ones within the mist, prompting many to flee the town. Whether Rose Manor truly exists remains an unsolvable enigma. Rose Manor, once ravaged by fire, yet, why had she seen no signs of such devastation? Tu Nan set the newspaper aside and reached for another, when suddenly footsteps echoed from outside the door. She quickly lifted her gaze toward the entrance. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She dashed to extinguish the candle, plunging the room into darkness. In the blackness, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Tu Nan held her breath, racking her brain for an escape. The footsteps drew nearer. With a creak, the door swung open, and the lady entered with a composed expression. She stepped into the chamber, her sharp gaze sweeping the room, which offered no hiding places, rendering it almost entirely transparent. The door had not been locked, yet she distinctly remembered securing it upon her departure, indicating someone had indeed entered. However, now, she found no trace of another presence in the room. The darkness seemed to hold no advantage for the lady. She quickly approached the writing desk, and upon observing the disarray of the previously untouched surface, her expression darkened further. As if struck by a sudden realization, she turned to the bedside. The quilt on the bed had a noticeable indentation near the headboard, while the rest of the bed remained impeccably smooth. A cold smile crept across her lips. The lady's favorability. -50, she harbors a deep disdain for you. A large question mark loomed in Tu Nan's mind as she crawled out from behind the mural. Could favorability truly dip below zero? It seemed the lady had already discerned her intrusion into this sanctum. In that precarious moment within the room, the thought of the mural above the lady's bed had suddenly struck her. The lady could not possibly hang a painting for self-surveillance, thus, there were only two possibilities: either the painting was meaningless, merely a decorative piece, or it served as a portal for monitoring others. Ruth had once informed them of a concealed space behind a mural on the first floor. Perhaps this mural bore a similar function. With urgency mounting, she took a gamble, and fortune smiled upon her. Behind the mural, there indeed lay a hidden chamber. Furthermore, within this secretive space, she discovered precisely what she sought. Chapter 59, The Employment Notification and the Lady's Perfume. She had hidden her perfume in a secret chamber, and it was not just one bottle. Adhering to the principle of not returning empty-handed, Tu Nan discreetly took 2 bottles, one for Tang Yuan and one for the fairy tale compendium. Any more would have hampered her mobility. This secret chamber connected to numerous passageways, resembling a miniature labyrinth, capable of leading directly to others' rooms and, through a painting within, facilitating the surveillance of their activities. Tu Nan was taken aback. The thought that the lady had been lurking behind the painting, eavesdropping on her conversation with Shin, sent a chill down her spine. Ultimately, she crawled out from behind the painting on the first floor. To her amazement, the 2 secret chambers were interconnected. The mansion possessed a vast internal passageway, camouflaged by the exterior mural, designed to enable the inhabitants to monitor swiftly. Fortunately, she had acted quickly. Just as she emerged, the lady descended the staircase, colliding directly with Tu Nan, who was about to return to her room. "Miss Reader," the lady gazed down at her with an icy demeanor, "what are you doing not in your own room?" Tu Nan remained composed, performing a courteous bow and smiling as she replied, "Good afternoon, madam. I felt a bit parched and merely came down to fetch a glass of water." "Is that so?" The lady scrutinized her from head to toe, her tone laden with implication. "The mansion is quite expansive. I hope you refrain from wandering aimlessly, lest you become lost." "I shall exercise caution." Tu Nan stepped aside to clear the stairway. "Are you heading downstairs? Please, do go ahead." The lady regarded her with a penetrating glance, let out a cold huff, and brushed past her. As she did, Tu Nan caught a close glimpse of her cheek, heavily coated with white powder, the skin appearing somewhat unnatural. From her first night at the estate, she had noted the lady's excessive makeup, dismissing it as an eccentricity of contemporary female aesthetics. However, reflecting now, she pondered whether the lady was concealing something. What could she be hiding? Scarring. The lady's voluminous skirt obscured her neck and wrists, leaving almost no skin visible aside from her face. Tu Nan watched the lady's retreating figure, deep in thought. Numerous mysteries of this scenario seemed to be surfacing, yet fully unraveling them would require further clues. She sought out Tang Yuan, who was resting in a room on the 3rd floor. Tu Nan knocked on her door and presented the bottles of perfume she had pilfered from the secret chamber. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You actually managed to obtain them. Now, can you tell me what ailment Lilith suffers from?" "Of course." Tang Yuan smiled and invited her into the room, where they settled onto the sofa. "Lilith's condition is a congenital heart disease," she stated succinctly. "Her heart is exceedingly fragile. It cannot endure stress, intense physical activity, or even the slightest exertion. As I suspected, hence the presence of that book in the lady's room." Tu Nan responded with a sense of resigned understanding. "So you are aware of that method, then?" Tang Yuan reclined comfortably against the sofa, her demeanor relaxed. "My purpose here is not only to conduct a follow-up examination of Lilith, but also to prepare her medication. Everything is ready except for the catalyst. And what the catalyst entailed was all too evident. It was their hearts. If the lady requires our hearts, why then send others into the labyrinth?" Tu Nan questioned, perplexed. "If they all perish there, their hearts would be rendered useless. Only one catalyst is needed. I believe she has already chosen whose heart will serve that purpose." Tang Yuan's tone was laden with nuance. "She is quite discerning. Since she selected you, it indicates her satisfaction with you." "That hardly bodes well for me," Tu Nan replied coldly. Tang Yuan shrugged. "Regardless, you have brought me the perfume, and I shall uphold my end of the bargain. I wish you the best of luck in surviving." She produced an item from her pocket and tossed it to Tu Nan. Quick to react, Tu Nan caught it, glancing down in surprise. "Employment notification from the Fairy Tale Hospital. We are pleased to inform you that congratulations are in order. You have been selected by the Fairy Tale Hospital. Please present this notification within 15 working days to complete your employment procedures at the Fairy Tale Hospital. Upon successful completion of the employment process, you will undergo a month-long training program. Should you pass the training successfully, you will officially become a staff member of the Fairy Tale Hospital. We eagerly anticipate our encounter. Sincerely, the entire staff of the Fairy Tale Hospital. My authority does not extend to granting you immediate employment. Training is mandatory," Tang Yuan remarked, crossing her legs. "As for securing a formal position, that will depend on your own efforts. Naturally, you also have the option to decline. This employment notification will automatically become void after 15 working days." Tu Nan clutched the employment notification tightly, looking at Tang Yuan earnestly. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Tang Yuan replied with a smile. "Perhaps we will have the opportunity to become colleagues." As Tu Nan departed from Tang Yuan's room, the hour was already late. She descended to the 1st floor and glanced outside. Dusk was fast approaching, yet there were no signs of the group that had ventured into the labyrinth returning. A nimble cat would indeed be difficult to locate in such a vast maze. However, she felt confident in their undertaking with Shen Enai. Even if Shen Enai struggled, they had Fu Jixing by their side, and with the crystal shoe as a tool, they should be safe from peril. This confidence, however, gradually waned as night fell completely. After hastily dining in the restaurant, she returned to the entrance, eagerly awaiting their return. The moon had silently ascended into the night sky, yet still, no one had come back. She paced back and forth at the entrance, unable to fathom how, with so many people, not a single cat had been caught throughout the entire afternoon. Or perhaps the labyrinth truly was as fearsome as rumored. Just as Nan could no longer contain her anxiousness and was about to step outside for a look, she finally spotted Fu Zhixing and the others in the distance. George was pushing Lilith, who cradled the listless Xiao Bai in her arms, appearing quite delighted. The expressions of those following behind were less than favorable. Fu Zhixing and Chen Enai looked exceptionally grim. Jean was expressionless, and Lu Sai's eyes were red, as she dabbed at her tears, occasionally glaring at Jean with a look of barely contained animosity. Among them, the only one who appeared somewhat relaxed was perhaps Alan, who wore a smile, evidently in high spirits. Nan glanced at Fu Zhixing, her eyes questioning. He gently shook his head in response. "Thank you all for bringing Xiao Bai back to me." Lilith smiled gratefully at them. "You all must be exhausted. Please rest early." What transpired? As soon as Lilith and George departed, Nan could hardly contain her eagerness to inquire, "What about Jack?" "He is dead," Chen Enai replied coldly, casting a look at Jean. "Perhaps you owe us an explanation." Chapter 60. Fragmentation. Explain. Jean tilted her head and glanced at her, her eyes tinged with an unnatural crimson. "What is it that you need me to explain?" "It was you. You must have killed Jack." Ruth sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Jack and I were navigating the maze just fine when you suddenly appeared, claiming to have seen Xiao Bai, but unable to catch it alone. You asked Jack to help you." Her voice quivered with regret. "He didn't want to go, but I persuaded him, saying we were teammates and ought to help one another, and that's why he went with you." Jean responded emotionlessly with a nonchalant, "Oh. It seems that did happen, but what does that prove? Did you witness me murder him with your own eyes?" "You?" Ruth gasped, her chest rising and falling with indignation. "How could you, as a teammate, commit such an atrocity?" "Teammate?" Jean scoffed derisively. "I have never considered you all as teammates. As long as I can rescue Bob and Alan, I wouldn't care if you all perished." Ruth's eyes widened as she turned to Alan. "What do you mean? Isn't he Alan right here?" Har har har. After observing the spectacle for a while, Alan could no longer contain his laughter. "Watching you two turn on each other is quite amusing, but alas, this performance seems to have reached its conclusion." "What do you mean by that?" Jean shot him a piercing glare. "Didn't you tell me that as long as we kill them, Bob and Alan can enter their bodies like you and become human again? To believe such bizarre words and conspire with the uncanny against your own teammates." Jenny exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? How can you trust the uncanny? As long as there remains a glimmer of hope to rescue Bob and Alan, I shall not give up." Jean shouted hoarsely, her sanity evidently fraying, a faint aura of darkness emanating from her. She had been tainted by the uncanny. The Jean before them could no longer think with a rational mind. She glared at them with resentment. "What do you know? I brought them here, and I must take them out." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cradled her face, unable to suppress her weeping. "Good girl." Alan feigned sympathy, gently patting her shoulder. "How could they possibly understand your pain? They have not lost anyone dear to them, only I comprehend your suffering." Jean lifted her head, hope glimmering in her eyes. "So they can still return, right?" Of course, he smiled at her, and as joy illuminated her features, he twisted his lips into a cruel grin. "They can certainly return, but I cannot guarantee that they will be the same ones you once knew." Jean's complexion drained of color, her form trembling. "What do you mean?" "It is evident that you have been deceived by him," Fu Zhixing said coldly. "You cannot be so naive as to think the uncanny would genuinely assist you." Har 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 har. Alan threw his head back in laughter. "It is truly delightful to witness such a beautiful lady display such vulnerability." He reveled in Jean's collapse, relishing his triumph. "They have vanished forever," Alan uttered softly. Of course, it is not entirely certain. If they can endure without consuming feed, they may retain their sanity. However, in such a case, they would starve to death. He observed Jean's pallid countenance, his smile growing ever more self-satisfied. Let me calculate, how many days has it been? It seems only the second day. Fear not, they have yet to perish from starvation. I will kill you, Jean roared. I will kill you, she shouted as she charged toward Alan. Alan wore a triumphant smile. Wait. Tunan rushed forward, seizing Jean. She had descended into madness, disregarding her pleas entirely. You cannot strike him, Tunan shouted. This is his scheme. There must be rules restraining him from harming us. He is deliberately provoking you, and acting this way is tantamount to courting death. Alan's smile waned slightly, his gaze darkening as he regarded her. Mind your own business, he retorted coldly. Gradually, Jean calmed in Tunan's embrace. But it matters not. Alan laughed again. The more of you that perish, the stronger we become. How long do you suppose that door can protect you? The group regarded him with icy stares. Alan departed, wearing the smile of a victor. You selfish little wretch, Ruth glared at Jean with palpable hatred. Jean retrieved a pill and swallowed it, the red hue in her eyes diminishing somewhat. She numbly forced a smile and nodded at Ruth. You are right. As soon as she spoke, she strode toward the exit. Where are you going? Fujishin grasped her arm. It is night. It is dangerous outside. Do you think I still care? Jean shot him a glance. I must go find them. Them, presumably referring to Bob and Alan. Let's wait until morning, Tunan suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. The flock is perilous at night. Jean's tone was resolute. I must go. No one can stop me. Fujishin sighed. Then I will accompany you. Why bother going with her? Jenny nudged his elbow, speaking softly. There is no need to put yourself in danger for someone like her. Did you not hear Alan just now? The more of us that die, the stronger it becomes. 3 have already perished, we cannot afford to lose more. Is she not already tainted? Jenny frowned. Though she just ingested a pill to suppress the taint, if we do not leave soon, she will be thoroughly corrupted and become a rogue entity within this scenario. We can only strive to ensure her survival, Fujishin sighed. Perhaps she still has a chance to reclaim her life. Having spent too long in this scenario, they had long lost their reverence for death. Yet life remained paramount. The horror narrative thrived on the human instinct for survival, enabling them to endure round after round of this high-stakes game. I said this is a horror scenario, not a vacation. Jenny seemed slightly moved by Fujishin's words, rolling her eyes. Fine, since I won't be able to sleep anyway, I might as well join you. At least I can keep an eye out for any trouble. As she spoke, she dashed back to her room, retrieving her pea shooter and cradling it protectively. With this, I feel a bit safer. I'll go too. Tunan hesitated for a moment. I have an idea I want to test. Do as you wish. Jean cast them a glance before heading out the door. Just as they intended to follow, Ruth, who had been silent on the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. I want to go too. You should return to your room and rest, Tunan advised, observing her pale face and reddened eyes. Sleep would be more beneficial for you. I cannot sleep. Ruth shook her head. I feel scared alone. Please let me accompany you. This has truly turned into a spring outing, Jenny chuckled, patting Ruth on the shoulder. Stay behind me. If any danger arises, I will protect you. Ruth paused for a moment, softly expressing her gratitude. The night air enveloped the manor in an ambience of eerie danger. Tunan glanced at the ivy climbing the walls of the mansion, seemingly struck by a thought. He approached and peeled back a section of the layered ivy, revealing the charred wall beneath. Indeed, it was true, this place had once been engulfed in flames. Chapter 61, Midnight approaches. Strange, why are the walls here black? Jenny inquired, leaning closer. Tunan recounted everything he had witnessed in the ladies' chamber that afternoon. So, we are all merely Lilith's spare hearts. Fu Jixing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the moonlit sky. There are less than 2 days until the night of the full moon. According to the book, our birthdays should all be identical, Chunan remarked, perplexed. But for some reason, the lady seems particularly inclined to choose me as Lilith's heart. Could it be due to your status? Jenny pondered. In this replica, our outward identities appear quite respectable, yet you are undoubtedly the most esteemed among us. Moreover, the lady has seemingly been testing your identity, both intentionally and inadvertently, since the very first night. In The Princess and the Pea, the prince believed that only a genuine princess was worthy of him, prompting the queen to set numerous trials to discern the true princess. Perhaps the lady, too, believes that only the heart of a true princess is worthy of her daughter. As they conversed, they had reached the sheep pen, just as during Chunan's last visit. The pen was filled with numerous carcasses of animals, some freshly deceased, others nearly reduced to bones. Why such a wide temporal variance? The flock lowered their heads, feasting upon the fresh corpses. Jean pushed open the gate and entered, immediately spotting 2 lambs curled up in the corner. Overcome with emotion, she dashed toward them, tears streaming down her face as she embraced them tightly. The lambs were already quite frail. Upon seeing Jean, one made an effort to extend its tongue to lick away her tears. Jenny sighed beside Chunan. Fu Jixing remained vigilant, fixated on the other sheep that were still grazing, alert for any sudden movements. Ruth gazed at Jean hugging the 2 lambs with a complex expression, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Feeling the moist licks on her face, Jean couldn't help but weep, the redness that had just receded in her eyes returning in small increments. "I'm sorry," she murmured, "I have brought harm upon you." The lambs nestled their heads against her, seemingly offering comfort. Turning her gaze toward the flock, which continued to graze, a glimmer of despair crossed her eyes, only to be replaced by a resolute determination. "I will not allow you to meet such a fate." She drew a dagger from her sleeve. "What are you planning to do?" Jenny exclaimed in horror. "You can't possibly intend to kill them all." Jean ignored her, unsheathing the dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it into one of the lambs' necks with a speed that left no time for intervention. Tears blurred her vision, and her hands trembled violently, almost devoid of strength. The lamb let out a pained bleat, yet, as if sensing her sorrow, it endured in silence. With its last ounce of energy, it extended its tongue to gently lick her cheek, as if bidding her farewell. "I'm sorry." "I'm so sorry," Jean sobbed, her shoulders quaking. She forcefully withdrew the dagger, the splattering blood staining the lamb's soft white fleece a deep crimson. The other lamb, witnessing this, showed no fear but instead licked her cheek as well, then rested its head gently on her knee, closing its eyes softly. Choking back tears, Jean shut her eyes, placing her hand over the lamb's eyes, and forcefully drove the dagger into its neck. The soft body stiffened in an instant. Pain sparked an instinctual struggle, its limbs thrashing against the ground, yet it still fought to avoid harming her. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, rather than allowing herself to be assimilated by the flock and lose the last vestiges of her humanity. She deemed it better to end it herself. Chunan and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, the grazing flock raised their heads. The scent of blood seemed to provoke them. Their crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam, their hoofs restlessly scraping the ground. "This is bad," Fu Jixing exclaimed, rushing to Jean's side, pulling her away. "We must leave, quickly." Jean looked up at him, shaking her head calmly. "You go on." Her voice was hoarse, laden with sorrow. "I will stay here with them." "Have you lost your mind?" Fu Jixing retorted angrily. "Do you think they would wish to see you like this? They would rather die than harm you." Her words seemed to strike a chord within Jean, who finally staggered to her feet and followed Fu Jixing toward the exit. The flock bleated, charging toward them with astonishing speed, the rich scent of blood further invigorating them as they relentlessly pursued their prey. As Fu Jixing and Jean reached the door, the others hurriedly slipped out. Just as the door closed behind them, Ruth suddenly let out a terrified scream. Standing closest to the door, she was knocked aside by the sheep, which seized her leg and dragged her back inside. "How can these sheep suddenly open doors?" Jenny exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, hastily brandishing a potted plant toward the sheep that had seized Ruth. Peas shot forth from the plant, striking the sheep with dull thuds. The sheep, in pain, emitted a terrifying growl but refused to release its grip. This is too slow, there are too many sheep, Junan thought rapidly, searching for a solution. Ruth's calf was already bleeding, blood seeping through her clothing. "Help me, please," she cried, her eyes wide with terror, her breath quickening. Without hesitation, Jean rushed forward, desperately prying the sheep's mouth open. Her eyes were shockingly red, making it hard to discern which was more terrifying, her or the sheep. The others could only watch helplessly as she wrestled with the sheep, ultimately managing to free Ruth's leg from its jaws. Yet, she herself was firmly grasped by another sheep, which tugged her forcefully toward the pen, sweat pouring down her face from the pain. Jean pushed Ruth away with all her might. "You must go," she urged. Jenny quickly assisted Ruth to her feet. Breathless and trembling, Ruth looked back at Jean, enveloped by the flock, and asked, why would you do this? "I have been tainted by the bazaar. Even if I leave, I likely won't survive long. I killed Jack, though that foolish creature wouldn't have lived much longer anyway." Jean spoke calmly, feeling a strange sense of peace wash over her, the physical pain no longer instilling fear within her. "But you can still live." She drew the dagger, plunging it into her chest, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Ruth trembled, seemingly in shock, before bursting into tears. "Why? I came here, I came to find an opportunity." But Jenny, holding her forehead in disbelief, felt a splitting headache. Those who linger in the realm of the uncanny too long become unhinged. She exchanged glances with Junan, both sighing deeply. Fujishing knelt, allowing Jenny to place Ruth on his back, then lifted her up. He felt Ruth's tears soaking into his shoulder. "Now is not the time for tears," Junan murmured softly. "The night is still long." Death was a common occurrence in this replica. She gazed into the dim, seemingly endless path back to the manor as midnight approached. Chapter 62, The Return of Jack. Ruth was in a daze, unable to sleep alone that night. Thus, Junan took her to the room she shared with Jenny. She applied ointment to Ruth's legs, but Ruth displayed no reaction, merely hugging her knees and lost in thought. Jenny gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her to regain her spirits. Jack was dead, and even her enemies had perished. She felt utterly adrift, unsure of how to proceed. Sitting alone in a corner, she stared blankly while Junan and Jenny conferred about the secrets of the manor. "We now understand that the lady did not invite us to the manor merely to find a playmate for her daughter, but rather to seek a suitable heart for her," Jenny remarked, furrowing her brow. "But why do we receive strange knocks at our door every night? This makes no sense," she continued. "If she desires our hearts, it stands to reason that George would not have warned us not to open the door on the first night." Junan recalled, "Do you remember the manner of Bob's demise?" "Of course, his heart was removed." Jenny hesitated, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Could it truly have been the lady's doing?" Junan shook his head. "The lady requires only one heart, yet the strange occurrences at night suggest that those entities and the lady belong to two opposing factions. They are vying for her heart." The mystery seemed to deepen, yet it was tantalizingly close to being unraveled. Suddenly, Junan recalled information he had seen in the newspaper. The paper stated that after the fire, the manor welcomed a new master, yet the lady remains the owner. Following the fire, she invited many guests, all of whom have since vanished. It appears she began to covet hearts from that time onward. Now, those who die within the manor have become pet sheep under Lilith's care. Perhaps those slain by the lady have transformed into these pet sheep. They harbor a deep hatred for her, yet can only regain mobility after midnight. According to that Alan, as long as he acquires a living heart, he can transfer the souls residing in the sheep's bodies back into human forms, allowing them to become human once more. Jenny clicked her tongue. To revert to humanity, one must kill two. Junan shook his head. They are no longer human. To me, it seems merely an obsession. The two fell into silence. Regardless, there are only 4 of us left. We might as well call him over. Tonight marks the 3rd evening, and dealing with the strange occurrences will likely grow more challenging, Jenny suddenly suggested. Junan nodded in agreement. Fortunately, it was not yet midnight. She rapped on the wall, and a response quickly came from the other side. Fujishing inquired about her intentions. She tapped rhythmically on the wall, indicating that he could join them for the night. Fujishing was not one to be coy. Given the circumstances, having more people would indeed be advantageous. Without further ado, he emerged from his room. As midnight approached, Junon felt reassured enough to open the door and let Fujishing in. Ruth still sat in the corner, lost in thought, while Jenny tended to her potted plants. Junon exchanged a glance with Fujishing, silently urging him to make himself comfortable. Fujishing settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Everyone should take a moment to rest, Junon suggested, for it seems likely that sleep will elude us tonight. I'm not tired, Ruth replied vacantly, glancing at her before turning away. Jenny rose and walked to the bed, lying down decisively and shutting her eyes. Junon hesitated briefly before lying down on the opposite side to rest. Despite claiming to sleep, she found no inclination to do so. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving her mind in a chaotic state. The mysteries of the manor felt like an entangled ball of yarn, each thread intertwined and tangled, and she was unsure how to untangle them. As her thoughts drifted, she eventually succumbed to a hazy slumber. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, before Junon was jolted awake. The candles in the room had extinguished, plunging the space into pitch darkness. In the obscurity, she heard several breaths, seemingly close, indistinguishable from one another. The sound of dripping water echoed from outside, leaving her puzzled as to its source. Suddenly, the room brightened, and she squinted against the light, which stung her eyes. Fujishing had lit a candle, its pale flame flickering in his palm, casting a dim glow upon his face. He glanced at her, and Junon sat up, surveying the other two. Jenny had also awakened, while Ruth remained curled in her corner, motionless. Is your leg numb? Jenny could not help but inquire. Ruth gazed at them, her expression vacant, yet she remained silent. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Isn't there any fresh variation? Jenny quipped, exasperated. It's the third day, and they still rely on the same old tactics. I bet they'll soon say, open the door. No sooner had she spoken than a voice echoed from outside, open the door. See? Jenny shrugged. I knew it would be like this. Yet the voice sounded oddly familiar. Quick, open the door. It's me. Junon strained to listen, and at last, she recognized the voice. Jack, the entity, was cunning, adept at psychological manipulation, knowing precisely which voice would entice those inside to fall for its trap. Ruth abruptly lifted her head, her eyes clouded with confusion, asking vacantly, is it really you? It is I, the voice outside lamented, sounding as though it were in agony. My dear, why won't you open the door? Do you not love me anymore? No, that's not true, Ruth stammered, panic rising within her. In her haste to affirm her words, she attempted to stand. No? Junon sprang to her feet, trying to stop Ruth, but as Ruth stood, she promptly collapsed again. Having maintained one position for too long, her legs had indeed gone numb. This moment of discomfort brought Ruth slightly back to reality, her eyes regaining a measure of clarity. I want to open the door, give up on that notion, she declared resolutely. She understood well what lay beyond that door. Her beloved had truly departed from her, never to return. My dear, can you truly be so cruel? Jack began to weep softly. It hurts so much, they have taken my heart, my chest feels hollow and cold, so much blood. Chapter 63. Amusing games. Ruth covered her ears, tears streaming down her face. Be quiet, just be quiet. When I die, all I can think about is you. How will you manage on your own? The entity outside the door spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Without me, you cannot possibly continue alone. Ruth suddenly lifted her head, her expression transforming into something eerie. Junon immediately tensed, glancing at Fujishing and exchanging a knowing look. If Ruth insisted on opening the door, they would have to resort to drastic measures. I can. Ruth unexpectedly shouted, her tone unusually loud, stop manipulating me. Jenny raised both thumbs in approval, resist manipulation. It is everyone's responsibility. Ruth's emotions unraveled, you always do this, claiming I can't make it, but what makes you think I am inferior? I can survive just fine here, and I thrived even in your absence. Outside, Jack paused momentarily. Although he had transformed beyond recognition, remnants of Jack's memory still lingered. He seethed with rage. Am I not worth a single tear when I'm dead? Just because I'm sad doesn't he mean I should die with you? Ruth became fully aware, the one who caused your demise is already gone. Rest easy, I will carry on your legacy. Seeing that she was unaffected, Jack resorted to pounding on the door with renewed vigor. Open the door, he shouted as he struck. Open up. The wooden door rattled under the assault, the cacophony of pounding reverberating through the air as it began to tremble. There was certainly more than one entity outside. This is bad. Fujishing decisively rushed to the door to brace it, feeling the violent tremors from behind that suggested it could burst open at any moment. It wasn't like this a few nights ago, Jenny exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Junin quickly joined Fujishing, pressing against the door. Have their strength increased? Even if they cannot break through now, I fear that by tomorrow or the day after, this door will no longer hold them back. Junin felt the eerie blows landing repeatedly against the door, each impact sending a clear tremor through her spine, causing her to close her eyes. What should they do? The entities outside would not tire, yet they would. This exhausting struggle would benefit neither party. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If the entities outside were indeed the souls of those slain by the lady, then perhaps they harbored a fear of something. She retrieved the perfume she had stolen, originally intended as an offering for their fairy tale illustrated book, but she had yet to find the right moment. Crouching down, she pressed the nozzle near the gap of the door several times. The fragrance belonging to the lady swiftly filled the room. Cough cough. Jenny coughed twice, overwhelmed by the intense scent. Isn't this the lady's fragrance? Why are you spraying it? Whether it was her imagination or not, after she finished spraying, the sound of pounding from outside seemed to diminish significantly. Junin stood up, sensing the change, and looked at Fujishing. Has the pounding lessened? Fujishing met her gaze and nodded affirmatively. They detest this scent. Junin observed the pink perfume in her hand. It seems they are indeed the souls of those murdered by the lady. The spirits of those who perished in this manner are trapped within the bodies of sheep, and after consuming the specially made feed, they can never be freed. However, not every entity had succumbed to the lady's hand, so some remained unaffected. Although there were still some left, the situation had lightened considerably, sufficient for them to cope. Let us take turns guarding the door, Junin proposed. We'll endure through the night. Ruth, still reeling from Jack's sudden departure, nodded in agreement. The shock had initially left her dazed, but after the recent confrontation, her sorrow had begun to dissipate. The group took turns keeping watch, diligently reapplying the perfume whenever its potency waned, and they managed to get through the night without incident. Junin felt as though she were becoming pickled in the scent. This method is unlikely to work again tonight, Fujishing said wearily as he handed her the perfume, which was still half full in the glass bottle. Taking the perfume, Junin planned to find an opportunity that day to offer it to their fairy tale illustrated book. The group was exceedingly fatigued and decided to forego breakfast, seizing the moment to catch up on sleep. Bang, bang, bang. After an indeterminate amount of time, the knocking resumed. Junin instinctively opened her eyes, her nerves taut, exchanging a swift glance with Jenny. Jenny checked the time, and seeing it was only just past 10, concluded it was unlikely to be an entity. Dear guests, Georgia's sharp voice rang out from outside. The lady did not invite you here for mere amusement. Since departing from the entities, Junin had barely slept for 5 hours, her temples throbbing, and her usually steady emotions were on the verge of unraveling. She had the sudden urge to stab the person outside. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she recoiled in shock. How could she entertain such a dreadful notion? Bang, bang, bang. George continued to knock. You should be getting up. Yesterday's plans were disrupted by unforeseen events, so this afternoon, you are still scheduled to entertain Miss Lilith. We'll be down shortly, Junin responded loudly. Damn that old man, Jenny cursed as she got out of bed. At his age, why is he still so spiteful? What harm is there in sleeping a little longer? Jenny, Junin cautioned, don't you think you seem a bit more irritable? Do I? Jenny hesitated, her expression darkening. Perhaps it's because I was in contact with the entities for too long. I might have been contaminated. She rubbed her temples, feeling weary. This wretched life, when will it come to an end? Can prolonged exposure to the entities lead to contamination? Tunan inquired. Jenny nodded. The longer one remains in the instance, the deeper the level of contamination. According to the experts on the forum, 2 weeks is the maximum time one can stay. Beyond that, a person may lose their sanity. 2 weeks, Tunan recalled the employment notice Tang Yuan had given her, which stated a training period of 1 month. What was going on? Let's hurry downstairs, Jenny urged. If we're late, who knows what that old codger will complain about. Tunan nodded, temporarily setting her questions aside. She would have to ask Fu Jixing at another opportunity. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found Lilith playing with a Persian cat in the hall. She held the cat above her head, her laughter ringing out joyfully, resembling a carefree little angel. The sight of the cat made Jenny's teeth clench in frustration. It had been so well behaved in Lilith's arms, yet had caused them considerable trouble as it darted about in the maze. Have you all woken up? Lilith turned to them with a smile. Today you can finally play with me. What shall we play? Ruth asked in a soft voice, still concerned about the injury on her leg. Lilith beamed. Of course, we shall engage in amusing games. Chapter 64, Game time. After lunch, they gathered around the long table in the hall. Lilith sat at the head, clapping her hands lightly, her voice ringing clear and sweet. The game we shall play next is one of my own invention. I will provide a sentence, and from it, everyone will derive and guess the entire narrative arc of the story. How are we to guess? A solemn expression fell upon the crowd, as this question echoed in their minds. George swiftly laid out the rules of the game. Game rules. Rule 1, each participant may pose 1 question to Lilith per round. Rule 2, for every question, Lilith may only respond with yes or no. Rule 3, before each round begins, there will be 5 minutes for discussion. During the questioning process, others are prohibited from speaking. Rule 4, the order of questioning will reverse the sequence of the previous round. Rule 5, no more than 5 minutes may elapse between each question. Rule 6, during the questioning period, no hints of any form may be given to the questioner by others. Rule 7, the game consists of 3 rounds. If the riddle remains unsolved after 3 rounds, Lilith shall impose a penalty upon the participants. I would like to play this game privately with them. Lilith glanced at George. Uncle George, you may leave for now. But George hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to Lilith's request and nodded in agreement. As Lilith watched George's silhouette fade away, she turned to them with a smile. Now we may begin. The sentence is: a mother's heart beats for her daughter, and a daughter's heart beats for her mother. Lilith glanced at the clock. You now have 5 minutes to discuss freely. After 5 minutes, please decide the order of questioning. She gestured invitingly. Her small face bore a serious expression, appearing both innocent and endearing. However, none of the attendees shared this sentiment. They quickly huddled together to deliberate. With only 4 participants, they could pose a maximum of 12 questions to Lilith over 3 rounds. Piecing together the backstory behind this seemingly nonsensical phrase seemed rather daunting. I have a feeling it's not as simple as it seems, Tunan murmured. With mother, daughter, and heart, I believe Lilith may be hinting at something. Are you suggesting that the sentence she uttered could very well relate to a story that transpired within this manner? Fu Jixing inquired. Tunan nodded. Ruth appeared somewhat anxious. I am utterly clueless about such games and have no idea what to ask. My mind is a blank. Do not worry, Janie reassured her. Just ask whatever you feel might be relevant. If the story behind Lilith's sentence truly pertains to the manner, I believe we could inquire this way. Fu Jixing lowered his voice. Since Ruth is unsure of what to ask, let her pose the first question. The rest of us can adapt based on Lilith's responses. Tunan turned to Ruth. There's no need to be nervous. It's just a question. Ruth nodded earnestly. The 5 minutes passed swiftly and quietly. All right, Lilith's cheerful voice rang in their ears. I trust you have deliberated sufficiently. It is now time to ask your questions. First question. Ruth licked her slightly parched lips, nervously asking, did this story actually occur? Yes, Lilith replied. This was far simpler than she anticipated, and Ruth exhaled in relief, offering a smile to Tunan. The next to pose a question was Janie, who quickly asked with a smile, are the protagonists of this story you and Lady Rose? Lilith paused, casting a deep, peculiar gaze at Janie, her expression layered with complexity. seemingly both grateful and melancholic. Yes, she affirmed. It truly was a tale concerning the manor. Tunan's hands, which hung at his sides, instinctively clenched. If all went smoothly, perhaps through this game, they could unveil the secrets of the manor. Every subsequent question must be approached with utmost caution. The next questioner was she. Tunan glanced at the smiling Lilith, feeling a twinge of anxiety. My question is after much contemplation, she cautiously began. The lady has passed away, has she not? Lilith's smile faded. Ruth looked at her in surprise. Tunan had his reasons for posing the question. A mother's heart beats for her daughter, and a daughter's heart beats for her mother. This phrase was not difficult to comprehend. It seemed to imply a mutual reliance, living for one another's love. They were already aware that Lilith suffered from a severe heart condition, and the lady had been searching for a new heart for her. With so many sheep in the manor, countless lives had been lost. Periodically, the lady sought a new heart for Lilith. The latter part of the phrase was understandable, but what of the former? A mother's heart beats for her daughter. For some reason, she could not shake the vivid memory of the lady's overwhelmingly peculiar perfume, her skin that concealed all color, and the clothing that enveloped her entirely. The lady seemed to be deliberately concealing something. The inferno that ravaged the manor left its walls charred. Did they all manage to escape? In such an eerie world, it was not strange for the deceased to still linger. This question is somewhat difficult to answer, Lilith said calmly. If I must respond, then yes, the lady had indeed perished. What they now beheld was merely the bizarre manifestation of the lady. The manor's walls were overrun with ivy, allowing no light to seep through. During the day, the lady rarely made an appearance. Perhaps when all these details coalesced, they could faintly piece together a truth. After being consumed by the flames, perhaps due to her inability to let go of her child, the lady's obsession with finding a heart for Lilith transformed her into a strange entity, coaxing others into the manor to procure hearts for Lilith. Final question of the first round, Lilith turned to Fujishing. What is your question? Fujishing pondered for a long moment before finally proposing his question as the countdown neared its end. Do those whose hearts have been extracted become the animals of this manor after death? Lilith tilted her head slightly. Yes, she replied, a cruel innocence gracing her features. So I keep them all as pets, she said, petting the small white creature, letting out a gentle sigh. The first round concluded. They were again granted 5 minutes for discussion. Chapter 65, The Hidden Truth. Based on Lilith's responses, we can begin to piece together a rough narrative, he mused. The manor was engulfed in flames for reasons unknown, resulting in the lady's tragic demise, while Lilith, for some inexplicable reason, survived. Bound by her unyielding love for her daughter, the lady transformed into a spectre, continuing to dwell within the manor alongside Lilith, relentlessly seeking new hearts for her. We are merely the catalysts she has summoned for this purpose. Now, we may turn our attention to unearthing the more intricate truths, Fujishing intoned gravely. Although we remain uncertain of Lilith's motives in this game, it is undeniably an opportune moment. If navigated wisely, we may soon emerge victorious. The power of the sheep grows increasingly formidable. I cannot shake the feeling that if we cannot escape the manor tonight, the bedroom will no longer serve as our sanctuary, Tunan murmured softly. She could not resist glancing back at Lilith, whose diminutive form sat solitary in her wheelchair, exuding an air of loneliness. From her vantage point, she observed Lilith's somewhat forlorn profile, her head bowed, lost in thought as she absently stroked the small white creature nestled in her lap. To survive, she was compelled to consume the hearts of her kind. Was Lilith truly content? The order of questioning will shift in the next round, Fujishing stated, directing his gaze towards Lu Sai. You may pose your inquiries based on our questions and Lilith's replies, but do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Lu Sai bit her lower lip tightly, nodding vigorously. 5 minutes was far too brief. The second round commences now, Lilith announced without mercy. She turned to Fujishing. You are the first this time. Fujishing had long prepared his question, yet he delayed until the very last moment, allowing his companions ample time for contemplation. The fire that consumed the manor was not an act of nature but rather a human atrocity, correct? A look of loathing crossed Lilith's features, a vivid display of emotion that Tunan had never before witnessed in her. Indeed, she replied, her voice laced with animosity, revealing the depths of her hatred for the arsonist. Perhaps this game was too cruel for Lilith, yet, what compelled her to engage with them in this manner, especially when she had deliberately dismissed George. Fu Jixing's question stirred something within Lilith. Her complexion paled slightly, and her hands clenched on the table, knuckles whitening. "Have a drink," Tunan urged, quickly offering her a glass of water. Lilith accepted it and took a measured sip. "Thank you," she replied with a gentle smile directed at Tunan. "Lilith's current affection level towards you?" 50. She holds you in considerable regard. Tunan paused momentarily before shaking her head lightly. "No need for thanks." "It is your turn," Lilith stated, setting down her glass and fixing her beautiful gaze upon Tunan, who appeared to have regained her composure. "Time within the manor is perpetually cyclical, is it not?" The moment the question left her lips, even Fu Jixing looked taken aback. Lilith's face lit up with a smile, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. "Indeed," she replied, her lips curving upwards. "Lilith's current affection level towards you, 80, she is quite fond of you." Tunan had pondered this question for quite some time before daring to voice such a bold hypothesis, even doubting her own sanity prior to asking it. Yet, how could one explain the layers of old and new corpses within the sheep pen at night? Despite the sheep consuming corpses nightly, the sheer volume was astonishing. Some bodies were evidently long deceased, while others appeared rather fresh. Their sheep of the manor entered the mansion at midnight, their strength growing with each passing day. If that were the case, why had these sheep not yet eliminated the architect of their suffering? She had once considered that perhaps the lady's power surpassed theirs. However, Tang Yuan had inadvertently mentioned that the lady remained in her room at night. What made her so certain, unless there was an imperative reason for the lady to stay confined? This manor belonged to her. What could possibly compel her to remain indoors at night? The only plausible explanation seemed to be that she, too, was evading these sheep. The room was on the verge of no longer providing refuge. At the soonest, tonight, and at the latest, by tomorrow night, the spectre could breach that door. She could scarcely fathom how the lady might resist these increasingly potent sheep. More perplexing was her inability to comprehend why Lilith chose to partake in this game, which seemingly offered her no advantages whatsoever, unless she, too, desired an end to this monotonous existence. In that light, Lilith's initial proclamation echoed in her mind like a bias strip, an infinite loop, subtly hinting at their predicament. "Your turn," Lilith said, turning her attention to Jenny, her tone noticeably lighter. Still reeling from Tunan's previous question, Jenny momentarily faltered. "Oh," she stammered, "is the lady planning to extract our hearts tonight?" "Indeed," Lilith replied succinctly. Next. Lucai's anxiety intensified upon hearing this, glancing fearfully at Tunan and the others, her mouth opening in vain as no words emerged. "Seeking assistance from others is not permitted," Lilith remarked with a playful smile. "Can those whose hearts have been extracted be revived?" she blurted out. This question could hardly be answered with a simple yes or a no. Those who had their hearts removed became sheep, so how should one interpret that? This question, Lilith hesitated. "I am uncertain how to respond." "If your inquiry pertains to whether they remain the same person after revival, then my answer is no." Lucai sighed, this answer falling within her expectations. "Thus concludes this round of questioning," Lilith declared. The group immediately huddled together to discuss. "Elaborate on the cycle, how did you discern it?" Fu Jixing inquired, turning to Tunan. "Indeed, I was quite taken aback," Jenny chimed in, even Lucai glanced up at Tunan. "It is a lengthy explanation, and time is of the essence." "We shall discuss it after the game concludes," Tunan replied with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. "I believe Lilith is the key to our success. She may very well be our ally." The others nodded in agreement. "The next round will be the final one." "We may soon find our way out," Tunan exhaled softly. "Let us hope my conjecture proves accurate." Chapter 66, Recollections of the Past. The third round of the game commenced, following the same sequence of inquiries as in the first round. Ruth's demeanor appeared significantly more composed. "Is everyone trapped in a loop?" After much contemplation, she posed this question. "No," Lilith responded, shaking her head. Tunan cast an encouraging glance towards Ruth. This was indeed a pivotal question. Perhaps the players were not ensnared in the loop, each player represented an unknown variable within this cycle. It was for this reason that Lilith sought their collaboration. It was now Jenny's turn to inquire. After considerable thought, she articulated her question. Does consuming a heart truly eradicate your affliction? A wry smile graced Lilith's face, an expression that seemed oddly out of place on her youthful visage. No, she replied softly, a shadow of gloom passing across her brow. It turned out that it could not. Tunin realized that he was surprisingly unfazed by this revelation. The notion that one could heal by consuming what one lacked was merely a fanciful wish. He found himself ruminating once more on the meaning behind Lilith's initial statement, a daughter's heart beats because of her mother. If he had initially believed that the lady had given her heart to Lilith to ensure her survival, it was now evident that this hypothesis was erroneous. Lilith's heart continued to beat not due to the consumption of another's heart, but perhaps because the cycles had allowed her to persist without succumbing to death. It was now Tunin's turn to pose a question. What do you wish to ask? Lilith clearly held expectations for him. Do you wish for us to help you end the loop? She inquired hesitantly. In truth, she already possessed an answer, yet she lacked the certainty to affirm it. Yes, Lilith replied with a candid smile. She desired to conclude the cycle, even at the cost of her own life. With the final question at hand, there was no longer any need for hesitation. Fujishing proceeded without a moment's pause. Is the fire at the manor related to your affliction? Yes, Lilith nodded calmly. The game has concluded. She gazed at them with a smile. Have you pieced together the entire truth of the story? Pointing at Tunin, she added, I like you. Let it be you who narrates. Tunin nodded in agreement. Long ago, a mother brought her daughter to this place. They were exceedingly wealthy and established a manor, where they resided. Initially, they were quite happy, although the daughter suffered from a heart condition, causing the lady much worry. Thus, she sought numerous remedies for her daughter's ailment. I surmise that it was from that time onward that ill-intentioned individuals infiltrated the manor. A look of nostalgia crossed Lilith's face as she quietly closed her eyes. The labyrinth surrounding the manor was designed to deter those who sought to plunder its treasures, so I speculate that perhaps these individuals coveted the lady's wealth. Armed with sinister remedies of unknown origin, they deceived her. Such methods of treatment were utterly appalling. The lady must have been immensely conflicted, ultimately granting those people an opportunity. As she spoke, she attentively observed Lilith's expression. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes flew open, filled with a look of hatred. My mother spared them, yet they repaid her kindness with malice, she seethed. Those individuals set fire to the manor. Tunin continued, the inferno was so vast that it nearly reduced the mansion to ashes. By a twist of fate, you survived, yet your mother perished in that horrific blaze. Unbidden, tears streamed down Lilith's cheeks as she lowered her head, covering her face, the tears escaping between her fingers. My mother threw me from the upper floor, she lamented, her shoulders trembling, her voice cracking. It was then that my leg broke. I wanted my mother to leap down as well, but a fallen beam obstructed her. I cried out, desperately trying to crawl away. My mother wanted me to survive, so I had to strive to live. And then? Ruth inquired through her tears. Even so, with such a great fire, it would have been difficult for you to survive. Uncle George saved me, Lilith said dreamily. He happened to be away from the manor that night, and when he rushed back, he found me crawling on the ground. Many were awakened by the blaze. The fortunate managed to escape, yet countless others perished within the flames. After the fire, I yearned to find my mother, but Uncle George grasped me firmly, declaring that she was dead. I knew he was not deceiving me, yet, but the lady, who should have perished in the fire, returned, Tunin interjected. Her appearance was terrifying, Lilith sobbed, her body was marred with burns, and she reeked of smoke. Her visage was dreadful, yet I was unafraid of her. I knew my mother would never harm me. However, I believe that from that moment onward, the lady's disposition underwent a profound transformation. Tunin remarked, she developed an overwhelming instinct to protect you, resorting to any means necessary to cure your heart condition. It took me quite some time to realize that this entire ordeal was destined to repeat, akin to an interminable nightmare. Lilith lifted her gaze, her voice somewhat ethereal. I cannot recall when it began, but a thick fog enveloped the manor, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Yet, one day, a multitude of individuals suddenly appeared from the mist. They entered the manor, seeking to uncover its secrets. Chunin and Fu Jixing exchanged glances. Those individuals, like them, were likely players. At first, I despised them, Lilith stated with a blank expression. No one could escape from here, and I trusted no one. However, after their demise, everything changed. The sheep kept at the manor suddenly went mad. The servants claimed they would scrawl messages in the dirt with their hooves. Sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? Lilith chuckled, though her smile was laced with bitterness. Initially, I did not believe it, until a stable hand was mauled to death by the sheep, at which point they finally quieted down. The grazing sheep had taken to feasting on human flesh. The narrative that was meant to be told by them had now shifted to Lilith as the storyteller. There were 6 frenzied sheep, precisely mirroring the number of those who had suddenly arrived at the manor. I believed this was no coincidence. Just as I began to feel a sense of dread, yet another group of people appeared within the manor. It was at that moment that my mother forced me to consume the first heart. From that moment forth, there was no turning back. Chapter 6-7. Piercing through the mist, the nights at the manor are always perilous. The more souls that perish, the greater the danger that looms. Tunen remarked, you must understand, those entities are the tragic victims who met their demise within this estate. Indeed, even if I was initially oblivious, I should have comprehended it later. Lilith lifted the cup beside her and took a sip before continuing, do you think I ought to be afraid? The door to my chamber quakes more vehemently with each passing day. Yet curiously, once those inexplicable individuals who appear at the manor are all vanquished, the trembling ceases. No wonder, Jenny murmured, from the very beginning, we were destined to perish here. Perhaps, Lilith replied noncommittally, I once believed that after consuming that heart, everything would come to a close. Although my mother has become somewhat unrecognizable, her love for me remains, and that suffices. I could stay here indefinitely, living eternally in the manor with her. That is merely a delusion, Fu Jixing interjected coldly. Lilith let out a soft, mocking laugh. Yes, it is merely my delusion. People continue to arrive in droves, every single time. Each time, mother insists that I consume. She grimaced in distaste. I am beginning to grow weary. Only I know this is utterly meaningless. I have started to feel that living holds no significance. Perhaps death could be a form of liberation. I deliberately released those individuals, and was consequently slain by the sheep that burst through the door. Yet you have not perished, Tunen pointed out. Is everything merely a cycle? Indeed, Lilith replied frostily, I survived, and everything reverted to its original state. Yet another group of people has arrived at the manor. Who could endure such an unchanging existence forever? I am human, not a machine. I feel immense suffering, but for my mother, I have endured time and again. When did you begin to tire of enduring? I do not recall. Lilith closed her eyes. Do you know the taste of a heart? It was warm when it was handed to me, still beating. I consumed it, yet I still felt it pulsating, within my throat, trachea, stomach, ceaselessly throbbing. One day, I shall be driven to madness. Until then, I can only seek my own salvation. I have tried countless methods, even starting to collaborate with those inexplicable individuals. Yet no matter what I do, upon waking from the dream, everything returns to the starting point. Though Lilith's exterior resembled that of a child, her inner being was riddled with scars. She had lived for an unknown duration, perhaps longer than all those present combined. I offer you one final opportunity, she declared, her voice tinged with an unsettling madness. If this time everything reverts to the beginning, I shall slay every soul that enters here. If that were to transpire, this iteration would become an irrevocable deadlock. For in this realm, Lilith was the sole arbiter of fate. Suddenly, Tunen hesitated. In that fleeting moment, many long-forgotten memories resurfaced from the depths of her mind. Lilith. At that critical juncture, a cold voice pierced the air. What are you doing? The others turned, only to find the lady standing on the staircase, her gaze icy and unwavering. Mother, Lilith spoke calmly, I am playing a game with them. You require adequate rest. I believe it is time for you to retire. The game can wait a few days. The lady's tone carried an undercurrent of danger. As long as you wish, many will be eager to join you in your games. Tunnen suddenly realized the lady may be preparing to take action. The unpredictability of the night had reached a boiling point. The grand doors had long been sealed, and the entrance to the staircase was blocked by the lady. She glanced around, discovering no escape routes. "Seize them," the lady commanded. Instantly, the four sprang into action, fleeing in various directions. "My potted plant is still in the room," Jenny shrieked. "You are all too sudden." Ruth transformed into a small insect, darting about, and due to her diminutive size, her pursuers quickly lost track of her and turned their attention to others. "That ability is truly impressive," Jenny marveled, "far superior to my own." Tunnen possessed no particular skills, only capable of navigating the whole in a parka-like fashion. "Lilith, did you not say you would cooperate with us?" Tunnen called out loudly. "Those lacking ability have no right to collaborate with me," Lilith replied icily. "I have shared all I needed to. Now you must demonstrate your worth." The numbers were against them, and the encirclement gradually tightened. Think quickly of what to do." Tunnen dodged while racking her brain. "Lilith's will surpassed all. Only she could save them, but why did Lilith's will take precedence over everything?" Tunnen faltered briefly. In that moment of hesitation, George seized the opportunity and caught hold of her. "Extract her heart," the lady commanded coldly. Fujishing attempted to intervene, but was ensnared by two others, unable to break free, forced to watch helplessly as a nearby servant drew a dagger and approached Tunnen. "Don't!" Jenny cried out in terror. She closed her eyes in anguish, unwilling to witness such a brutal scene. "The key lies within yourself." In that instant, Tunnen suddenly conceived a wild hypothesis. She shouted, "Lilith, do you not comprehend? The true source of all this is you. Perhaps it is a nightmare that will never conclude." Lilith's eyes widened in shock as she stared at her. "What do you mean?" "Make them all cease," Tunnen shouted angrily. In an instant, every movement froze eerily. Ruth reverted to her original form, gasping for breath on the ground, her face ashen. Jenny and Fujishing looked on in alarm. "You say, everything is my nightmare?" Lilith gazed at her, her expression darkening. "What does that statement entail?" Tunnen's chest heaved. The absurd and audacious hypothesis sent waves of heat coursing through her, invigorating her to the utmost, causing her body to tremble slightly. Some previously overlooked details became crystal clear at that moment. On their first night in the manor, she had seen white liquid flowing from the faucet in the washroom. Fujishing had seen light filtering through the window obscured by climbing vines during the night. The vague roses in the corners of the manor, the thick fog surrounding them, and Jenny, along with others, had encountered bizarre phenomena that defied rational explanation in reality. An existence akin to a glitch. Initially, she believed all these occurrences were merely distractions created by the iteration to confuse them, and that they posed no real danger, thus she had always disregarded them. However, such peculiar phenomena had not emerged in the previous two iterations. In retrospect, these might have been hints provided by the iteration. What solidified her conviction was the seemingly ordinary rule at the beginning of this iteration: their will surpasses all. Under what circumstances could a person's will be potent enough to influence everything in this world? Do you not realize that everything occurring within this manner unfolds according to your desires? Tunnen's chest heaved as she slowly began to articulate. "After that inferno, you wished for your mother to return. How absurd it is, yet your mother truly came back to life." Lilith's complexion paled. "You fear that everything is an illusion, thus you conjured a mother who exudes strangeness at every turn. You yearn for freedom, yet you have never set foot outside the manor, nor can you envision the world beyond. Hence, the exterior of the manor is merely a void of mist." "No. That is not the case." Lilith covered her ears, yet Tunnen's voice pierced through like a nail. "Whoever you wish to keep alive shall endure, and conversely, those you wish to perish shall meet their end." Tunnen gazed at her, articulating each word deliberately. "You possess near divine authority over everything within this manor. Every action of others is subject to your control. Your will surpasses all. Does that not indicate something? This is merely your nightmare, because it is a dream. The master of the dream reigns supreme. You have been deceiving yourself all along." So it was, so it is, Lilith murmured, her hands falling limply. So it is. She lowered her gaze to her legs, which had not functioned since the fire. Trembling, she propped herself up on the table, and before the astonished gazes of the others, she slowly stood upright. Har 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 har, so it is. Lilith laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. So this truly is my dream. Chapter 68. Her gift. You have been trapped in the dreamscape you wove for yourself, endlessly spiraling downward, losing yourself within that reverie. Tunan regarded her with a tinge of pity, his emotions tangled. The root of all this may lie in your inability to confront reality, thus fabricating this illusory dream. Lilith closed her eyes momentarily. I remember now, I remember everything. She wept and laughed simultaneously, her expression frenzied. So it was like this, in that great fire. My mother cast me out of the window, while she herself was struck by a falling beam. She approached the lady step by step, gazing up at her, her eyes brimming with endless nostalgia. I'm sorry, mother. Little Lilith stretched out her arms to embrace the lady, burying her head against her. I miss you so much. The lady lowered her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tenderly stroked her hair. It's all right, Lilith. Mother will never blame you. Her voice was soft, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Mother will always love you. Lilith broke down in tears, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Why did you all leave me, leaving me all alone? Why was I not consumed by the flames alongside you? As her voice faded, Tunan was astonished to witness the surroundings begin to tremble, the temperature rising dramatically. The fire silently spread around the mansion. It was the inferno from Lilith's memory, the blaze that had incinerated her innocence, joy, and beauty. After that fire, she lost everything, her beloved mother, her agile legs, her ever-obedient Uncle George. They all perished in that conflagration. She no longer wishes to live, Jenny remarked, approaching Tunan. The shattered dream of Lilith had left her devoid of any desire to continue. But we haven't escaped yet, Ruth exclaimed in terror, watching as the flames licked at everything around them. If this continues, we too will perish in the fire. The ground of the mansion quaked violently, wooden beams crashing down one by one. Thank you. Amidst the raging flames, Lilith suddenly turned to Tunan with a smile. Thank you for awakening me from this nightmare. From now on, I can be with Mother and Uncle George. I can be with them forever. Lilith, how do we escape? The rising temperature caused beads of sweat to form on Tunan's forehead. Lilith released the lady and said something to her, who lowered her head to caress Lilith's cheek, smiling gently, her lips seemingly forming the words, go on. I will guide you out. Lilith walked towards them. Tunan looked at the little girl standing at her waist, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was undoubtedly pitiable, yet she had inadvertently caused the demise of many. Perhaps this outcome was the best for Lilith. I wish you and them eternal togetherness, she sincerely stated. Lilith's affinity towards you. 100. Her affection for you has reached its zenith, thank you. Lilith beamed a sweet smile, and in that moment, she appeared to embody the innocence and charm of a child. I want to give you a gift, she said, I hope you will not refuse me. In the boundless inferno, the girl raised a hand, plunging it into her chest, extracting a glowing orb before the astonished gazes of all. She brought this orb before Tunan. I give you my heart. The world began to crumble around them. Tunan gazed at Lilith's smile, hesitating to extend her hand. Hurry, take it, Jenny urged, this is the heart of a boss from the dungeon. Although you may not know its purpose, it must be significant. This is my heart, though it may bear cracks, it is pure, Lilith spoke softly, it has no further use for me. Tunan finally reached out to accept the glowing orb. A warm sensation enveloped her palm, as if it still pulsed with life. Congratulations, you have acquired Lilith's heart. Effect, unknown. Lilith wore a contented smile. I must take my leave, she declared, from now on, I can be with Mother forever. She turned, taking measured steps toward the lady not far away. You haven't guided us out yet. Jenny shouted from behind her. The world before them continued to collapse. Lilith reached the lady, grasping her hand, then turned back to wave cheerfully at them. Her laughter was joyous, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Everything resembled a scene from a science fiction film, as the world shattered before their eyes like a fragmented puzzle, crumbling piece by piece. "Goodbye," Lilith said, smiling amidst the swirling debris. "Thank you." No sooner had her words fallen than a blinding flash of light pierced through, accompanied by a chilling electronic voice resonating in their minds. "Congratulations, player, for successfully completing The Princess and the Pea. Calculating results. System error, undergoing repairs." What the hell? The last memory of Toonan was Jenny's loud exclamation, before she slipped into complete darkness. Nausea overcame her, a desire to vomit. This was Toonan's first thought upon waking. She opened her eyes to the familiar decor of her home. Outside, the sound of car horns echoed as she approached the window, flinging it open to inhale deeply, expelling the stale air from her lungs. It felt as though a century had passed. Toonan closed her eyes again, the image of Lilith's final smile surfacing in her mind. She had smiled with such joy, like a child who had just received a cherished gift. For reasons unknown, a heavy weight pressed against her chest. Toonan retrieved her phone, adept logging onto the forum and refreshing the page, only to find it inundated with posts. What is happening? I was supposed to enter the next dungeon, The Princess and the Pea, but the system just indicated an error and switched me to a different dungeon. What transpired in The Princess and the Pea? The system actually announced maintenance. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? How could The Princess and the Pea simply vanish without a trace? Breaking news, The Princess and the Pea dungeon, I have inside information. Each post was laden with UC vernacular. Toonan frowned as she clicked on the latest update. I am a super lucky star. Dear friends, I'm sure you've heard about the sudden error in The Princess and the Pea dungeon. This is nearly unprecedented. I have a hunch that there's more to this than meets the eye. Therefore, in the spirit of inquiry, I expended a question card obtained within the dungeon, which possesses the ability to answer any questions regarding ghost stories, limited to 3. Though it is quite precious, I believe it is worth it. Chapter 69. The Fairy Tale Hospital. Hurry, I'm in a rush, speak quickly. I'm the envious monster. The original poster possesses such an impressive item, even more remarkable is their willingness to use it. Clearly, they are a significant figure. Super lucky star, I am not a big shot, merely fortunate. To return to the matter at hand, after utilizing the item, the reply I received from the item card was: Princess Pea Dungeon Core is currently missing due to unforeseen circumstances and is undergoing urgent maintenance. Please take me along. Dungeon Core, what is that? Love for Teppanyarki 123, can someone explain? The Dungeon Core, Toonan paused, suddenly recalling something, and retrieved their heart that Lilith had given her from the system space. A warm halo gently pulsated in her hand. Could this possibly be their Dungeon Core? Their fairy tale compendium unexpectedly burst forth from the system space, its pages wide open, the large mouth in the center opening and closing, drooling profusely. Before Toonan could react, their fairy tale compendium suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the heart of Lilith that she was holding. She was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her eyes widening in shock. Toonan quickly reacted, attempting to grasp their fairy tale compendium, hoping to pry its mouth open to retrieve the item. However, the compendium seemed to anticipate her intentions and immediately soared into the air. Come down here. Toonan glared fiercely, commanding, spit that out immediately. Their fairy tale compendium, seemingly teasing her, smacked its lips and swallowed the item down. Toonan watched helplessly as it finished, yawned, closed its pages, and returned to its slumber in the space. When she tried to summon it again, the response was, the fairy tale compendium is too tired. Please come back later. What could it possibly be tired from? All it does is eat and sleep. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself. Toonan pondered, feeling that this situation was rather unusual. Yet, her own peculiar skill was still a mystery to her. She could only seek assistance from others. She opened the forum backend and found make sure to sleep early tonight. Fujishing had recently sent her a message inquiring about her well-being. The fairy tale book that loves to drool. I am doing well, but I have a question for you. Fujishing replied promptly. Make sure to sleep early tonight, go ahead. The fairy tale book that loves to drool. I possess an item that has consumed another item of mine, and now it's unresponsive and cannot be summoned. Do you have any idea why? Make sure to sleep early tonight. From your description, it sounds like the two items have fused and upgraded. Upgrading takes time. You might want to wait and observe for a bit. Is that so? Tunan furrowed her brow. If that were the case, it might actually be a good thing for her. Make sure to sleep early tonight. Have you seen the forum post regarding the Princess P Dungeon Core? The fairy tale book that loves to drool. Yes, I have. I can't shake the feeling that Lilith's heart seems to be the core mentioned in that post. Make sure to sleep early tonight. I share that suspicion. In any case, you must not tell anyone that you possess such an item. The heart of a dungeon boss is surely no ordinary object. The two exchanged a few more words, and Fu Zhixing inquired about her plans for the next dungeon, extending an invitation to team up. The fairy tale book that loves to drool. I am sorry, but I have already decided on my next dungeon, so I cannot join you. By the way, don't forget that you still owe me an item. Make sure to sleep early tonight. What do you want? The fairy tale book that loves to drool. Please provide me with a self-defense item. Fu Zhixing traded the item to her, wishing her good luck before hastily logging off. Tunan had not deceived him. She had indeed already decided on her next dungeon. She took out the employment notification that Tang Yuan had given her. This notification had a deadline, and with only 15 days, it was certainly too little time for her to wait for another dungeon. 7 days later, Tunan entered the dungeon with her employment notification for the Fairy Tale Hospital. Detecting that you possess a special item, arranging for your loading. Loading successful. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Hospital Mystery Tale. The Fairy Tale Hospital is the most authoritative hospital in the fairy tale world. Any ailment can be cured here, and every fairy tale character receives attentive care. Task requirement. Complete training within 1 month to become a formal employee of the Fairy Tale Hospital. Make way. Tunan was jostled by someone, staggering slightly as she instinctively stepped aside. A servant, clad in attire befitting their role, cleared the path, causing the individuals who had been blocking the way to seethe in silence. Behind the servant, a lavishly dressed noblewoman arrogantly held her head high, supported by those around her as she approached the grand building at the end of the path. Once she passed, the crowd began to disperse in small groups, all with the same destination. The impressive structure at the end of the road. It was a magnificent edifice, designed in a Gothic style, adorned with dark, brooding decor, and a massive raven statue stood sentinel at the entrance. Mr. Crow, the statue appeared increasingly familiar to Tunan. From the outside, this building boasted 5 stories, sprawling expansively, bustling with people, a scene of lively activity. This was to be her venue for the mystery tale, the Fairy Tale Hospital. Clutching her employment notification, Tunan made her way toward the hospital. Upon entering the lobby, she found the interior to be in stark contrast to the exterior, remarkably clean and bright, permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Directly opposite the entrance was the consultation desk, where she approached an employee clad in hospital garb, who was engrossed in assembling a human anatomy puzzle. She held a lung in her hands, pondering where it should be placed. Here. Tunan pointed to the appropriate position for their lung. Oh, the employee quickly positioned their lung correctly, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you so much. The person looked up. She was a sweet-faced blonde girl. How may I assist you? I'm here for training. Tunan presented her employment notification. The blonde girl took the notification, examined it closely, and beamed. You must be the new employee Dr. Tang mentioned. She said I should take good care of you. Is that so? Tunan smiled. I would appreciate your guidance on the onboarding process. Don't worry, the onboarding process is quite simple, the girl chirped, searching for something on the workstation. In her clumsiness, she accidentally scattered the puzzle pieces all across the floor. Oh no, Daisy exclaimed, not having time to attend to the scattered pieces before finally retrieving a sheet of paper from the corner and handing it to Tunan. Here is the onboarding form, please fill it out. Tunan accepted the form and began to fill it out with the pen beside her. Once you finish the form, I'll take you to see the head nurse. For this month of training, the head nurse will be your mentor, and you'll need to follow her guidance, Daisy chattered as she bent down to collect the scattered anatomical pieces. She appeared quite distressed, muttering to herself, I promised Hans I would piece together all his organs today. This is a disaster. perhaps Tu Nan offered, handing over the completed onboarding form. I could assist you in assembling it. Chapter 70, Head Nurse, are you skilled at assembling puzzles? Daisy cast her gaze at her, a look of surprise illuminating her features as she grasped her hand. That's splendid, I was just in a quandary. For Tu Nan, who had just arrived in this unfamiliar place, being able to present a well-assembled puzzle to the NPC would certainly be advantageous. Of course. Tu Nan nodded, indicating the entrance to the consultation desk. May I step inside? Daisy, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled her in and pointed at the scattered innards on the table. I leave this to you. Tu Nan picked up one of the pieces, its texture peculiar, soft and chilling to the touch. With an expressionless demeanor, she focused intently, swiftly reconstructing the puzzle on the table. Daisy watched in awe, her eyes sparkling. You are truly remarkable, you will surely excel in the training. Thank you. Tu Nan placed the final piece in its designated spot. That should do it. Daisy clapped her hands in delight. Now hands won't have to worry about the innards being misplaced. She glanced at Tu Nan's employment form and noted her name. You are called Tu Nan. What an unusual name, akin to Dr. Tang's. Tu Nan maintained her smile. Are you referring to Dr. Tang Yuan? Is she currently at the hospital? Indeed, Daisy nodded. Dr. Tang has gone out for consultations, she doesn't spend much time in the hospital. Tu Nan pondered for a moment before casually inquiring, once I become a full-time employee, will I not need to be at the hospital frequently? You only need to punch in once a month, Daisy replied with a cheerful smile. Our hospital is exceptionally accommodating. Otherwise, why would so many aspire to become permanent staff? The competition is quite fierce. However, I have high hopes for you. Daisy patted Tu Nan's shoulder. You possess a kind heart, and I shall speak favorably of you in front of the head nurse. At this, Tu Nan genuinely smiled. Thank you so much. Being new here, I will indeed require your assistance. Not a problem. Daisy thumped her chest. I'll take you to check-in right away. As Tu Nan followed Daisy, they encountered numerous staff clad in hospital uniforms, each exchanging greetings with Daisy. She was evidently well-liked. The head nurse's office was located at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the hospital. Head nurse, I have brought you a newcomer. Daisy knocked on the door and entered. Tu Nan stepped in behind her, finally beholding the head nurse in her true form. She froze momentarily. The head nurse was a colossal octopus with 8 limbs. Upon their entrance, 2 of her limbs were administering an injection to a patient, while another 2 were busy writing a report. Tu Nan stood rooted to the spot, momentarily taken aback. A newcomer, the head nurse turned her gaze towards her amidst her flurry of activity, one of her free limbs reaching for Daisy's employment form. I recall you, she remarked in a tone that was rather indifferent. Introduced by Tang Yuan. Yes, indeed, Daisy said enviously, gazing at the head nurse's 8 limbs. Miss Tu Nan is exceptionally warm-hearted. You will surely take a liking to her. As the head nurse finished administering the injection, one of her limbs adept wrapped an alcohol swab around the injection site to apply pressure. You can go now, return at this time tomorrow for another injection, and you'll soon be discharged. The patient turned back, gratefully grasping one of the head nurse's limbs. Thank you, thank you. I shall certainly bring a banner to express my gratitude. Such a gesture is unnecessary. The head nurse's free limbs waved dismissively. I already have more banners than I can accommodate here. If you must bring something, perhaps some pens would suffice. Very well, the patient nodded eagerly. I will wholesale a couple of boxes of pens to present to you. Daisy gazed at them with admiration. What a beautiful scene. She wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. What a harmonious doctor-patient relationship. Tu Nan felt a rare sense of speechlessness and quietly inquired, at the staff here, of course, I mean no offense. I am merely asking. I understand what you wish to ask. Daisy quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. The octopus head nurse is especially appointed by the director. She is a close friend of the sea witch and has learned many healing arts from her. You see, octopuses are renowned for their intelligence, and they are incredibly capable. Daisy gazed enviously at the head nurse's 8 limbs. If I had 8 limbs as well, I am certain I would garner the director's attention, and then I wouldn't have to stand in the lobby. At this point, she sighed wistfully. Fortunately, the director does not regard me as useless. Her mood shifted in an instant, and she laughed brightly. The Fairy Tale Hospital owes its greatness to the existence of the director. I see. Tunan raised her head, swiftly glancing at the head nurse. She noted that the head nurse stood using 2 limbs, requiring for limbs on the ground to leverage her weight and slide forward. In other words, while standing still, she could operate 6 limbs simultaneously. And oh wonder she was the head nurse. She was indeed remarkable. Tunan, is it? The head nurse lifted the employment form, scanning her from head to toe. Since you come highly recommended by Dr. Tang Yuan, you must possess some competence. Miss Tunan is truly impressive, Daisy praised. She even helped me assemble Hans's innards. The head nurse scrutinized her once more, her round pupils rotating. In that case, you shall begin as an intern nurse, overseeing 2 wards. She bent her head, swiftly jotting something down on the employment form before filing it away in her drawer. Tunan keenly noticed that the drawer seemed to already contain a stack of employment forms. After you collect 2 sets of employee uniforms and ID badges from the logistics department, return to find me, the head nurse stated coldly. Understood, Tunan nodded and humbly inquired, as this is my first time interning at a hospital, could you please inform me of any rules and regulations I should be aware of? The head nurse regarded her with satisfaction. Excellent, it has been a long time since I encountered an intern as cautious as you. Caution is an essential quality for a nurse, only in this way can we better serve our patients. The head nurse retrieved a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to her. I had intended to wait until your return to give this to you, but since you wish to know now, here it is. Tunan was astonished to discover that the paper was firmly adhered to the head nurse's limb by a suction cup. However, when she reached out to take it, it came away effortlessly. The head nurse could effortlessly control the suction strength of her limbs. I shall escort you to the logistics department, Daisy said eagerly from the side. Coincidentally, my ID badge requires replacement as it has been quite some time. Tunan did not decline her kindness. She nodded, bade farewell to the head nurse, and departed the office with Daisy. The logistics department is also on the 3rd floor. Daisy led the way. This floor is where staff rest and work. The corridor was relatively empty, with only a few people scattered about. Suddenly, Tunan heard a buzzing sound and instinctively turned to look in the direction from whence it came, only to see a swarm of bees rushing towards her. Chapter 71, The Duties of a Nurse. Be cautious. Daisy gently tugged at her, guiding her to the edge of the corridor. A swarm of bees buzzed past them, making their way toward the staircase, soon vanishing around the corner. Daisy's expression bore no hint of surprise, rather, it seemed quite habitual. Surely they can't be hospital staff, can they? Tunan inquired hesitantly. They were brought back from the forest by the director. Daisy nodded. These bees are specifically trained to administer injections. Their technique is impeccable, and patients have never expressed dissatisfaction. The notion of bees administering injections seemed quite reasonable. If they are indeed responsible for the injections, then why did the head nurse administer a shot to that patient earlier? Tunan asked, puzzled. That patient is rather special. Daisy glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. It was a specific request from the patient, and we cannot refuse a reasonable request. Oh dear, we ought to hurry along. Tunan nodded, following closely behind Daisy. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly unfolded the paper the head nurse had given her and skimmed through it. Fairy Tale Hospital Staff Code of Conduct, Nurse Edition 1. Do not contravene reasonable requests from superiors. 2. As a competent nurse, your duty is to ensure every patient at the Fairy Tale Hospital feels relaxed and happy, providing them with a warmth akin to home. 3. Nurses are required to conduct rounds daily. Rounding hours are from 6 to 7 a.m. and 9 to 10 p.m. 4. Patient rooms will be darkened by 10 p.m. daily. Please ensure your patients remain in their beds before lights out. 5. Nurses must assist the head nurse in completing designated tasks. 6. The staff cafeteria is open to all employees daily from 5 to 7 a.m., 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and 5:00-7:00 p.m. Please do not miss meal times. 7. Staff must wear hospital uniforms and display their name badges. In case of loss, please promptly report to the logistics department for a replacement, ensuring to obtain the badge before midnight. Logistics department hours: 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., 8. If unable to obtain a replacement badge in a timely manner, please find a means to prove your employment at this institution before it fines you. Otherwise, the hospital cannot guarantee your safety. 9. Patients are akin to deities. Nurses cannot refuse reasonable requests from patients. Should a patient complain, please find a way to have the complaint rescinded within 24 hours. 10. If you observe a patient exhibiting extreme or harmful behavior, please report it promptly. She hurriedly reviewed the document several times before stowing it back in her pocket, just as Lucy had led her to the logistics department. Daisy knocked on the door and entered. The staff member at the logistics department was no longer a peculiar creature but rather a middle-aged man with a freckled face, wearing glasses and an unyielding expression, appearing somewhat unapproachable. "Dawson, this is the new intern nurse," Daisy introduced Chunan. The head nurse asked her to come and collect her uniform and name badge. Dawson glanced at Chunan, then rose to retrieve 2 white coats from a cabinet, handing them to her. "The production of the name badge will take some time," Dawson stated flatly. "Come back this afternoon to collect it, but remember to arrive before 5. "Thank you," Chunan replied gratefully. "I will remember." Daisy, with a cheerful smile, added, "My badge was torn by a patient, Dawson. Remember to make me one as well." "Understood." Dawson squinted at them before coldly issuing a dismissal. "You may leave." Daisy exited the room as if accustomed to such treatment. "Dawson has quite a temper," Daisy explained. "He despises work and interacting with others." Chunan expressed her understanding. "I must return to the consultation desk." Daisy paused at the staircase, revealing a hint of reluctance. "If you need anything, feel free to find me at the consultation desk." Chunan nodded, recognizing that Daisy possessed far more knowledge about the hospital than she did. She resolved to seek Daisy out during lunch to inquire further about the hospital. "Let's have lunch together." She extended a warm invitation. Daisy did not decline. Chunan returned to their head nurse's office, knocked on the door, and upon receiving a positive response, she entered. She had already donned the hospital staff uniform, a simple white coat adorned only with the fairy tale hospital emblem, devoid of any distinguishing features. The head nurse stood upon her arrival and walked to a file cabinet, retrieving 2 folders to hand to her. "These contain the patient information for the 2 wards you will be responsible for. You need to memorize this promptly and familiarize yourself with your patients." Chunan accepted the folders and glanced at the contents. Little Red Riding Hood, Rapunzel, Snow White. There were many more pages, but before she could continue, the head nurse interrupted her. "I will first take you to the wards." The head nurse gracefully moved ahead, gesturing for Chunan to follow her. "The wards are located on the 4th floor of the hospital. You will be in charge of wards 403 and 404. The head nurse's appendages seemed to glide effortlessly with each step, compelling Chunan to jog slightly to keep pace. They soon arrived at the area containing the wards Chunan would oversee. She opened the folder and quickly scanned it. Each ward housed 3 patients, meaning she was responsible for a total of 6 patients. "Excuse me, what are the requirements for an intern nurse to become a permanent staff member?" Chunan inquired softly. The head nurse did not turn her head, yet her perceptive gaze could encompass a wide area, and Chunan felt her scrutiny. "As long as all patients are satisfied with your care, you will be eligible for a permanent position." This requirement sounded manageable. However, she suspected the reality would be far more challenging. Chunan furrowed her brow. What if a patient was dissatisfied with her? What constitutes satisfaction? She pressed on. "Each patient possesses a unique stamp. If they are pleased with your service, they will apply it to your record." It resembled some form of attendance tracking. They halted at the door of Ward 403, the head nurse's appendage curling around the doorknob, pushing it open. The conditions in the fairy tale hospital's wards were superb, spacious and well lit. Although it was a 3-person room, it felt far from cramped. Chunan quickly opened the folder. Ward 403 housed Little Red Riding Hood, Rapunzel, and Snow White. A little girl wearing a red cap was seated at a table, playing with building blocks. Little Red Riding Hood turned at the sound, her eyes brightening upon seeing Chunan. It's a nurse sister I haven't seen before. The head nurse gently ruffled Little Red Riding Hood's hair. Have you been well behaved today, Little Red Riding Hood? Little Red Riding Hood is always the best, she proudly declared, pointing to the empty space across from her. My sister has been playing with me, so I have been very good. Chunan glanced in the direction she indicated, seeing only a blank white wall. Their head nurse appeared unfazed by this and gestured toward Chunan. This is the new nurse who will be caring for you. If you need anything, feel free to ask her. Little Red Riding Hood nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, this nurse sister looks very pretty. She surely won't vanish like the others. Chapter 72, Ward 404. Chunan's gaze shifted slightly. The head nurse seemed oblivious, leading her into the room. This ward measured approximately 60 to 70 square meters, complete with a private washroom, a sofa, and a balcony. A dark-haired young woman sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book, her expression serene. Despite their prolonged presence, her eyes remained glued to the pages. With raven-black hair and skin as fair as snow, she resembled a modern-day Snow White. Another individual occupied the balcony, diligently combing her hair. Golden locks shimmered under the sunlight, appearing smooth and lustrous, yet the young woman's expression was far from relaxed, her brow slightly furrowed as she persistently dragged the comb from root to tip. Chunan estimated that her hair must be 2 to 3 meters long, cascading in layers beside her. This is the new nurse, the head nurse announced, raising her voice slightly. Her name is Chunan. Feel free to reach out to her if you need anything. At last, Snow White's gaze flickered away from her book, casting a cold glance in Chunan's direction. She appeared composed and dignified, exuding an air of elegance that made it impossible for Chunan to discern any illness afflicting her. Meanwhile, the long-haired princess continued her relentless combing, the comb snagging midway through her tresses as she tugged with vigor. I can help you with that, Chunan offered, stepping forward with a smile, extending her hand to assist in freeing the comb from her hair. The long-haired princess shot her a nervous look and screamed, "Get away, don't come near me." Chunan's smile faltered, and fearing to agitate her further, she retreated several steps. Once she had distanced herself, the long-haired princess resumed her vigorous tugging on the comb. Snow White let out a derisive snort, leisurely turning the page of her book before sipping her red tea. Little Red Riding Hood was building blocks on the other side, occasionally glancing up with adoration at the pristine white wall before her. How peculiar. After visiting Ward 403, the head nurse ushered her into the adjacent Ward 404. Patients in 404 can be rather temperamental, the head nurse cautioned. Be vigilant regarding their emotions. Chunan nodded, following the head nurse into Ward 404. The layout was similar to that of Ward 403, with no significant differences, yet the contrasting personalities of the residents was immediately apparent. The balcony door was shut, and the curtains drawn, casting a dimness over the room. She perused the patient records and noted the name of a man residing here, York, a dwarf, and Chunan frowned, glancing at the name on the file, suspecting she had misread it. Eric, as the first minor antagonist in her initial narrative, Chunan had a vivid recollection of him. She remembered how he had been bizarrely consumed at the story's conclusion. How could he possibly be in this fairy tale hospital? Curiosity piqued, she took a couple of steps forward, entering the inner sanctum of the room. Who are you? A blond man suddenly obstructed her path, his striking features and deep-set eyes captivating. His golden hair gleamed, and a subtle smile played on his lips, making him extraordinarily charming. Mr. York, this is your new nurse, Miss Chunan, the head nurse stated flatly from behind her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Chunan detected a hint of disdain in the head nurse's tone towards the man before her. A new nurse, York's smile widened as he took Chunan's hand and brought it to his lips for a kiss. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. His voice was deep and husky, resonating like the rich timbre of a cello. Chunan felt goosebumps rise on her skin. She withdrew her hand, offering a polite smile. Thank you. Har. A cold laugh emanated from behind them. York, your intentions are painfully obvious. York's smile faded, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He turned, addressing the source of the voice. Dwarf, shut your mouth. Do you think a pile of people stacked together can truly transform into a giant? Chunan peered over his shoulder, seeing nothing amiss. Realizing her oversight, she looked down to find a diminutive figure glaring up at York, standing no higher than her knee. "You are false, foolish impostor," the dwarf spat. "No one needs you. You are false, foolish impostor." Suddenly, several more dwarfs sprang forth, leaping onto the first, forming a towering stack that now required Tunin to look up to meet their gaze. "What is this?" she queried, glancing at the composed head nurse beside her. "Isn't there a limit to the number of patients in a ward?" "This is an exception," the head nurse waved dismissively. "As you can see, they are one entity, incapable of separation." "Isn't this room a bit too crowded?" Tunin inquired. "Their hospital's beds are in high demand," the head nurse replied coldly. "Such matters are not your concern." Tunin observed the stacked dwarfs before her, counting 5 in total. "How should I address you?" she asked. "Just call us Peter," they chimed in unison. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Peter," Tunin said, unsure of whom to shake hands with at that moment. "Ignore them," York scoffed. "They are merely pathetic thieves." No sooner had York finished speaking than the Peters erupted in a furious chorus and lunged at him, a melee ensuing. Tunin stared, dumbfounded. The head nurse's appendages sprang into action, deftly weaving among the combatants to bind them separately. "Fighting is prohibited in this ward, gentlemen," her voice dripped with iciness. "Unless you wish to be confined." The struggle ceased at the mere mention of confinement, and the dwarfs quickly complied. Their head nurse then released them, seizing the opportunity. Tunin finally glimpsed the bed at the far end of the room. A figure lay there, presumably male, entirely swathed in bandages, revealing only a pair of eyes. As she gazed into those eyes, a wave of familiarity washed over her. It truly was Eric. "Mr. Eric has sustained severe injuries but was fortunate to be saved," the head nurse cautioned. "His tongue has been severed. You must be particularly vigilant." Confirmed, it was indeed an old acquaintance. Tunin no longer bore Ariel's appearance and harbored no concern that Eric would recognize her. She approached his bedside, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth, and sympathetically uttered, "Who could have inflicted such harm upon Mr. Eric?" Chapter 73, The Difficult Patient. "I heard that at his wedding, he was attacked by a frenzied guest." York let out a cold laugh, his voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. For someone like him, such incidents are simply inevitable. Don't speak of others. Even I fear, might be unable to resist giving him a good thrashing." "Oh." Tunin feigned ignorance. "What has he done to earn your disdain?" York's eyes glinted mischievously as he chuckled. "Such matters are not suitable for a delicate and lovely lady." "I see no delicacy in her," the Peters chimed in unison, their voices deep and resonant as they piled together once more. Tunin cast a glance at Eric, who lay helplessly on the hospital bed, unable to speak due to the absence of his tongue, his eyes burning with rage directed at York. He appeared rather pitiable, though perhaps he deserved it. The head nurse led Tunin out of the ward and brought her to the nurses' station. A few other nurses, resting their heads in drowsy stupor, jolted awake upon seeing the head nurse. "This is the new nurse, Miss Tunin," the head nurse introduced her to them, then turned to Tunin, saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to consult them. If you need anything, come find me in the office on the 3rd floor." Tunin nodded in acknowledgement. The head nurse swayed away as one of the nurses pointed to a chair. "You can sit there. I'm new here and not yet familiar with our duties. May I ask what we generally do?" Tunin inquired with a warm smile. The old adage about not striking a smiling face holds true in any scenario. The nurse paused for a moment, then sighed with a wry smile. "You'll find out in a couple of days. There's no task we can evade. Anything related to the patients falls under our responsibility." She then asked, "Which wards are you responsible for?" "Wards 403 and 404, Tunin replied candidly. The other nurses exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of pity. "Is something amiss?" Tunin noticed their unusual expressions and feigned concern. "Those patients in those 2 wards are quite troublesome," one of them blurted out, only to receive a sharp glare from another. "Be careful not to let others hear you." The group fell silent, reverting to the languid demeanor they had before their head nurse arrived. Confused, Tunin settled into her seat and opened the files given to her by their head nurse for a thorough study. Little Red Riding Hood, age 7, suspected schizophrenia accompanied by hallucinations. Occasional aggressive behavior, Snow White, age 18, unknown condition, no aggressive behavior reported, Rapunzel, age 19, suspected obsessive-compulsive disorder, exhibits a strong protective instinct over her hair, clinically manifesting as incessantly combing it and a marked aversion to others approaching, making communication difficult. Displays aggressive behavior when others attempt to touch her hair. Snow White's condition is unknown. Tunin furrowed her brow, recalling her encounter with Snow White, who appeared quite normal compared to the other two in Ward 403. If she were truly unwell, why would she be in the hospital? The reason remains unclear. Suppressing her curiosity, she continued to peruse the file for Ward 404. York, age 23, possesses an extraordinary savior complex towards women, seeing himself as a knight destined to rescue all females. Known for his deceit and extreme methods, note, nurses should maintain a cautious distance from him. Tunin finally understood why the head nurse seemed to harbour a strong dislike for York. Peter, age 36, self-deprecating, irritable, extreme, with a strong inclination for aggressive behavior. Eric, age 21, multiple bite marks on his body, nearly devoid of uninjured flesh. His tongue was severed by a sharp instrument, rendering him mute and almost immobile. Exhibits piker. Tunin's gaze lingered over the term piker, eliciting a sense of absurdity. The individuals in wards 403 and 404 appeared, at least on the surface, to be rather difficult to engage with. Even the seemingly innocuous Little Red Riding Hood exhibited tendencies for aggression. Perhaps Eric, despite his condition, would prove to be the most manageable of them all. After all, they were, in a sense, old acquaintances. Before Tunin could formulate a coherent thought, the alert bell at the nurse's station rang suddenly. One nurse sprang up and dashed away, only to return in a flurry moments later. She breathlessly informed Tunin, a patient has complained that Ward 404 is too noisy, casting a sympathetic glance in her direction. You should check on what's happening. It won't be good if the patients file a complaint. Tunin's expression hardened as she promptly stood and made her way toward Ward 404. Even before she approached, the clamour from within was unmistakable, an uproar of noise. The sign indicating silence on the corridor wall seemed to hold no weight, while patients from the adjacent ward peered out, casting dark looks toward Ward 404. Tunin felt a shiver run down her spine as she noticed their stares, hastening her steps to knock on the door. The noise inside abruptly ceased. A few seconds later, York swung the door open, presenting a smile he likely deemed charming, leaning against the doorframe with a penetrating gaze. Nurse, what brings you here? A patient has reported that Ward 404 is excessively noisy, Tunin replied, maintaining a polite demeanour as she peered past him into the room. I came to see what the issue is. Just a minor squabble, York dismissed nonchalantly. No need for you to trouble yourself. Resolving your troubles is indeed my duty, Tunin asserted, pushing past him as he leaned against the doorframe. Should you encounter any issues, you may contact me. The room was in utter disarray, nearly devoid of space to step. Eric remained in his previous position, seemingly powerless to do anything beyond gazing at the ceiling in frustration. As for Peter and York, their interactions were evidently less than amicable. Chairs and books lay strewn across the floor, blankets and pillows displaced, even Eric's covers had been yanked away. Tunin rubbed her temples, feeling a headache brewing. Gentlemen, I trust you understand that noise is prohibited in the wards, she stated firmly. If you continue to disturb the rest of the patients, I may have to resort to other measures. The relationship between patients and nurses, strictly speaking, is one of mutual restraint. Patients can file complaints against nurses, and nurses can report disruptive behavior from patients, leading to potential confinement. Though the specifics of such confinement remain a mystery, it is evident that they regard it with considerable apprehension. York chuckled lightly. Why so serious? We're merely engaging in some friendly banter. Peter snorted in disdain. Tunin was reluctant to offend them on her first day, managing a smile. I completely understand. I merely request that you control your volume. As long as the other patients cannot hear you, I can certainly feign ignorance. York's smile took on a deeper meaning. Nurse, you are far more astute than the rest. Chapter 74, She is staring at you, is that so? Tunin smiled, feigning concern as she continued, working at the fairy tale hospital is quite a rare opportunity, and I hope to rely on your assistance during my internship. York regarded her with an inscrutable expression. Unfortunately, this job is rather exhausting. Previous nurses have not managed to endure. Did they all resign? Tunin seized the opportunity to inquire further. That, I cannot say for certain, York replied vaguely. After all, they wouldn't specifically inform us of their whereabouts. Observing the smile on York's face, Tunin couldn't help but smirk internally, though her external demeanor remained cheerful. That is a fair point. It's unbearable, unbearable. Peter suddenly shouted, "Get out. I want to rest." He shoved Tunin, attempting to force her out. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman, York interjected, blocking Peter's advance. Be a bit kinder to our lovely nurse. The two quickly fell into a scuffle. Sighing, Tunin reached out, attempting to separate them. Please, cease your quarrel. I shall leave at once. Just go, one of the Peters growled menacingly. Reluctantly, Tunin stepped back outside. She closed the door, straining to listen for any commotion within. When silence reigned, she felt relieved enough to depart. She decided to check on Ward 403 once more. Little Red Riding Hood remained in her original spot, engrossed in building blocks, seemingly constructing a little wooden house. Tunin couldn't quite discern what lay outside it. She gently approached and sat beside Little Red Riding Hood. Shall I join you in your building, Little Red Riding Hood? She inquired softly. Little Red Riding Hood looked up, clapping her hands in delight. Yes, yes. However, her smile abruptly faded, revealing a look of distress. But Tunin, noticing her expression, tilted her head and gently asked, "What is it?" Little Red Riding Hood lamented, "Sister Chercher won't let me play with you." Tunin was taken aback, glancing at the wall in front of Little Red Riding Hood, then at the other two individuals in the room. Snow White seemed oblivious to their conversation, while Rapunzel continued to comb her hair. Tunin calculated the time. It appeared Rapunzel had been grooming for nearly an hour. "Who is Sister Chercher?" she inquired. "She is the nurse who took care of us before you came," Little Red Riding Hood explained, focused on fitting a block into place, unaware of the panic her words elicited. A chill ran down Tunin's spine. "Where is this Sister Chercher now?" she tentatively asked. "She is right here," Little Red Riding Hood replied, pointing to the empty wall in front of her. "She is sitting here playing blocks with me, and she is staring at you." A cold breeze swept in from the balcony, causing Tunin to shiver involuntarily, as though she could truly sense someone's gaze upon her. "Why is she staring at me?" she asked, trying to glean any clues from Little Red Riding Hood's expression. "She said that as soon as you arrived, you took her place." Little Red Riding Hood yawned, appearing weary. "I'm tired, sister. Let's play again in the afternoon." Tunin watched as Little Red Riding Hood made her way to her bed and settled down to sleep. Suddenly, a noise came from behind her. Turning around, Tunin discovered that the blocks Little Red Riding Hood had just stacked had been toppled by the wind from outside. She stood and approached the balcony, attempting to close the window. Rapunzel, still occupied with her hair, reacted vehemently, demanding Tunin to step back. As she drew near, Tunin had seen her name in the files. She was called Rapunzel. She squatted down, attempting to communicate with her. "Your name is Rapunzel, isn't it? I am the new nurse, and I mean no harm. I simply wish to close the window. The wind is too strong, you will catch a chill." Rapunzel ignored her, holding the comb aloft, her eyes fixed on Tunin with vigilant intensity. Tunin had never felt so challenged. Ever since she entered this scenario, she remained utterly perplexed and directionless. If communication proved so difficult, how could she hope to satisfy them? Suddenly, a derisive laugh came from behind her. Tunin turned to see Snow White, her mocking smile still lingering. "Oh, my apologies," she blinked, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like small fans, obscuring the light in her eyes. "This scene is simply too amusing. Though I've seen it countless times, I can't help but be entertained." Tunin stood up, shrugging her shoulders. "It's all right, we all experience a bit of discomfort at the start of a new job. You'll adapt in no time." Every movement by Snow White was exquisitely graceful, a stark contrast to Rapunzel, who appeared far less refined. It was clear that Snow White had undergone proper upbringing and rigorous training in etiquette. "What should I call you?" Tunin inquired. "You may call me Maria," Snow White replied, lifting a steaming teacup and gently blowing on it to cool it down. A name is merely a label. It matters not what I am called. Little Red Riding Hood seems to exhibit symptoms of schizophrenia, while Rapunzel is nearly impossible to communicate with. In Ward 403, it appears that only Maria is a communicative and sane individual. I noticed in the files that you seem to be in good health. Junan approached her and whispered, a person without illness, yet sent to the hospital. I'm curious about the reason behind this. Maria remained calm and unperturbed, setting her teacup down after taking a sip. She raised her eyes to meet Junan's gaze. Since you are so curious, why not investigate, she suggested with a smile. If you can uncover why I am here, it would indicate you possess some skill, and I would be willing to make a trade with you. A breakthrough had finally emerged. What kind of trade? Junan asked. That depends on whether you have the capability to fulfill it, Maria replied, crossing her legs and signaling for Junan to leave. I believe we need to rest now, nurse. Please excuse yourself for the time being. Junan returned to the nurses' station, where 2 nurses had seemingly departed, leaving only one behind. Have they all left? She casually inquired, taking a seat beside the remaining nurse. They were attending to a patient conflict in their respective wards, the remaining nurse sighed. It's quite bothersome, the constant bickering. Indeed, I just came back from breaking up a scuffle myself. Junan knew that the quickest way to bond with someone was to share a common enemy. When 2 individuals share a mutual disdain, it naturally fosters camaraderie. Sure enough, after venting their frustrations about the troublesome patients, the nurse's demeanor toward Junan noticeably warmed. Junan then casually asked, there's a patient in Ward 403 who appears to be quite healthy. I wonder why she was sent to the hospital. Are you referring to Maria? The nurse answered offhandedly. Chapter 75, Miss Maria. Junan's heart leaped with joy as she nodded. Strange indeed, the nurse remarked, puzzled. Miss Maria exhibits normal behavior and has never shown signs of illness since her admission. Do you know anything about her? Junan pressed. The nurse shook her head. I don't oversee Ward 403, so I'm not well acquainted with her. However, I did overhear the nurses from Ward 403 mention that Miss Maria is a genuine princess. She lowered her voice, adopting a gossiping tone. I heard she is set to marry a prince from the neighboring kingdom soon, though I have no idea how she ended up here. Thanks to Eric, Junan's first impression of princes was less than favorable. Is that so? Junan feigned envy. I've never met a prince before. The nurse covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Isn't there a prince in Ward 404? Who do you mean? The one all wrapped in bandages. Though he may not look the part, he was indeed a prince once. What a pity, Junan's curiosity piqued. What a pity about what? He's been rendered useless, the nurse replied vaguely, evidently reluctant to elaborate. In any case, not all princes are as splendid as we imagine. Junan lowered her eyes. No one understood this better than she did. The nurse's knowledge seemed limited. Apart from the impending marriage of Maria to the neighboring prince, she offered little else. According to her, Maria had been admitted just a week before the wedding. Junan resolved to inquire further during lunch with Daisy to see if she possessed more information. Lunch at the Fairy Tale Hospital is served from 11 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, though this merely reflects the cafeteria's operating hours. The actual meal time for nurses is much more constrained. At precisely 11, Daisy appeared at the nurses' station, enthusiastically greeting everyone before making her way to Junan. I've delivered the internal organs you assembled to Hans. He asked me to thank you. Daisy beamed. Shall we go have lunch together? The cafeteria is serving my favorite rosemary veal today. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Junan accompanied Daisy to the cafeteria. Located on the first floor, the staff had a dedicated passage, and they quickly finished their meals, settling at a random table. Who is this Hans you keep mentioning? Junan inquired, intrigued by Daisy's reference. Hans is the director's dog, Daisy replied cheerfully. Before leaving the hospital, the director entrusted Hans to my care. A couple of days ago, he had an upset stomach. I suspect he ate something bad. It took a lot of effort to clean out his internal organs. Junan, Daisy sighed. Animals are so fragile. No, they are not fragile at all. It is she who is fragile, however. In a hospital where even an octopus can be a head nurse, anything seems possible. Tunan managed a strained smile. Is that so? I need to deliver lunch to Hans shortly. Would you like to join me? Daisy enthusiastically invited her. Hans is a lively and adorable dog, you'll surely adore him, and he is eager to meet you. Tunan nodded. Compared to Hans, she was far more interested in the dog's owner, the director. As the leader of the fairy tale hospital, the director's significance was evident from the very first rule in the nurse's code of conduct. By the way, how is your work going? Daisy quickly shifted the topic. Are you getting used to it? Tunan nodded, then shook her head. Daisy's curiosity was piqued. Did something happen? Tunan deliberately sighed, adopting a grave expression. It seems they aren't very fond of me. The patients in Ward 404 are always fighting, while those in Ward 403 ignore me. I'm genuinely worried about passing my internship. Daisy's expression turned sympathetic, her appetite for the veal waning. The head nurse really ought to have thought twice before assigning you to those 2 wards. Tunan's interest was piqued. Is there something wrong with these 2 wards? Ward 404 is filled with a bunch of lunatics, especially that one wrapped like a mummy. Daisy hesitated, her words trailing off before she finally spoke. I'll tell you, but don't be scared. He used to like to eat. The last word was whispered. Tunan's eyes widened, her acting skills sharp enough to earn her an Oscar nomination on the spot. Really, does that mean I'm in danger? Rest assured, Daisy chuckled, covering her mouth in delight. He has no tongue left. I wonder who severed it. It's quite satisfying to think about. Tunan had initially thought Eric's behavior was quite normal in a world of ghost stories, yet it appears there are indeed many who disapprove of such actions. She nodded along, echoing her agreement, finally steering the conversation toward the information she genuinely desired. Miss Maria, do you know anything about her? Maria. Daisy's brow furrowed slightly. What do you want to know about her? She seems to dislike me. Tunan lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening slightly. She won't even spare a word for me. I truly fear I may not be able to please her. Daisy regarded her with a look of indignation, as if she herself had been wronged. Maria is the most arrogant, vain, and insufferable person in the world, she exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury. Tunan had never witnessed Daisy display such an expression before. It was evident that Daisy was well liked in the hospital, able to converse with nearly anyone, so for someone to evoke such a response from her suggested that Maria was indeed quite difficult to deal with. Why do you say that? Tunan asked, lowering her voice as she noticed others watching them. Daisy seemingly recognized her own intense reaction and softened her tone, though her expression remained far from pleasant, her brows knitted tightly. On her first day in the hospital, she was incredibly disrespectful to the director. The reverence the hospital staff held for the director was even deeper than Tunan had anticipated. She is merely a patient. Could it be that the director personally examines her? Tunan grasped a fragment of Daisy's words, keenly inquiring. She is, after all, a princess, Daisy replied indignantly. On the day she arrived at the hospital, the king and queen brought her here, which compelled the director to accommodate them and personally receive them. But Maria's attitude was exceedingly poor. She caused a scene in the director's office and even broke a cup. How do you know all of this? Tunan asked, intrigued by her indignation. Chapter 76, The Director. I had just finished walking hands for the director and was about to leave him at the director's office when I overheard the commotion inside. I hesitated to enter. Tunan was surprised that Daisy was privy to so much information about Maria. She suppressed her excitement and calmly asked, were they arguing in the director's office? Probably, Daisy shrugged, cutting a piece of veal and placing it in her mouth. I only vaguely heard Maria say something like you should give up and I would rather stay in the hospital forever. Then there were sounds of shouting and crying from inside. I was afraid of being discovered eavesdropping, so I took hands and left. Then I heard Maria scream, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Daisy's face twisted in disgust. The director is the person I respect most. Anyone who disrespects the director is my enemy. Though Daisy had only captured snippets of the conversation, they conveyed a significant amount of information. Tunan poked at the vegetables on her plate, momentarily lost in thought. It was clear that Maria had not been sent to the hospital due to illness, rather, she had rejected something and was sent here by the king and queen as a means of punishment. Her stay in the hospital seemed less like treatment and more like a form of confinement. What had Maria refused, considering the nurse's earlier revelation? Could it be that Maria was unwilling to marry the neighboring prince, and thus her parents had sent her here? Tunan. Daisy's voice jolted her back to reality. What are you thinking about? I've called your name several times, and you haven't replied. Daisy sounded slightly displeased. Apologies, Tunan offered an embarrassed smile. I was merely contemplating how to pass my internship. The competition among intern nurses is fierce. Indeed, Daisy nodded. Especially since you encountered a patient like Maria. She is so arrogant that no nurse has ever received her stamp. Tunan lowered her gaze, staring at the mashed vegetables on her plate, her appetite waning. I am finished, she declared, setting down her utensils. Daisy happened to finish her last piece of veal. Shall we go see Hans? Hans resided in the hospital's back garden, where a small house had been constructed for him. During lunchtime, the garden was relatively empty, and Hans lay lazily inside his little house, tongue lolling out, eyes slightly squinting in slumber. Hans was a large black dog, with a thick coat that made him appear like a small mountain as he sprawled there, breathing heavily through his nose with an intimidating presence. No wonder the back garden was deserted. Upon seeing Daisy approach, he perked up slightly, extending his tongue to lick her hand. Hans, look who I've brought to see you. Daisy exclaimed, affectionately patting his head. It's the nurse Tunan who helped put your insides back together. Hans emitted a low growl from his throat and ambled over to Tunan, nudging against her leg. Standing upright, he appeared even more imposing, nearly reaching Tunan's thigh, the warmth radiating through her clothes making her nerves tingle. Har, don't be afraid, Daisy exclaimed as she threw her arms around Hans, burying her face in his solid fur. He really likes you. How can you tell? Tunan managed a strained smile. I can understand what he says, Daisy replied with a wink. He tells me he really likes you. Tunan's eyes widened in astonishment. You can understand animal language. Of course, Daisy replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, how could I manage as the hospital's receptionist? We encounter all sorts of patients, and I am fluent in all the languages of the fairy tale world. Tunan felt a wave of respect for Daisy, coupled with envy. What a useful skill. If only she could learn it, navigating through scenarios would become much easier. Would you like to hold him? Daisy suddenly asked. I just bathed him last week, he's very clean. Tunan was inclined to decline. She had always been wary of animals that appeared potentially dangerous. However, Daisy was far too enthusiastic, and Hans was gazing at her with his shiny black eyes, making it difficult to refuse. All right, Tunan relented, squatting down hesitantly to approach Hans, slowly opening her arms to draw near. A surge of warmth enveloped her as Hans leaped into her embrace, his nose brushing against her, his hot breath quickly washing over her face, eliciting a tingling sensation on her cheeks. Hans extended his tongue, licking her. I rarely see Hans being so affectionate with anyone, Daisy remarked, somewhat surprised, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. I had to work hard to gain his trust. Tunan found herself in a rather awkward position, nearly toppled over by the exuberant dog, struggling to push Hans away while gasping for breath. Perhaps he simply finds me congenial, she wiped the drool from her face, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Daisy was not one to hold grudges. You can come and play with him often, she said, stroking Hans's head. He gets very lonely here without anyone to keep him company. What about the director? Tunan inquired. Isn't he Hans's owner? The director is often very busy and rarely present at the hospital, Daisy replied, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. I haven't seen him for over a month. Daisy, what are you doing here? A deep voice resonated from behind them. Tunan instinctively turned to look. Before her stood a tall man with golden hair, his skin almost sickly pale under the sunlight, high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. Tunan found herself momentarily stunned, not merely by his striking appearance but by the softness that marked his features, setting him apart from the typical European visage, a hint of mixed heritage. "The director!" Daisy exclaimed, rising excitedly. "What brings you back?" "The director." Tunan's heart raced at the title, and she instinctively scrutinized the man before her. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and at that moment, the deep emerald hue of his eyes was also scrutinizing her. Realizing this, Tunan hastily lowered her gaze. "Who is this?" she heard the director inquire. "This is the new intern nurse, Miss Tunan," Daisy chirped, her tone light. "She came with me to see Hans. Hans really likes her." "Is that so?" The director's voice was low, resonating deeply from his chest, devoid of any flirtation, only instilling a sense of unease within Tunan. He stepped closer, a faint scent of antiseptic mingled with a subtle fragrance wafting from him. He paused before Tunan. "Hans really likes you?" he asked. Chapter 77, I have always been the gentlest towards women. This question presented itself to Tunan as particularly challenging for the first time. However, she did not dwell on it for long, as Hans, through his actions, provided an answer. He approached and began to lick Tunan's fingertips, his moist nose nuzzling against her palm. The director observed the entire scene, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. As Daisy had remarked, Hans was a dog not particularly fond of human proximity. He crouched down and scratched Hans under the chin, eliciting a soft, purring sound from him. As he half-closed his eyes in contentment, the image Tunan held in her mind starkly contrasted with the reality. He appeared neither ferocious nor overly serious, but rather youthful, handsome, and exuding a cold elegance. "It's rare to see Hans so fond of someone," the director remarked as he stood up, casting a sidelong glance at her. His tone held little emotion, merely stating a fact, yet his gaze bore an oppressive weight. Tunan's internal alarm bells rang incessantly. She did not perceive Hans's affection as a boon. The director was quite suspicious and might harbor an unfavorable impression of her due to this unusual behavior, which would serve her no good. After all, Tunan had been the one to help Hans piece his insides back together. "It seems Daisy is entirely oblivious to the inexplicable atmosphere between them," she chirped in an unusually lively tone. "Is that so?" the director inquired, finally shifting his gaze from Tunan. She exhaled a sigh of relief, only then realizing she had been sweating profusely, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. "What's wrong?" Daisy asked curiously. "The weather doesn't seem particularly warm." "It's nothing," Tunan replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. "I've been out for quite a while. The patient still requires my attention, so I must return." She glanced at the director, hesitated momentarily, and upon seeing him nod slightly, she finally felt at ease and swiftly departed. The director watched her retreating figure until it vanished from sight before turning his gaze back to Daisy, his expression growing cold, his voice tinged with a warning note. "Daisy, do not bring anyone to see Hans in my absence." Daisy stuck out her tongue. "I just thought Hans looked so bored here." Priestley remained silent, his demeanor darkening. Daisy finally composed herself, standing straight and lowering her head in contrition. "I understand, I won't do it again." Priestley produced a piece of meat from seemingly nowhere and crouched down to feed Hans. The dog eagerly devoured it, drool dripping onto the floor. Each time Daisy witnessed this scene, she felt a shiver of fear, always fearing Hans might accidentally bite the director's hand, yet he had never harmed Priestley. After feeding Hans a piece of meat, Priestley stood up, leisurely pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe his hands. His movements were meticulous, cleaning even between his fingers before crumpling the handkerchief and tossing it aside without care. "Find someone to clean this up," he instructed softly. "Yes," Daisy nodded, hesitating momentarily. Priestley shot her a glance. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Aren't you supposed to be away for at least another week?" Daisy asked quietly. "Tomorrow is visiting day, there is someone I must meet," Priestley replied, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly irritated. "How is Miss Maria faring?" he inquired further. "Miss Maria is doing well," Daisy thought for a moment. "The nurse who was just here is the new one from Miss Maria's ward." Priestley's eyes flickered, and after a long pause, he smirked. "Life is full of coincidences." Upon returning to the 4th floor, Tunin first conducted a round in the patient wards. Ward 403 appeared normal, while Ward 404 seemed to be in order. The patients' lunches were delivered daily by designated staff, and Tunin suddenly remembered a crucial detail: Eric was currently incapable of feeding himself. This meant she was responsible for ensuring he ate his lunch. Should she miss the lunchtime, Eric could very well file a complaint against her for inadequate care. Fortunately, her return was not too late, and time was still on her side. Eric lay in bed, his eyes the only part of him still capable of movement, glaring at Tunin with resentment. Tunin had nearly become immune to his gaze. She sat beside him with the meal delivered from the cafeteria, scooping a spoonful to offer him. Eric glared at her furiously, turning his head away in a futile protest. Tunin understood Eric well. How could someone who had once held such a strong obsession with food possibly tolerate this mundane meal in her hands? To him, it likely resembled swine fodder. He would absolutely refuse to eat. Just leave it aside. If he gets too hungry, won't he eat? York, already weary of this routine, smiled at Tunin. Tunin hesitated. Eric clearly had no intention of eating, yet if he refused, it would reflect her negligence. Forcing the food upon him would give Eric grounds to complain about her surface attitude. Either way, she was treading on landmines. She could only choose the lesser evil. With an impassive expression, she turned Eric's face towards her and forcefully shoved the food from the spoon into his mouth. "I apologize, dear patient. Ensuring your physical and mental well-being is my duty. If you do not eat, your body will suffer, and I cannot allow that to occur," Tunin stated flatly as she pushed another generous spoonful into his mouth. Though she was imposing upon Eric, she deemed it justifiable in the interest of his health. Eric seethed with rage, yet with only his eyes capable of movement, he glared at her with a murderous intensity. Beside them, York clicked his tongue, his expression a mixture of disappointment and amusement as he observed the scene. "If you don't feed him, you might find yourself in trouble," piped up Peter from the adjacent bed, his tone comical. "You could end up in confinement with an angry head nurse. Har har har. Silly York, still trying to sabotage you." It seemed her gamble had paid off. Tunin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. York's face contorted with irritation. "You insufferable little dwarf, what nonsense are you spouting?" He then turned to Tunin, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Nurse, please do not give credence to his provocations. I would never treat you that way. I have always been the gentlest towards women." Tunin met his gaze, finding the smile on York's face too disingenuous, eliciting a sense of revulsion within her. "I certainly have no doubts regarding your claim," she replied with a perfunctory smile. Peter shot her an irate look. Suddenly, there was a knock at the ward door. Chapter 78, What I Desire. The head nurse entered, her body swaying as she moved across the slick floor, leaving a trail of sticky remnants in her wake. "Good afternoon, head nurse," Tunin greeted, rising to acknowledge her with a nod. The head nurse cast a cursory glance at her before approaching Eric's bedside. Noticing the empty food tray in Tunin's hand, she nodded in satisfaction. "Patients may take turns to stroll in the garden after 1 o'clock each afternoon, and you are to accompany them, just in case. How humane this hospital is." "How are you feeling today?" the head nurse inquired as she reached Eric's side. "Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with the treatment, the fairy tale hospital will surely restore your health." Tunin regarded Eric with curiosity. He widened his eyes, struggling vigorously to move, though it seemed more a futile effort, as he was bound tightly in bandages. She wondered why he reacted so strongly. What kind of treatment was the head nurse referring to? "You may take Miss Maria for a stroll," the head nurse remarked, glancing at her. With no reason to linger, she nodded and departed from room 404. Tunin made her way to room 403, discovering that Maria had already donned a lovely dress, seemingly anticipating her arrival, as she stood up the moment she heard the door open. With an air of haughty elegance, she said, "Shall we go?" Tunin instinctively surveyed the other occupants in the room. Little Red Riding Hood remained at the table, engrossed in building blocks, while Rapunzel was no longer by the balcony. Tunin, perplexed, inquired, "Where is Miss Rapunzel?" Maria let out a dismissive hum, gesturing towards the bathroom. Each room in the fairy tale hospital boasted a private bathing area. Approaching the bathroom door, Tunin caught a glimpse of Rapunzel washing her hair through the crack. She was so absorbed in her task that she was oblivious to Chunan's entrance. "She won't emerge for at least 2 hours," Maria urged impatiently. "Each patient is allotted only 1 hour outdoors daily. Please do not waste my time." "I apologize," Chunan withdrew her gaze. "Shall we proceed?" Maria stepped out first. As Chunan exited, she cast one last glance at Little Red Riding Hood, who had just placed the final block in its rightful place before knocking them down and starting anew. It was clear to Chunan that the inhabitants here were indeed unwell. Maria walked gracefully ahead, at a leisurely pace. The two soon arrived at the back garden, but Chunan noticed that Hans was no longer there. "Are you searching for that dog?" Maria casually inquired upon seeing her glance around. "Yes," Chunan nodded. "Do you know of that dog, Miss Maria?" Maria raised an eyebrow. "The director's beloved pet. Who in this hospital is unaware of it? You needn't search anymore, it will be taken elsewhere after 1 o'clock this afternoon." For Maria flashed a knowing smile. "It cannot be left here to harm anyone. The back garden opens to patients after 1 o'clock, and indeed, Hans remaining here could pose a danger." While this rationale seemed sound, Chunan sensed an underlying implication in Maria's words. Where could Hans have gone? Maria seated herself on a nearby bench, closing her eyes to relish the rare moment of tranquility. Chunan hesitated briefly before approaching her side and softly asked, "Miss Maria, do your words from this morning still hold true?" Maria opened her eyes in surprise, studying Chunan before casually responding, "So, you are already aware of the reason for my admission to this hospital?" "I cannot be certain. I can only speculate based on the scant information I possess," Chunan replied with measured confidence. "If I am correct, then splendid, if not, there is no loss." Maria covered her mouth, stifling a light laugh. "Then do share your conjecture." She graciously offered a space beside her, inviting Chunan to sit. Settling next to her, Chunan spoke softly. "Your impending marriage to the prince of a neighboring kingdom is nearly common knowledge. At this juncture, there seems to be no reason for the king and queen to send you here." "Indeed, yet they still chose to do so," Maria lamented. "I was fortunate to have someone inform me that prior to your admission, she overheard a fragment of your conversation in the director's office. You may as well give up." "I would prefer to remain in this hospital for eternity." Maria's eyes shimmered with a hint of defiance. "Oh. And what does that signify?" She propped her head on her hand, lazily observing Chunan. "It suggests that your admission was not due to any ailment necessitating hospitalization." Chunan scrutinized Maria's impassive expression, feeling uncertain yet pressing on. "I can only surmise that you are reluctant to marry, and the king and queen, to mask this fact, have falsely claimed you are ill, sending you here instead." Maria's countenance remained unchanged as she regarded Chunan placidly. Had she indeed erred in her assumption, this was the most rational explanation she could conceive. Chunan felt a swell of uncertainty, striving to maintain her composure. Suddenly, Maria laughed, though a shadow of discontent flickered across her features. "Indeed, it is a rather uncomplicated riddle," she affirmed Chunan's deduction. "Why so?" Chunan queried, perplexed. "In fairy tales, the union of princesses and princes often culminates in a perfect conclusion. Why would Maria prefer confinement in a hospital rather than wed the prince?" "I know what you are pondering." Maria's smile faded, her tone laced with evident disdain. "But to marry a stranger is utterly unacceptable to me." Chunan raised an eyebrow. "In the tale of Snow White, the princess's mother passed away, leading the king to marry a stepmother, thus heralding Snow White's tragic fate." Curiosity sparked within her. Was there a connection between the diminutive residents of Room 404 and Snow White? Originally, there were 7 dwarfs. Why did only 5 reside in Room 404? "Is it the queen who coerces you into marriage?" she ventured. Maria scoffed lightly. "While I harbor no affection for her, this matter is not of her doing. My kingdom is in decline, and my marriage is deemed necessary to uphold it." "That sounds quite reasonable," Chunan assessed Maria's demeanor. "Yet you refuse." Maria laughed scornfully. "A kingdom sustained by the marriage of a woman holds little merit for existence. Surely you do not naively believe that an unknown marriage can salvage a crumbling kingdom." Her gaze was piercing, strikingly bright. "The kingdom's decline stems from its ineffectual king. What I desire is not to sacrifice my body to rescue this ailing realm, but rather, chapter 79, collaborating with Maria. It seemed that Maria, realizing she had spoken too much, abruptly fell silent. With a semblance of a smile playing on her lips, she regarded Tunin softly. It appears I may have divulged a bit too much. Are you aware of the fate that befalls those who know too much? Tunin was slightly taken aback. From Maria's insinuation, it seemed she wished for her to keep the secret indefinitely. As for how to maintain such discretion, both were acutely aware, however, if she possessed such intentions, how could she unintentionally lay bare her motives? Unless, of course, she was deliberately testing Tunin. Since the king is ineffectual, why not usurp his position? Tunin replied with a smile. Maria's expression shifted subtly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized her. If this statement were to reach others, you would find yourself in dire straits, she remarked nonchalantly. Tunin's suspicions were further confirmed. The Snow-White princess harbored intentions to overthrow her father's throne, yet currently trapped within the confines of the hospital, she likely felt powerless to act. She required assistance. I can assist you, and I also request your aid, Miss Maria, Tunin stated plainly. How could I possibly assist you while ensnared in this hospital? Maria did not engage further but sighed. My father has 2 other princes. The throne is traditionally passed to males. Regrettably, my brothers are of little merit. One is perpetually idle, enamored with beauty, while the other is brutal and cold-hearted, far from virtuous. If they were to ascend, my kingdom would surely face ruin. Tunin remained composed. As long as they all vanish, you would be the sole heir to the kingdom. Maria gasped, her eyes widening in terror as she gazed at her. How can you utter such words? I am a kind-hearted person. How could I bear to harm my own brothers? Tunin regarded her with a furrowed brow. Noticing her lack of response, Maria shrugged with apparent indifference. A gentle smile adorned her face, yet her words were chilling. Merely imprison them. As long as others believe them to be dead, that will suffice. After all, they are my brothers. I shall care for them throughout my life. Tunin, I can facilitate your internship. Maria observed her closely, but you must also assist me in claiming the throne. Tunin would naturally not refuse, though she found it peculiar. Why have you chosen me? There are far too many lunatics in this hospital. My options are limited. Maria sighed, casting a discerning glance at her. You are passably adequate. She discerned that Maria possessed a remarkable ability to render others speechless. Most importantly, Maria paused, individuals like you seem to possess some extraordinary talents. Tunin abruptly lifted her gaze to Maria. Her tone suggested she was aware that Tunin was not of this world. As long as it helps me achieve my aims, I care not with whom I collaborate, Maria remarked nonchalantly. However, for our partnership to flourish, I believe we both require a method to assure one another. Indeed. Tunin nodded. What would provide you with such assurance? Maria produced a vibrant red apple from her bosom. Tunin gazed at the apple in her hand, its blood-red hue ominously reminiscent of the depictions found in fairy tales. This was given to me by a witch. Maria cradled the apple in her palm. If 2 individuals jointly consume the flesh of this apple, they must remain loyal to one another. You will demonstrate this to me, correct? Maria extended the apple toward her. How can I ascertain the truth of your words? Maria's alabaster palm made the apple appear even more vivid. Tunin lacked the courage to wager on the authenticity of her claim. Maria took the initiative, biting into the apple, then offered her the bitten piece. Is this sufficient? She smiled. Without such assurance, I shall never trust you. Tunin hesitated before accepting the apple. Although Maria had already taken a bite and bore no apparent malice, the act still felt perilous to her. To her surprise, the moment she received the apple, a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations! You have acquired the witch's red apple, a masterpiece crafted by the forest witch. It possesses remarkable powers. Those who consume the apple together will be bound by loyalty. Should either party wish to harm the other, they will suffer dire consequences. Friendly reminder, please refrain from consuming the witch's red apple casually. Maria had not deceived her. Tunin stared at the apple in her hand and, bowing her head, took a bite. The sweetness was unexpectedly delightful. The instant the apple was consumed, an indescribable connection seemed to forge itself between her and Maria. To be frank, she was uncertain whether this choice was right or wrong. In this bizarre world, many events were unpredictable, often necessitating reliance on intuition. She could only hope her instincts were not misguided. She sighed inwardly. Welcome, Maria stood and embraced her briefly, my ally. Now, tell me your plans. Tunan cut straight to the point. I intend to leave this hospital. Maria appeared pleased by her directness, but before I depart, I will do my utmost to assist you in passing your internship. In exchange, you must come to my kingdom afterward and help me seize that position. This would likely serve as her task in the next chapter. Tunan nodded. Now, share what you know. On the surface, this is a hospital. However, during my time here, I have discerned that it is quite unusual. No commoners seem to leave this place, Maria said with a smile. Periodically, many like you arrive, yet few manage to pass the internship assessment. As for those who do not pass, she elongated her tone, seemingly intent on provoking Tunan's anxiety. Noticing Tunan's composed demeanor, she finally shrugged. Well, they have all become nourishment for this hospital. Nourishment? Tunan inquired, puzzled. What does that mean? Literally. Maria blinked. Do you not notice how lush the flora in the garden appears? Tunan felt a chill engulf her. My father has some connections with the director here. Maria rested her chin on her hand, thus I was able to be admitted. Even so, he warned me before leaving to tread carefully, indicating the complexity of this place. This was an evident truth. Every night after lights out, I can hear the sounds of other wards being opened, and then what? Tunan pressed. That, I cannot say. Maria shrugged. I cannot simply open the doors to investigate. Many commoners are taken away from time to time, never to be seen again. Maria's voice was light. Who knows where they have gone? Chapter 80. I was just joking. Listening to Maria's light-hearted words, Tunan felt a weight settle upon her heart. The fate of the vanished civilians from the hospital was, in truth, all too easy to conjecture. After a brief silence, she chose to momentarily bypass the topic. Then, perhaps we could discuss your two roommates, she suggested. Tunan gazed at her. In order to secure my internship, I must earn their approval. Maria furrowed her brow in evident distress. It is painfully obvious that both of them are rather difficult to communicate with. Tunan was taken aback. If even her cohabitant could express such sentiments, it was clear how challenging it would be to obtain the endorsement of these two. Miss LePay, I believe her world revolves solely around her flowing locks, while Little Red Riding Hood, she constantly converses with the air, Maria remarked. What does she talk about? Tunan inquired, striving to glean as much information as possible. It seems to pertain to a previous nurse, but I cannot provide specifics, as I am not particularly concerned, Maria stated with an air of indifference. It was evident that she was not the sort to delve into such matters out of mere curiosity. It appeared that Tunan would need to conduct her own investigation. Perhaps understanding the narrative behind it all would enable her to communicate with them. Tunan frowned, lost in contemplation. The head nurse had provided her with only basic information, and logically, the hospital should possess more comprehensive medical records. She simply did not know where they had been placed. It is nearly time, Maria said languidly, stretching her limbs and interrupting Tunan's thoughts. I must return to the ward. She smiled warmly at Tunan. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Certainly, Tunan replied, confident that there would be ample opportunities to rely on Maria's assistance. On her way to escort Maria back to the ward, Tunan seized a moment to visit the logistics department, where her staff badge had been prepared. Upon receiving the badge from Dawson, she cast a casual glance at it. It bore no significant differences from what she had envisioned. Nothing particularly remarkable stood out, yet since the rules dictated its careful preservation, it must possess some unique quality. She fastened the badge around her neck and expressed her gratitude to Dawson. No need for thanks, he replied, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, before handing her an almost identical badge. This is for Daisy. Could you kindly deliver it to her? Tunan accepted it with pleasure. Upon returning to Ward 403, she intended to take the remaining patients outside for some fresh air, but it seemed none of them shared that desire. Little Red Riding Hood was engrossed in unfinished building blocks, while Lepay had just finished washing her hair and was now hanging it out to dry on the balcony. Maria, back in the ward, sat on the sofa with a book in hand, casting a look of helplessness in Tunan's direction. Reluctantly, she made her way to Ward 404. "Is anyone interested in a little outing?" Tunan asked with a smile. Eric glared at her with indignation. "Except for Mr. Eric," she added with a grin. The others had buried themselves under their blankets, clearly expressing their disinterest. "No one can bear to deny a lady's request," York said, sauntering over with unfaltering elegance, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her. "Miss Tunan, I believe I would like to accompany you for a stroll in the garden." In Tunan's eyes, York resembled a peacock, radiating an illusory beauty that he did not truly possess. While some might succumb to his fair appearance and superficial charm, it was evident that she was not among them. She narrowed her eyes at him and, after a moment, let out a soft chuckle. "Of course, it is my duty and obligation." York clicked his tongue. "Is that all there is to it?" "Indeed," Tunan replied, unperturbed. As they exited the ward, York trailed alongside Tunan, his gaze suddenly falling to her chest. Tunan, keenly aware of his scrutiny, instinctively shifted her body. "Mr. York, is there something amiss with my attire?" she inquired. York chuckled lightly. "You seem rather apprehensive in my presence." "A degree of distance must be maintained between nurses and patients," Tunan replied impassively. "I am merely gauging the appropriate distance." "How lamentable it is to see such a delightful lady seemingly avoiding me," York's voice dripped with theatricality, sounding quite peculiar to her ears. Tunan chose not to respond, yet she noticed his gaze lingering on her chest. Upon glancing down, she saw only the badge she had just donned, swaying gently. "Are you admiring my badge?" she asked with a slight frown, uncertain why York appeared so intrigued. "I hadn't seen it this morning," York shrugged. "Its sudden appearance piqued my curiosity." They rounded a corner toward the staircase. "It was just made recently." "I see," York replied softly. For reasons unknown, his pace slowed. Tunan had reached the edge of the staircase when she noticed him abruptly halting, prompting her to instinctively stop and turn to look at him. York's hand hung awkwardly in midair. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. Was York attempting to push her down? Tunan gazed at his hand, frozen in time, incredulous. Such an action would be exceedingly clumsy. "Oh dear," York blinked, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize. I intended to play a jest, and I did not anticipate being discovered." His tone was languid, entirely devoid of embarrassment at being caught. "Miss Tunan is quite vigilant." "If I am not mistaken, you intended to push me down the stairs," Tunan replied coldly. "Such behavior is certainly reportable. But you are standing here quite well, are you not?" York tilted his head, a strange glimmer in his eyes, adopting an innocent demeanor. "Such unfounded accusations could warrant a complaint from me as well." Tunan regarded him silently for several moments before forcing a false smile. "I, too, was merely jesting with you." York covered his mouth and burst into hearty laughter. "Miss Tunan is truly humorous." Internally, Tunan scoffed, feeling a strong impulse to tear away the Fa8 he wore. The seemingly affable York might very well be one of the most challenging patients to deal with. "Let us proceed downstairs," she said coolly, taking a step back to signal for York to lead the way. York pouted slightly, casually inquiring, "Nurse, you wouldn't push me down, would you?" She genuinely wished to do so. Tunan forced a smile, which bore no warmth. "Of course not, a nurse's duty is to protect her patients." "I was just joking, har har har." York erupted into laughter. "Look at your expression, it's quite amusing." For the first time, Tunan found herself wanting to strike someone within the confines of the ward. Fortunately, once York finished laughing, he finally turned and descended the staircase. Tunan watched his retreating figure and sighed. Life was not easy, a nurse could only lament.